Chapter 2001, Kill. Leonel stood in silence for a long while. Despite his fatigue, his mind raced at a mile a minute, moving through all sorts of scenarios. Nothing seemed to make perfect sense, though. Ultimately, no matter how he sliced it, this was Second Nova's best chance to deal with him. There was no advantage to gain by waiting unless he truly wanted to wait until Leonel was in an even more sorry state than this one. That meant that there was a better than 60% chance that Second Nova hadn't come here with the intention of dealing with him at all. His original intention was just to probe him, and it might even be potentially true that Second Nova planned on giving up on the Air Wars in their entirety. But if he was willing to give up on the Air Wars in the first place, then why did he participate? Even if he didn't like the optics of giving up without trying, what was the big difference between that and giving up midway? That seemed to point to the fact that Second Nova wanted to test the heirs and pick whomever he liked best. But in that case, why did he vanish? If he had decided on Leonel, then wouldn't he be helping Leonel? What was the intention in just leaving directly? It had to be remembered that each family was limited to 2 heirs, but there was a very obvious exception to this, and that was the Morales, who had 7 heirs. This was tacitly allowed by the other families for a few reasons. First, the Morales were already the targets of everyone to begin with. Second, while the others were simply here for glory or to deal with Leonel, the Morales family heirs were here to fight for the position of heirs. As such, they inherently could not work together as they were competing with one another. The other families would obviously step in if it seemed like the Morales heirs were teaming up, and it would counter whatever advantage they could gain by doing so. It was probably even best to separate the focus of the families by doing this. Though this would likely place even more pressure on Leonel, was one of the main focuses to begin with. Why was this all so important? It was because if Oren really wanted to help Leonel, he wouldn't just injure him and then vanish. There were many other things he could do even if he didn't participate himself. Plus, why did he have to test Leonel in the Air Wars themselves? He had had plenty of opportunities in the last month to meet Leonel privately. All of this pointed to the fact that Oren had something he wanted to do in the Air Wars specifically, and whatever that was, he felt that it was more important than even his chances at becoming an heir. In fact, he might have no intention of becoming an heir in the first place. I'm missing something. What is it? What is it? Leonel didn't like this feeling. Usually, when he didn't have enough information, he wouldn't bother to waste time trying to deduce, but this felt different. He felt that this was too important to ignore, and yet he still didn't have the information he needed to deduce the answer. It was endlessly frustrating. Suddenly, Leonel's gaze sharpened. There was no doubt that Oren was targeting someone that the Air Wars made much more convenient to target. Who could that person be? That person had to be someone that was difficult to target outside of this place. That seemed to point toward one of the heirs of the other families. But why would targeting a 7th-dimensional existence be so important to Oren? There were only 2 explanations. Either this 7th-dimensional existence had offended Oren in a way that was far too great for him to ignore, or this 7th-dimensional existence would, in the future, become a world-changing sort of threat. Leonel knew quite a bit about Oren and the other heirs. Oren was the head of an exceptionally powerful information network, but he didn't sell his services. This made sense to many people at the time. After all, they all assumed that he had built it up because of the Air Wars. But if Oren had never had any intention of becoming an heir, then why did he build an information network he had no intention of profiting from? That led Leonel right back to the first 2 explanations, either to find someone who had greatly offended him, or find someone who posed an existential risk to the Morales family, or maybe even the human domain as a whole. Leonel's brows glowed like 2 torches. He felt his dream force shifting, his simulations becoming sharper and sharper. What if the reason Oren gave up on being an heir was because he knew that his actions would lose him the right? How could a 7th-dimensional existence be an existential threat? They were too weak. Well, how could a 6th-dimensional existence like Leonel possibly have become a threat in the eyes of the powerhouses of the human domain? The explanation was the same. This 7th-dimensional existence had to have the ability to gain access to a power that no one else could. Leonel was a prince of the Ascension Empire and an heir of the Morales family. This was unacceptable in the eyes of many, as they believed that this was just the Morales family laying claim to the only 8th-dimensional territory of the human domain via unscrupulous means. Suddenly, it all seemed to click, and the pieces slid into place. Leonel's aura suddenly flourished, and his strength took a large leap forward. From Tier 7, he stepped into Tier 8, his Dream Force stars gaining more runes as they swirled about with a strong, pulsing, silvery light. He came here to kill. He came here to kill an heir of the Morales. Chapter 2002. Who? Chapter 2002. Who? Leonel's gaze was exceptionally bright at this moment. He felt that things had fallen in line, but this still opened up questions for who it could possibly be, and more importantly, why. Leonel didn't feel that Oren was likely to be a person who acted without cause. In fact, all of his actions seemed to point toward the fact that he was very much prepared for all of this. Those several broken city cores should be his attempts at testing several hypotheses for sneaking into cities without detection. After all, given the territory maps, Leonel could monitor everything in his territory with great ease. That was why he was so comfortable leaving it behind. Then there was his information network. He might have already used several kill exchanges to spread them out across the two supercontinents. That was how he knew exactly where Leonel was, despite the fact Leonel had a decoy city still sitting in the middle of the continent, and he likely knew exactly where his target heir was as well. In fact, this final probe of Leonel before he set off was just a final check to ensure that everything was in line and working perfectly, killing two birds with one stone. This person was meticulous, intelligent, and most importantly, patient. He hadn't even made a move until almost a week had passed in the Air Wars, and he was still carefully planning even now. Ironically, due to his true demon blood, Oren was even calmer than most Morales, as the lineage factor did affect his mind as much as it did the others. On top of that, he was young, comparatively speaking, meaning the Morales lineage factor had yet to impact him nearly as greatly as it did the other Morales ancestors. What was most convincing to Leonel was that just now he had gotten the final hit in on Oren, and yet the latter didn't feel the need to prove a point. Leonel knew Oren was holding back and could have made him suffer a loss before leaving, but he hadn't. This wasn't a rash person who couldn't control his own ego. Like this, even without understanding the underlying story, Leonel already believed Oren. But the question was, who was Oren targeting? Leonel's thoughts flickered, his mind settling on one person, Fourth Nova. Leonel deduced that Fourth Nova had the highest odds of being the person Oren was targeting. Back then, Leonel had thought that Fourth Nova wanted to sign Ina to a slave contract just because he thought she was a beauty. But what if it was more than that? Just a few weeks prior to that, hadn't the Three-Finger Cult appeared in an attempt to snatch Ina away due to her blood sovereignty? What if this was Fourth Nova's goal all along? Leonel's thoughts flowed incredibly smoothly, and he felt his mind making connections that he had never made before. He immediately decided who was the most likely to be Oren's target based on his own biases. The second most likely, Third Nova. Leonel's gaze flickered with a cold light. Third Nova had some ties with the Swayard family and had even aided in the collapse of the stalwart Polearm faction back then. These were records that Leonel only learned about after reading through the transcriptions of the Void Senate gatherings. Of course, this wasn't immediately obvious through the Senate filings, but who was Leonel and how good was his deduction skills? Even if the Swayard family and the Unfettered Blade Party never admitted it, he didn't need their admission. That timing was also suspicious, because it was also during that time that there was a change to the original True Selection, and the geniuses of the Cataclysm generation were shipped off to the Rapak's nest. This wasn't in any Senate documents as it was a unilateral decision, but this was even easier for Leonel to deduce for one specific reason, his father. Why would his father take Rosen Swayard's arm if the Swayard family was not related to this? This seemed to paint the picture that Third Nova was in bed with the Swayard family, and may have even used this to intentionally target Leonel. Leonel didn't have enough evidence to further connect this to the Three-Finger Cult, as the Swayard family didn't seem to have any relations to them. If they had, Leonel believed his father would have taken Rosen's head, not his arm. Leonel had quite a lot of belief in his father, that much was obvious. But anyone who had seen the rage in Velasco's eyes when he spoke of the Three-Finger Cult and the things they had done to his father and Leonel's grandfather would likewise understand. It was because of this that Leonel placed Third Nova a step beneath Fourth Nova. A Morales heir with ties to the Three-Finger Cult versus a Morales heir that was a puppet of the Swayard family. Both were absolutely terrible, but one was still clearly worse than the other. Of course, this also made the assumption that Oren knew of the Three-Finger Cult and could even find their tail in this fashion. But Leonel didn't feel that this was a great leap at all. Leonel had deduced long ago that it seemed that the Three-Finger Cult, the Silver Empire, and the Morales family had an odd line connecting them all. Why were the lineage factors of the Silver Empire and Morales family so similar? Why were the both seemingly related to demons? Why was it that of all the ancestors that the Three-Finger Cult could have targeted to kill, they would choose his grandfather? He hadn't found any information of the Three-Finger Cult being so bold with anyone else. Then there was the most obvious thing. Oren had demon blood and seemed to be mixed in the middle of all of this. If there was any Morales heir aware of the Three-Finger Cult and maybe understood some of these underlying secrets, would it be him? Chapter 2003, Devastating. Chapter 2003, Devastating. The third most likely was Sixth Nova, and that was only because Leonel knew the least about him, while the fourth was First Nova. Sixth Nova was an unknown variable, while First Nova was the son of the current Patriarch. The latter faced almost too much scrutiny on the daily basis to avoid detection of the masses. But the real question was, what would Leonel do about this? Given the strength of Kira and Oren, he didn't think anyone of the Umber family could follow them covertly. The best he could do was monitor the general situation of the Nightside supercontinent. But what if he failed? Leonel's brow furrowed. Just as he was thinking, several flashes entered the City Lord's mansion. He didn't even need to look to know that it was the Umber family. They were actually a day late, but he didn't berate them. If there wasn't a good reason, they wouldn't be. Leonel had originally expected them back yesterday, but the fact they had only come today wasn't bad news, it was actually good news. It meant there was information to be had. As expected, after Radlis began his report, Leonel's gaze narrowed. When he got to the end, Leonel's entire perspective shifted. Fourth Nova fell? Leonel's heart skipped a beat. This could only mean that his deduction was wrong. If the number one threat to Orin could fall to Third Nova's hand so easily, then Orin would have never had to put in so much effort in the first place. Leonel had a hard time believing that someone as powerful as Orin, and more importantly intelligent, would put so much effort into something that was such a non-factor. The only explanation was that Fourth Heaven wasn't the true threat was Third Nova. Third Nova's forces were too overwhelming. He had exaggerated numbers under his wing, and they were all of exceptional strength. Fourth Nova didn't even last very long before he was directly kicked out. After that, his actions caused a cascade of events. Sixth Nova fell not long afterward, and it's somewhat unknown how this happened. Originally, Sixth Nova was stuck between the spiritual faith and the Oman Empire, but neither seemed to have been the ones to take him out. He just suddenly vanished, and his territory crumbled not long after. Leonel frowned. Could it be that Second Nova had gone after Sixth Nova? Was he wrong about his intentions all along? Then again, it might also be a method of protecting Sixth Nova. Aside from him, Sixth Nova was the youngest, and he was most definitely the weakest among them all after the strength Leonel had seen Fifth Nova display. This wasn't the fault of Sixth Nova, he was just disadvantaged. He had only just entered the seventh dimension, and most of his subordinates weren't up to par. He faced similar issues to Leonel. More than just himself had been screwed over by the delay in the air wars. But would Third Nova really dare to kill? At the end of the day, Patriarch of the Morales family was just a temporary position, and one could almost be considered a figurehead. The ones who held the real power in the family were still the ancestors. Just by becoming the Patriarch, Third Nova couldn't just hand over the reins of the family to the Swayard family. Even if there were family rules protecting Third Nova, given the fiery tempers of the Morales ancestor, would he even last a day past a single reckless decision? That was when Leonel's expression suddenly changed. That was right. The checks and balances of the Morales family were so impossibly sturdy. There was an underlying threat here that he wasn't seeing. An underlying threat that made Second Nova entirely unwilling to see Third Nova even have the chance. Leonel's gaze suddenly became frighteningly cold. Third Nova had made an enemy he wasn't even expecting to have made. Not only would Leonel defeat him, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Worst came to worst. If Leonel interrogated his soul and found that he was wrong, he would simply revive him. But from what it seemed like now, although he didn't have the evidence, Third Nova was tied to something exceptionally sinister. Orin could have never guessed that just a single probing attack of Leonel, an encounter that lasted no more than a few minutes, would actually give the latter this much information. As for whether this was a good thing or not, only time would tell. After Sixth Nova fell, there was a huge shift in the land. He had controlled a great deal of territory, and with his disappearance after his badge was crushed, all of his subordinates vanished as well. The other territories attempted to swallow it up, leading to a whole host of battles, of which it seemed that First Nova came on top. Third Nova had been occupied by his battle with Fourth Nova and didn't receive the information until much later. By the time he marched over, the land had already been divided. The only powers worthy of note left on the Nightside continent are First Nova, Third Nova, the Spiritual Faith, the Oman, the Suyard family, the Ram family, and the Pious family. Leonel's gaze flickered. Could it be that Second Nova had taken out Sixth Nova to cause this abrupt change? His timing was even so perfect. With Third Nova occupied by Fourth Nova, the one who gained the most advantage was First Nova, and Third Nova was late to react. What is the Suyard family up to? Why does it feel like you have so little information about them? Leonel couldn't help but realize this. Also, he hadn't quite abandoned the idea that Third Nova was tied to them. With one being so active and the other being so silent, it felt suspicious. It doesn't seem that the Suyard family has done much, but they are currently preparing to form the first gold-grade territory of that continent. Although I can't be certain, it seems that their trust in their heir is exceptionally high. They aren't using any schemes or plans. Until this point, they've crushed everything in their path with pure strength. It seems like they're waiting for something. Leonel fell into silence. Something was brewing. He had already expected the air wars to come with a ton of extra baggage, but this single encounter with Second Nova had blasted open a door that he hadn't expected. These air wars and the aftermath would be more devastating than he had imagined. Leonel didn't know how right he was at that moment. Chapter 2004, entirely. Chapter 2004, entirely. Leonel didn't reply. He tried to think, but he felt his mind was growing foggy. After a moment of thought, he realized that it was best if he entered the pod now. If there was another attack, he wouldn't even be able to stand straight, let alone deal with it. After 15 minutes had passed, Leonel stepped out feeling refreshed and invigorated. His eyes carried much more clarity within them, and he could feel the changes to his dream force more substantially. He had actually stepped into the second layered state. This was a bit of a surprise. Although Leonel had already felt that he was close, he hadn't expected that pushing his dream simulation so far would allow him to take such a step. Even so, he greatly welcomed it, though he felt that he had to be more careful. Dreamforce was only a small part of his emulation spatial force. Having such high control of Dreamforce while lagging in spatial force, while it wouldn't impact him negatively physically, might skew his comprehension of emulation spatial force down an improper path in the future. Suddenly, Leonel froze. No, I've been thinking about all of this incorrectly to begin with. Leonel's dreamscape sparked with greater vigor as his eyes glowed. Now that his mind wasn't fatigued, the benefits of the improvements to his dream force and its positive impact on his ability index breathed a lung of fresh air into Leonel's body. His mind jumped, and sparks of lightning connected force crafting, the life grade, and his emulation spatial force, a wild series of connections that seemed completely irrelevant together. But to Leonel, it made all the sense in the world. A force, its existence, is just an exhibit of the life grade. Wise Star Order already implied this when he described the existence of Scarlet Star Force to me. The reason it's dangerous for my innate nodes to be so perfect and complete, and yet for my comprehension of it to be lacking, is precisely because this force has a life of its own. It has a disposition, a personality of sorts, born from its own uniqueness. In that case, why would emulation spatial force be different? The unique characteristic of the life grade is that it had left behind its individual parts and become something entirely different. Although it is true that emulation spatial force is formed of dream force and spatial force, considering it as the sum of its parts rather than something exponentially different will only hold me back. Leonel's gaze glowed and the back of his neck glowed with a silvery gold. Suddenly, he tapped at the air before him. A wide net appeared before him, but it became clear soon that it was less of a net and more of a grid. This grid of perfect cubes began to bend and warp. It looked almost like a simulation of gravity and the impact great masses had on space and its nodes. The nodes began to shift and change, and if one paid close attention, it would be possible to see that Leonel was repeating the pattern of slight distortion around his own body. One after another, a perfect replica of the distortions continued to multiply, again and then again. Leonel's gaze glowed, his outstretched finger flipped, and he suddenly snapped his finger. Right at that moment, the golden grid was flooded with a silvery flame. At that moment, the distortions solidified and one perfect replica of Leonel appeared after another. Soon, the entire City Lord Manor was filled with clones of Leonel. Up above the Air Wars world, few were still paying attention to Leonel in the grand scheme. But when it came to the most important figures, although fireworks were going off on the Nightside continent, none of them left Leonel for more than a few minutes at a time. When they saw him break into Tier 8 seemingly just standing and thinking, their pupils couldn't help but constrict. There didn't seem to be anything logical about his breakthrough. Only Ancestor Hito could sense the sudden eruption of Leonel's dream force. He had comprehended something profound that allowed him to take such a step. But for Leonel to comprehend something like that right after a battle, and in such a tired state, just what kind of monster was he exactly? It didn't make any sense. However, this change shocked them even more than before. The reason for that was simple. They couldn't tell which one was the real Leonel, and this included Ancestor Hito, who had formed this world in the first place. Each clone was so perfect that they all felt like the real Leonel. They had seen Leonel use clones already in this war, but they had always been able to easily tell what was happening. But now, Leonel's clones suddenly all vanished, and to their shock, the real Leonel, the one they had been locked onto all the while, wasn't there at all. Just when they were wondering where he could have possibly gone, their hearts trembled. There, by a pillar of the hall, Leonel stood with a light smile on his face. If they remembered correctly, that was the location of where another clone had been just moments before. That was when it hit them. Leonel had swapped with one of his clones seamlessly, and they hadn't even been able to notice it happened. It had to be remembered that the images they were seeing now were absolutely perfect. There were no details missing. Leonel might as well have been standing right in front of them at the moment. And yet, even as eighth-dimensional existences, they didn't notice the change. It had been perfectly seamless. Leonel didn't seem to care despite the fact he knew others were observing him. He realized his approach had been wrong. He kept thinking of Scarlet Star Force like it was a fire force. It wasn't fire at all. It was fire, star, and light force. Unless he could fuse those concepts in his mind, he had no right to try and define it. This was also the case for his Void Star Force and his Vital Star Force. His perspective on the world seemed to shift entirely. Chapter 2005. New Path. Chapter 2005. New Path. Leonel tapped a finger at the air again. At that moment, a wisp of blue appeared. In one moment, it seemed like a liquid, but then it became like a gaseous fog. Sometimes like that fog was viscous, at other times it was as fleeting as the wind. Leonel stared intently. He couldn't seem to decide on a form. After a moment, he waved his hand and let it disperse. He realized after a few seconds that he didn't know nearly enough about Void Star Force to make such a decision, and by extension, he likely didn't know enough about Vital Star Force either. Although he understood what he had to do, taking the actual steps was too difficult. That said, Leonel tapped the air and a flickering red-gold flame appeared. However, he almost instantly understood that it was wrong. The flickering flame changed, becoming more and more solid. In the blink of an eye, it went from the wisp of a flame to a solid rotating ball. Every time it rotated, an echo of destruction flew out in a wave. It felt far more powerful, but somehow not quite right either. Leonel's gaze narrowed, and suddenly the solid sphere became covered by a sea of flames, one state of solid and another of fire and gas, supplemented by a hidden layer of echoing silence. It didn't crackle, it didn't pop, a frightening sort of silence enveloped everything. With a clench of his fist, the Scarlet Star Force became a spear. A solid rod formed beneath the raging flames. A blade formed with a glass-like consistency, one could see right through it. And yet, with just a tap to the ground, the foundation of the City Lord Manor seemed to be on the verge of collapsing entirely. So that means, Leonel grabbed at the air with another hand, a dark blue spear forming. However, it didn't seem quite right. It was then it suddenly clicked. With a slight shift, the foundation of the dark blue force became an amorphous blob, rotating like a black hole. What was odd was that the center felt completely malleable. However, just before one reached the core, it was entirely solid. The suction force became so strong near it that everything, even the air itself, solidified. If one had paid attention, it would have been clear that this was simply the inversion of what Leonel had done with his Scarlet Star Force, and it suddenly slipped into place. Bang! Suddenly, Leonel's Void Star Force stars and Scarlet Star Force stars appeared on their own, their runes rotating to life. Leonel's irises began to glow, one with a fierce red-gold glow and the other with a fierce blue-black. His hair fluttered, despite the fact he had only just entered Tier 8. His aura surged once again, and he entered Tier 9. His aura seemed to want to soar past that, but there was simply nowhere to go. His force spilled over in waves, the city trembling again and again. Leonel couldn't seem to hold back. He raised his head to the skies, unleashing a roar. The waves of the ocean near his city rose like a tsunami. However, just when it seemed that it would swallow his city whole, it seemed to have crashed into an invisible dome. It was sent flying back with even greater speed, splitting the ocean tides into two, to the point the barren bottom of the ocean could be seen for dozens of miles. Leonel's palm flipped over as a spear appeared in his hand. The blade rod expanded and a menacing blade formed. With a step through the air, Leonel appeared high in the skies, thrusting out his spear. His blade tip vanished and he seemed to have pierced out dozens of times in a single instant. Leonel's stance shifted and his spear swung. A beautiful spear dance overwhelmed the skies. Every time Leonel moved, the clouds above would split. After several moments, a gorgeous pattern appeared within him. The wind moved with his breath, space bent to his movements, time paused with his sight. A complex force art continuously grew beneath his feet. It seemed to respond to his spear dance, forming gentle strokes with his soft movement and thick gauges with his powerful eruptions. Leonel felt like a god upholding the skies. There didn't seem to be a division between the air he thrust through, the skies above, and the earth below. Every time he attacked, it was as though his blade covered everything in the plane, and soon the beautiful pattern appearing in the clouds above also began to form on the ground below. The Morales watching this spear dance felt their spears hum. Those with the spear domain lineage factor couldn't even control themselves as their spear crowns appeared above their heads, their irises flickering with raging spear force that wanted to howl into the skies above. Their hearts moved with Leonel's every swing, their breaths caught in their throats. It had all clicked for Leonel at once. It was all connected. Indeed, the life grade had always been the guiding lamp. The moment he had thought that his force arts would be the secret to the next evolution of his spear, he had been correct. He just hadn't known what the foundation would be, but now he knew. Leonel's gaze sharpened as his spear pierced into the skies. His entire being moved as one. The clouds above and the ground below glowed, the force art beneath his feet suddenly expanding to the point that it dwarfed the city below it. The spear howl seemed to be heard throughout the human domain. It tore through the canopy, forming the maw of a dragon as it soared, striking through the starry skies above. It was the kind of strike that would be indelibly marked in the memories of all those who saw it. It was a statement bolder than arrogance, louder than words, timeless and ageless. It was the strike of a new path of the spear. Chapter 2006, over 20 years later. Chapter 2006, over 20 years later. The hearts of the various ancestors palpitated. That strike, why did they feel like it was so dangerous? It was the kind of strike they were confident they could deal with, but it was also the kind of strike they felt that if they were too casual with, they would be forced to suffer a small loss. It could most definitely draw blood. How was that possible? At that moment, Leonel's words from a month ago echoed in their minds once again. Indeed, if they had allowed him to step into the 7th dimension, where would the suspense be? Right before their eyes, Leonel had gone from Tier 7 to Tier 8, and then Tier 9 just 20 minutes later. It should have taken years to cross barriers of the 6th dimension. Leonel had given the others a 20-year head start, and most of them had only barely stepped into Tier 1 of the 7th dimension. Watching a man go through 2 tiers in not even an hour, how could they accept this? What made it worse is how Leonel broke through. This confirmed to them all that it was simply impossible for him to have taken the conventional path. Leonel had obviously used comprehension to break through, and that wasn't possible with the conventional path, which was entirely about tempering the body. He would have needed to consume some resources before he could break through, but they had all been watching him. He had clearly not consumed anything. For one's comprehension to be so strong, could even the likes of Cynthia and Velasco compare? Velasco wasn't even 30 years old when he entered the 7th dimension, just like Leonel. However, what no one realized was that Leonel didn't even know what dimensions were until he was 18 years old, whereas Velasco had been born and raised in the Morales family. It was simply impossible to compare these two things. He had to die. Leonel lowered his spear, his gaze still sparkling. He had never unleashed such a powerful strike before. It felt good. With that strike alone, he had reached the fourth layered state, just a step away from the impetus stage. It had to be remembered that the impetus stage was the requirement for entering the ninth heaven. To even approach such a state was absolutely game-changing. However, Leonel wasn't complacent. For one, to unleash that attack, he needed to complete his spear dance. Right now, his methods were imperfect, so he first had to draw the power of several strikes before converging them into one. The process of drawing the force art currently shrinking beneath his feet right now wasn't small. At the moment, it took over 10 now 00 strokes of his spear to reach this perfect state. In battle at his level, that would take several minutes to achieve, around 5 minutes or so. This wasn't very long normally, but a lot could happen in a battle, the most obvious of which would be his ritual being interrupted. And obviously, a person who he needed to use such a strike against would be more than capable of interrupting him. The second problem was that this was the fourth layered state for a mere sixth-dimensional spear force. If he improved to a seventh-dimensional spear force now, he would only be able to touch the third layered state with this spear dance. And Leonel had no intention of holding back his spear force just for this. There was good news, though. When he began his spear dance, each and every one of his spear strikes was at the limit of the third layer, individually more powerful than almost any other technique he had. This meant that while he was accumulating, it wasn't as though he couldn't threaten his opponent. In fact, he would be likely to shred an enemy to pieces before he could even unleash the final attack. But then there was more bad news. Leonel wasn't quite sure how to translate this to his bow. With his spear, he could use his spear dance, but with his bow, he could only stand in place and draw his bowstring. He would be a sitting duck. When would he have the time to stand around for 5 minutes in battle without attacking? For the first time, his spear had actually surpassed his archery, at least in this regard. Luckily, there was more good news. There were two paths before him to improve now. The first was simplifying the force art, the second was strengthening it, decreasing the number of lines for the former and potentially adding layers of complexity for the latter. In addition, this was just one spear dance. Leonel felt that he could create more with differing aspects. This one was particularly overbearing. It was like a beast rampaging within its cage and pulling against its chains, roaring when it finally made its way out. If he could create several spear dances, each with their own unique flair, he could one day enter a state of battle where he never had to step out of his spear dances at all. He could glide from one spear dance to the next, seamlessly using them. If he reached such a state, it would be almost impossible to interrupt a spear dance because he could just flow into another. If it was himself flowing from one to the next, he wouldn't lose any progress. That way, he could incrementally complete one spear dance at a time until he had gathered so much momentum that he could bulldoze his opponents. In fact, maybe one day he would even be able to fuse the final strikes of his spear dances into one, creating an ultimate attack that was simply unblockable. Leonel's spear trembled once and he took a breath, exhaling. He looked down at the heavy black rod in his hands. In the past, just trying to catch it had crushed his fingers, but now he could hear it roar. Just now, Leonel had finally sensed the domain of the black rod, and he couldn't help but grin. Over 20 years ago, he had given up the Shadow Sovereign lineage factor and chose to protect an unborn child. 20 years later, things seemed to have come full circle. Who could have known that he had had Shadow Sovereignty in the palm of his hands all the while? Chapter 2007, Good Timing. Chapter 2007, Good Timing. Leonel's gaze shifted to the force art slowly shrinking beneath his feet. He realized that he probably had one more strike in him if he did so now, but it would only be about half as strong as the one just now. Depending on the situation in battle, I'll have to adjust that. Whether I grow more efficient at releasing it all at once, or hold back on the first strike so that I can have a second. Either way, I'll just have to keep those thoughts tucked in the back of my mind. Leonel subtly nodded to himself and stepped down from the skies. In the past, he still had to rely on his emulation spatial force to step into the air, but he could now do it on his own. Aside from those with flying ability indexes, he was probably the only one of the sixth dimension who could do this without relying on force itself, but rather a comprehension of force. This, though, made it clearer to Leonel the kind of gap that existed between the sixth and seventh dimensions. He still remembered a time he could just barely battle against those of the fifth dimension when he was still in the third. But now this small gap had actually caused him so much trouble. From the sixth dimension onward, every step was fundamentally different and world-changing. Flying was an ability only those who used the God Path and had stepped into the seventh dimension could perform. There was something metaphysical that changed in a person's being. Leonel had stepped into that realm just now relying on his comprehension, but others had undergone this change with their bodies. When this was put into perspective, the large gap between what seemed to be just a single step made much more sense. On the ground, Radlish shook his head. He had just stepped out from a pod himself as these last 2 days had been really taxing for him. He didn't expect to see Leonel entering Tier 9 right before his eyes. It had to be remembered that not even a year ago he had witnessed Leonel going from Tier 1 to Tier 3 right before his eyes, and now he was already in Tier 9, right after he had already stepped into Tier 8. It would be easier to accept if he had taken the conventional path, but this was very clearly not that. His aura was too powerful and his momentum was far too stifling. Radlis had never met anyone in the first tiers of the 7th dimension with a stronger aura than Leonel. By the time Leonel had landed, his light smile had vanished into the same cold expression he had carried for much of the Air Wars. He could allow the time he had just wasted to go because he had exchanged it for more strength, but in general, he didn't want to waste any more time. Now that he was in Tier 9, he had much more confidence. The only unfortunate part was that he didn't have the next layers of dimensional cleanse. To Leonel, the actual process of going through tiers didn't necessitate dimensional cleanse, but the breakthrough process did. In addition, Leonel had yet to fully comprehend the 6th dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse either. He had done so for the 5th dimensional layer, allowing him to pass it on to others, but he had yet to even actively practice the 6th dimensional layer, let alone comprehend it. He simply had too much to do, and he was always busy. If not for his sharp comprehension, making it to Tier 9 in such a short time would have been nothing more than a good joke. Leonel slotted this matter to the back of his mind. It seemed like just as he had with the 5th dimensional layer, he would have to practice it last minute. That said, that didn't mean that he had no idea of how he might proceed forward. After all, dimensional cleanse was clearly very closely tied with the universal cycle comprehension and methods of the Cataclysm Zone. This meant that the next step likely involved taking his stars and crossing from the heavenly body realm into the natural light realm. Then, to enter the 7th dimension, he would need to shatter them and enter the cosmos realm. If that was the case, even if he wanted to, Leonel wouldn't be able to practice the 6th dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse. That was because he still hadn't gained enlightenment on the natural light realm. Radlis, continue to monitor the situation on the Nightside continent. I'll provide the points. I want you to build a bride of outposts between the edge of our territory and the opposing shoreline. Use those outposts as your method of quickly returning here. I want a report every 6 hours. You can connect it right here. Leonel pointed out several things on the map and then relayed a few more orders. After he was done, he sent Radlis and the other members of the Umbra family away. Outposts could only be set up such that some part of their range was within a range of territory you already owned, so Leonel had no choice but to waste the points needed to build an entire bridge across the ocean just for the sake of this convenience. But right now, information was extremely important to him. In addition, given the fact that the outposts would be hidden under the ocean's tides, the likelihood of them being found was minimal, and even if they were found, so what? He really wanted to see who would dare to attack him casually right now. Leonel's gaze flashed with a fierce light. At that moment, several teleportation signals were received, and flashes of light rippled out as those Leonel had sent out to clear the challenges and dungeons began to return. Leonel nodded to himself. This timing was good. He would take the time to maximize the rewards they had gained first before heading out to hunt more air-grade threats. Chapter 2008. Huge Deal. Chapter 2008. Huge Deal. The first thing the others brought back was quite interesting. It was a water-freezing reward. It was exceptionally difficult to freeze salted water for obvious reasons, and oceans in higher dimensional worlds were even more resistant to such things. The Air Wars planet had poles, but they weren't frozen over as one might expect, or more accurately, the waters that ran through it weren't. This wasn't only because the waters were salted, but also because the ocean of this world was akin to a very wide river, constantly moving about and orbiting the planet. The freeze reward came from an air-grade dungeon, and it could be used in 2 ways. The first was to build a bridge. If Leonel wanted to, he could build an ice bridge from his current territory to the other side of the ocean. This bridge would be exceptionally deep and thick. Destroying it would be hundreds of times more difficult than breaking down the walls of an air-grade city. The second use case was to build an ice island. This island would be even more immutable and nigh indestructible. Though its range would obviously be much shorter than that of the ice bridge, it would still be about 10 kilometers in diameter. In addition, this ice island would come with its own city core, allowing one to build a territory upon it. This city would be unique. Rather than receiving 100 times reduction to one's territory, the reduction would only be 10 times. This meant if Leonel had a city transfer reward and displaced his city to the ice island, the 2,000-kilometer range he had that had been limited to 20 kilometers would become 200 kilometers instead. This was quite an exceptional benefit. After all, Leonel had to spend 30 billion points previously to gain just 300 kilometers of range. He would gain 2/3 of that essentially for free if he could get a transfer reward. The width of the ocean was easily over 500 kilometers. It wrapped around the entire planet as well, so its length was easily over 3,000 kilometers. Even so, this would go a long way. If Leonel could block out a section of the ocean with more than just outposts, the benefit would be exceptional and also stop others from encroaching without a willingness to bear arms. Even so, Leonel set this matter aside for a small time. The next reward was actually quite an excellent one. It was an air-grade protector. This was worth a great deal. An air-grade protector was worth easily 10 of just one of the soul constructs he had gathered until now. Even better than that, their defensive abilities were off the charts, so ultimately, their combat strength was better than just the estimate of 10 Leonel had. It would probably be able to deal with a fifth of the air-grade generals come the air-grade upgrade challenge. Leonel crushed the rewards and released it, allowing it to join the other lower-grade protectors. Though they were invisible for now, when the time came they should be quite useful. The next few rewards were miscellaneous, but useful nonetheless. This included an air-grade city wall collapse reward, a territory expanding reward, and a gold-grade upgrade pass. The territory expanding reward was especially interesting because it was air-grade. It allowed one to expand their territory as though one already had an air-grade city. The territory of an air-grade city was measured differently. The gold grade had a limit of 2,000 kilometers even after one exchanged points for more expansion. But an air-grade territory encompassed a continent. Meaning, if Leonel used this reward, so long as there weren't the territories of others present, his territory would expand to engulf a continent. The trouble with this, though, was that Leonel's goal was obviously the ocean, and this reward wouldn't allow him to claim the entire ocean for obvious reasons. But as a reward from an ocean dungeon, there was obviously a provision for it to be used in this fashion. This was when Leonel learned that the ocean was split into 4 seas according to this description, each sea taking up a fourth of its length. According to the reward, if he attached this territory expansion to a special ocean territory, he would be able to claim up to an entire sea for himself. Leonel's gaze flickered when he read through this. That was because he had access to one such thing already, and that would be the Ice Island City. That said, there was a bit of a drawback. He would only be able to claim half of a sea with a gold-grade city. In order to claim a whole sea, he would need an air-grade territory. Leonel fell into thought. He had access to more than enough cities now, although he didn't use them. There was his decoy city, which he could upgrade now with his gold-grade upgrade pass. After that, he would only need to find one more city to trigger the air-grade upgrade challenge. But there were 2 major problems with this. First, this would obviously make the air-grade upgrade challenge 3 times more difficult, and he was still accumulating to challenge even the base-level challenge. Unfortunately, he was still an enormous amount of points away from being able to afford it, and he was constantly spending points now, the Bride of Outposts just being one matter. The second issue was that challenging with a special ocean territory meant that he would have to deal with oceanic beasts instead of land beasts. They would be a huge headache for obvious reasons, and his formation wasn't here to support him. However, claiming an entire city was a huge deal. That was especially since this reward didn't say anything about being limited by the territories of others. That likely meant that even if there was someone encroaching on his sea right this moment, they would be kicked out. This was a huge deal. Leonel fell into silence. Chapter 2009, Battle Intent. Chapter 2009, Battle Intent. Leonel had to function with the assumption that if he could accomplish something, although he was ahead now, that didn't mean others couldn't accomplish it in the future. In fact, there were probably multiple paths to accomplish the same thing. That meant in the future there would likely be others claiming seas, and Leonel knew that he had to be one of them. More importantly, he had to be the first among them. Right now, the only advantage he had outside of his own combat strength was that he was the first to form a gold-grade territory. But if he was complacent, soon others would begin to catch up. If he idled any longer, his advantage would be swallowed up. This was why he had taken the risk to march on the Dayside continent in the first place. However, this decision was still many times more difficult. The simple fact was that he didn't see a simple path toward clearing the air-grade upgrade challenge, let alone 3 times it. He had fought the air-grade threats personally just now. They were monsters. With the improvements to his strength, he could likely take one down easily now, but a single wave would have 100, a fusion challenge would have 300. Most of his subordinates couldn't battle even a single gold-grade threat, let alone 300 air-grade threats. That didn't mention the other elephant in the room, 100 million gold-grade threats, or 300 million in this case. That was the population of a decently sized country back on Earth. In the grand scheme of the human domain, it was a small number, but it was a crushing mountain to the current Leonel. Even if he had the option, he wouldn't be able to control that many soul constructs either, even if he factored in the recent improvement to his dream force. Leonel took a breath and exhaled, closing his eyes. This had to be done. The only thought process now should be figuring out how. His eyes snapped open and his focus seemed to have increased. He scanned through the remaining rewards, most of which were still miscellaneous until he landed on one. This reward was in the shape of a conch one could blow into. There were 2 options. The first was to summon 10 air-grade threats, the other was to summon 1 million gold-grade threats. All of them would be oceanic beasts. Leonel's gaze narrowed. It seems that I'll have to bring out one more of my trump cards. Those watching likely had no idea just how much Leonel was holding back currently. He had many methods that he hadn't used, but that was because he was aware that he was being observed, and his goal was never just to win the air wars. His eyes had been on the war that was doubtless to follow once he did win. In his eyes, this was nothing more than a precursor. But in order to assure his victory, it seemed he would have to bring out a bit more. He raised the conch to his lips. His chest expanded, and he practically roared into its body. A billowing sound that caused the ocean to become agitated echoed time and time again. Then he lowered it. You all go and rest. When you feel refreshed, continue with the same plan. We'll keep pushing forward like this. There'll only be just one slight change. The rewards from dungeons are less predictable and there's no reproducibility. Focus on challenges for now, namely challenges with the highest possibility of producing upgrade clear rewards. Once we've found one more gold grade upgrade challenge clear reward and a territory displacement reward, change your focus back to dungeons. The others nodded and Leonel handed a ring to Ina. Ina, these are the corpses of the air grade threats I've dealt with until now. From now on, I won't kill them. Is this enough? Ina swept her senses into it and looked up with a nod. It's enough. This will last me a very long time. Good. Leonel nodded before flickering and vanishing. Leonel appeared on the tall city walls, looking down to the churning waters below. One after another, large oceanic beasts began to appear. Each was at least 20 meters large, and they were all stingrays glistening with a silvery black color. These stingrays were all gold-grade threats, and with the conch by his side, they were all under Leonel's control. Leonel hopped down from the city walls and landed on the back of one. He inspected it for a moment before diving below the raging waters. The scene below could only be described as fascinating. These stingrays went for as far as the eye could see, especially in these dark waters. Their majesty was great and their beauty greater, but this wouldn't do much to help Leonel. He tested it just now, and the amount of control he had over these stingrays was incredibly limited. At Beast, he could point them toward a direction to attack, and he could group them up. As for how they attacked, that was left up to them. This army of 1,000,000 seemed majestic, but they would get chewed up and spit out by an army of 300 million. Even the 3 million from Leonel's gold grade challenge would have laid waste to them. However, Leonel still inspected them all one by one. If one was paying attention to his mind, it would be possible to see a perfect replica of each stingray being carefully slotted away. They were accurate down the finest millimeter, completely flawless. After several moments, Leonel resurfaced. He commanded the stingrays to stay near the surface and avoid running into the territory of the ocean beasts below. If he lost a few of them for a stupid reason, it would be too late to regret. Leonel appeared back with his city and exhaled a breath. Each stingray was a slightly different size. It seemed that he couldn't rely on the segmented cube this time. Although it might be possible to create something simple like a collar with an adjustable size and mass-produce it that way, the effects wouldn't be what he wanted. The power would be limited. Leonel's gaze glowed. It seemed he would have to act personally again. As for Leonel's plan, it was about time he put an idea that had been swimming in mind to action. Back in the Cataclysm Zone, he had seen a concept for armors that could allow troops to fuse their power into one and output more strength than just the sum of their parts. It was akin to working in formation, but with warriors being the nodes instead of something else. If he wanted to clear the air grade upgrade challenge as quickly as possible, he would have to create an army of gold grade threats that could destroy a threat 300 times their size. Little Tolly squirmed from its position on Leonel's wrist, clearly feeling Leonel's battle intent. Or maybe it should be called crafting intent. A cold smile spread across Leonel's lips. These old bastards would have to watch carefully now. The #1 crafter of the younger generation had been him for a very long while. If they truly thought he had opponents, they would be in for a rude awakening. Chapter 2010, True Talent. Chapter 2010. True Talent. Little Tolly snaked out from around Leonel's wrist, spreading into the skies. This little one had been noticed by everyone long ago. But it only now seemed to click that Leonel didn't have the slightest protection on his body. He came into direct contact with Little Tolly without the slightest worry. His synergy with his metal spirit was as high as it could be. But what was maybe even more shocking than this was the fact Little Tolly was still only in the 5th dimension. What was Leonel planning to do with such a weak metal spirit? They had seen Leonel use Little Tolly before, but back then Leonel was only bending a metal alloy into shape, and that metal wasn't necessarily designed to be hard and sturdy, it was only created for the sake of facilitating his dream world. But now, Leonel's gaze flashed. He didn't even seem intent on using a workbench. In his mind, several blueprints flashed and then vanished before flashing once again. He refined, shattered, and then rebuilt. Leonel tapped at the air as Little Tolly circled his neck before rising high into the skies. At that moment, the grid of his emulation spatial force appeared once again. Quickly, Leonel's settled-upon design began to appear. It was in the shape of an odd winged armor. There was a strong spine that ran down the back and looked like a sapphire blue set of spinal bones locked into one another. Each ended in a menacing blade, and despite the fact it was just a projection, the sharpness seemed to tear into the eyes of those watching. After a moment of astonishment, it suddenly clicked. This sort of armor wasn't for humans, it was for the stingrays. Their eyes couldn't help but open wide. That was impossible. Setting aside the fact creating an armor you weren't used to was an almost impossible task. Doing so for 1,000,000 existence was an endeavor that should have taken years of effort. Even if you sped it up, it should take months. Even if you completed an armor a second, completing 1,000,000 of them would take over a week, nearing 2, let alone the fact it would take several hours to complete just one. Even if you managed to complete one an hour, a pace that could only be said to be blazing, it would take over a century. They couldn't fathom what Leonel was trying to do. Even if he had a method to speed up these timetables by several factors, several months would still be an overly exaggerated estimate. But even then, several months might be enough time for the entire air wars to come to an end. At that point, should Leonel have a better go-to than this? Unless this was really all he had, the Morales ancestors could only sigh. Leonel had truly done quite excellently until now, but much more couldn't be asked of him. If he was in the 7th dimension, the winner seemed to be clear to them already, but even though he was in Tier 9 now, even if it was adjusted for his insane speed, several months would be an outrageous estimate for how fast he could enter the 7th dimension. Most were stuck for decades to even centuries at this step. Even the Cataclysm generation geniuses were stuck for at least 5 to 7 years on average at that step. However, right then, Leonel began to move. His arms flared out and his hands trembled once. A golden glow formed a layer of his hands before separating. Right then, a perfect replica of Leonel's hands appeared in the air beside his reels once. Then there was a second glow, then a third. In the blink of an eye, 999 pairs of hands appeared in the skies, with Leonel's own making exactly 1,000. You can handle it right, little guy? Bloop bloop, little Tolly's body shuddered once before a raging torrent formed. The skies seemed to be blotted out by a silvery tsunami, casting a shadow over a large swath of the city. Leonel grinned. Little Tolly might still be in the 5th dimension, but it was only ever fed the highest quality materials. Its foundation was incredibly solid, and the only reason it hadn't entered the 6th dimension was because Leonel was still trying to find a force eruption to allow it the perfect evolution. Metal spirits were exceptionally dangerous existences. They could even swallow planets if they were allowed to rampage unchecked. There was a reason Leonel's casual actions around it were seen as so shocking. And now, Leonel had fully unleashed it. Little Tolly could already break into dozens of pieces back when Leonel was still in the 3rd dimension, but now, even breaking into 1,000 wasn't a problem. Leonel's gaze glowed and countless ores appeared in the air. He had traded for so many with his points until now that he hadn't even used up a tenth of what he had in reserve. He had more than he knew what to do with, and they were about to be of great use. Leonel's 1,000 pair of hands flexed just once, and as though striking down toward the keys of a piano, they shattered the sound barrier on the way down, a roar that echoed across the continent and through the oceans rising in a torrent. Bang, bang, bang! Little Tolly's countless pieces surged forward, its processing speed under Leonel's control immaculate. A heartfelt silence reigned. It felt as though there was simply nothing else to say. Seeing Leonel's skill for the first time, Cynthia's expression changed for the first time, her heart skipping a beat. They had all seen Leonel break through in emulation spatial force together. This meant that Leonel had only just gained the skill to use several pairs of hands like this so seamlessly. And yet he was not only skilled enough to execute such a thing, but he was also doing so with such confidence. How much self-assurance must one have to try something you had never done before with your fate on the line before the eyes of trillions? It was then that she realized the scariest thing about Leonel wasn't his lineage, nor was it his talent, Chapter 2011. Without fail, Chapter 2011. Without fail, Leonel was incomparably focused. His fingers tapped at slightly different rhythms, but each of their speeds was blinding. The ores before him were quickly heated, each of them being shed of their impurities. The way he approached purification now and the past was vastly different. Before, his only focus was making the ore shine in its own personal strongest light. But now, he saw things several steps ahead. Sometimes, he would even purposely leave impurities behind, knowing that certain changes would actually aid this ore to better bind with the future pieces of the alloy. This was what it meant to have entered the life grade, comprehending the holistic view of your creation rather than dealing with individual portions. His actions moved smoothly from one step to the next. Despite the fact he was working with such a large amount of materials considering the size of the stingrays, he finished the purification process in not even 10 minutes. His speed could only be said to be mind-numbing. However, the results for those in the crowd who were laymen was underwhelming. Even from here they could see that many impurities were left behind, but they felt that this was likely the best Leonel could do given the circumstances. Only time would tell if the results would be good enough. Despite the feelings of these laymen, the Morales ancestors and the Force Crafting Guild crafters had all stood to their feet, their eyes wide as they moved forward as though they needed to get a closer glance. Leonel was keeping this relatively simple, working with just 3 sixth-dimensional ores, and, of course, using Urbi ore as a foundation. It was for partly this reason that his actions seemed to be so desperate. What could silver-gray treasures do to meaningfully change his situation at the moment? 2 of these ores were water-based, while the third was a water-wind fusion that was particularly unruly. This third ore was known as Green Storm ore, and what made it even odder was the fact it was a vein-type ore. Own. The laymen weren't able to see the subtle actions Leonel was taking, but how could this mean that it wasn't only unruly, but one had to be delicate and finely controlled in its usage? Vein-type ores were usually built into the core of treasures and used to write out the most integral force arts to a craft. However, the method by which Leonel was refining it, and then subsequently fusing it with 2 foundational water force ores, was just genius. Leonel made the unruly ore look like a docile child. His mind worked on a plane of its own. The laymen weren't able to see the subtle actions Leonel was taking, but how could the ancestors not? They felt as though they were seeing a prodigy rising up before their eyes. Even until now, they couldn't quite comprehend how Leonel's armors were all of the life grade, but it seemed to suddenly click into place right this moment. The green storm ore was spun into a thin filament, so thin that it floated through the sky like a thread of silk, weightless and flexible. One after another, Leonel began to form the spinal bones of the armor, threading the green storm ore into the water force ores it should have clashed with. A beautiful pile of refined metals began to appear. They shimmered with blue, like sapphires sparkling beneath the ocean's surface. Within then, fine patterns of emerald glowed, giving it a mysterious appearance. At the same time, Leonel was refining one blade after another. This blade was formed by 2 wind force ores and yet another water wind ore that was once again green storm ore. Each blade was as thin as a cicada. They fluttered through the wind like a leaf, looking much more like the thin fins of a beautiful fish rather than the blades they were. With just a single jolt, they went from fragile and flexible to incredibly tough and sharp. The craftsmanship could only be described as gorgeous. The hours ticked by and then over a day, but it seemed to finally click. Leonel didn't need months. By the end of the 3rd day, he would be finished. The bags around Leonel's eyes were so dark that they had become a dense black. However, his fingers continued to strike with the same speed, large numbers of armors floating in the air with a renewed sort of vigor. Leonel's wrist trembled as a force crafting pen appeared. Suddenly, that force crafting pill multiplies, 2,000 appearing, one for each of his hands. He took a breath and exhaled before his hands suddenly began to move with lightning speed. The skies were filled with golden arcs, and complex force arts were formed one after another like the gears of a pocket watch. The gazes of those shocked by Leonel's abilities turned to confusion. They had simply never seen such force arts before. It was completely foreign to them. They were even having trouble comprehending what they could do. Was this Leonel's trump card? Suddenly, Leonel's body froze and he fell backward, only to be caught in a soft embrace. However, by that point, he was already lightly snoring. Aina looked down with a hint of worry before looking up to the large pile of armors. Others would have a city filled with subordinates by now. The size of a gold-grade city was already enough to accommodate a population of millions. But Leonel's city was filled with these large armors instead. To forge 1,000,000 armors, even with 1,000 hands, was akin to each pair of hands completing an army every 4 to 5 minutes. Keeping up such a pace for over 72 hours, she could imagine the kind of burden he had taken on. However, while she was worried about Leonel's well-being, the human domain was in an uproar. After Leonel had finished those final strokes, the auras of the armors had solidified and took true form. Each one of those armors, without fail, was in the life grade. Chapter 2012, Blueprints. Chapter 2012, Blueprints. The commotion this caused was hard to describe. It felt as though Leonel Palm had suddenly descended from the skies, casting a shadow over all and gripping each one of their hearts one by one. Life-grade crafters were simply impossibly rare. In the whole of the human domain, the number of them weren't even close to 4 digits. In fact, they weren't even halfway there. The difficulty of crossing that final step was one that had stalled many for far too long. To put this matter into perspective, there were easily millions upon millions of gold-grade crafters, and yet not even 500 life-grade crafters. This was how solid this bottleneck was. There were some exceptionally rare geniuses who could cross this step while in the 7th dimension. But it was more accurate to say that this was just a painting of how difficult it was to step into the 8th dimension, rather than a function of how difficult it was to become a life-grade crafter. It was simply impossible for a person to focus on both, unless you were on the level of Cynthia and Velasco, or had many, many years of experience like the Oman and Morales ancestors. And yet, here was an absolute genius with the strength of a 7th-dimensional existence at the 6th dimension who had already crossed this threshold. In fact, it seemed that he had crossed it long ago, so much so that he could create 1,000,000 of them right before their eyes. Cynthia gripped the railing of the Oman family flagship. Her pupils couldn't seem to stop trembling even when she tried to stabilize herself. She had realized something from the beginning that everyone else was only now realizing. This stingrays, Leonel had no way of knowing they would be the oceanic beast he would receive. He hadn't even known what reward his subordinates would be able to bring back ahead of time. That meant that Leonel had casually drawn up a blueprint for a life-grade treasure in a few minutes before executing it right before all of their eyes. Blueprinting was a process that should have taken years alone. Cynthia had spent an entire decade on the blueprint she was most proud of. She hadn't even gotten around to crafting it yet. The essence of the life grade made the blueprint more important than almost the entire rest of the process. To be in the life grade only meant that you had created at least one blueprint of that level and had succeeded in crafting it. Many of the not even 500 life-grade crafters in existence in the human domain only had 1 or 2 life-grade blueprints to their name, and they were greatly praised for it. These 1 or 2 blueprints would be entirely unique to these crafters, and often powerful families and experts would be exorbitant prices just to have one of these unique treasures under their possession. There was a very good reason why the White Lion bow was such a big deal despite only having been at the quasi-life grade for most of its life until recently. Life-grade treasures were rare, so impossibly rare that it was difficult to put into words. The best of the life-grade crafters had 1 or 2 dozen blueprints under their wings, including Cynthia. Only ancestor Hito of the Morales and the oldest Oman were speculated to have hundreds, maybe even thousands of such blueprints. However, there was a vast difference between having thousands of such blueprints and casually creating one after a few minutes of thought. Of course, there was also a difference between creating life-grade crafts using 6th-dimensional materials and 8th-dimensional materials like the one Cynthia and the other crafters of her level used. But Cynthia wasn't a fool. The gate of the life grade had little to do with dimension. That was something only laymen believed. Fundamentally, a life grade crafter, regardless of the base materials used, was still the life grade. It was several orders of magnitude more valuable than the basic materials used. The more Cynthia thought about it, the harder she squeezed. This was the first time she had been so agitated. Even Leonel's combat strength hadn't done this. Not his Scarlet Star Force, not his Void Star Force, not his Vital Star Force, not even his powerful Dream Force. The weight of a life-grade crafter who could do such things was too much. But what Cynthia didn't know was that the weight was about to become much, much heavier than she could have ever expected. Leonel's eyes snapped open, breathing heavily 3 times before his beating heart calmed. He had really pushed it this time, but the life grade was a very finicky realm to enter. If he had taken a break in the middle, minute changes could have occurred that would have caused him to have to recalculate all over again. That would only make his situation even worse and extend the time he needed to take. Leonel pushed his way out and stepped out of the pod. Judging by the skies above, he had managed to recover in just 45 minutes. This was good. There was no time to waste. With a wave of his hand, the skies were suddenly filled with armors, shimmering like sapphires and emeralds. The ground shook and Leonel took a leap to the city walls. The armors shot down under his control, slipping onto the bodies of the stingrays below. The sound of clicking resounded before the blue waters suddenly began to glow. Suddenly, the stingrays seemed to naturally be formed into groups, a radiant aura coming from them. Leonel checked a new spatial ring that had appeared on his hand and nodded to himself. In the 3 days he had been focused on crafting, the others had already succeeded in finding what he needed. Without hesitation, Leonel executed several actions in a row, upgrading his cities to the gold grade one after another and then fusing them. The sea began to churn wildly. In another insane feat, Leonel had activated the Air Grade Upgrade Challenge without even waiting for the others to return. Chapter 2013, Monster. Chapter 2013, Monster. With a flip of his palm, Leonel's black rod appeared. His hair whipped in the salty winds as the high sun pierced downward, illuminating everything. The waters turned frothy and agitated, but the cool air of the ice island he now stood upon left him feeling calm and unhurried. A confident aura exuded from Leonel, his momentum steadily growing with each passing second. In the distance, the waters began to rise. 300 large whale beasts appeared, surrounding the ice island entirely. Around them, millions of oceanic beasts began to appear. The numbers were so numerous that the waters turned black, a sharp contrast from the previous clarity. However, Leonel remained calm. The spectators could only remain silent. Were the life grade armors really enough? No one underestimated the worth of the life grade, but the problem was that they were so rare that many didn't even have a reference for how powerful they should be. Most would kill to get their hands on even a top-tier gold grade weapon, and this was all the reference they had. But was it enough to close a gap of 1 to 300? It was hard to believe, especially when the air grade generals began to appear. They looked to be even about 10% stronger than air grade threats that Leonel had fought previously. Each one was menacing to an extreme and seemed to have the strength to lay waste to Leonel's city. But at that moment, Leonel, who had everyone's focus, suddenly sneered. He raised his free hand and snapped his fingers. Right then, the world turned entirely silent. On the front line, a group of 10 stingrays suddenly trembled. They felt their backs grow hot as a powerful force art suddenly activated, but the chilly waters immediately cooled them down. A slight sheen of bluish-green formed on their bodies until they suddenly explosively expanded, forming a gorgeous, shimmering bubble. Then, these 10 bubbles, one to each stingray, came into contact with one another and overlapped, fusing into one and forming a large bubble that enveloped all 10 of them. Just when it seemed like it was all finished, the large bubble morphed, flattening out and gaining sharper edges and a long protrusion until it formed the construct of an enormous illusory stingray that contained 10 stingrays within. Even the smallest stingray was about 20 meters from wingtip to wingtip. But now, with this construct enveloping 10 of them, they seemed to have become larger than life, dwarfing 250 meters as they slowly swung their tails. In that instant, this process repeated, all at the same time, across the stingrays. At that moment, an army of what was once a million large stingrays had become an army of 100,000 enormous monstrosities, each causing vicious hurricane-like cyclones with just their small, insignificant movements. Leonel looked down as the challenge approached. He could almost feel the skepticism radiating from the observers. He had just limited the flexibility of the army he did have by a factor of 10, and the change didn't seem to be significant enough to cause any changes. What was the point of this? But Leonel's sneer only deepened. He didn't seem to have any intention of attacking himself. Kill. His words descended and the world suddenly changed. On the front line, the first line of stingray constructs suddenly jolted. The movement could only be described as a bolt of emerald green lightning. They left after images in the water, splitting it apart with such speed that a huge dividing line in the shape of an inverted V appeared on the surface. Fast. This was the only thought that those watching could have. So fast that it was crippling. So fast that it left only time for despair. The stingrays didn't even seem prepared for the level of speed they had now, so much so that they could do nothing but ram into the line of beasts they were facing. It was the kind of tactic that should have assured death. 100,000 running into a dense pack of over 300 million. How could it even compare? And yet, silence reigned. The stingray constructs shredded everything in their path. Their wings were as sharp as blades, and their tails as menacing as jagged daggers with the soft touch of silk. Every time they moved, the water would churn and become their spearhead, shredding skin and blubber apart as though wet tissue paper. In a single charge, each stingray had killed no less than 100 in a single sweep, and not a single one had been injured. The construct that enveloped them seemed to double for both defense and offense. Without the strength to tear it apart, harming the stingrays within was simply impossible. No matter how hard they tried, the mere gold-grade threats had no ability to cause more than a ripple on their surface, let alone shattering them apart. The air-grade constructs bellowed into the skies, but in response, Leonel just took a seat down on the city walls. He realized that he had underestimated even himself. It seemed that it wouldn't be necessary for him to raise a finger at all. Under the shocked gazes of the spectators, the first stingray construct, powered by a squadron of 10, made it to the first air-grade general. The two clashed, the stingray construct trembling wildly as the air-grade general was sent reeling backward, the howl of a whale echoing tragically as several cuts were carved out along its thick belly. The stingray's construct cracked and threatened to collapse, but that was when a second came in and rushed into the body of the air-grade general, shredding it to pieces. It was then that it finally seemed to settle in. Leonel hadn't gone from 1,000,000 gold-grade threats to just 100,000. He had gone from 1,000,000 gold-grade threats to 100,000 air-grade threats. The railing Cynthia was holding on to shattered, her fair palms bleeding as it was ravaged by cuts and scrapes. Leonel could only be described as a little monster. Chapter 2014. Two options. Chapter 2014. Two options. Leonel pushed off the city walls, his body suddenly flickering and vanishing. His first-tier divine armor took shape, a blinding bronze aura emitting from him as the ocean's waves rose to his back. Suddenly, he swung down, the mighty wave responding in kind and slicing an air-grade general in half. Leonel's spear spun in his hands. In response, the surging wave spiraled into the air like a twisting tentacle. He took another step through the air and appeared above another air-grade general and thrust forward. The skies rumbled and the clouds split. The spiraling wave seemed to be controlled by Leonel's might, shimmering with a slight golden hue as it pierced forward along with his spear, tearing a gaping hole through the head of another whale beast. Everywhere Leonel passed, the ocean's waves roared after him. As though his movements alone were enough to elicit their action, they responded in kind. As he danced through the skies, they too danced, a deadly waltz of murderous storms and flickering spear force causing mass destruction everywhere they went. Just days ago, Leonel didn't have nearly this much skill with water force. And yet, before their eyes now, he seemed to have become a god of the seas, a Poseidon donned in armor and traversing the skies. Leonel swept his spear out 3 times, causing 3 spiraling tendrils of water to rise from the surface. His hips pivoted and his blade glided through the air. With one thrust, the tendrils ripped through the body of another beast, then another, then another. They followed Leonel like roaring flood dragons, droplets of water falling around them and reflecting the delicate gold of his spear force. It was a scene too beautiful for how deathly it was. Even the waters below were beginning to turn a fierce violet color, dyed thoroughly with the blood of creatures far too large for their own good. The Morales ancestors watched with a glow in their eyes. They had never seen the absolute domain used in this fashion, but it was truly a sight too gorgeous for words. With the absolute domain, Leonel's spear could appear wherever he wanted given a certain range. In fact, when the absolute spear domain grew enough in strength, even displacing it through time wasn't entirely impossible. But to use this ability to make use of the power of nature itself to strengthen yourself, this was a level of spearmanship that was rare beyond belief. This was even beyond what these ancestors could do. Their spear force was, obviously, much stronger than Leonel's, but when it came to comprehension of the spear, it felt like they were actually not just a single step behind. 10 stars erupted to Leonel's back, and his divine armor shifted as he retrieved his first-tier armor and used his second-tier divine armor. His strength multiplied several times over. He unleashed a mighty roar, dragging his spear blade from a downward position and pulling it up in a wide arc toward the skies. A blinding crescent of golden spear force took shape, blasting forward and splitting everything in its path in two. The ocean's waters parted, forming a trenching several kilometers deep. The boundaries of the trench's sides were so solid that beasts caught up in it began to fall. They slipped out the sides of the trench, crashing into the darkness below and churning the waters with flesh and blood. It was a complete massacre. What should have been the difficult air-grade upgrade challenge had become nothing more than a joke. In the 3 days that Leonel was busy, Others had managed to catch up and form gold-grade territories of their own, but just as quickly as they had, they were left behind again, and this time the gap was even larger than it had been previously. It might not be an entire week, potentially 2 for some, before these heirs even thought of challenging the heir grade. But now, Leonel had claimed an entire sea for himself. Leonel stood in the skies, taking a deep breath. The dense smell of the ocean filled his nostrils and lungs, leaving him with an oddly peaceful expression, even though the human domain was anything but peaceful at the moment. Still, this had nothing to do with Leonel. With a flash, he appeared in the City Lord Manor, looking at his current territory. Leonel's heart skipped a beat. He already knew that he would have control over an entire sea, a fourth of the ocean after this, but he was stunned by just how expansive the territory truly was. Just taking into account the surface, it was about a quarter the size of a supercontinent. However, if you accounted for its depth, just in a small region of the ocean previously, Leonel had found 200 challenges and almost 50 dungeons, and that had been in just a 20-kilometer range. Now, however, Leonel controlled almost 2,000 kilometers of length and just over 500 kilometers of width. There were so many challenges and dungeons that it wasn't even realistic for him to clear them all in a short time. Leonel realized that this was likely another test. Now, he had to juggle the benefits of accumulation versus action. He had many resources at his fingertips, but there had to be a balance between gathering and taking part in these resources and spearheading his path toward ending these air wars and claiming victory for him. Leonel fell into thought for a moment, seeing the sort of advantage claiming a sea held. If there was one thing he had to do, it was to make sure that no one else could gain such an advantage. There were only 2 ways of doing this. The first was by finding anyone trying to expand into the ocean and taking them out before they could take more action, but this was unrealistic. Just his fourth of the ocean was so expansive, how would he find others in the 3/4 that remained? That only left the other method, to claim them before anyone else could. Leonel's gaze narrowed. Chapter 2015, could it be? Chapter 2015, could it be? If he wanted to take this route, he would need 3 things. The first were more city upgrade passes, the second were more unique ocean territories, and the last were territory size upgrade rewards. The second was more important than the former. If it came down to it, he could just force upgrades on his own. After passing this air grade upgrade, he had more points than he even knew what to do with. Each gold grade threat was worth 10 AUSO-N points, and there had been 300 million of them. That meant that just from them, not even counting the 300 air grade generals, Leonel had 3 trillion points. Of course, not knowing what to spend his points on was a function of not having checked what he had access to now that he owned an air grade territory. Even if he had only passed a normal upgrade challenge, it would have still been at least 1 trillion points. Leonel doubted that Ancestor Hito would just provide enough points for it to be next to useless. Even so, if it came down to it, Leonel could afford several air-grade upgrade challenges now if it came down to it, so the unique ocean territories that he could pair with unique territory size upgrade rewards were far more valuable to him. The first thing Leonel did after making his decision was to check through the rewards that the others had accumulated while he was crafting and after he had fallen asleep. Unfortunately, there were no other unique ocean territories in them, but there were many gold-grade city upgrade passes, 4 of them to be exact, and there was 1 territory size upgrade reward. It seemed that special territories were rarer than Leonel had originally thought. But then again, after the first few days, all of the air-grade dungeons had already been cleared, so the others had no choice but to focus on the other lower-grade dungeons. Now, however, it seems that we need to make another push. Leonel nodded to himself. The others should have already sensed the changes. Once they knew the locations of the other resources, claiming them would be exceptionally easy. As soon as they found a unique ocean territory reward, Leonel would be able to go about claiming a second sea as quickly as possible. As Leonel was lost in his thoughts, quickly planning out the next steps, the uproar of the human domain hadn't simmered down in the slightest, and that was because of only one thing, Leonel's crafts. This wasn't about the life grade anymore. It was rather about the value of Leonel's crafts. They were beyond a normal life grade treasure, and this was plain as day for all to see. When it had settled in what Leonel's crafts could do, the entire human domain was shaken. This was for a very simple reason. The only organization that had a craft even close to this was Shield Cross Stars. However, even Shield Cross Stars was wholly inferior. That was Leonel's craft now. It felt like nothing more than a joke. Cross Elder Avon's expression was as ripe as a tomato. Key, himself, because Leonel's could be used both offensively and defensively. At the same time, it could be used by 10 people simultaneously. In comparison, Shield Cross Star's craft could only be used defensively as it was a shield. To make matters worse, it could only be used by 3 people simultaneously, limiting its power. Despite how inferior it was, this unique craft of Shield Cross Stars had been a staple of their power for countless generations, and the secret to its crafting was one of their top-tier secrets. There was no doubt that it was the subject of jealousy for many, but seeing Leonel's craft now, it felt like nothing more than a joke. Cross Elder Avon's expression was as ripe as a tomato. He, himself, didn't know anything about crafting, but he had enough life experience to understand what he was seeing. However, it was also because of his lack of perspective that he also believed that Leonel must have a method of forming this armor for humans as well. If this technology was in the hands of the Morales family, who were already so powerful, just what would happen? This might restrict those with the metal synergy lineage factor, as they were already used to wearing their own divine armor into battle, but a large half of the Morales family only had the spear domain lineage factor and garbed themselves with normal armors. What if all the Spear Domain Lineage Factor Morales members were given armors like the ones Leonel had just given the Stingrays? Would it even be possible to defeat the Morales? The words of Leonel couldn't help but echo in their ears. They had felt that Leonel was far too reckless. Even if he was confident in striking down his peers, what about the retaliation of the powers behind them? Why was he so confident? Did he really believe that the Morales family was infallible? Everything Leonel did seemed to paint the picture that he was meticulous and scheming. He wasn't the type of person to make such foolish mistakes. But no matter how they racked their brains, they felt that he was far too reckless. Until now. Leonel wasn't provoking them all, waiting to run behind the shadow of the Morales family and their protection. In fact, judging by his personality, he might very well be waiting for this war. In fact, he might even want this war. They shuddered when they reached this point in their thoughts, their blood running cold. Why did Leonel struggle so much against the gold grade upgrade challenge if he had such a trump card in hand? It seemed that he didn't even think about bringing it out until he really had no other options left, as though he was unwilling to display it unless he absolutely had to. Could it be that he had many such trump cards? Could it be that his vision was never set on the air wars to begin with because he had always felt that his victory was guaranteed? Could it be that, from the very beginning, he was only using these air wars among juniors to declare war on the entire human domain? Chapter 2016. Enough. Chapter 2016. Enough, Ancestor. Alvaro laughed uproariously. He laughed so hard that even the stars in the distance seemed to twinkle under the wild vibrations. He laughed so hard that he even began to cough and wheeze. Damn, I'm too old for this. Despite saying this, he couldn't stop laughing at all. He knew that this change only put more pressure on the Morales family, but the pressure had gone from all the powers of the human domain to all the powers of the human domain. This was the problem with putting all your cards on the table at once. How could they threaten them more than they already had? It was even amusing seeing their expression change like this. Ancestor Alvaro and the others were having the time of their lives. The best part was that Leonel had crafted it before them all, for a solid 3 days, repeating the same steps again and again and again for a total of 1,000,000 times, and they still didn't understand what the hell was going on right before them. It was clear the gap between where Leonel was and where the rest of the human domain was so wide that it was unfathomable. To put this matter into perspective, more life-grade crafters would be so secretive with their blueprints that they wouldn't even allow others to see them. Even their own children weren't allowed such a privilege. While they were crafting, the entire region was locked down, and they would even often ask those who had commissioned for the treasure to bring far more materials than they would need just to keep the true materials list a secret. After such life-grade crafters passed on, it was only then that their crafts would be passed down to others in their family. But even then, only the highest echelon would be able to lay their eyes on it, while the younger generation would have to provide a great deal of merits just for the sliver of a chance. Usually, unless you rose to the level of an ancestor, you could forget it. Even Cynthia, who was a great genius and could have benefited greatly from seeing a life-grade blueprint ahead of time while she was still in the gold grade, wasn't given such a privilege until she was well into the 7th dimension. Back then, she had already surpassed Tier 6. She wouldn't have even been allowed to participate in these air wars back then. If the human domain wasn't so strict with life-grade blueprints, there would probably be more life-grade crafters than just the few hundred there were. But this was just how things were. Or more accurately, this was how the Force Crafting Guild had made things. Whether it was force crafting or force pill crafting, both had the same issues, and both happened to be overseen by the Oman family. The Morales family had never needed the Oman family for force crafting, but their rules surrounding force pill crafting had caused no small amount of issues. Luckily, the Morales family could absorb ores to strengthen themselves, and they were less reliant on force pills compared to other families. However, even so, only half of them had this benefit. It could only be said that the history of the Oman and Morales family was quite long and contentious. But what was important here was Leonel and his craft. Cross-Elder Avon might not understand, but how could these crafters not? Not only had Leonel forged a life-grade treasure as a 6th-dimensional junior, he had also begun to forge again on a force-crafting language they had simply never seen before, one so complex they couldn't even understand it. By this point, more than half of the best geniuses of the human domain had already been kicked out. Being forced to watch Leonel, the one who had threatened them all, shine like this, they could only grind their teeth. After the Amethyst token drama of over 20 years ago, many of them had a faint recollection of Leonel in their minds. But after he didn't appear for so long, many thought he had died and didn't bother to care about him any longer. As for when he actually came back, they cared even less. How could they think that Leonel could bridge a gap of 20 years? They didn't even consider it. But then Leonel crushed Conan while he was still in the 1st tier. However, they then broke through to the seventh dimension, and they felt that they had left him far behind once again, only to realize that that gap had never meant much to Leonel in the first place. The reality was slowly starting to sink in. If they hadn't been given an over 20-year head start, they wouldn't even have the right to stand on the same stage as him. The uproar of the human domain slowly faded into a solemn silence, the presence of a single young man looming tall and imposing. Leonel sensed a fragrant wind approaching, and he turned to find that Ina had already appeared to his side. Without a word, he handed her yet another spatial ring. This one held the corpses of 300 air-grade generals. She looked within, and her brows raised. It was a lovely sort of blaming expression that looked more cute than it did intimidating. Clearly, she was unhappy with Leonel for challenging the air-grade upgrade while they weren't even here. The other upgrades had been one matter, but this one was quite reckless. Leonel only smiled lightly, something that he had done rarely in recent days. "What's the ETA?" Ina asked. "I've decided to conquer and corner off the rest of the ocean first as a defensive play. We'll need more special ocean territories and territory expansion rewards. If things happen as fast as I want them to, we'll launch the final march to end this 1 week from now." It's enough time," Ina said lightly. Leonel nodded, and Ina flickered and vanished. Chapter 2017. Immediately. Chapter 2017. Immediately before Leonel set out again, he paid keen attention to the changes in his abilities as the new owner of an air-grade territory. Many things were pretty standard. For example, there were upgraded outposts, and there were also some defensive measures unique to air-grade territories. Right now, the walls Leonel had access to were already quite fantastic. They were 100 meters tall and over 10 meters thick. On top of that, they were forged of a powerful metal alloy. However, other than that, they were relatively simple. Many of the options included infusing it with certain large-scale force arts that could greatly strengthen it. There were also methods of banning flight within a certain range of the city. The more he paid, the larger the range would be. What was more interesting to Leonel, though, were the unique upgrades he could gain since he had a special ocean territory. Many of these things, unsurprisingly, were related to ice. The most intriguing of them was what was called Cold Force. Leonel didn't think that such a force actually existed, but it must have been created for the air wars quite specifically. It was a force that could be emitted from his island and act like a domain that covered the city. Those that entered this domain would feel as though their own force was icing over. Their blood would flow slower and their bodies would become stiff. Depending on how stronger the overstrength of the targets were, one could lose anywhere between 10% to even all of their combat prowess. Would work with 100 meters of his walls, it would cost him over $1 trillion. The maximum setting, that would work for an entire 10. The price, though, was quite steep. Just for the lowest setting that would work with 100 meters of his walls, it would cost him over $1 trillion. The maximum setting that would work for an entire 10 kilometers cost 10 times that. That maximum setting cost 3 times more than what Leonel had. Seeing that the first thing he wanted was actually so expensive, Leonel held off on buying it immediately. That was because he knew that if one thing was actually so expensive, then most other things would be as well. After a moment, and scanning through all available rewards, Leonel realized that these outrageous prices were unique to, ironically, the unique territory rewards of his city. But it was also because of this that they were likely to be the most useful. The Cold Force domain was a game-changer. Anyone believed the gold-grade threat level would be incapacitated and no different from fish on a chopping block within its range. Those on the weaker side of the gold grade would lose as much as half of their combat strength, while those who were the strongest would lose at least 1/10. Only air-grade threats would be capable of entirely ignoring it. At the strongest setting, costing over 10 trillion, even an air-grade threat would have a 10% reduction in their strength within a 10-kilometer range. Another unique reward was the Ice Moat. Leonel felt that a better name for this reward would be the Ice Maze. That was because it formed a maze of ice in the water that could hinder the advancement of oceanic beasts. The walls of this maze would be incredibly sturdy, comparable to about half that of the base city walls. Simply put, no single creature would be able to take down even a single wall without many hours of effort. The best part about the ice moat wasn't its defenses, but rather the fact that it forced the oceanic beasts swimming below to split up, disallowing them the ability to gang up and use their potentially overwhelming numbers. It functioned essentially like a funnel, forcing the oceanic beasts to fight alone. The ice moat would also be quite useful in case anyone came to attack Leonel with boats and the like. Although it was an underwater design, it still peaked out of the water over 3 meters or so. Unless a ship wanted to destroy its hull in a battering ram attempt, they would likewise had no choice but to follow the path of the maze. Of course, the best part was that running into a dead end wasn't impossible. At that point, you would only have 2 options, to turn back or to take the effort in attempting to knock down the wall. But if you chose the second option, you might run into yet another dead end on the other side. Both of these rewards were incredibly intriguing, but the ice moat was even more expensive. Just its most basic level cost 2 trillion more than what Leonel had. The good news was that it could cover an entire kilometer instantly, but the bad news was, obviously, that he couldn't afford it. The last unique reward that had caught Leonel's attention was a unique territory protector. It was, of course, of the air grade, but it was exceptionally powerful. This protector took the form of a star of ice. When activated, in exchange for 1,000,000,000 points, it could trigger an area of effect attack that worked like a rain of ice meteors. These ice meteors froze water on contact and had great blunt force damage. The lowest setting could target a 100-meter region. The highest setting could attack all around the city, though it was still limited to 100 meters. There was clearly a difference between one 100-meter region and the entire 100-meter radius around the city walls. Unsurprisingly, this was the most expensive of them all at 10 trillion, just for the lowest setting, and close to 100 trillion for the highest. Leonel faced a situation where he had to choose whether he would save up or not. With his army of stingrays, he could take on the air grade upgrade with quite some ease and guarantee himself anywhere from 1 trillion to 3 depending. He already planned to do this 3 more times, so if he was patient, by the end of it, he would be able to afford the Star of Ice. However, Leonel shook his head. Sometimes sitting on a pile of cash was worse than spending it. Even if you didn't do anything and were frugal, as time passed, your money would only become worth less and less. That was the way of the world and of inflation. Thinking to this point, Leonel bought the lowest setting of the Cold Force domain immediately. Chapter 2018, An Alliance. Chapter 2018, An Alliance with the remaining more than 2 trillion, Leonel upgraded the domain to the greatest setting her could, gaining over 1 kilometer in range and quite a bit in strength. After this, he decisively left, his body vanishing. When he appeared again through a teleportation platform, he was within the territory he had left to Maya to manage. As expected of the cloud race, from the outside, it was simply impossible to tell that there was something wrong at all. They all moved and acted just like the Tower family would have, something that left the ancestors of the Constellation family quite enraged, but there was little to nothing that they could do about it. After handing Maya a spatial ring, Leonel vanished once again and returned to his main territory. It had already been over 3 days since his last report from the Umbra family, but just as he had asked of them, they returned quite frequently to give him reports. The more Leonel learned of the situation, the more certain he was that someone, most likely Second Nova, was stirring up a great deal of conflict. The first instance was Sixth Nova falling seemingly without warning. This left a vast and open territory that everyone immediately took advantage of. However, because Third Nova had been preoccupied with expelling Fourth Nova, he missed the boat, resulting in him falling behind the others. This felt like a coincidence on the surface, but Leonel was quite certain that this coincidence was actually a perfectly timed scheme with excellent execution. It was just unfortunate that Sixth Nova had to be the one to suffer. With Fifth Nova, Sixth Nova, and Fourth Nova all gone and dealt with, there were only 4 heirs of the Morales family remaining, and only 3 of which, including Leonel, who had any real territory. As expected, Third Nova wasn't very happy about this change at all. It felt like his lead was being swallowed up, so he couldn't remain idle for long. Properation, with C, and Arius a first 9, with C and Arius of the state of a, CAD, with C and Arius 1 and Arius 1. Arius 1 and Arius Stateva of the Stateva. Not long after that moment, he became the first to enter the gold grade, and while the others were scrambling to lock down and ensure others couldn't snatch their new territory, he swallowed up all of Fourth Nova's old territory for him. Due to this, Third Nova was able to make up for his slight slip, and he began making a big push toward the air grade. However, this was when the details of an explosive battle was relayed, and surprisingly, this time it had little to do with Morales' family. For some reason, this huge clash came between the Suillard family and the spiritual faith. Leonel couldn't help but narrow his gaze when he read about this information. That was because he was still wondering about what danger Third Nova possessed, and whether or not he truly had a connection with the Suillard family or not. Obviously, Leonel felt that observing the Suillard family was one of the best ways to gain an understanding of what might be going on. For the Suillard family, who had mostly remained silent since the start of these air wars, to suddenly get into a conflict with yet another power that hadn't done much since the start of the air wars felt off. It was almost like they were putting on a play for others, but it was also because it was so obvious and blatant that Leonel felt that it was a bit ridiculous on its face. If they wanted to scheme, shouldn't they come up with a more clever method? The spiritual faith was probably a thorn at the side of many of the most powerful powers of the human domain. How could the likes of Shield-Crossed Stars and the Void Palace be okay with a religion that so blatantly worshipped another race? In truth, the spiritual race was so powerful that they very rarely took the initiative to attack anyone. Even if the human domain faced danger from other races in the future, the odds that this threat would come from the spiritual race was minimal. Even so, no one had to think to answer what the spiritual faith would do if the day came that the spirituals did have such ill intentions. Just like that, one of the most powerful forces of the human domain would defect without a second thought. The Zoltine faith was similar as they worshipped the nomad race. Leonel had already personally been to one of their shrines. These people had little regard for the human race despite being human themselves. Leonel felt that there was a secret to this matter. Despite the fact he had improved so much and seen so much of the human domain by now, he had still yet to meet one of these so-called gods. The evergreen goddess, the Zoltine god, the spirituals god, he had always thought that they were real people. His father's dictionary had made it clear that this was the case. So where were they? How could such individuals not participate in something that had captured the attention of the entire human domain? These thoughts had always been swirling around in the back of Leonel's mind, which was why when he heard about this battle that made little to no sense, his antennas were immediately placed in an upward position. However, what baffled Leonel even more was the truth behind all of this. After a lot of scouting, and even the use of many strategically placed Cloud Race members, Radlis came back with information that left Leonel speechless. It turned out that Amory, the so-called sword deity, was betrothed to the heir of the spiritual's faith, or, more accurately, the future Lady Pontiff of the faith. For whatever reason, both parties were quite opposed to this marriage, and they could only be described to be at loggerheads. This dislike of one another reached the point that they even fought on this sort of stage. However, after a battle that lasted the better part of a day and spread like wildfire, it settled down without a victor, and there were even clear signs of both parties freely entering and exiting their adjacent territories. Even without it being described in so many words, the conclusion was obvious. An alliance. Chapter 2019 only? Chapter 2019 only? Leonel didn't even frown at this realization, his expression indifferent. He always moved with the worst-case scenario in mind. He already imagined that these air wars would end with him facing off against many enemies at once. Whether they teamed up now or later made no difference to him. What he cared about more were the implications. It seemed that the spirituals were uncaring about most of what happened in the universe. This was something he had become greatly aware of after reading the records of the Void Palace. There were many instances of other races attacking the human domain through the Void battlefield, but none of the spiritual race doing so. Even if a family had an alliance with the spiritual faith, it wouldn't be seen as a red flag to most. One also had to consider the stance the human domain had toward other races as well. Compared to the greater universe, the human domain was fairly lax with other races, or, at the very least, there was no systematic movement to get rid of them. The Oryx could thrive just fine, while the likes of Yuri were even allowed to enter the Void Palace. This made it clear that the human domain didn't usually act against other races. However, the problem of Third Nova was making Leonel second and third guess this matter. Another interesting matter also happened to be the Swayard family's lineage factor. Much like the Morales family, the Swayard family had two lineage factors, not one like most other families. This was why they were seen to be on par with the Morales. They had the strength to back up such thoughts. The Swayard family had the sword domain lineage as well as the blazing devil lineage factor. Parchis. Oddly enough, Leonel felt that the Swayard family was quite a bit like the Morales in this regard as well. Their lineage factor was very demon-like, maybe even more so than the Morales. Leonel could still remember how Mary's eyes had reddened that day the second time they fought. In the end, he was forced to suppress himself so that his tribulation didn't erupt ahead of time. From Leonel's understanding, their lineage factors similarly strengthened their bodies. Aside from that, it gave them great affinity with Dark Force, in addition to having several other auxiliary benefits that wouldn't have been listed in the Void Library. These would account for techniques similar to Metal Body and Divine Armor. Leonel would have no way of knowing the true details until he forced them out of Ameri. Then there would likely also be his ability index to deal with. Whether it was the first or second encounter they had, Leonel knew that he had never fought Ameri's best. The first time he had been suppressed by the Vital Star Force, and the second time he had been suppressed by his tribulation. Regardless of how you looked at it, he would be a powerful opponent, and, unlike with Nazag, Leonel couldn't directly strip away one of his strongest abilities. However, also unlike Nazag, Leonel had a great will to crush Ameri in the worst way possible. At that moment, Leonel suddenly thought of something and his gaze narrowed. He sent a message to Radlis after a while and threw the thought to the back of his mind as he continued through the events. After the Swayard and spiritual faith clearly allied, they once again fell into dormancy, doing nothing much more. However, not long after that, First Nova and Third Nova had their first clash. This clash occurred in the open waters, but for an unknown reason, it didn't continue to a point of no return, and they both retreated without any results. Of course, this was actually a clash between Vega and some of Third Nova's subordinates rather than First and Third Nova themselves, but Radlis had still added this to the report as Leonel had asked for everything of significance. Following this, Third Nova clashed with the Ram family. However, just when it seemed that he would claim victory, he suddenly retreated, rushing back to his territory to find that his city walls had fallen. Leonel felt that, once again, Second Nova had struck. But what he didn't know was how Second Nova had managed to do this without detection to a gold-grade territory. He could only speculate that Second Nova had taken some time to clear dungeons and claimed a gold-grade version of the silver-grade wall, destroying rewards he had previously gained. There was no easy way to rebuild the walls after they had been destroyed. The only methods were to rebuild it by hand, to find a reward that could replace them, or to undergo an upgrade challenge. But taking on the air-grade challenge without walls was nothing short of suicidal. Third Nova was thwarted again, and he seemed to be in a bad situation. After investing so much into a gold-grade territory, he couldn't just abandon it, and he had yet to gather enough points to take on the air-grade challenge even if he wanted to take the risk. Without a choice, Third Nova could only set aside his ideas of conquest and began to accumulate. He dispersed his subordinates with the goal of claiming and clearing as many challenges and dungeons as was possible. When Leonel got to this point, his eyes narrowed. As expected, there was a clash. No, more accurately, there was a speculated clash. The Umbra family didn't manage to get eyes on it. All they could do was speculate. Leonel's heart skipped a beat. To him, it was obvious. Second Nova had diverted Third Nova's attention, giving him no choice but to spread out his army and give up his greatest advantage, numbers. Then, Kira and Second Nova could take Third Nova on without the disadvantage. However, out in Morales family's flagship, the sound of a crying woman echoed. Kira's tears fell like a torrential storm, holding Oren, who was continuously coughing up black blood. Ancestor Hito opened his eyes and frowned, an expression that even the ancestors of the Morales had never seen from him. He's been poisoned. I have no method of dispelling it. This is only something that the Oman family can cure. Chapter 2020. Poison. Chapter 2020. Poison. Not many had seen the battle between Third Nova and Second Nova. It could even be said that the latter had wanted it this way. He attacked right when it seemed that Third Nova was about to enter a state of slow expansion. After watching the air wars for many days already, the novelty had worn off and many were entirely focused on whichever region had the most action. As such, quite a few had no idea who had even injured Second Nova to begin with. Even the Morales ancestors were quite clueless. Since poison was used, the immediate assumption was the Pius family, and Oren and Kira did nothing to refute this. For whatever reason, they didn't want to describe what had happened, and maybe that was always the plan. Despite Kira's crying, Oren couldn't seem to hear or feel anything but a spine-tingling pain. He looked up toward the starry skies, his lips pressed into a line. Maybe he had never thought that things would end like this. Ancestor Hito was indeed correct. Maybe only the Oman family would have a method of dealing with this. While the Pius family worked with poisons, their methods weren't conventional. As they relied on their unique force and its manipulation, they didn't concoct poisons and create antidotes like many other poison masters. Instead of this, they trained their poison force to be able to do the work of creation and immunity itself. The trouble with this approach, though, was that while Pius family members could purge themselves and one another from poison, it was impossible for them to use this method on others. Trying to use poison force on someone without poison force affinity to dispel poison was like pouring oil onto an already burning fire. Even if the Pius family had been the ones to poison Oren, their help was next to useless in this regard. The only one that could help would be the Oman family and their force pill crafters. The Oman family was the only family with the skill to dispel such a high-level poison. In fact, they would probably need one of their best gold-grade force pill crafters to do the job as well. A normal force pill crafter would have no chance. That was Ancestor Hito's observation, and they understood it intimately. ch2001. Jie wanted to immediately get up and beg the Oman family if she had to, but before she could even stand to her feet, she felt a strong grip on her wrist, a grip firmer than anything Oren should have been able to muster given his current state, and yet he had found the strength. The Morales family doesn't know weakness. Oren continued to stare into the skies, his expression blank and his lips once again pressing into a thin line. His grip on Kira's wrist didn't weaken, and it even seemed to tighten as time went on. It was as though he knew that he was growing weaker, so he tried his best to compensate. Kira writhed and struggled. "I'm not a Morales, let me go." However, Oren didn't seem to hear her, his eyes slowly closing. He took deep and steady breaths steadier than anyone would have expected of him at this moment. He seemed to be at peace, his vice grip holding on to Kira firmly. A Salvatine doesn't show weakness either. The words entered Kira's ears and she shuddered, her tears falling even faster. The Morales ancestors watched with dark expressions. Oran had already made his stance quite clear. They would only be slapping his face if they asked for help now. They didn't know how long Oren would last for, but it likely wouldn't be very much time. Any poison with such potent effects couldn't possibly take too long to deal with a seventh-dimensional existence. Who did this to you? Ancestor Alvaro asked, his gaze red with fury. He didn't look toward the Oman family even once. He knew if he did, he would lose himself to rage and begin this war even before the air wars ended. In the history of the air wars, no Morales had ever died, not since their no-killing rule had been established. It was an event that was supposed to promote harmony and healthy competition, not bloodshed. It was these people who had forced this event to be this way. It was they who had demanded bloodshed. It was they who wanted to enter for a chance to take Leonel's head. It was they who wanted to knock the Morales down a peg. They who let their greed guide their judgment. He could imagine their snide sneers and upturned noses. They might very well have a force pill that could save Oren's life right this moment in any one of their rings, but they would never step forward to give it over. Just thinking about it infuriated Ancestor Alvaro to the point he enough to infuriate the Morales ancestors beyond compare. They should have had 7 shining beacons into the future, but now it trembled. This was one of their best generations yet. Just the loss of one was enough to infuriate the Morales ancestors beyond compare. They should have had 7 shining beacons into the future, but now it seemed that one would lose his life here. Aren said lightly, his eyes still closed. It will be up to First Nova and Littlest Nova now. To the side, Sixth Nova's expression flickered with a complicated light. He had, indeed, been eliminated by Orin, but he didn't hold a grudge. It just meant that he was inferior. He gripped his fists tight. The only thing he regretted was not still being inside to deal with who had placed Second Nova in this state. The gazes of the Morales family members all turned red one after another, the space around their fists creaking and trembling. Their fury was stifling, a different sort of silence falling entirely. It seemed that they couldn't wait to unleash their fury. The stars in the distance turned crimson and space itself quaked. This time, the Morales family was truly infuriated. Chapter 2021, Lost. Chapter 2021, Lost. Orin lost, Leonel said lightly. It was hard to believe. The strength that Orin had displayed before him, albeit just a small amount, was substantial. Just to counter him and Kira, Leonel not only had to use his second-tier armor, he also had to actively use his ability index in battle for the first time in a while. Ever since Leonel left the Tribulation Zone, whether subconsciously or not, he had stopped relying on his ability index in battle. The speed of improvement he had made in the way of the spear during his time in the Tribulation Zone spoke for itself. He would just be too stubborn if he chose to ignore the evidence right before him. Over time, he was slowly finding a balance between relying on his intelligence and his innate talent to slowly move forward and improve. However, it wasn't an easy balance to find. The last time he had had a breakthrough in this regard was during his battle with Miguel. This was all to say that Orin was the first person since he exited the Tribulation Zone and had such a big boost in his power that had actually made Leonel go so far. He had used not only all 10 of his star, he had used his 5th dimensional life-grade divine armor and his ability index. These three things should have practically made Leonel undefeatable within the younger generation, but he could tell that both Orin and Kira had held back a great deal. So, how had they lost to Third Nova anyway? There were only two explanations. Each was dangerous for its own reasons. The first was the most obvious, and that was that Third Nova was simply that strong. Even after dispersing his subordinates, he still had enough strength remaining to take on both Kira and Oron without a problem. In this case, the problem was obvious. He was far too powerful, maybe more powerful than Leonel could fathom. If the battle had ended quickly enough that others, and even the Umbra family, couldn't find out the details about it, this was a testament to how large the gap between Third Nova and Second Nova had been. The second was that Third Nova had been prepared for Orin and only pretended to disperse his people while keeping his strongest subordinates by his side. Maybe he had even laid a trap just for Orin to fall into it. The problem with this case was that Third Nova was incredibly scheming and intelligent. It implied that after Orin's 2 attempts at thwarting him, he had already seen through the fact that someone was targeting him and took appropriate precautions. He was ready for Second Nova's appearance from the very beginning. This was shocking because Leonel had seen Orin's level of caution firsthand. In fact, now that Leonel thought about it, Orin's methods of weakening Third Nova in the beginning seemed to smell of his lack of assurance and victory. It might have made sense for Orin to try and disperse Exavnik's people, but what was the purpose of clearing Sixth Nova's territory? One could argue that was to force Exavnik into a more desperate situation which eventually led to the outcome Orin wanted, but Leonel wasn't so sure about that. He felt that Orin had felt that he was going to lose. But none of Orin's actions seemed to line up. Why did he keep this a secret? Did he inform the elders ahead of time? If he did, why did the Morales allow Exavnik to participate? Wouldn't it have been better to deal with him directly? Leonel didn't believe that the Morales were the type of family to get tied up in tradition and red tape. They would definitely ignore their own rules if they had a good enough reason to do so. It all seemed to circle back to the same point. The only reason Orin was acting in secrecy all this time to begin with, his demon origins. How is it connected? Leonel was in the middle of a battle with an air grade while trying to digest this information suddenly came to a complete stop. He was even swallowed whole by the air grade beast, but he made no attempt to stop it, his body frozen in place. Suddenly, the air grade threat was shredded to pieces from the inside out. Leonel appeared in the depths of the ocean, his absolutely domain raging around him. Leonel suddenly took a step, his speed blazing as he shot out of the ocean like a jet, quickly making his way back to his city. He had just received news that the others had finally found another unique territory. It was time to action. At the same time, Leonel's gaze couldn't help but grow with a fiendish light. Why would Orin keep all of this a secret? The only real explanation seemed to be that exposing Third Nova would likewise assumed there was very likely a shadow faction within the Morales that was more aware of this than others. Expose himself. If Leonel was correct, not only was the Morales family's ties to the demon race much deeper than he had originally assumed, there was very likely a shadow faction within the Morales that was more aware of this than others. There was a very obvious clue here. In order for Orin to be born, a Morales had to mingle with the demon race enough to, maybe not necessarily fall in love, but to at least copulate and have a child. This wasn't a small instance of interaction at all. In the best-case scenario, the Morales had ties to the demon race in small, benign increments. In the worst-case scenario, the Morales family had always had the roots of the Three-Finger cult within it. In fact, these roots were so deep that if someone like Exavnik managed to become the heir, it would be enough to shift the tides in the family, so much so that those that had once been in the shadows could see the light of day once more. Leonel suddenly understood that he wasn't the only one using these air wars as a stepping stone toward something much larger. A flicker of crimson danced within Leonel's eyes. Okay, Exavnik, let's play. Bang! Leonel landed, and the entire ice island boomed and quaked, threatening to shatter to pieces beneath his might. Important announcement below. 4, C. Chapter 2022, Water Lotus. Chapter 2022. Water Lotus Leonel appeared in his ice island city, his attention immediately turning to James, who tossed over a glass orb to him. When Leonel saw what was in it, his expression flickered for a moment. He had already guessed that the unique ocean territories wouldn't all be exactly the same, but this one was actually quite different. Of course, the name uniquely spoke for itself, but its unique attributes changed Leonel's plans a bit. At the very least, he couldn't be in as much ease as he had hoped. The unique ocean territory this time was probably more accurately called a unique water territory instead. If this was called an ice island territory, then this unique water territory would be quite accurately called a water lotus territory. Rather than forming a huge island of ice, it formed a huge island in the form of a blooming lotus. This didn't seem like a big deal until you understood that a water lotus was a freshwater plant. While it can handle slightly salty water, specifically brackish water, which is a combination of river waters and ocean water, it wouldn't be able to live in a full-on salt body of water. In line with this water lotus territory would turn the surrounding territory into a freshwater body. The surrounding 10% of territory would become pure fresh water, while the remaining 90% would be brackish. This was actually good, if this had been Leonel's only territory. This was because there was a permanent debuff to oceanic creatures who entered this territory's waters. Within the brackish water, they would experience a 20% reduction to their strength. In the fresh water, they would lose as much as 50% of their strength. Of course, this scaled with the city's grade. A gold grade city could limit the strength of up to the gold grade, while an air grade city would be able to infect even air grade threats. However, there was a very obvious problem here. Paba, Leonel's army of stingrays, were saltwater creatures. As a result, they were subject to the very same debuff. This was the obvious downside of this city. There were no freshwater creatures in the region to begin with. This was the ocean. And unless you bought freshwater creatures from the Water Lotus City itself, you would be out of luck. There were fresh bodies of water on the supercontinents, but Leonel didn't have the time to divert his attention to them in an attempt to find freshwater creatures on a large enough scale for them to be useful. And there was obviously the largest problem. Leonel didn't have the time to spare to make another huge batch of armors. Leonel took a breath and exhaled, his gaze frighteningly calm. It wasn't impossible to find freshwater creatures. He owned the entire supercontinent and thus had a method of scanning the entire territory for what he needed. The issue was that doing so was useless for the reason of time. Anyone else would be ecstatic to receive such a territory, but Leonel's own skill had ironically painted him into a corner. This situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. After all, these debuffs would be suffered by the creatures of the upgrade challenge as well. That meant his stingrays and the enemy would be on the same playing field, but the larger problem would be if Leonel was ever attacked. There was no telling if others had access to freshwater creatures or not, or maybe even creatures who could exist in both. How pathetic would it be if he was suddenly at a disadvantage in his own territory? The other problem was that because this territory came with such a large advantage right from the outset, the benefits one could get afterward was limited. Leonel tossed the territory reward up and caught it again, his mind spinning with several thoughts. Seems that it's time to reveal another trump card. Call the commanders of the Skies family here. It wasn't long before a long line of Skies family members stood before Leonel. All of them had on extremely respectful expressions, which was a far cry from how things had been just a month or so ago. They were the only group Leonel had never sent out on missions, so everything Leonel had done, they had personally witnessed. The kind of strength Leonel could display at such a young age left them in complete awe. All of them were less than 100 years old and were relatively young as a result. Seeing the difference between them let them understand why it was their patriarch had lowered his head. It's about time, you all prepare yourselves. Leonel waved a hand. Exchanging several million points, he brought out over 100 spatial rings. The generals of the Skies family that he had appointed already knew what these rings were for, so, without a word, they immediately turned and left, rushing to get into place one after another. Leonel turned back to the others. For the next half day, stay outside this range of waters. After issuing his orders, Leonel flashed and vanished. With great speed, he found the location of waters he wanted and threw the Water Lotus orb out. It immediately burst from its glass orb and expanded wildly, surging out in all directions until it formed an enormous lotus. Large and thick green pads extended from the sides, while in the center, a gorgeous pink flower bloomed, its thin petals gently waving in the wind. For extra defense, the green pads could close, though it took a few hours to finish, so this had to be done well in advance. It could be said, though, that this territory was designed to be purely defensive. If he wanted it to be a death trap, it would be up to him. One after another, over the horizon, the Sky's family members dashed across the water's surface, swiftly catching up with Leonel. Leonel's gaze sharpened as he sent forward several more rewards, triggering the bronze upgrade challenge and then the silver and gold upgrade challenges right afterward. Chapter 2023, Crack. Chapter 2023, 3 CRA. Leonel dispersed the challenges with instant clear reward. His gaze narrowed as the Sky's family took up their position on the large greed pads. The current Sky's family members didn't look anything like they had before. There were still only about 10,000 of them, but since the beginning of the Air Wars they had been wearing the very same simple linen clothing. But now, each one of them wore radiant armor, their foreheads fitted with a tight headband that seemed reminiscent of a simple crown. The drama on the night side supercontinent was so great at the moment that many were still focusing on what was happening there, especially since Leonel had entered a bit of a lull since clearing his first section of the sea. But suddenly seeing that he had gained another special territory, the expressions of many couldn't help but become serious. If Leonel succeeded, wouldn't this mean that he would claim half of the ocean for himself? Combining this with an entire supercontinent, wasn't this far too much? Many saw the clear problem with this strategy though. Leonel already had a shortage of people. What good was it to have this much territory? He should be attacking the others before they could gather any more people. This was his best chance. There was only one explanation for this. Leonel wanted to prevent others from benefiting from the ocean. It was ambitious, more than they understood. Leonel's every action always seemed filled with so much confidence. It was clear that he did nothing by half measures. He was ambitious when he needed to be. He drew back when caution was needed. He schemed better than most they had seen, and the sharpness of his mind seemed to be on another level. Subconsciously, many realized that even when they couldn't explain why Leonel was doing something, they subconsciously believed that he had a good reason for doing so. This was a subtle and yet prominent change occurring all across the human domain. Leonel couldn't be sure of the mind of others, but he had clearly planned on this kind of change. There was a reason he hadn't just started the domain war, and momentum was only part of the reason. He was far too unknown. Most knew his father, but not him. He wanted to show this human domain that his own merits were enough to crush them. Leonel's gaze suddenly blazed to life as he fused 2 more gold-grade city cores into the Water Lotus City. Without hesitation, he shot into the air, overlooking the waters. They had become much clearer, the smell of fresh water filling the air. It was intoxicating and filled one with a sense and calm. They were so clear that one could almost see to the bottom of the ocean despite its ridiculous depth. It was an absolutely gorgeous sight. But as soon as it appeared, it vanished beneath the wildly churning waters. At that moment, the members of the Skies family all roared out at once. The clear skies above began to roll as a dense body of dark clouds began to make their way over. Their armors began to glow fiercely, strong pillars of gold light filled with lightning runes rising up and piercing the thick cumulonimbus clouds. Leonel watched this silently, unmoved by the churning lightning just above his head. The reality was that saltwater conducted lightning with far greater ease than freshwater. One would think that if Leonel wanted to use the Skies family, he should have used them during his first air grade upgrade challenge instead of now. But this was actually the wrong way to view things, albeit an easy mistake to make. Lightning always chooses the path of least resistance. That meant that if one was in water that conducted it with greater ease, your odds of surviving wouldn't be lesser, it would actually be much greater. What did this mean? Simply put, the damage that could be done in freshwater was far beyond that of what could be done in saltwater, and that was because it was more difficult for lightning to pass through freshwater, and as such the odds it would choose to pass through your body instead was far higher. The moment Leonel saw that the surrounding and immediate 10% of his Water Lotus territory would become purely freshwater, it clicked into place for him, and he realized that this was the absolute best time to use the Skies family. Of course, things weren't so simple as they seemed on the surface. "Kill," Leonel said lightly. The gazes of the Skies family members flashed, their pillars of lightning expanding into the waters before them. At that moment, just as the oceanic beasts began to appear one after another, they were first hit by a wave of weakness after entering the freshwater. Then right afterward, they were swallowed up by a sea of lightning. The harrowing cries of hundreds of millions of oceanic beasts echoed as the skies flashed with arcs of lightning that pierced downward again and again. Bang, 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 rumble. The air-grade generals froze, unable to move. They writhed in pain, their skin quickly charring beneath the menacing sea of gold. Leonel calmly took out his bow and pulled back its string taut. The smell of frying flesh filled the air. The gold-grade threats could hardly last a few seconds before they were fried to ash. Only the air-grade threats seemed capable of holding on, but they were entirely paralyzed. To Leonel, they were nothing more than unmoving targets. With an exhale, Leonel released his arrow, tearing a hole 10 meters across in the head of an enormous colossal squid. Clearing this would be even easier than the first air-grade upgrade challenge. Thought mine easy, eh? Across the ocean, located on the ocean's floor near an underwater volcano, a city was located. If others had been paying attention, they would be quite shocked, as this underwater city was actually already at the gold grade, a rare find even at this stage. In fact, the only two with such a city were Leonel and Third Nova, or so most thought. However, at that moment, a large change took place. Orynik's expression changed, but it was already too late. Crack, the city core broke, and the entire city was uplifted and shoved outward. They were expelled from the sea, their city forcefully relocated to another section of the ocean. Chapter 2024. An hour. Chapter 2024. An hour. Orynik stood stunned. What had just happened? He didn't even remotely have a good explanation. The more he thought about it, the more baffled he was. Was it some sort of special reward? But according to his calculations, Gold Grade should be the highest level city currently. It had to be remembered that the supercontinents only spawned dungeons and challenges equivalent to the territories it was in. This meant that if one wanted a reward higher than the air grade at this point, according to Orynik's calculations anyway, one would have no choice but to enter the ocean. This was the only place that would spawn such challenges ahead of time. Orynik didn't believe that a gold grade reward could expel his city like it had just now, even cracking its city core. Such a thing would completely unbalance the situation. So did that mean that someone had been just lucky enough to clear an air grade dungeon with this sort of reward? But even that didn't make any sense, because that would have to mean that they were targeted in specific. They had been completely secretive and had definitely flown under the radar. Plus, who could even reach them currently? They only had such freedom so deep because of the rain beasts. Orynik threw that idea out and assumed that it must be some sort of large area of effectability, but just how large could it be? He didn't believe that anyone could sneak up on them, and they had already claimed a large region with their special territory, so if anything had appeared, they would have been alerted on their territory map the moment someone encroached. In order for them not to notice, the range of such a thing would have had to be enormous, hundreds of kilometers at the very least, and that once again brought him back to his original deduction, it had to be an air-grade reward. But that was impossible. Orynik took a breath and exhaled. Often, the simplest deduction was the right deduction. Someone formed an air-grade territory. Not only that, but they succeeded in claiming the entire sea for themselves. As a group with a unique ocean territory, Orynik, of course, knew about claiming a sea. He was actually working as fast as possible to get to that level as soon as possible. But just when he felt like he was getting close, all of his hard work had been destroyed. No, it's not over yet. There were obviously two choices before him. The first was repairing the city through fusion, while the second was attacking the person who had done this to them. At that moment, Richard and Montero flashed over from a distance. They landed in the midst of the ruined and cracked city, their expressions just as ugly as Orynik's. "What the hell happened here?" Richard asked. "We've been targeted." "I think someone used an air-grade reward to expel us and claim the sea. How is that possible?" Montero's brows jumped. "It's unlikely, but it isn't impossible. We've run into upgrade rewards and territory rewards. It's likely that someone was lucky enough to stumble into all three that were needed. Potentially one of the Waterforce families. We would have to face off against the Constellation families eventually. You're saying someone managed to gather a unique water territory, which is already rare enough, on top of all of those things? Bullshit. That's the simplest explanation. It's also best that we go forward with this explanation, because if we underestimate the enemy too much, we'll suffer instead." Why did it feel like every time he was close to succeeding, he would be crushed before he could even fully rise? His gaze burned with a furious light, causing the waters to become agitated. "We'll crush them now before they can gain the full benefits of the air-grade territory. They'll be in a lull right after passing such a big trial as well. In addition, although they won't know much about us, their territory map should have alerted them to the fact that they had just pushed a territory out. They won't ever guess that we'll attack them now when we've just suffered a huge blow." Orynik frowned when he heard Richard's words. He could tell that Richard was already slowly losing his patience. However, when Richard continued, his words still seemed to carry some reason. Think about it. Anyone who could find so many rewards in the ocean, albeit lucky, also took quite a bit of effort as well. They've likely taken the same strategy as us in dispersing many of their subordinates into groups to clear as many dungeons and challenges as possible. If they used an upgrade reward to reach the air grade, which makes the most sense, they wouldn't have needed to recall everyone, and they're likely to even expand their radius even further. Now that they had a territory map that expands across an entire sea, there's even more dungeons and challenges to deal with. Before they consolidate and decide to attack other territories with the gains they've made, this is the best chance they'll have, without a doubt. Orynik nodded slowly. Although he had originally felt that Richard was far too eager, after hearing his words, Orynik felt that they held no small bit of logic to them. The reasoning was sound, and he couldn't find anything wrong with it immediately. Even if they were wrong and someone had somehow amassed an army that could clear an air grade upgrade challenge the normal way already, not to mention the point total it cost as well, after fighting such a huge battle, this person would be in quite a sorry state currently. So even in the case he was wrong, there was no better time to attack than now. Orynik nodded slowly. "Let's prepare. We can only take an hour at most." Richard and Montero looked toward another, clearly in agreement. It was clear that they had all agreed on this being the best step. If they retreated now, their chances of victory were next to nothing. Aside from revenge, the rewards of these air wars were far too lucrative. They couldn't give them up. Chapter 2025. Large Chapter 2025. Large Leonel slowly lowered his bow, his eyes narrowing as he looked off in a certain direction. He looked down and scanned the sky's family members. They were indeed in a sorry state. They had just maintained their domain of lightning for several hours. Although Leonel's armor made it a lot easier on them, they would need quite a bit of time to recover unless they used the pods. Return to the ice island, Leonel commanded. Unfortunately, the outposts were always tied to a single city, as in the city they were summoned from. As such, Leonel's convenient teleportation network wasn't useful here. He would have to build up another network for this city that could bridge the gap between the two and make it more convenient. He definitely had the funds to do so, but it would take time because one had to personally place the outposts down in their chosen location. In addition to this, Leonel didn't yet know if he would have the points to spare. That was because he now had 3 trillion more points and another city to potentially upgrade. He would have to decide, once again, whether to save what he had or use it immediately. As Leonel had expected, the options weren't many for the Water Lotus territory. So many of the advantages of the territory were baked into it already that giving it any more upgrade paths would be too overpowered and break the balance of the air wars. The only option Leonel gained was one that allowed him to exchange points for a faster closing time. This closing time referred to the green pads of the Water Lotus entering a defensive position. Right now, it took about 8 hours to close the pads and enter the strongest defensive state of the city. He could spend 1 trillion to half that time, 2 trillion to cut it down to 2 hours, and 4 trillion to cut it down to an hour. For every halving, Leonel would have to pay double the points. Other than this, there were no other options to gain. Leonel narrowed his gaze. He was in a bit of a situation now. He had, indeed, sensed that he had expelled someone from his territory. But just like he had sensed them, they had definitely sensed him. If they were smart, their next action would be to attack him with their full force as quickly as possible. His people were, indeed, dispersed, just as Richard had said. In addition, the Sky's family that had fought by his side were too fatigued for another round of battle. It would take them only 15 minutes for the uninjured among them to recover once they returned, but it would take at least an hour to return and an hour to come back to his side. That was 2.5 hours total. He had just gained 3 trillion points from clearing the air grade challenge. Although there were points to be gained from the dungeons and challenges as well, those points were adjusted to account for individuals potentially having millions of subordinates to begin with. He only gained 100,000 points for dealing with an air grade threat, while the others, in exchange for clearing an air-grade dungeon, might receive anywhere from a few 100 million to a few billion. While this might sound like a lot, one would need to clear 1,000 such dungeons just to get 1 trillion points, let alone the tens of trillions he felt like he needed. I have to release the stingrays and let them start clearing challenges on their own. Leonel shook his head. It seemed that he would have to hold this line alone until the Sky's family could return. Unfortunately, he had also told the others to stay out of this sea due to the danger of the method he was planning on using, so it would take them about an hour to rush to him, and that was if they were wiped out from their dungeon clearing in the first place. With a wave of his hand, Leonel spent all 3 trillion points, cutting the time needed to 2 hours and beginning the closing process. He was feeling a hint fatigued after the battle himself, but the hour he estimated it would take them to get here was more than enough for him. With a step, he appeared on the edge of one of the slowly moving green pads. His bare feet dangled in the clear waters, his expression calm as he closed them, laying his spear across his lap. His breathing seemed to match the rhythm of the slowly churning waters. 2ND. The reason he had claimed this city in the first place was to ensure that no one else could claim a sea for themselves, and he planned to do it twice more. He didn't care even if he had to leave the Water Lotus territory closed into perpetuity. His only goal was to hold this land. What happened with the rest of it didn't matter to him. Oddly enough, this was a rare moment of relaxation for him since the air wars had begun. Listening to the rushing waves as an army approached him, he felt an unprecedented calm. It was a calm that came from the depths of his soul, a confidence built on a track record that ran deep, a blemishless resume. Suddenly, Leonel opened his eyes. By this point, the edge of the green pad he sat upon had raised into the skies, leaving just the smallest gaps to squeeze through. However, the city was still too exposed. In order to stop someone from reaching the city core and claiming the city for themselves, it would take a great deal of effort on his part. The last hour felt as though it had passed in the blink of an eye, but the tranquility of Leonel's gaze was more gentle than even the waves of a serene lake. Even when he saw the large army before him, he was unmoved. Even after he recognized Richard and Oranek, he reacted as though they were nothing more than air. He stood to his feet slowly, holding out his spear from his body and pointing it toward the waters below. If one drew a line from the tip of his spear to the once calm surface, it would be possible to see a gentle ripple spread out, almost as though someone had touched the surface with a finger. And yet, Leonel's spear and spear force was nowhere near it. It was as though the ocean's waters were informing the world that Leonel's presence was much larger than it seemed to be. Chapter 2026, Floating Cotton Balls. Chapter 2026, Floating Cotton Balls. The scene at the front could only be described as shocking. Hovering above the water, what looked like enormous blue cotton balls floated. Each one of these cotton balls was almost a kilometer across at the smallest, and over 10 at the largest. They looked completely harmless, and yet large tendrils of water streamed upward from the once calm surface with such speed that one could almost witness the surface of the ocean dropping millimeter by millimeter. The amount of water these creatures were absorbing was absolutely shocking, and yet it didn't seem to hinder their movements in the slightest. It was clear that the Water Lotus Territory's debuff was completely useless on these enormous creatures as well, and there were easily thousands of them, stretching as far as the eye could see. If it wasn't for their ridiculous size, Leonel had no doubt that there would be even more. On top of these cotton ball creatures, warriors stood. It was a mixture of Aemon, Itazi, and Viola family members. These people were relatively unknown in the human domain, so much so that many had been questioning why Leonel was sitting in silence and doing nothing at all. They had had no idea that such a lineup was coming until now. Realizing that Leonel was actually planning on facing off against such an army alone, the hearts of the spectators shuddered uncontrollably. As for Orenic and Richard, both were very surprised that the one before them now was actually Leonel. Both had believed that this person would more than likely be from a Waterforce family, but when they saw it was the person they wanted to deal with the most, and better yet he was alone, a cold light suffused their irises. Even so, the unhurried calm in Leonel's gaze was especially grating on their hearts. It felt as though they were reliving some of the most traumatic moments of their lives. The loss of the Void Library token that Leonel had snatched from him seemed simple, but just for a chance to enter as a galaxy-ranked disciple, Orenic had lost count of the number of times he had put his life on the line, how much blood he had shed, how many near-death experiences he had withstood, escaping by the skin of his teeth. But without a single regard for anything, Leonel, that boy whose only claim to fame were his parents, had snatched something he had spent years planning for. To this day, that was still the greatest humiliation of his life. He was an exceptionally cautious person, one who only took action when he believed that he had all the cards in his hand, and yet he had been outplayed. For Richard, the hatred was even more deep-seated. His family had been destroyed and uprooted not just once, but twice. Aina had crushed his pride as a man, and the Luxniks had crushed his pride as an heir. By now, he knew that Leonel had played him, forcing him into a corner without raising even a single finger. He could sense the disdain radiating off of Leonel, despite the fact the latter's expression was calm. It was a disregard so deeply entrenched that it made Richard's blood boil, his slightly graying hair dancing in the wind. But Tama Mondadanyen, Montero, the only one of the three without history with Leonel, was the only one looking around and questioning the situation. Where were his subordinates? Were they inside the city? Why didn't he sense them? But it was exactly at that moment that Orenic and Richard spoke at once. Attack! The skies above rumbled and the large tendrils of water tornadoes that the rain beasts were swallowing up shifted. Leonel narrowed his eyes as an enormous wave of water surged toward him. They towered tens of kilometers into the skies, blotting out even the sun in the skies. There was simply nowhere to escape it. Whether it was width or height, both carried the suffocating weight of nature. A bronze aura gently radiated from Leonel as he tilted his head up. Even doing so while standing in the skies didn't allow him to lay eyes on the end of the wave. Slowly, a Tier 2 armor formed over his body trembling lightly just once before he suddenly appeared before the wall of thick water. With a roar, Leonel slashed down, splitting the tsunami in two. As he slashed, Leonel's gaze flickered. He had felt more resistance than he had expected. Although the tsunami-like wave was large, between his water force control and spear force, it shouldn't have been too difficult. But this water held a different sort of character. Leonel realized that these creatures weren't just spraying water around, they were controlling it. They were large, floating, breathing water force domains. That meant he had only just split the wave when it began to crash down around him. If it was just a wall of normal water, it would have fallen and collapsed. Even if it managed to maintain its form, it would have continued its forward momentum. But this one abruptly stopped and collapsed around him like a rain of fists weighing millions of kilograms. Leonel's gaze blazed to life, and his 10 stars appeared to his back, his aura surging. He took a step forward and vanished through his starry light domain. When he appeared again, his divine armor was billowing with dense blue nebulae like fog, his aura soaring once again. His void star force, stars twinkling, trembling once and ripping the control of the tsunami from the wall of beasts. Leonel felt a bead of sweat fall down his brow, his heart skipping a beat. Just now, he felt the tug of not just one rain beast, but dozens. They were sharing control of these waters, making stripping the control away several times more difficult than it should have been. Even so, Leonel's spear didn't pause. With a sweep, his spear followed a wide arc. The tsunami to his back became a sharp, slicing wave, and it surged toward the oncoming army. However, the rain beasts made no attempt to fight back. They only continued to float forward slowly, their size still expanding. When Leonel's slicing wave hit them, their cotton bodies rippled slightly before all the water was swallowed up and they grew another size. Leonel's gaze couldn't help but narrow. Chapter 2027, Sneer. Chapter 2027, Sneer. Richard sneered. Even the unmodified rain beasts at this size were practically immune to water force. Let alone water force, because they could expel so much water at once, their defenses were nigh impenetrable. Punching them quite literally felt like punch, a large ball of cotton. It wasn't just a look, it was a feature. There was a reason the rain galaxy didn't allow them to get this large. Although they were generally harmless, when they grew to a certain size they were almost undefeatable. The only real way to handle them was to take them away from a source of water and allow them to run out of water to use and manipulate, then they would become no less docile than any other domesticated creature. However, Leonel didn't even have this option. Just judging by the closing green pads, Leonel was obviously trying to protect this city. If he wasn't, he would be too foolish. If there was no one here, snatching the city core wouldn't even take any effort at all. Knowing this, how could Leonel lead the rain beasts away from a water source? The entire terrain was the water source. The shore was literally hundreds of kilometers away. Although Leonel had thought about placing the water lotus closer to the shore, he would be giving up its greatest ability in doing this, that being the debuff of fresh water. However, even that was ironically useless in this situation. It had actually taken so much effort just to rip water force from the tsunami wave just now. Leonel couldn't even imagine what it would take to strip them of the water inside their bodies, especially since there were thousands of them, easily. There are only two explanations for this. Either these beasts have a massive weakness that I haven't spotted yet, or they were trying to be secretive. Leonel couldn't see how these three had only made this much progress with this kind of trump card. If Leonel had had these rain beasts, not only would he had not needed to expose several trump cards, he would have already claimed the entire ocean for him and would probably be making a move onto the Nightside continent right this moment. Suddenly, Leonel's gaze flickered. I see, he had found the weakness. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite as groundbreaking as he hoped. This weakness was simply that it took the rain beasts a great deal of time to reach this state. In this state, these rain beasts were easily worth 10,000 points each. It was likely that Orenic and Richard had chosen to exploit the same loophole that the Leo family had and imported them with just 1 point. Due to this, they had to grow these beasts themselves, causing them to waste a lot of time. If this time was removed, the fastest to form a gold grade territory wouldn't be Leonel, it would in fact be these three. If Leonel hadn't ruined their plans, they would also have been the first to form an air grade territory. If they had been allowed to grow undisturbed, the likelihood that they would have claimed victory in these air wars would likely have been won by them. Leonel's lip curled, his sneer seemingly entirely displaced given the situation. He didn't feel lucky, nor did he sigh in relief. He hadn't been lucky. The reason he had chosen to push forward with claiming all the seas for himself was precisely to avoid a situation like this one. This was the benefit of being proactive and knowing when to push and when to be conservative. As far as Leonel was concerned, he didn't feel like he was backed into a corner. In fact, he felt that there was no better time to deal with this threat. Leonel held out his spear just as Richard and Orenic began to feel a bubbling rage caused by his reaction. They couldn't believe that even now Leonel dared to look down on them, but it was then that his aura suddenly pierced into the skies. Star fusion, King's might. Bang! A wild whirlpool formed beneath Leonel's feet. The crowding clouds above seemed to be under the same spinning force, a vortex taking shape both above and below him. Leonel held out his spear, and at that moment his body trembled, forming a clone, then a second, then a 10th, and a 100th. Soon, the number of Leonels seemed to dwarf even the large army before him, and they all surged forward at once. Orenic's gaze narrowed. Target that location. He had seen this ability from Leonel before, or so he thought. The technique he had seen was one Leonel had picked up from Valiant Heart Mountain. It was nothing more than an illusion of the light. But this one? A wall of water suddenly appeared where Leonel had stood. However, even after it landed, nothing seemed to happen. The other clones continued forward without dispersing, appearing around the army and attacking all at once. Right then, several Leonels appeared before Orenic and the others, his spear slicing down. Kill, Richard ordered. They stood upon the largest of the rain beasts. It was almost 20 kilometers across. Even though Leonel had appeared before them, he was still easily 10 kilometers away. It was almost impossible to even create an attack of that scale, let alone reach them. The water beneath the rain beast shifted and surged toward the oncoming Leonels. The three didn't feel like they even had to move an inch, but what happened next left them without words. Emperor's edict. In the blink of an eye, the rain beast that had been almost 20 kilometers in diameter suddenly vanished. Those spectating blinked. But when they looked closer, they realized that it hadn't vanished. No, it had shrunk back down to the size of a palm. And as for the waters it had taken several days to absorb, it was hovering behind Leonel as though a miniature planet. Wielding it like a weapon, Leonel's slash continued, his gaze filled with a menacing light. Chapter 2028, Harsh Reality. Chapter 2028, Harsh Reality. Before Orenic, Richard, and Montero could react, half of their subordinates died. It was as though everything had been reversed instantaneously. The moment Leonel had grasped the weakness and the strengths of the rain beasts, it was over. His clones surged forward, slaughtering the people of the Viola, Eamon, and Atazi family. They used a strong spatial force to dodge out of the way of the other water force attacks, and took down an enemy at a time with single strokes. The general warriors of these three families were no stronger than the Skies family. Their only real strength came from the rain beasts and their special strengths. How could they withstand even a single blow from Leonel's clones, let alone Leonel himself? Orenic seemed to see red. His immaculate style of dress immediately became disheveled as the rain of water from above ruined his perfectly groomed hair. In just a single attack, he had lost his air of superiority in its entirety. Leonel's figure flashed as he grabbed the now palm-sized rain beast out of the air. He stood silently in the skies, observing it as though the battle around him had little to do with him. Fear gripped Montero. Leonel stood no more than 100 meters from them, having crossed such a large distance as though it was nothing. Watching his people fall around him, his heart trembled uncontrollably. Unable to withstand the impact anymore, he reached for his badge, crushing it. Leonel looked up from the adorable ball of blue cotton in his hand. In its small size, it felt much more like a living, breathing creature. It rolled around without any sort of concept of danger, making odd blooping sounds as it rolled around. It was clear that it was harmless and as innocent as a blank slate, so Leonel didn't care to take his attention from it. Even so, Leonel didn't do anything as Montero escaped, he and the rest of the Eamon family vanishing along with him. Instead, Leonel simply looked up into the skies. "Capture him," he said lightly. Montero appeared in the depths of starry skies, grabbing his heart as he took deep breaths. He had heard Richard and Orenic talk about Leonel all the time. The amount of hatred they had toward him, and their constant fixation on revenge, made it seem as though they were on the same playing field. Although he had heard about some of the feats Leonel had accomplished while in the Void Palace, it was easily drowned out by the feats of others, or just too ridiculous to accept. For example, when Leonel cleared dozens of floors on his first entry into the Void Tower. Even those that had been there didn't believe it, let alone those who hadn't. So, in Montero's eyes, Leonel was always someone that it wouldn't be a problem to deal with if they put their heads together. It was also not helpful that before all of this had happened, his confidence had been slowly growing every day thanks to the benefits he had gained from the Cataclysm Void as an owner of a world spirit. But the moment he had seen Leonel like this, face to face, witnessing his presence, the pressure he gave, his aura, Montero had entirely forgotten how to breathe. The gap was so large that he couldn't even fathom it. Even after several deep breaths, he couldn't seem to calm down at all. And that was when Leonel's eerie voice penetrated his soul. "Capture him." The words echoed to everyone as though Leonel was whispering right into their ears. Just like before, Leonel had bypassed the restrictions of the Dreamforce as though they weren't there. And just like that, everyone who hadn't been paying attention to this clash suddenly couldn't take their eyes off of it. Montero's eyes widened. He felt a cold chill travel up his back, and his head spun toward the Morales family. No, no. I survived fair and square. This isn't right. Is the Morales family going to break its own rules? The Morales ancestors weren't even looking at Montero. If Leonel actually expected them to capture Montero for him, he was sorely mistaken. He wasn't yet the Patriarch, and even if he was, no Patriarch could order around the ancestors as he pleased. The Patriarch was a functionally lower level than them. The position was only to deal with affairs at and below the seventh dimension. They frowned a bit, feeling that Leonel was actually a little too arrogant if he believed this. But before they could go down this line of thought much further, a mass of swirling dark force suddenly appeared behind Montero. It was sudden and quick, so much so that even the ancestors hadn't sensed it until it appeared. Out from within it, a mature beauty stepped out. A long, black dress clung tightly to her curves, a powerful, streamlined body hidden within. It was clear that she had more muscle than the average female, but rather than distracting from her femininity, it accentuated it, making it bolder, more exotic, more beautiful. Everything from her pale, almost transparent skin to her rosy red lips enticed and entranced people. Montero couldn't even react before his arms and legs were suddenly bound, even his lips being covered by a thin black silk. Mordred released a delicate laugh, one that caused the hearts of many to skip. She seemed to be quite assured in her charm, and she wasn't the least beast-shy about using it, her maturity shining through like well-aged wine. With another step, she vanished into her ball of twirling dark force, leaving the line of senses for the other ancestors. No matter how they looked, they couldn't seem to find her at all. Just when everyone thought it was over, a streak of golden light appeared. King Arthur appeared for no more than a single instant before vanishing in another streak himself. However, after a few moments of silence, the flagship of the Eamon family split into two, its members dying one after another. Silence fell over all, a harsh reality settling in. The number of subordinates Leonel had shown weren't his limit. In fact, they were very lucky that the age limit was just 100 years old. If it was just a few decades more, the world would have known the like of King Arthur and his daughter Mordred. Chapter 2029. Two names. Chapter 2029. Two names. The changes were sudden and shocking. Not many knew how to react to it. The strength of Mordred's dark force left many apprehensive, her escape measures deeper than anything they had ever seen before. To be able to hide from even their senses felt too ridiculous. Just who were these people exactly? But maybe even more impressive than that was cutting a flagship in half with a single bound. While the Eamon family was on the much weaker side, a flagship still remained a flagship. Just in terms of sheer size, one would have to be able to levy an attack with a range of at least an entire kilometer within a breath to succeed in such a feat. To do that even in a semi-decent world was one thing, but this was the Morales family's territory. This was a world with that, easily, stood at the pinnacle of seventh-dimensional worlds with very few other seventh-dimensional worlds being comparable. It was the sturdiest environment one could be in without entering the territory of the Void Palace, or obviously entering an eighth-dimensional world. The brows of the Morales ancestors loosened somewhat, though there was also a hint of embarrassment for clearly taking Leonel's words the wrong way. Now that they thought about it, Leonel had never asked them for anything. In fact, unlike their other heirs, Leonel's growth to this point had nothing to do with the Morales family's resources. Even if one wanted to take into consideration the Spear Domain Ring and the Segmented Cube, the former would only be able to be used by those with sharp enough senses and talent in the spear to begin with, while the latter had been passed down through Leonel's family line from the very beginning. When things were put into perspective, it was actually quite nonsensical of them to think that he had been asking for them to act, especially when before the Air Wars even began, Leonel thought to return the Spear Domain Ring and the Segmented Cube. The fact that he hadn't even known these two things about his own treasures meant that Velasco was still the very same Velasco they remembered. He hated to explain anything, even when it was to his own son. As for Leonel's mother, she had been restricted by the rules of the Void Palace all her life. When could there have possibly been time for him to gain the shelter of his parents? In truth, Leonel might even be independent to a fault. Ancestor Alvaro sighed. Quite frankly, he felt bad for even thinking along this line of reasoning, and his impression of Leonel couldn't help but become even better. But although the Morales family had realized their mistake, there would always be some fools who were unwilling to accept it. Nearby, the flagships of the Atazi and Viola families swayed back and forth under the raging explosion. Fear was clearly painted on their faces as they came to realize that their fates might very well be the same. Their only chance of victory was for Leonel to lose to Orinique and Richard, but given how decisively Montero had run, was that even possible? Seeing this as a sort of opportunity, and seemingly still very much unhappy about Leonel using Cloud Race members to win a competition of human geniuses, Cross Elder Avon snorted, his unhappiness painted all across his face. "UA, Morales are truly acting as if I'm not even here. I advise you all return the patriarch of the Iman family now, or don't blame me for being impolite." Avon had been too far away and too slow to react to Arthur and Mordred's sudden appearance. As such, he could only watch as the Iman family was massacred. He had used his senses to scan the region for several moments, but even after so many attempts he still couldn't seem to find the two at all, leaving him a bit frustrated. He had wanted to act against them directly, but how could he if he couldn't even find them? His role here was quite limited. He was meant to be neutral, and Shield Cross Stars hadn't sent even a single genius in, neither did the Void Palace. Or, more accurately, none of the geniuses in line to become the next Void Elders of the Void Palace had participated, as they were also meant to remain strictly neutral. But due to this neutral position, Avon was in a unique position to act on behalf of the Eamon family, which was clearly much too weak to defend themselves. What also helped his methods was the fact that the Morales had already gained the ire of so many thanks to Leonel's actions. If they were casually destroying weaker families now when it was convenient, it was easy to paint the picture that the Morales were trying to get rid of trouble before it became more troublesome to deal with in the future. If he could successfully accuse the Morales of such a thing, the pressure on them would only become more enormous. Of course, nothing Mordred or Arthur had displayed was even remotely connected to them to the Morales. Arthur had clearly used Sword Force and Light Force just now, while Mordred used what had looked like a wand straight out of a fairy tale. But who said all Morales had to use spears? There were many Morales who were born with neither of their lineage factors. In addition, who said they weren't relying on their ability indexes instead? With that sort of reasonable doubt, putting the bullseye on the Morales was all too easy. However, what Cross Elder Avon never expected was for a light laughter, one that was all too familiar and melted the bones as it sped up one's heart rate, would ring out at this moment. I would advise Shield Cross Stars to stay in their lane. We wouldn't want some embarrassing circumstances to leak out, now would we? Mordred's delicate and seductive voice echoed through the starry skies, but even now it was still difficult to tell exactly where it was coming from. Avon's temper was fiery, and he almost immediately lashed out. "You little harlot, why don't you come out and say that to my face?" Mordred laughed. Jorium, Greros. She only spoke out two names, but Avon immediately went pale. Under the shocked gazes of all those present, the blustering Cross Elder, the man whose temper couldn't be calmed by anyone, suddenly sealed his lips. Chapter 2030. Pawn. Chapter 2030. Pawn. Avon had been skeptical about how he and Shield Cross Stars had ended up claiming victory over such a large contingent of the Cloud Race. When he had seen Leonel suddenly come out with so many Cloud Race members who were, essentially, his slaves, he had felt that sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach, that feeling that he had been led by the nose all this time. However, he had managed to ignore it, turning that sinking feeling into a will to target the Morales and blame them for their crimes. The moment Mordred's voice had echoed those two names, though, his entire world came crashing down. He didn't even know the name Jorium because the moment he caught Graros, the latter had used a powerful measure of the Cloud Race to avoid interrogation and entered a deep sleep. But the moment he heard that name, the name of the very patriarch the Cloud Race had been impersonating in the chaotic water sector, it all clicked. Jori must be his real name. The fact that Leonel's subordinates knew his real name meant that Leonel definitely knew more than he had. A lot more. Just the fact that Leonel could make Cloud Race members do his bidding spoke volumes to begin with. All of the Cloud Race members that Shield Cross Stars had captured had all entered that odd coma-like state that made it impossible for even those with Dreamforce and mind-reading ability indexes to get into their thoughts and read their memories. Now, there was simply no denying it. Leonel had been the one to lead him by the nose back then. He was the one that had manipulated them like they were chess pieces. And just when he thought he was making the Ascension Empire suffer by pulling out and making them deal with the host of problems on their own, he had ended up getting rid of Leonel's biggest problem for him, while Leonel himself was probably reclined somewhere, embracing a beauty. The more cross Elder Avon thought about it, the more enraged he was. But even though others could see his face turning a bright shade of red, the metal of the flagship around him slowly melting, he still didn't dare to say even a word. If everyone found out that it was actually Leonel who had been responsible for Shield Cross Star's biggest victory against the Cloud Race, a victory that he had gained so much fame and adoration for, it would be impossible to come back. They had been taking nothing but losses in recent years, and every instance of victory they had was somehow related to Leonel. And yet, they had actually placed a bounty on his head and called him a fugitive. Their image was already in the dumps previously, and it was this victory that allowed them some respite. Avon simply couldn't allow the world to learn about this, at least not now. Mordred's laughter rang through the starry skies. It was exceptionally nice to listen to, but to Avon's it felt like nothing more than needle pricking at his eardrums. His fury could have taken tangible form if he allowed it. The ancestors of the various families, even the Morales, couldn't help but frown. Even if Avon remained silent, speculation was impossible to dodge. But at the same time, the place Leonel had in their hearts only elevated. In the beginning, it had felt ridiculous that Leonel could even compete with those of his generation. But now, he was toying even with ancestors of their level, and the worst part was that he didn't even seem to have to be present to do so. Back in the Air Wars, Leonel looked down from the skies. He didn't need to guess the results. He trusted his people and had no need to doubt them. Whether it was Mordred or Arthur, both of them not only had ability indexes that were incredibly rare and powerful, they were also gifted the same talent of the people of Earth, while also having access to a magic system novel to the human domain. Many of the enemies they faced didn't even know how to face them. The only enemies they had ever struggled against were members of the Cloud Race, which were far more talented than most humans to begin with, and members of the four great families whose strength spoke for themselves. When it came to anyone else, especially within the human domain, they were on a level all to their own. Beneath the 8th dimension, their number of opponents was already very rare. Leonel rolled the rain beast in his hands again. It felt incredibly soft to the touch. He could see why people had adored them as domesticated pets. Even now, he didn't seem to take Orenic and Richard very seriously. Not going to run? Leonel asked lightly. The two clenched their fists so hard that their veins threatened to pop, their force raged through their nodes, and their hearts pumped madly. They had no idea what had happened just now, but the fact that Leonel said capture them made them think that the Morales family had acted on Leonel's orders just now. That made them realize that there was no way out aside from victory. After a moment, Orenic took a breath and exhaled, calming heart. His hands slid into the hems of his robes, one of the very first things he had traded for as a man enamored by his own appearance, and slowly slid them off his shoulders, revealing well-cared-for dark brown skin and a chiseled physique not very much shy of Leonel's own. Richard began to age quite visibly, but his back was still as straight as a javelin. His beard grew and became wizened and gray, billowing in the wind as the hairs on his head grew more sparse and willowy. Suddenly, a dark force erupted from Orenic that finally made Leonel's eyes narrow. I see, Leonel suddenly said. You're actually a pawn of Third Nova. Leonel spoke slowly, his gaze focused entirely on Orenic. Chapter 2031. Go on. Chapter 2031. Go on. Orenic's pupils constricted into pinholes. He wasn't a fool. He could tell that Leonel wasn't baiting him. That sort of confident, indifferent gaze, as though it didn't matter even if Orenic got on his knees and swore to the high heavens that he wasn't involved with Third Nova, told him everything he needed to know. Orenic had spent his life plotting and scheming. Even Richard and Montero had no idea where his truest allegiances lied, although Richard did know a bit more about it. And yet, with just a single slip-up, Leonel had seen right through him. Back then, when Leonel was first entering the Void Palace, no one knew who he was. Even to his own cousins and fellow Nova heirs, he was a nobody. He had never stepped foot into the family, and other than the fact they had a vague idea that he was Velasco's son, there was nothing else. There was no news about him. He had awakened his lineage factors quite late compared to the rest of them, and he was stuck far away in the Milky Way. No one had any idea he was coming to the Void Palace that year. For all they knew, he would never come. Velasco was always a wild card to begin with, and he had a huge vendetta against the Void Palace. It wasn't too impossible to believe that he wouldn't send Leonel at all. It was quite easy to accept, in fact. So the question was, how did it seem like Third Nova was prepared? Manipulating the Senate into taking action wasn't something that could happen in the spur of the moment. What about gaining information about the Rapax and the importance of their next round of birthed eggs? Or maneuvering matters so that the Senate could vote out the stalwart Polearm Party and reduce them back to a legacy faction? All of these were things that took time and effort. This meant that Exavnik had to have had someone who informed him long ahead of time that Leonel was present and would be coming, and who better than Orenic, who had been sent to oversee the selection in the first place. When you looked at things that way, it almost seemed too obvious. Leonel felt quite foolish that he hadn't seen it before, but now that everything was in line, he finally felt that a weight on his shoulders had vanished. Leonel's lip curled when he saw Orenic hesitate. "Go ahead and use your badge to escape. It'll only make things easier on me." Orenic shivered as he remembered the words Leonel had spoken earlier. Could it be that the Morales really had acted on his behalf? Orenic couldn't risk such a thing. He would be crushed without even knowing what happened. How could he match up to an ancestor? They could probably kill him with a single glance. Suddenly, Richard roared, his fury bubbling over. A heavy black-violet rod appeared in his hands as he swung down with all his might, aiming for Leonel's head as he crossed the distance between them. Leon's gaze narrowed. He could feel the peculiarity of Richard's violet force, and he could also feel that the latter's strength had exponentially increased just now. He took a step back and sidestepped, gliding out of the way of the strike with ease. Although his strength had increased, his skill had very obviously not. Richard poured so much focus and attention into the force manipulation of his violent force that he neglected practically everything else. Even when he exchanged his life in such a way, it wasn't enough. "Richard, get out of the way and support me from the back. You're no match for him." Richard's body trembled as he tried to retreat, but Leonel had already taken a step forward and swung a strong fist at his abdomen. He didn't want to kill Richard. In fact, he didn't want to kill any one of them. Of course, that wasn't because he was soft-hearted, but rather because he wanted what they had, whether that was information or their lineage factor. Leonel had no intention of gaining this violet force himself, but he felt that it was a perfect fit for the tentacle womb. What he saw in Richard wasn't a person any longer. All he saw was a resource. To his surprise, though, Richard allowed himself to be hit just so that he could gain a path of retreat. Before Leonel could pursue, he suddenly felt a hint of danger, causing his gaze to narrow. He stopped his forward movement and clasped both hands onto his spear's body, blocking to the side. Bang! Leonel's wrists trembled, but his feet didn't move. Across from him, Orenic wielded two sabers that Leonel couldn't take his eyes off of. Those sabers were definitely the very same twin sabers that Second Nova had used. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted and Leonel's gaze turned malevolent. He was uncaring and indifferent a moment ago, but all of a sudden even the air itself seemed to freeze over. He knew that Second Nova had lost to Third Nova, but he hadn't thought that the latter would have been defeated badly enough to lose even his weapons. Not only had he lost his weapons, but Zavnik was even leisurely enough to pass these sabers off to Orenic. In truth, these sabers were quite bland and unassuming. Most people, even crafters, wouldn't be able to tell them apart from mass-produced instances of such weapons. But who were normal crafters compared to Leonel? He could practically see a craft down to its molecular details with a single glance. If Orenic hadn't already been exposed before him, he would have most definitely been exposed here. What happened to Oren? Leonel's voice was as dark as an abyssal hell. Orenic's gaze narrowed once more, but he didn't say anything, his gaze flashing with a greenish-violet light as an explosion of poison fog filled his surroundings. Leonel immediately recognized this as poison. His mind moved faster than Orenic could fathom. With a quick shift, he swapped places with one of his clones in the distance. He covered several kilometers in a single thought, leaping far outside the range of its influence. That poison, Leonel felt that this wasn't a pre-concocted poison. It had come right from Orenic's body as though it was a lineage factor or ability index. But what surprised him was that Orenic could even produce such powerful poison. Where had that come from? It's branching from his dark force? Is Orenic a demon too? Something isn't adding up. Leonel had met poison demons before. He had steered clear of them. The truth was that Leonel was probably immune to most poisons. Even the ones he wasn't immune to, he had cleansing waters to deal with. However, due to the current state of things, he didn't carry the segmented cube around him. It was needed to mass-produce and process ores. It was also the main source of water and food that his people had. It had to be remembered that due to the suppression of this world, everyone reacted like normal third-dimensional existences would. They needed to sleep once a day, they needed food, and they needed water. The only way to deal with these easily was to use the segmented cube. As for Leonel's own personal immunity that came from his various lineage factors and powerful Scarlet Star Force, he was a bit hesitant to use them directly. He had already learned that in the dimensional verse, underestimating your opponent was a great way to suffer. Huh? Leonel's pupils constricted and he coughed out a greenish-violet fog. He looked up to find that his clone had already been burnt to ash. Orenic's laughter echoed through the air, his face contorting in a fashion that those familiar with him had never seen. Leonel understood immediately. This poison was more sinister than he had originally thought. It couldn't be helped. This was only the second time he had fought a true poison expert, while the first one had been fought by Aina while he watched. That was back when Aina had fought the heiress of the Pious family, Simona. But Aina was entirely immune to all poisons due to her ability index, so it was obvious that this experience wasn't as helpful as it should have been. Orynik's poison was able to target him through his force alone. It was incredibly mysterious. There wasn't even a direct connection between himself and his clone, and yet he had suffered anyway. Leonel's gaze narrowed, and he immediately circulated his Scarlet Star Force, making use of its destruction characteristics to target the poison. But his pupils could only constrict when he realized it was useless. In fact, the poison clashed with his Scarlet Star Force for a moment before the stalemate was suddenly broken, the poison using his Scarlet Star Force as fuel to attack the rest of his body. The echoes of Orynik's mad laughter boomed across the skies. I've waited too long for this. Since you've already exposed me, there's no need for me to hold back any longer. Orynik's lips spread with a wild grin. Go on and use your badge to escape. Returning Leonel's words to him, he felt an endless satisfaction. Chapter 2032, Without Hesitation. Chapter 2032, Without Hesitation. Leonel's clone vanished into a push of green ash. Along his own body, greenish-purple veins began to grow larger and larger in size. He was already incredibly vascular due to his metal body to begin with, but now it was exaggerated to the point of being grotesque. If not for the fact his divine armor was still applying pressure, restricting their growth, it might have looked as though his entire body was covered with squirming, snake-like tumors by now. Even so, Leonel's expression was still cold. He already realized the issue. The Scarlet Star Force he had used just now was from his smaller node. It was only at the 5th dimension. The was a far cry from the 9th-dimensional Scarlet Star Force in his much larger innate node. The limiting factor here wasn't Scarlet Star Force itself, but rather his own limitations. He had thought about allowing his smaller node to grow larger many times, but having a weaker form of Scarlet Star Force in his body made it very convenient to study it. It was akin to simplifying a complex math problem. In addition, it made things much easier on his body when his Scarlet Star Force was weaker. That said, the last time he had improved his Scarlet Star Force innate node was well before he had formed this level of metal body. He knew well that his body could withstand far more now than it could before. In addition, his control over Scarlet Star Force now, after his most recent breakthrough, was akin to night and day. This poison, interesting, poison and venoms alike, might have a wide array of differing functions, but they all had one fundamental goal: to stop a portion of the body from working as intended. The methods by which they could do this were almost too numerous to count. This poison worked by attacking the most important system in the body of a dimensional practitioner, and that was the Force Nodal system. Of course, this system was just an extension of the circulatory system and could be said to be the same thing. It fed on force, catalyzed its own creation, expanding while also forcing blood to pump faster and faster. Usually, when blood vessels dilate, blood pressure drops and blood flow slows. But this poison took on the best of both worlds. Not only did it dilate blood vessels, but it increased blood pressure. Leonel couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The worst part was that any attempt to get rid of this poison through force, unless you had a very specific kind, would only end in making it far stronger. That said, in the midst of Orynik's mad cackles, Leonel suddenly flexed. His control over his body wasn't something the likes of Orynik could even fathom. In one sweep, he forced all of the poison pumping through his body toward his larger kidney. This wasn't even difficult for him, as it didn't require changing any of the way his body functioned. Blood was meant to be filtered through the kidneys to begin with. The moment the poison came into contact with his larger innate node, and even his smaller of the two, it was crushed. In the blink of an eye, Leonel went from a bulbous mess to a normally sized human once again. Even so, Orynik's laughter only grew more uproarious. In his estimation, the same thing that had happened to Leonel's clown had happened to him. He had blown up like a balloon, leaving nothing but a rain of green ash. Of course his armor had shrunk back down. There was nothing pressing up against it any longer. The only reason Orin had lived for so long was because he had recognized the poison and stopped using his force immediately. In fact, he had even expelled what remained of his force from his body, leaving him especially weak and vulnerable. But Leonel, like a fool, thought that he could brute force his way to health. He had made the most foolish decision he could have possibly thought of making. However, Orynik's laughter came to a frightened halt when Leonel suddenly rotated his shoulder as though he was stretching it. Leonel didn't make many more movements than that, but it was already enough for the entire battlefield to become pin-drop silent. Leonel was lost in his thoughts, wondering about something. I wonder if it's possible to create antibodies for a poison on the spot. I have a great deal of control over my body. The sharper my mind becomes, the more of it I can control. But enlisting a specific kind of antibody, Leonel felt that it would be difficult. He didn't have that degree of freedom with his body yet. But Ina probably did. Well, her body reacted immediately, and she would form the antibodies necessary. If he had her in his dream world as she did so, he could probably observe the process and copy it. He could use Dream Class to enter a state similar to hers and counter every poison. It was a working theory, but his main goal for this wasn't to save himself, although there was some degree of importance in that. After all, as he learned most about force manipulation, the more he realized how dangerous people could be. There was definitely a poison master out there who had a force that Leonel's Scarlet Star Force couldn't handle. Having such an ability would be important to counter such a person, but even more importantly than that, Leonel was worried about his subordinates. If he could manifest antibodies to help them, then have Ina refine them into a detoxification force pill. His army would also become immune to poisons. Poison masters were incredibly rare, and he had a good relationship with the only family in this air war that had them, so he had neglected this matter. He couldn't allow this to happen again. He would only make a mistake once. It should work. There's about an 80% probability. It still needs to be refined a bit, but in another few hours I should have a perfect method. That way, countering Third Nova in the coming battle will be easy. Leonel snapped out of his thoughts and looked up, seemingly only now remembering that he was still facing off against Orenic. Anything more to say? He asked lightly. If that's all, I'll send you only your way now. Leonel took a step forward, and Orenic suddenly took a step back. His gaze was filled with the incredulousness of the situation. Orenic was very well aware of just the kind of strength behind that poison. If he realized it even in the vicinity of an eighth-dimensional expert, there was a great chance that they would be incapacitated for a long while. Of course, his force manipulation was still too limited to kill such an expert, but in the time they were immobile, he could definitely escape. However, not only did Leonel withstand it, he seemed to have recovered even faster than they would have. His momentum hadn't suffered in the slightest, and he looked as though his aura was just as robust. Orenic grit his teeth. This was already his greatest trump card. Usually he would save it, but the moment just now was too perfect, and he had even succeeded. He hadn't seen a future where all of this would actually be completely useless. Taking a breath, Orenic calmed himself. Run. That was the only way out of this matter. Without hesitation, Orenic turned and fled. Richard was somewhat caught off guard by this change and hesitated. Orenic had just told him to back up and support him from the back, but now he was running? Richard felt a deep disgust within him when he thought about having to run away once again. How many times would he have to run? How many times did he have to suffer this same exact fact? All sorts of disgust and nausea rippled through his body. Tears of humiliation streamed down his cheeks as he turned, shooting through the skies after Orenic with the faster speed he could muster. Leonel raised his foot and suddenly vanished, appearing before them in an instant. Weren't they a bit too naive to believe that they could outrun someone with such high attainments in spatial force? It was nothing more than a childish dream. However, when Leonel blocked Orenic, his gaze couldn't help but narrow. In his hand, he held a familiar device, a sundial. Orenic held a grimace on his face when he saw Leonel appear so fast, but Leonel could see the twinkle in his eye. Even now, he was clearly scheming. What Orenic didn't know was that he couldn't possibly match up to Leonel's speed of thought. In that brief instant, Leonel had already realized what Orenic was planning. In fact, from this plan, Orenic even potentially baked in the possibility that Leonel would realize what he was doing. There was only one place Orenic would teleport to in this moment for safety, and that was Third Nova's territory. If Leonel got caught up in the teleportation, he would be alone in a hostile continent, surrounded by his third eldest cousin's army. Orenic was banking that if he went, Leonel would either be caught up in this trap, or in the case that he realized ahead of time, he would be too scared to go. Either way, he would escape. Leonel sneered, taking a step forward without hesitation. Orenic activated the teleportation, swallowing up all three of them. Over the horizon, Aina and the others just caught up in time to see Leonel vanishing before their eyes. Chapter 2033, an hour. Chapter 2033, an hour 2033, an hour. Leonel's body flashed, and his vision sharpened. Others couldn't maintain their sense of direction in the middle of a teleportation. One would end up feeling weightless and would become unable to tell which direction was up, which was down, and where left and right was. However, Orenic had miscalculated. Not only could Leonel maintain his sense of direction, even his vision wasn't obstructed. He could feel the swirling mass of space splitting open before him. Leonel had known that he could do this intuitively, but this was the first time he had truly done it. He could feel that his comprehension of space was shifting and molding to the changes around him, but he quickly snapped out of it and suddenly reached forward. Orenic, who couldn't see or orient himself at the moment, felt a suffocating pressure squeeze around his throat. At first, he thought it was just an oddity of the teleportation, but when his vision cleared, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. To his horror, Orenic looked forward to finding Leonel right in front of him, his throat clamped down. Right to his side, Richard was in a vice-like grip as well, both of their feet dangling from above as they struggled to push blood flow to their brains. While practitioners of their level could last a very long time without breathing, that was only if their blood continued to circulate normally. Leonel's palms weren't just restricting their breathing. His fingers clamped down on the important blood vessels of their necks, making them feel lightheaded as they struggled. Help! Help! This was Orenic's only option. He felt that they should be close enough to Zavnik's territory now. Calling out should bring down hell upon Leonel. In fact, because he had brought Leonel, he might not even get punished for this failure. Orenic could tell that while Zavnik was hyper-fixated on First and Second Nova as his only competition, only he knew that Leonel was a true monster. Orenic had tried to explain these matters to Zavnik in the past, but the latter simply brushed it off. How could Third Nova believe that a sixth-dimensional existence could threaten him? Then again, Orenic had a hard time understanding what it was that Zavnik was thinking half the time. Even now, he wasn't 100% certain of what his plans were. All he knew was that he needed help right now, and a lot of it. So long as Zavnik could come with his army, there would be a chance for survival. Leonel should also be smart enough to know that he wasn't a useful bargaining chip, so he just had to. Orenic froze, his body shuddering. This location wasn't right. Oh, you've noticed? If I can orient myself in a spatial tunnel, you think I don't have the ability to step out of it early? Did you think I would let you drag me into such a trap? Leonel tilted his head somewhat, his smile light and inviting. But at the moment, it looked like nothing more than a reaper's kiss to Orenic. You know, they say that scheming is useless in the face of absolute power, Leonel continued, and I think that's actually true. But the difference is that the definition of absolute powers from person to person differs greatly. To you, I've long since reached that level. Against me, no amount of planning, no amount of preparation, no amount of scheming would be useful. Orenic felt his heart shatter. It wasn't literal, but his body felt like it had lost all of its strength. Hanging in the air, looking into Leonel's eyes, feeling his cold indifference, he realized that the boy back then he could have crushed with a single hand had long since soared well beyond him. If he had only known that the Leonel he met back then was a young man who hadn't even been in the dimensional verse for even a handful of years, he would have understood things much more thoroughly. They had simply never been on the same level. To his surprise, though, Orenic felt his badge shatter. It wasn't him who had done it, but clearly Leonel. Richard's heart was even more dead than Orenic's was. He didn't even react to his badge shattering, the blacks of his eyes sinking deeper and deeper. He had well and truly lost. Orenic felt a sharp pain before he disappeared, feeling that something had been gouged out of his body, but he didn't have the luxury of thinking about it. He already knew that the moment he left, he would find himself in the hands of others. His life was pretty much over now. Leonel didn't care very much about the feelings of the two of them. He had always been a compassionate person, but he was just as easily able to turn it off against the people who targeted him. He didn't blame Richard in the past for what he had done. Back then, when the latter tried to marry Ina, he hadn't even cared to go and stop the marriage in the first place, so how could he retroactively be enraged by such a thing? What he hated Richard for was not for this, but rather the rumors he had spread about his mother. That was simply unforgivable. If it wasn't for Alienor telling him that he was more useful alive back then, Leonel would have long since killed this person. But then he had the audacity to hold a grudge and target the Ascension Empire years later. Then there was Orenic. The rumors he had spread back then about the authenticity of Leonel's amethyst token were true enough. Leonel wasn't enraged by this. He was enraged by the intention behind the action, and then the further steps he took to profit from his and Ina's life and death after they had entered that dangerous zone. The two of them didn't deserve his sympathy, and he didn't care for it. They were only alive because they were more useful that way. As for the sharp pain that Orenic had felt before, Leonel looked down at his hand to see a bloody organ. It was a gallbladder of sorts, but this was filled with poison. But what was interesting is that when it was implanted into a body, it worked almost a lot like an innate node would, but this innate node was capable of evolving. It was fascinating. Leonel didn't believe that Orenic had been born with this organ naturally. He had found it by scanning Orenic's body with his dream world, and around the location this was found it, there were almost unnoticeable irregularities. This meant that this wasn't an original part of Orenic's body. Somebody implanted it? So they gave him this ability, he wasn't born with it, but how could it be so seamless? Who has the skill to— Leonel's gaze narrowed. It had to be Third Nova. In fact, it was very likely that Oren had been poisoned as a result of this, and that was why he had lost so easily and silently. Orenic wasn't a demon, but somehow he was able to gain demon-like characteristics through this method. Leonel shook his head. Just what was going on? The Silver Empire had ties to demons. The Morales family had ties to demons. The Suillard family likely had ties to demons. The Three-Finger Cult had ties to demons. What was the story behind this? Was the demon race infiltrating the human domain like the Cloud race had? Something wasn't adding up here. It didn't make any sense to him at all. Why did so many powerful existences have ties to the one race that was the most evil? There wasn't even a religion that worshipped demons, at least not out in the open. This was how against demons the human domain was. Even the spiritual race could have such a religion, but the demons had never been allowed such a thing. And now there were even people creating demons? Leonel was truly speechless. He didn't have an answer for any of these matters. With a frown, he stepped through the air. Beneath him, there was still nothing but vast ocean. He had stepped out of the spatial tunnel long before they made it to the continent, so he actually wasn't very far from the Water Lotus territory. After returning, Leonel saw Ina, who rushed over with a slightly worried expression on her face. However, Leonel only smiled. I have some work for you. Can you create an antidote for this poison? Ina nodded. I can do that. I'll need to send one out of here for Oren. You'll probably need to make it more potent, though. I'm only about 60-40 on whether or not they use the same poison. But if I'm correct, it's like the same derivatives, but just far more powerful. Ina nodded. She didn't know who Oren was, but she assumed that he must have been Second Nova. Leonel at least kept them updated about certain things. Give me an hour. Those paying attention to this situation were rendered speechless. An hour? They looked toward Oren's body. He had been silent for a long time, but his skin was already turning a terrible black-purple color that wasn't natural in the slightest. Even his sweat had begun to turn toxic and foul. This person was already at a point that only an ancestor of the Oman family could cure him. How could a sixth-dimensional little girl possibly have a solution in an hour? But under the astonished gazes of those there, Ina actually cut the bloody organ open and swallowed the contents. Chapter 2034. Where? Chapter 2034. Where? 2034. Where? Ina stood in silence for a while, but to the surprise of many, her expression didn't change at all, nor did she erupt into a burst of ash. She didn't seem to have ingested any poison at all. Even if she was immune, she should have at least felt some pain, but she didn't react like that in the slightest. There were certain ability indexes that could allow one to be immune to certain poisons, but everything had their limits. They couldn't fathom why it was that Ina would be so confident. Even those immune to poison wouldn't necessarily go out of their way to consume it, let alone so much of it in a single sitting. Of course, how could these people know that Ina was used to far more pain than this? As a child, she would probably be thankful if she could spend a day with this sort of pain. It wasn't until she consumed Leonel's cleansing waters for the first time that she reached a state where that pain instead became itchiness, which was far easier for her to handle. Plus, Ina had the ability to subconsciously understand everything she was about to put into her body. If she looked at the poison once, she obviously knew the moment she touched it whether it was within her capabilities to handle or not. After several moments, Ina nodded to herself lightly. She listed off quite a few things. At least these territories will be useful for something, Leonel said, looking toward the Water Lotus territory. All of the previously planned force pills obviously had materials that were likewise previously prepared by Leonel. He wouldn't leave such things up to chance. However, this poison was obviously a curveball, and unlike metals, Leonel didn't have a large supply of force herbs. It was a function that he had ignored because it was of little use to him. After all, Ina was the only forced kill crafter of adequate skill that Leonel had by his side, and she was already swamped with work. While force herbs could have some effect on their own, those that would be worth it were far too expensive. Leonel was already beginning to feel the pinch of a lack of points currently, so he didn't want to waste the few he had. That said, now, this was a matter of life and death. It wasn't just Orin, but his armies as well. If he wanted to face off against Zavnik, he needed a counter to this poison. If he didn't have one, he might as well pack his bags now. Even he needed a counter. Although he could rely on his innate nodes, it wasn't good enough. This poison still eroded force away, and there were many entry points to his body that it could use. If he had to circulate his force to his innate nodes first before he could get rid of it, over time, the amount of force he would lose in doing this again and again would be too much. Essentially, it would drain his stamina far faster than it should. If Ornik had been smarter, he could have used the poison like a continuous domain to drain Leonel over time. But the first problem with that is that draining Leonel is only an option you could take if you were confident in surviving until he was out of stamina. The second problem with that would be Ornik running out of poison. Clearly, this wasn't a natural part of Ornik's body. Ina had to drain the entire rest of the contents to understand everything she could about it. That likely meant that there hadn't been much left, but this didn't mean that Zavnik wouldn't be able to do so. So, Leonel observed Ina very carefully. He had every intention of paying close attention to her changes to see if he could come up with a perfect counter. After buying 2 sets of materials, one for Ina and another for Anastasia to grow in bulk, Leonel began to watch Ina. She didn't seem to mind. In fact, she felt an odd sort of peace with Leonel watching over her. Although they were in the middle of the ocean, it felt like home. She pressed 2 fingers against her brows and then extended them. From between her brows, a strand of thick reddish gold liquid came out. Just from the faint smell, Leonel knew that it was blood, but aside from that, it also carried the hint of a fragrant flower smell. Those who were watching couldn't help but shudder. A blood refinement method? It wasn't that they had never heard of such a method, but it was so impossibly rare that there wasn't currently even a single other person who could use such methods. In fact, it was so rare that maybe only a handful of others had been capable in the past, all of whom were blood sovereigns. At that moment, the entire atmosphere around Ina seemed to shift. They had vaguely seen already that her strength was abnormal, especially for a 6th-dimensional existence. But they had still felt that Leonel was too reckless in taking her as his partner, rather than James or someone with more substantial and obvious strength. They thought that Leonel had put too much thought into a statement entrance as opposed to actually surviving. However, these thoughts seemed to fall to silence at this moment, a heavy one. While many still felt that Ina was too weak to have been Leonel's first choice and partner, just this ability alone was enough to be shocking to an extreme. Ina's red-gold blood flew forward and formed a new structure. It took the form of a multi-layered rose with no stem. In place of a stem, there were tendrils of golden roots, stretching out toward the force herbs in the surroundings and enveloping them. The gold color seemed to become contagious, moving from the roots and swallowing the force herbs up. As the roots returned to the floating, layered rose, faint bits of dust and ash fell. They were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. But the ancestors of the Oman family couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Those were definitely the impurities of the force herbs, but that was a process that should have taken several hours, several days even. It could be said that this was the most important step, in fact. This was what would decide the grade of the force pill, even more so than the fusion process. But it seemed like with a simple touch, Ina cleansed the force herbs, leaving them with nothing more than perfection. Or had she? The roots retracted and vanished into the layers of the rose. The rose itself began to gently spin, one after another. Its layers collapsed and gained a more and more golden color. A rich fragrance began to fill the air, but the process remained delicate and smooth. The shocking realization that a sixth-dimensional existence had just refined seventh-dimensional force herbs hit the spectators like a speeding meteor. They had been so distracted by everything else that they hadn't had the time to fathom how that could even be possible. Suddenly, the last layer of the rose collapsed and closed softly, leaving the form of what looked like a yet-to-bloom flower. Sparkling motes of golden light gathered from the surroundings, and Ina gently lifted her hand. The grace of their movement left one mesmerized, whether it was the gentle beauty of her long, slender fingers or the elegance of their movement through the air. Either one left one without breath to breathe. And then the motes condensed. Silence ensued as the rose stopped spinning, its petals opening up one after another to reveal the floating mass of 3 thumb-sized green pills covered in complex purple force arts. Ina smiled lightly, looking up toward Leonel. Finished. Leonel nodded and took the 3 pills. He held 2 between his fingers and palmed the third in his other hand. Looking up toward the skies, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he struck out the palm that held the third force pill. It rocketed through the skies with an inconceivable speed, vanishing through the layers. Up above, Ancestor Alvaro waved a hand and shook his head. He didn't know how this kid sent an item through the barrier, but he really didn't seem to care about the optics. This Leonel was so reckless, but it only made Alvaro chuckle. The only problem was whether this pill would actually work. How could he not be skeptical? He looked toward the Oman family, but they were a blank slate. Even so, the fact they were looking over made Alvaro feel a bit of curiosity. Although Alvaro was hesitating, Kira was most definitely not. She rushed over and demanded the pill, so he could only helplessly release it and watch as she shoved it into Oren's mouth. At this point, Oren's eyes were tightly shut, and he had no understanding of what was happening around him. When he sensed someone prying open his mouth, he wanted to fight back because he thought that it was from the Oman family. He didn't want it. But fortunately, he was too weak at the moment to have a choice. The pill was forced into his mouth, and silence fell. Even the Oman family couldn't help but look over. Despite their earlier confidence, after seeing Ina refine, they couldn't say anything for certain. Just where had this little beauty with such skill come from? Chapter 2035, My Wife. Chapter 2035, My Wife 2035. My wife, Oren's body suddenly convulsed. Before anyone could react, he shifted violently to his side, dry heaving twice before a sudden belch of grotesque purplish-black gunk flew from his mouth. He vomited again and again, his body unable to contain itself. All of his muscles contracted at once, as though the sole purpose of his body was to violently heave again and again. Oren? Oren? Kira wanted to rush forward to help, her tears still streaking down her face, but she was stopped by the other ancestors. This is a good thing, Ancestor Alvaro said with a peculiar expression. While it looked like Oren's situation had only gotten worse, the fact he was throwing up such foul material meant that his body was actually actively purging itself. For those who didn't quite understand force pill crafting, this was still quite novel. But to those that did, it was absolutely shocking to the greatest degree. This was akin to the difference between medicine and a vaccine. Ina's pill wasn't just curing Oren, it was giving his body the tools it would need to survive this poison should he ever encounter it again. Normal detoxification pills might target the poison and neutralize it. Then, over the next several moments to even days, weeks, and even years, the now benign poison would be slowly excreted through normal waste removal procedures. However, the effects of Ina's pill were strong and immediate, and it could be seen that it was using Oren's body as the engine to drive the change. This was fundamentally on a different level, to not only medicate an illness but to give one the power to counter it, and to do it with a poison she had only just come in contact with. The ancestors of the Oman family were stunned silent.com. There was only one grade of pill that could do this. Due to Ina's odd refinement method, it had been difficult to tell. Unlike with crafts, there were simply too wide a range of possibilities for force pills. One could exhibit their skill in anything from culinary skills to potion making, all the way to the creation of actual pills. Due to the wide range, it was difficult even for experts to grasp the methods of another taking a different path from them immediately. But now, they were absolutely certain. Leonel's team didn't have just one life-grade crafter, it had 2, and both of them were in the 6th dimension. A life-grade force pill crafter was even rarer than a life-grade force crafter. In fact, in the whole human domain, there were only 3 of them, and 2 of them were on the side of the spiritual religion faction, while the final was the most senior ancestor of the Oman family. There were no blueprints for life-grade force pill crafting, and the methods of refinement tended to change on the day-to-day basis, and even took into consideration the person who would be consuming it. If a life-grade treasure was able to be a single cohesive unit, akin to a creation of the universe itself, a life-grade pill was designated as a product of the reaction it had in the person who consumed it. Essentially, a life-grade force pill was capable of eliciting a life-grade level change in the body of the person who consumed it. In the past, Oren had been clearly vulnerable to this poison. But from now on, he would be entirely immune to it. This was the power of the life-grade force pill and maybe the most immediate and shocking change. However, this wasn't anywhere near the first time Ina had done this. Back in the Cataclysm Zone, when she refined the demons into force pills that caused permanent and foundational changes to Leonel's body, this was also an example of a life grade change. Adding to one's strength was easy as a force pill crafter, but improving one's foundation and reworking efforts they had accumulated in the past was on an entirely different level. A crafted treasure would always be an external item, but a force pill that could so fundamentally change the very anatomy of a person was akin to a holy grail. These sort of pills could build armies, they could make up for weaknesses, they could even create lineage factors. And yet, this little girl in their eyes, with so much strength and potential at her fingertips, happily smiled at Leonel and followed along with him without a word. At that moment, the name Ina suddenly skyrocketed to the top of every list imaginable. Even the likes of Cynthia had never been able to compare, even at her height. The difference was large and obvious, plainly so. Cynthia was a force crafter and a force pill crafter. However, while she was a life-grade force crafter, the life grade of force pill crafting had evaded her grasp for countless decades now. She had long since entered the 8th dimension, and yet this 6th-dimensional young lady had already surpassed her. The weight of this matter was absolutely enormous. If the Morales family crowned Leonel as their next patriarch, didn't this mean that the Morales family would gain Ina as well? The value of such a thing was beyond Ina herself, but what experiences she had. Couldn't she guide a generation of force pill crafters for the Morales family? The most shocking part of all of this was the fact that Ina didn't have the guidance of anyone. The Oman family had produced life-grade force pill crafters in the past. Their documented experiences were all there for their future generations to benefit from. The spiritual religion also benefited from such a thing, not to mention the fact their race made them more in tune with the life grade to begin with. However, who had guided Ina? She had made it to this level all alone. The unique insights she likely had were things that the others had probably never even heard of. Setting aside her blood sovereignty, just this matter alone was enough to make the eyes of many light up with absolute greed. Suddenly, the air wars that were designed for the future generation of leaders had been co-opted by a young woman who wasn't even among the heirs. She could have very well created her own force. Just on the virtue of her status as a force pill crafter, leagues of people would flock over from all walks of life. But here she was, looking at Leonel now. Many couldn't help but feel annoyed. How had this happened? Oren heaved one last time before his eyes snapped open, the shock within evident. Others didn't know much about this poison, but he most definitely did. He could feel that his tolerance toward it had shot way up, and on top of that, he was already in tip-top shape. If it wasn't for the fact his muscles were a bit sore from the contractions and his force had yet to be replenished, he would even say that he was at 100%, 110% even. Who? How? Oren was the leader of an information network. He had information about all sorts of things and was knowledgeable on even more topics. He understood that the pill he had just consumed wasn't a normal gold-grade force pill, but the Oman family only had one life-grade force pill crafter. It couldn't be that that person had come out, right? That didn't make sense. Ancestor Hito hadn't. It was because they didn't do business with humans, especially not the most powerful among them. They wouldn't even consider it. If it wasn't for the fact they were so powerful, this eyesore of the human domain would have been dealt with a long time ago. The shock that Oren was already speaking and moving about hit like another train. Those around had already lost the words to speak. All they could do was look toward the air wars, their hearts shuddering. Not a day had passed by without Leonel giving them a surprise that left them in complete silence. Just how many more surprises did he have? Leonel descended from the skies above and then toward Ina with a light smile. "They're jealous of my wife," he said in a joking tone he hadn't used in a while. To Leonel, the most important thing would always be Ina. He had been willing to doom the world for her. So how could he maintain his seriousness toward the air wars to her detriment? What Queen Beauty list? Could such a list even be allowed to exist if his Ina wasn't number one, let alone the fact she hadn't even been on it to begin with? How could such a list have any sort of integrity? Ina rolled her eyes. "Stop playing around. There's still work to do." "Yes, ma'am," Leonel said with a laugh. "But first, those people with no life better make sure that my wife is the number one Queen Beauty from now on." Ina scoffed and forcefully took Leonel's hand, a sweet smile blooming on her face when she turned to pull him away. Chapter 2036. Toying Chapter 2036. Toying 2036. Toying Leonel's words sounded like a joke, but he was actually quite serious. He didn't believe anyone should be ahead of Ina, and that probably had little to do with how she actually looked. If he had seen a physical manifestation of the Queen Beauty list without Ina's name on it, he would have destroyed it on sight. Luckily for the list and its voters, though, Leonel had never actually stumbled upon it. As such, they got away with a light scolding instead. Despite this matter already being considered to be over, the rippling waves that it caused didn't seem intent on settling down anytime soon. But even beyond the existence of Ina herself, the Morales family and their speculation about Oren was a different matter entirely. After Oren had regained his bearing, sitting up, and eventually standing up under his own power, he found that everyone was around him, their gazes questioning much of what they had seen. Leonel's voice was quite clear when he mentioned Third Nova. If both Oranik, a supposed subordinate of Zavnik, had this poison, and Orin had also fought a mysterious existence that poisoned him with the same thing, it was clear how these two things might be connected. Although it was just a casual word on Leonel's part, even the ancestors of the Morales hadn't realized that they had begun to subconsciously believe in even these casual words. Leonel himself had begun to hold a weight that he hadn't in the past, and the cascading effects of that matter were only growing more obvious by the day. Orin, though, still didn't seem to have any intention in exposing anything. With a smile, he only said that it wasn't Exavnik's fault. After all, they were in battle. Considering his state of weakness, had Exavnik wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. The Morales ancestors seemed to accept this explanation as well. After all, Orin couldn't even move, and there weren't exactly rules against using poison in the Air Wars, and it also wasn't like others hadn't had near-death experiences in the past as well. Plus, Zavnik didn't have the same abilities Leonel had to communicate through the barriers and send things, so it made sense that he didn't send any antidote. He didn't have the capability in the first place. So with that, things seemed to have been concluded. It was only Kira who stood in silence with a furrowed brow, her face still very much hidden behind a mask that only revealed the slits of her eyes. She knew that this failure weighed a lot heavier than Orin had let on. They had been preparing for this matter for a long while, and since this approach had failed, it meant that they would need to take the measures that Orin hadn't wanted to now. While this matter was settling, the lives of Oranik and Richard had seemingly been forgotten. With the distraction that Ina had provided, everyone was too enamored to realize that the flagships of the Iman family and Viola family had a striking lack of their patriarchs, despite the fact they had been ejected long before Ina had sent out the force pill. Now, there were three. Richard, Oranik, and Montero were all chained, stranded in a foggy world of black that left them breathing hard. It felt like every time they tried to fill their lungs with air, a weight would be pressing down on their chest, slowing down their attempt. It made it exceptionally difficult for them to catch their breaths, and even worse than that, they had the uncomfortable feeling that they couldn't take a deep breath at all. This matter left them unsettled, and their eyes continuously darted around as though they couldn't even see one another despite the fact they were sitting side by side. At that moment, a beauty stepped out from the shadows and gazed upon them one after another. But what made their eyes widen was the absolute monstrosity standing by her side. He must have been at least 4 meters tall, with skin as red as blood and muscles as tight as steel cords. He had 4 arms and a set of jet black horns that were almost impossible to pick out in the darkness. If not for the redness of the skin causing them to spot the abnormality, they might not have realized that this creature had horns at all. Of them all, Oranik was the most shocked. That was because while Richard and Montero only felt fear, Oranik felt not only fear but an understanding toward the kind of creature that was before him. There was no doubt in his mind, this was a demon, a true-blooded demon. He almost fainted, flashbacks of a past he wanted to forget running through his mind with no regard for his peace or sanity. The hole in his stomach from where Leonel had ripped out his poison sac began to ooze with thick black blood. As a seventh-dimensional existence, that sort of wound, especially since he hadn't lost any vital organs, shouldn't have left him so vulnerable. He could last for a long while, even if it was never treated, weeks or months even. Even if he had to continue to battle, he could do so. But given his state of agitation, he seemed to be making the situation far worse. If others knew what he knew, they would likely be reacting like this as well. He felt as though he wasn't a chess piece on just a single board, but many of them, and it was suffocating him down to his very core as though several hands were wrapped around his heart. Mordred raised an eyebrow and then waved a hand. An arm of darkness manifested and slapped Oranik across the face, snapping him out of his panic attack. Oranik was many things, but weak-minded wasn't one of them. It was just that the current situation was a lot for him to bear given his past. After he had been shocked awake like this, he began to force himself to calm down. However, even after a long while, the trembling of his hands gave himself away. The demon to Mordred's back crossed his 4 arms over his chest, feeling a bit annoyed by the weakness being displayed here. If not for Mordred's orders, he wouldn't even be here. So you recognize this big one, huh? Oranik's lips trembled. How could I not recognize a true-blooded demon? Oh, a true-blooded demon? Why don't you tell me what that is? Oranik had no choice but to reply. Demons were an odd race. If they were to be described, they would be a lot like how many legends of Earth describe dragons to be. They were exceptionally promiscuous, they spread their seed everywhere, and the number of variations of their kind, depending on the species and races they had mixed with, were nigh infinite. This was why Leonel had never run into 2 demons who looked identical. Each one seemed to have a wide range of mutations they could or had undergone. If the demon race were to be said to have one ability, it was that they could mesh well with most gene pools, and the mutations that resulted from them were usually positive. In this way, demons and humans were actually a lot alike. Both didn't have a set path or direction. It could even be said that they were 2 sides of the same coin as a result. That said, the demons were better off because of one class of them, true-blooded demons. True-blooded demons were akin to ancestors of a pool of demon blood. If you took a family tree of all the demons in existence, along with those with traces and portions of demon's blood, and you traced them all back, when you reached the starting line you would eventually find a true-blooded demon. These were demons whose blood hadn't been mixed with any other races, a demon that was the purest in the truest of sense. These demons were known as true-blooded demons in the dimensional verse. In the Cataclysm Zone, these demons were known as Chaos Demons. This might be a shocking realization, especially since Leonel had already fought Fiend-class demons and almost lost his life to one, while Chaos Demons were a class even above that. But this wasn't the proper way to look at it. It was less accurate to look at Chaos Demons as an almighty class of demons, and more accurate to look at them like blank slates without restrictions to their potential. It was very simple. When one looked at a demon and couldn't immediately tell their grade or talent level at a glance, this was a Chaos Demon. The strongest of Chaos Demons were the reason why the Cataclysm Zone held such fear toward the race. The weakest of them weren't even as good as lower demons. However, even then, Chaos Demons were treasured existences in the demon race even if they were weak. That was because if they mated with a powerful existence, their child was guaranteed to be powerful as well, something even the most powerful of spirituals couldn't guarantee. This sort of chaos of choice and possibility is exactly what the demon race embodied, and it was where their strength came from. And now, somehow, such an existence was before Ornik. Given what he knew, how could he not feel like he had been played for a fool? From the very beginning, Exavnik had been toying with him. That had to be it. Chapter 2037, a single line. Chapter 2037, a single line. 2037, a single line. This matter seemed to be a simple matter. The ability to guarantee a powerful offspring so long as one was a true-blooded demon didn't seem to be a big deal. After all, there were powerful children born to powerful parents all the time. Wasn't that the purpose of lineage factors to begin with? Wasn't that why certain races seemed to be stronger than others? Wasn't that how things worked anyway? But no, this wasn't true. Of the current 7 Morales heirs, only 2 had fathers who had participated in previous years, Leonel and Adaworth. Even when one lost the heir wars, one would still be extremely powerful. Many of the current ancestors of the Morales family were former losers of the heir wars. Such individuals were still people with 2 lineages, still people with a great amount of talent. They would still be greatly nurtured, they would still be greatly beloved. These were men who would often have many wives, and many more children than that, and yet there were only 2 who had such previous lineages. In fact, this matter was such an anomaly that the fact Leonel's line had produced 3 in a row of exceptional talent was almost unheard of, not to mention the fact that Leonel's father's generation actually had 2, his father and his uncle, both from the same father, his grandfather. This was why the human race was so far behind others. It wasn't just that they had too many paths to follow and pick from and didn't have a single set leader. It was also that because they weren't all following the same path, the odds of producing exceptional talents in a certain path were also lower. Other races not only had trillions upon trillions upon trillions to bolster their population, but because they followed pretty much a single set path, there was a larger pool of talents to gather from as a result. In the human domain, a child who had great affinity with the Morales way of practicing might be born in a small 6th-dimensional family who practiced lightning force, and because they had no talent in lightning force, they would have to forge their own path outside of the set plans of their family. This was a problem one would see again and again. In the demon race, though, once a true-blooded demon was born, the path and talent of the future child could be hand-selected. This made true-blooded demons, or chaos demons, the nobles of their race regardless of their personal strength. This was the main difference. Although the demon race followed countless paths, just like humans, because they could hand-select and practically create the talents they wanted, the effect it had on them weakened significantly. In fact, they got the best of both worlds, both a great deal of versatility and a great deal of talent. The weight of this matter was something that Ornik was all too familiar with. That was why he felt that he had been played. From the very beginning, he was caught in an internal struggle of the demon race, and he hadn't even known. Of course, this conclusion was entirely false, because Leonel's demons had nothing to do with the demons of Zavnik and potentially the hidden underbelly of the Morales family. The two were entirely unrelated. But how could Ornik know that these demons had come from a mythological zone and not the demon domain? Mordred, who had been asked to interrogate Ornik and the others by Leonel, fell into contemplation. She was quite an intelligent woman. The moment she had seen Ornik's reaction, she knew that something was wrong. Things weren't adding up. After all, Ornik had the poison sac of a demon transplanted into his body. Could he really be this scared just by seeing one in person? And then there was this true-blooded demon name. She had never heard of it. There was clearly something much more astonishing going on here than she had originally assumed. Why don't you tell me what you know, and we can make your life a little comfortable? Mordred bent down, balancing her thighs on the heels of her feet. Smelling her orchid-like breath at such a close distance, Ornik felt his heart stampeding in his chest. He had never been so sensitive in the past, and he had seen a lot of beautiful women, but right now his mind was in a mess and his body was in survival mode. Control was the last thing he had. To her surprise, Ornik actually spilled everything. Ornik, though, didn't think he had much of a choice. That was because, in his mind, if demons were here and Exavnik was also with the demons, they must be wrestling for control over the Morales family. Now that he had been captured, Exavnik would never trust him again, while these demons probably knew enough about these matters that his small bit of information wouldn't move the needle much. After all, they were basically on the same side anyway. There was a large difference between the clashing interests of internal struggle and the outside pressure of two enemies with vastly different family cultures clashing. As Mordred listened, she only became more and more serious. By the end of it, her body was tense and her lips were pressed into a thin line. The worst part of all of this wasn't the facts of what Ornick had said, but rather that what he knew was likely nothing more than the tip of the iceberg, and yet it could still make her feel so apprehensive. Mordred stood to her feet. Look after them. She said this only out of habit. Considering they were within her shadow world now, these three simply had nowhere to go unless their comprehension of either dark force or spatial force was deep enough, and clearly it wasn't. After a while, she passed on the information she had gained to Leonel. Leonel had been focused on gaining control over a third sea as quickly as possible. The fact that Ornick and the others had been so close made his sense of urgency even greater than it had been in the past. It was actually good news that Ornick was tied to Exavnik, because that more than likely meant that Exavnik's greatest investment into the ocean was co-opted by Leonel. But that was enough for Leonel to relax in the slightest. In fact, it was very much possible that Ornick wasn't his greatest investment at all. It was hard to tell just how deep Exavnik's schemes ran, and while Leonel only had a few months to prepare, Exavnik had had over 2 decades. The gap was tremendous. However, when Leonel got word back from Mordred, everything came to a stop. He stood in the middle of the ocean in silence, his mind running 1,000,000 miles a minute. Mordred's information confirmed all of his speculation, but it had also added something he hadn't known about in the first place, and that was a secret of the Morales family's Holy Land. Ornick didn't know anything about the specifics. All he knew was that the root of the Morales family's metal synergy lineage factor was likely hidden within. Only Morales ancestors were allowed to enter this deep, as it held the key to unlocking the final door of their lineage factor. The problem was that most didn't succeed, and all of the current Morales ancestors except for one still only had 7th-dimensional metal synergy lineage factors. That one person was Ancestor Hito, and he was one of the very few to have succeeded. The target of Zavnik and the others was entry into this place, and that required a change in the rules of the Morales. Until now, only ancestors had been able to appear, but because of a change that seemed to create a door beyond the 8th-dimensional door, opening the gates to the 9th dimension, there was no better chance than now to loosen the rules of the Morales. When Leonel had learned of this, he realized that Exavnik had likely gotten this opportunity because of him. Who else could have been responsible for the creation of the final door if not him? However, he didn't blame himself too much. The fact that Exavnik and his faction had been planning this for so long meant that whether or not he had caused this, they would have acted without a doubt. But the question was, what was the goal? Were they trying to steal it? But if stealing was their goal, why loosen the rules in the first place? Did they think it would be easier if the Morales were more lax with their regulations? Suddenly, Leonel froze. He thought back to the connection between the Silver Empire's lineage factor and the Morales families, and then further about the Silver Empire's connection with the Three-Finger Cult. Could it be that this secret of the Morales was similar to the chalice, the fire, and the wooden ball? At that moment, a violent spark of lightning surged through Leonel's dreamscape. It connected so many thoughts and ideas that the lightning appeared even in his irises. It was as though his entire dream world had been enveloped by a violent storm. He began to connect memories that he hadn't thought about in more than half a decade. Bits and pieces of information he hadn't even deemed important. Things that he had only casually thrown into his dreamscape just for completion's sake, never thinking that they'd actually become useful one day. And then he made a single line of connection. Joan of Arc, Merlin, Ability Index Force Arts, Monkey's Death, Transplanted Demon Organs. The Silver Empire, the Three-Finger Cult, the Morales, Earth, Chapter 2038, Project, Chapter 2038 Project, 2038 Project. The second ever zone that Leonel had entered, and the first one he had entered was Ina by his side, was one he slotted away in his mind as the Joan Zone. This was a zone he was transported back in time for, and one that had been very close to becoming a unique zone due to outside interference. But in the end, whatever had been about to trigger this change stopped and didn't follow through. In that zone, Leonel met a bishop, and he learned about a man that both said Bishop, Joan, and her adopted brothers called God. This God was able to gift them a great deal of power they could never imagine. These powers were things that Leonel immediately recognized to be ability indexes. This so-called God was able to copy the ability indexes of others, distill them into force arts, and then pass them down via a tattooing and branding method that allowed these ability indexes to become a permanent part of themselves. Of course, Leonel had also noticed that these force arts also carried a monitoring aspect to them as well. Back then, Leonel had had no choice but to allow one to be branded onto him due to the circumstances, but it was also something that he had long since gotten rid of. Not long after that, Leonel exited the zone and was caught up in a whole host of trouble before he ended up on the side of the Slayer Legion and entered the Camelot zone alongside many others, even including some of the Aderna family. In that zone, every one of the Aderna family had died with the exception of little Nana, whom Leonel had saved. But it was also as a result of those who had targeted the Aderna family in the first place that things had gotten out of hand. Although Leonel recalled that zone to be a mythological zone, the reality was that it had long since become a unique zone. Within the Camelot zone, Leonel had entered Merlin's trial, and even up until right this very moment, he still had the reward for that trial in his mind. Although he hadn't used it in a long while, when he meditated upon the natural force art, he was able to call down auspicious air, entering a deeper state of focus and benefiting from twice the benefits with just half the effort. Then there was Monkey. Monkey was one of the savants that had been in the same group with Candle, Vice, and most importantly, Lionel, the prisoner who had believed himself to be Leonel. Monkey was a savant with the ability to double things. It was a simple ability that was extraordinarily overpowered. In an instant, he could exponentially increase the numbers of himself and his strength. The only reason Leonel had been able to defeat him was that he was naive and not used to his power yet, and as a result easily hurt himself using his ability. Back then, despite defeating him, Leonel had still failed to kill Monkey and had no choice but to store him within a snow globe where his regeneration abilities were stalled. However, years ago, when Leonel decided that he wanted to give Monkey a chance to live a normal life just like Candle and Vice had, and he summoned him out, Monkey spontaneously died. Leonel was absolutely enraged when this suddenly happened because he felt that he had been plotted and schemed against. There was no reason for Monkey, who had such powerful abilities, to suddenly die in such a fashion if there was no foul play involved. However, there hadn't been anything that he could do aside from using the silver tablet to transfer what was once Monkey's ability to the tentacle womb. Since then, he hadn't found any clues or potential answers to the shocking question of back then. Then there was Orinic's transplanted organ. It was only a vague line, but it was eerily familiar to Leonel, familiar enough that he was quite baffled by it all. This sort of power-gifting ability was something that he had only seen casually done once before, and he hadn't heard a word about this, God, at all afterward. What was shocking about this was that during the Merlin trials, Leonel had met the people of the bishop. One of their people, Aliard, had questioned him about why he wasn't following the way of the bishop if he was branded. But the issue with this was that it was a mythological zone. It wasn't like the Jones zone where one could just go back in time and place people and wait for an event that connected the past and present. It didn't make any sense. Camelot wasn't a real place, so how could you send people into it? But if Camelot wasn't a real place, then how could Leonel have entered it then? How could Mordred and King Arthur come out with their people and become citizens of Earth without issue? What was the difference between those two events and someone infiltrating? What was he missing here exactly? That was when it all came crashing down, a single kernel of information, a single pointed memory, a single remembrance that hit him like a falling tsunami. Leonel had only spent a handful of months in the Cataclysm Zone, not long at all. He had only spent a fraction of a second returning to the human domain after he found a method of connecting back. And yet, that fraction of a second resulted in the loss of over 2 decades to him, a truly devastating loss to most. He hadn't thought much about it back then. After all, zones always had different time dilation situations, and this was also the first time that anyone had ever escaped from a zone that had been closed off to begin with. It made sense for there to be certain distortions in time. But zones didn't work that way. If anything, less time should have passed, not more. It didn't make any sense. When Leonel entered the Jones zone, months had passed within, but only days passed on the outside. When he entered the Merlin zone, it was the same. The only zone where this wasn't the case was with the Valiant Heart zone, but even then, the time was 1-to-1. The idea of a zone having time that passed slower than that of the outside world didn't exist. It was even safe to say that it was entirely unheard of. Leonel knew this, but he didn't have an explanation for it. He could only ignore it because he didn't like thinking about things that he didn't have a reasonable chance of coming to a conclusion on. Since he didn't have enough of an explanation, it was all useless. But then these bits and pieces all began to slide into place, slowly connecting with one another. The Three-Finger Cult. Of their 3 founders, only one had died. They should have been established countless generations ago, and yet 2 of them still lived and breathed. One of them even still in the process of targeting the people of the human domain, and maybe even the entire dimensional verse. Wouldn't it make more sense for these people to be alive if for every second they experienced, decades past here, the tribulation? How could there be more than one spear domain? Whether it was his own understanding, or even the records of the Void Palace, there had only ever been one. If there was more than one spear domain ring, there should have been more than one bow domain ring as well, so why did the spirituals have to steal it from the Constellation Bow Alliance? The spirituals weren't a warring race to begin with, or else they would have likely already conquered the whole of the dimensional verse. It felt odd that they would take such a stand for something that wasn't even unique. The Valiant Heart Zone. How had Leonel found that ring so coincidentally? And how had a ring that had been in the hands of such an insignificant figure led to a treasure like the Silver Tablet, a treasure even capable of resurrecting the dead and treating the lives of real people as though they could be bargained for and bought? God. Leonel knew so much about force crafting now. He had already touched upon the life grade. He had already entered a state where, although he had yet to climb it, he could see where the peak of force crafting lay. And yet, even until this moment, even though he had personally seen the methods of crafting, he still couldn't even begin to understand how he would turn an ability index into a force art. Such methods were so far beyond himself that he couldn't even fathom them, and yet he already felt like he was approaching the limits of the universe. So how could such a person even exist? A person who could gift an ability index with a tattoo? Who could change one's constitution with an organ transplant? Who could resurrect the dead with a wave of the hand and even breathe life into fictional characters? Just what level would such a person be at? This god, maybe even these gods, where were they? Why was it that there were so many religions in the dimensional verse? Religions he thought had stemmed from experts who had followed the god path, and yet he hadn't seen or heard of even a single one of them despite having already rubbed shoulders with the ancestors that stood at the pinnacle of it all. There was only one thought that gripped Leonel's heart and refused to let go. There was an old riddle of ancient Earth that he had heard of before that left him chuckling. If technology reached a point where one could perfectly simulate an infinite number of Earths, would there be a reason to not do it? Even further than that, what if the fate of your world depended on one of these simulations bearing fruit? The Cataclysm Zone wasn't a zone at all. This was the zone. The dimensional verse. Leonel had known his whole life was no different from the pages of the fairy tale that the legend of King Arthur had been written down upon. The Dream Project. Chapter 2039. Questions. Chapter 2039. Questions 2039. Questions. Leonel stared off into the distance. Nothing about the current state of his expression seemed to paint the proper picture of what was going on in his mind right now, nor did it describe the kind of shocking realization he had come to. This sort of realization wasn't something that could be brushed off casually. It was akin to finding out that the entire life you were living was nothing more than a fictional tale, a paper-thin fabric of reality that was no different than what was written out on a piece of paper. However, there were also reasons that Leonel's mind didn't collapse in on itself beside the fact that he was strong of purpose and of heart. It was quite simple, really. He had been to the real world. He had stepped foot into it. He had fought their geniuses. He had enraged their experts. He had taken their benefits. All of it. He had done it. It wasn't a helpless case without a light at the end of the tunnel, nor was he as confined as a stain in a petri dish. He still had some autonomy, although he wasn't aware of what extent, and even if it wasn't to a full extent, there was still a chance that he could break free completely given enough time. These thoughts were enough to calm Leonel and keep his heart at a steady beat. However, that didn't mean that he had come to the end of his questions. If anything, he only had more questions. For example, the four great families, how were they a part of this? If they were running the simulation, why were they sending people in to begin with? Was it because their goal was to gather the most powerful humans? Taking a step back, this simulation had all kinds of races. There were spirituals, nomads, rapacs, dwarven people. The list was endless. So who had started this simulation, and what was the purpose? If it was started by humans, then what was the point of the other races? Was it so that they could grow under the conditions they would need to survive in the real world? After all, there would be a large number of races on the other side. It only made sense to force humans in these simulations to face off against them as well, and only take those that had come out on top. But then why were the four great families so hostile? There were simply too many potential answers to this. It could be that while this simulation was started by humans, it wasn't by the four great families. For example, it could be the Fox family that they had destroyed, and maybe his grandfather was even involved in it all. That would explain the old man's exaggerated strength and how he had somehow gained it so quickly. Many spoke about the genius of Velasco, but it had only been 30 to 40 odd years since Earth had metamorphosed, and yet Emperor Fox already had the power to expel an ancestor-level character from Earth's territory. It could also be possible that while the four great families had begun the simulation, their goal was to control the powers that came of it. They were used to being the top dog of the real world, so how could they allow one of their creations to so casually surpass them? Even setting that aside, what about the Three-Finger Cult? Leonel was now more than 90% certain that at least two of their founders had come from the real world. That was why their lifespans felt nigh infinite. If a fraction of a second could cause more than 20 years to pass here, then of course generations would pass without them dying. But what was their goal for interfering with this simulation? Could it be that the Three-Finger Cult was the main enemy of the people who had created this simulation of life to begin with? Could their goal be to sabotage? Maybe hindering the efforts here was easier than attacking in the real world? Leonel couldn't help but remember the oddities back then when he and Ina prepared to escape. Not a single top-tier expert had been there. Only those of the 7th dimension and below had been present at all. He didn't think much about it then, but given how important that event was, he felt it was much weirder now. What Leonel didn't know was that those top-tier experts had been called away by a shocking event occurring, and as a result, they couldn't be present. However, he could guess as much regardless. If so many experts couldn't be present for such an important event, it goes to show just how much they have on their plates. That means that whatever enemy they're facing is enough to occupy even such powerhouses for extended periods of time. Since their disappearance was so sudden, it might even mean that that penultimate moment was coming forward quickly. For all Leonel knew, very soon, the plug could be pulled on the dream project, and the individuals within would either be discarded or forced to come out and fulfill the purpose that had been originally intended of them long ago. Then Leonel couldn't help but think back to his odd interactions in the Tribulation Zone. He was almost 100% certain that those geniuses came from other simulations now, and if he thought about it even further, given the way they were tiptoeing around the issue, it felt like they were aware. Leonel wasn't the only genius in all of existence, and he wouldn't be the only one to run into such oddities if those of the real world were interfering so frequently as well. He didn't believe that he would be the only one to reach this conclusion, and he might not even be the only one who had come to this conclusion in his own simulation. In fact, given the way his father moved and went about things, Leonel could almost be certain that Velasco was in the know about this matter. He was very much aware, Leonel was confident. There are two important clues here that I can use: the spear domain ring and the tablets. Both of these things are oddities that seem to exist outside the span of the simulation and even seem capable of connecting them. The spear domain ring was obvious as its tribulation connected Leonel with other dimensional verses. As for the tablet, especially the silver tablet, its existence was more subtle, but it was important to note nonetheless. Leonel couldn't help but feel that his entrance into the Valiant Heart Zone was no longer a coincidence. It might even be tied to how the Valiant Heart Mountain of the past had been a participant in the Air Wars, and how that further connected them to the Morales family and the Three-Finger Cult beyond. But the most baffling question of them all was, why wasn't he dead right now? That one Asisha. It was obvious by his previous speculations that there were other people and simulations that were aware, so just knowing wasn't enough to die. In fact, being aware might give you extra points. The real reason he was asking why he wasn't dead yet was because of one woman, the Demoness. Every time he thought about her, he could feel a pair of eyes looking back. This woman's dream force affinity was so high that she could probably move into and out of these simulations as she pleased, and she could most definitely kill anyone who thought of her with a thought. Leonel could feel that if she wanted to, even reading his mind from such an impossible distance away wasn't out of the realm of possibilities, she might just not care to. And yet here he was, exposing things that should have been great and shocking secrets, but all he could sense was an eerie smile. He could almost see those cherry lips curling, that indifferent smile a person would have as they watched their puppy run around in their backyard, playing with a ball without knowledge that they were entirely fenced in. No matter what he did, no matter how he pushed and pulled, no matter how he struggled, there was no escaping it. Leonel closed his eyes, his breaths came deep and slow. In these last several moments, he had thought of so many questions that he didn't have the answer to, and completely unlike him, he had actually entertained them for so long. It was clear that despite what he said, this was a matter that bothered him deeply, so deeply that he couldn't even properly control his own mind, something he had always had perfect reign over. He wouldn't allow this moment to cripple him. There were too many questions here, not of history or fact, but rather of morality, of philosophy, of existentialism. Was he a real person? Was King Arthur? Was life even as valuable as he thought it was if one could create such a world with the wave of a hand? Where did it start, and where did it end? Who was Leonel Morales? Chapter 2040, Infuriated. Chapter 2040, Infuriated 2040. Infuriated, Leonel's eyes opened, an unreadable expression within. It was hard to tell that such thoughts were going through his mind at all, and quite frankly, the few who were watching him at all only felt that he had been taking a small break, a break he probably deserved. Maybe even the likes of those who were aware of the secret of the dimensional verse couldn't fathom that Leonel had just deduced such a thing. With a step, Leonel's figure vanished. When he appeared again, he was within the abandoned territory of Ornick and the others. It was a cracked gold-grade city, but it was still a unique territory. This territory was special because it was truly underwater. They called it the Atlantis territory. It was an interesting name since Atlantis was a legend of Earth, but considering the names of the constellation families had influenced even how the people of Earth named the stars in the skies, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise if they shared their reality in other ways. Of course, there was a lot to reconsider with this new revelation. Maybe these weren't legends of Earth or the human domain at all, but rather tidbits of the real world's history. After all, the foundation of the simulation had to come from somewhere. Leonel immediately claimed the city for himself, taking out 2 other broken territories. He commanded the stingrays to ready themselves and triggered his 3rd air-grade challenge. He felt his mind wandering as the waters began to froth. It was difficult to remain focused, and he even found himself biting his tongue again in an attempt to shift his mind away from other things. His speed of thought used to be a great asset to him, but it had suddenly become a curse. By the time he caught himself in a loop, he would have already gone through enough thinking that anyone would have taken hours, maybe even days, to complete. Leonel almost didn't notice an enormous tentacle swinging down at him with a maddening momentum. It moved so fast that an air pocket formed in the depths of the sea. It was entirely unmoved by the insane water pressure and pushed apart the water as though it was playing on the surface. In those last moments, Leonel's dream counter activated and his body shifted, replacing itself with a clone. Bang! The bottom of the ocean shook and quaked as Leonel snapped awake. He couldn't remember the last time his dream counter activated. It had to be remembered that his dream counter only triggered when he was on the verge of death. He had actually been that distracted just now. Leonel, despite his strength, was still ultimately at the sixth dimension. He couldn't be casual when facing off against seventh dimensional existence, especially not ones at the air grade. A casual mistake on his part could result in true death. Suddenly, he felt angry. Piss off! It was said that sound traveled far further and better in the water. Leonel hadn't thought much about it when he had lashed out, but the sudden boom of his voice sent out waves of destruction in all directions, shattering the body of the colossal squid general before into countless bloody chunks. Leonel took a breath and looked down at his chest. It was heaving irregularly, something that hadn't happened since his body had mutated after absorbing the Silver Empire's inheritance. Me? A panic attack? There was no way Leonel was tired. He had already become used to settling his fatigue with a single deep breath, but right now his heart was beating so fast it seemed to want to rip a path out of his chest. He clenched his teeth and activated Dream Sense, dispersing the feeling throughout his millions of split minds until his heart finally seemed to calm. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became, his eyes flaring with a flickering flame. Fuck. Leonel balled a fist, a spear of Scarlet Starforce appearing in his hand. His arm cocked back and his hips twisted, his torso flexed and he erupted with a violent throw. The sea began to boil and the waves churned with a red aura. Leonel formed spear after spear, even using his ability index to rewire his muscle memory, throwing with both his left and right hand as though throwing with just one wasn't causing enough death and destruction for him. Very few were paying attention to Leonel at this point. He had just gotten out of a huge battle and he seemed to have been about to settle into another dull rhythm of claiming and conquering another territory. There were simply more interesting things to watch. However, given how popular Leonel was becoming, how could there be no one who was watching him at all? Especially since he was about to conquer 3 seas, an entire 75% of the ocean? But in an irony of ironies, none of these people could tell what Leonel was going through at the moment. To them, the lights were flashy, the power was amazing, the show was grand, they were distracted by the beauty and entertained by the carnage. They couldn't feel Leonel's fury or rage. All they could see was a powerful expert displaying a might that should have been far beyond him. There was only one person who seemed to see this and understand. In an unknown location, Eleanor was, of course, watching her child. Since the entire human domain was watching, how could she not? She wouldn't miss such a thing for the world, and who could know her son better than herself? They might not have spent very much time together, but there wasn't a single part of Leonel's life that she wasn't aware of. Seeing him so infuriated at the moment left her heart broken. The last time Leonel had entered such a state, it was after he had said those cruel words to Ina, and now he seemed to have entered such a state again. Chapter 2041, Abhorred. Chapter 2041, Abhorred 2041, Abhorred. How could Leonel not feel the way he did? When he first entered the dimensional verse, he absolutely abhorred killing. He felt that every life was worth the same. He had always thought himself to be a logical person, and because he couldn't deduce the value of a life, he felt that he had no right to dictate the life and death of others. There wasn't any objective measure of a person's life. This had always been his reality. The first time he entered a zone, he felt so guilt-stricken by what he had done that he almost allowed someone to take his life. No, it wasn't almost. He had already given up at that point. He had already turned 18 by then, and what he thought were his final thoughts were toward his father, telling him to not mind his death because he had already succeeded as a parent, raising him to be an adult. After he left the zone, he practically had a mental breakdown after witnessing Ina's sheer disregard for the life that he held so sacred. Up until that point, the only person other than his father that he truly loved was her. To him, even though they had never been in a relationship, and even if she never accepted him, she was his family. Maybe even until now, Ina wasn't aware of just how cruel that moment had been. She wanted to wake him up to the reality of the world, to allow him to realize in a single stroke that she wasn't the idealized woman in his mind, and that the world they were in now was far crueler than he had ever known. But back then, he had just allowed himself to die at the hands of another. He had been in an incredibly fragile state. That sort of shock wasn't something that he should have been able to handle. And quite frankly, he didn't handle it very well. Not long after that, he forgot his own morals to rage. He met an A-grade invalid and beat it to death with the metal rod of his bicycle, completely forgetting his humanity in that moment. It might have been an invalid, but who was to say that an invalid's life was any less valuable? Wasn't he someone who couldn't objectively tell the value of a person's life? Now he was so mercilessly beating something to death just to vent his fury. Then there was the Joan Zone after that, and he seemed to begin to justify his murders by the fact that the people in these zones weren't real. It was fine to kill them. They weren't living, breathing people anyway. They were just constructs, echoes of a past that had already been lived. This seemed to open the path toward Leonel's acceptance of the situation, and now he didn't even think much of his kills. Although he always kept count at the back of his mind, he would be lying if he said that he was affected the same now as he had been in the past. But what now? Now he was finding out that his life was no different from the people in those zones, maybe no different from an invalid's. That sounded like an exaggeration, but to the people who had created this world, formed everything that he had come to know, was he really that different from an invalid to them? Was there really no objective measurement of a life if people could create a world like this? Was there really no objective measure of a life even if this simulation didn't exist? No matter what sort of secret of the universe you chose to prescribe to, whether it was religion, whether it was science, whether it was the new world order than Leonel had just been enlightened with, in which of those cases had life not been formed by the hands of another, whether that was nature or a sentient being? What was his life worth then? There had to be an answer, and he felt that the only conclusion was that it was worth very little, an insignificant amount, a total so infinitesimally small compared to the grand scheme of reality that it would be laughable to even care to bring it up. This answer that he had been chasing all of his life was actually meaningless. It was the foundation upon which he built everything. His want to be a king, to unite the human domain, to help them face off against the aggression of the other races. It was everything. He had spent most of his life aimless, smiling and chuckling, without a goal and without a care. He hadn't known what he was missing, the kind of life he was living if he wasn't without purpose and without meaning, until he actually gained himself such a meaning. And now that he was watching it crumble before his eyes, he was so infuriated that he couldn't even properly put it into words, so enraged that he simply wanted to destroy everything in his path. Leonel rampaged at the bottom of the ocean to the point that even the surface began to bubble. His eyes turned a striking red, and chains within his consciousness seemed to vibrate wildly, on the verge of collapsing entirely. Yershia. A fiery pair of wings appeared to his back, his suffocating momentum causing the air-grade generals around to cower. Their skin began to burn and char even beneath the ocean waters. Leonel seemed to entirely forget that he would have been better off using his water force. And then, there was suddenly nothing left. Leonel ran to the end of the line, but there were no more beasts, no further waves, no other air-grade generals to vent his frustration upon. There was nothing but emptiness. Leonel roared, a vortex forming at his mouth as he lifted his head, the spinning black hole of dark waters extending so far that even a whirlpool formed at the surface. The violent heat at both sides of his hips, coming from his kidneys, threatened to bore a hole through his skin, but he didn't seem to notice in the slightest. But just when it seemed that Leonel was about to lose all sense of rationality, he felt something suddenly bury itself into his chest and wrap around his waist. Chapter 2004-2. Okay, no problem. Chapter 2004-2. Okay, no problem. .com 2004-2. Okay, no problem. Leonel came to an abrupt stop. He could finally seem to hear around him, and the sound of his heartbeat was so loud that it rumbled like thunder. Every pulse sent waves through the waters, causing it to shudder and wince. It beat so loud that Leonel felt that a single thump could have shattered his previous set of bones before he had been eaten by the Cobra Demon. Leonel hadn't truly been aware of how powerful this new heart of his was until now, but it was exactly because such a heart was beating so wildly and strongly that it was so concerning. If not for the fact that it was so strong, it would have given out long ago. Now, there was nothing but a searing hotness in his chest. It felt like hot coals were resting within his ribcage and billowing scalding smoke up his throat. The pain was unbearable, and the heat of the waters around was almost as well. Looking around, Leonel realized that even the stingray beasts in the surroundings were forced to retreat a long way from him in order to avoid being crushed by their master's might. If not for this, Leonel might have wiped out 3 days of hard work all on his own. Finally, Leonel looked down to find that it was Ina. She didn't say anything and simply held on to him tight, refusing to let go. A large portion of her clothing had been burnt away, and if it wasn't for her tightly holding on to him, she may have very well shown the world far too much. Leonel took a breath, and then another, and another. Only then did the searing pain in his chest seem to finally begin to calm down. The fact it only took 3 breaths was a testament to the strength of his recovery abilities, but even so, the dull pain continued to linger and would probably take several hours to vanish entirely. He had really pushed his body to its limits just now. If he had been any less cautious, he might have truly overheated himself and died, again. It was also unknown if his soul could even survive the rampaging of his Scarlet Star Force. He really might have burned himself to death. Leonel looked around at his body to find that it was truly in a mess. His left arm was half missing, his right leg was chopped at the knee, his body was caked and covered in blood. He had truly fought like a fool. He hadn't even used his divine armors. But honestly, if he had taken out his divine armors just now, aside from maybe his 3rd tier one, the 1st and 2nd tiers would have both been destroyed under his own power, and he would have had to drain his stamina even further just to upkeep them. Leonel could only shake his head. How pathetic. Instant recovery. Leonel's hair gently waved, and a large pillar of light force and star force fell upon both himself and Ina. Not long later, though he was pretty much naked, he was in perfect condition. He wrapped his arms around Ina and ran his fingers through the back of her hair. He felt more at peace now, the slowly calming waves of the water slowing his beating heart further. "Are you okay?" Ina asked. She didn't know why she had rushed over here. She had a lot of work to do elsewhere, but there had been a suffocating feeling in her chest she couldn't ignore until she ran all the way over here. When she saw the state of Leonel, she knew that something was wrong. Originally, she had thought that maybe the pressure was getting to him, or maybe it was because his Scarlet Star Force innate node was taking over well ahead of the time that Y Star Order had stipulated. However, now that she was here, she felt that it was something entirely different. Leonel didn't answer immediately, and it seemed like he wouldn't, until he suddenly did. I don't really feel like participating in these air wars anymore, Leonel suddenly said. Aina was shocked by these words. They seemed simple, but the weight behind them was extraordinary. This was Leonel's dream, everything he had been working toward in the last several years. Everything he had done since exiting Valiant Heart Mountain up until this point was all for these stretch of days. And now, he suddenly didn't want to participate anymore? Even on his way here, Leonel was only acting out of habit. It all felt quite meaningless. If he hadn't been trying to stop his mind from wandering, he probably wouldn't have even triggered this upgrade challenge at all. Aina didn't know what to say for a long while. All she knew was that she couldn't allow Leonel to quit, but she didn't even know what was wrong, so she didn't know how to convince him to continue. He didn't believe that it was the weight of the situation. Leonel was the kind of person who thrived under pressure. She knew him well enough to know that. What was the last thing he had given up on? Was it herself? And why had he done that? It was purely logical. She had crossed a line that he had drawn quite early on, and he wasn't willing to forgive it at the time. Then there must be a logical reason for this as well. Thinking back, the entire purpose for this was his want to become a king, and he wanted to become a king to help the most people possible. And he wanted to help the most people possible because he couldn't logically deduce a worth to a person's life. That meant one of two things. Either he felt that he had found an objective metric, or he had deduced that the answer was insignificant enough to be ignored. Regardless of which one it was, there was no simple answer to change his mind. Leonel was smarter and thought faster than anyone in existence, or at least anyone that she had ever met. The only person who could draw a conclusion different from his own that he would actually listen to was his father, and he obviously wasn't here now, and knowing that man there was no telling what he might say. In that case, trying to convince Leonel that he was wrong was something beyond her. Her gaze flickered for a moment, and after some hesitation, she spoke. "Do you still love me?" Leonel's gaze sharpened as he suddenly looked down. "What are you talking about? Of course I love you." He didn't even bother to add the "still" part. To him, it was an unnecessary addition. His love for Aina was constant. It would never change. Aina smiled sweetly. "I want our babies to be little princes and princesses. Can you do that for me?" Leonel blinked. "They will be already. Not of Earth, or even just of the Morales family. I want them to be able to go anywhere and still have people look up to them, to be able to go anywhere and not have to fear or hesitate about anything. Can you do that for me?" Aina looked into Leonel's eyes, her golden irises dancing with a reflective light. Leonel paused for a moment, but then nodded. "Okay, no problem." He spoke these words as though it was a matter of fact. So long as he cared enough to participate, wasn't the end result guaranteed? Chapter 2043, Chapter 2043, 2043. Aina smiled sweetly, standing up to the tips of her toes and kissing Leonel deeply. Leonel seemed to feel his heart calm. The feeling of Aina's soft waist in his arm and her ample bosom pressed against his chest was like the sweetest taste of heaven. It was so simple, and yet so relaxing at the same time. He didn't know how long he kissed her for. He seemed to have completely lost track of time, or maybe time simply didn't matter much to him any longer. If it wasn't for the fact he knew others could start watching them at any time, he would have most definitely taken his wife to bed now. Although he thought about forcefully using his dream force to shroud such a connection, he decided against it in the end. He simply held Aina, feeling more and more at peace with every passing moment. His lips even curled into a smile as he pulled away, running his fingers through her hair. Seeing Leonel like this, Aina felt a warmth within her. No matter how hard she tried to run from it, the matters of all those years ago still haunted her. Sometimes she wondered when the next time Leonel would cruelly cut her off again without a word of care. Although she knew that she had a role to play in the matters of the past, this was still a very much human reaction on her path. However, there was no greater sign of love than what Leonel had done just now. Maybe he knew that she had only said such things to get him to continue fighting on, but just the fact she had said it was enough for him to continue. For someone like Leonel to say that he didn't care about the air wars anymore took a great deal. Whatever had happened was most definitely not just a small matter. And yet, for him to take back those words almost instantly just because of a request on her part just went to show how much weight she held in his heart. Even without saying as much, just this gesture alone assured Aina there was never anything much to worry about in the first place. This was her man, her future husband, the person she would grow old with. Aina put on a new set of clothing to cover herself up while in Leonel's embrace and then took his hand, entering the Atlantis territory along with him. She brought Leonel to the city core under his questioning gaze and then she waved a hand. When she did so, Leonel was suddenly enlightened. In truth, he had acted without regard earlier. He had triggered the upgrade challenge without any upgrade rewards or territory rewards. So, technically, he had faced off against 3 air grade challenges, and 2 each of bronze grade, silver grade, and gold grade. That said, a bronze grade and silver grade and gold grade challenges weren't worth much of anything in the face of an air grade challenge, especially not one that was 3 times as difficult, so Leonel hadn't cared much. Now, Aina had come with the territory upgrade reward that he would need to claim the entire sea. Like this, he had claimed his 3rd sea, and he exhaled a breath. Do you want me to come with you? Ina asked. The previous Leonel was on track to maximize efficiency, so when it was convenient, he had sent Ina off on her own missions. However, she wanted to know if Leonel preferred her here now. She knew that whatever Leonel was going through wasn't just magically cured with her words, she was just happy that he cared enough about her to be able to ignore it for the time being, but that didn't mean that she didn't want to find a solution as quickly as possible. Leonel didn't respond immediately, looking out into empty space for a moment. What do you think about life, Ina? Ina was a bit confused, not sure where this question was coming from. In reality, no one could have known what was going on in Leonel's mind, even her. To have deduced what he had from such small and minor bits of information was absolutely ridiculous. Maybe even those in the background, pulling on their puppet strings, would have never guessed such a thing. If you didn't have the drive to gain revenge for your mother and make up for the loss of your childhood with children of your own, what do you think you'd be doing with your life right now? Ina paused, uncertain of how to answer. Leonel's question wasn't only difficult to answer, it was nigh impossible. Removing such things from her was like creating an entirely new person. If she never experienced such things, how could she still be the same Ina? In that life, she might not have even ever met Leonel in the first place. Leonel was asking her who she would be if she wasn't herself, and even deeper than that, he was asking what her fundamental being was. However, even that seemingly fundamental question was layered with yet another even deeper meaning. What made a person? Was it their life experiences, or was the person they would be decided upon at birth? If there was a fundamental Ina, then that would assume that everyone had an innate nature to them. If there wasn't, then that would mean that it was entirely a matter of nurture. Someone else might have tried to casually answer this question, but although she didn't seem to be as smart as Leonel, Ina held her own sort of weight in this regard. So, quite truthfully, she didn't know how to answer for a very long time. Ina had once lost her personality. Back then, was she still Ina? She still had all of her memories, so why had she acted so differently than usual? The answer was complex. Ina felt what made a person wasn't just a series of events, but also the variables associated with them. The timing, the sequence, these two things were highly important. Your W Fia. Ina took a breath. I don't know. Chapter 244, Third Party. Chapter 244, Third Party, 244, Third Party. Third Party Ina wanted to give Leonel an answer that could satisfy him, an answer that would sweep away all of his worries and lift the veil of darkness from him. She wanted nothing more than to put a smile on his face, but the question was simply far too difficult. But what Leonel said after hearing her answer swept away all of her hesitation and disappointment in herself, replacing it with shock and a beating heart that refused to calm. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that I know the answer for me all too well. I would be exactly the same person, just as lazy, just as unmotivated, entirely unable to take the world seriously. No matter how many variables changed, no matter the sequence of events, no matter what twists and turns came, there would only be two constants, my personality and my love of you, but now I'm confused. I always believed that this feeling was like a guiding lamp everyone had, but as I grew up, I realized that not everyone had that same conviction. I chose to ignore it, as I usually did, because I can never be bothered to waste time thinking about things I know I can't find the answer to, but then came the metamorphosis, and I gained a new understanding. The first time I heard the words, I was entirely stumped. It felt as though someone had gripped my shoulders and was shaking me violently, wanting me to wake up. The future can affect the past, they said. But if that was the case, why was I the only one that felt it? I don't have a time-related ability index, so the future should be just as blurry to me as it is to everyone else, but that nagging feeling remained. And now, I don't know anymore if that nagging feeling is even real. That light that had always been guiding me, that path I had always followed because I felt that I was at least being my true self, feels like a facade, a fabrication that was never real to begin with. I don't know what to think of it. I don't know what would happen if I suddenly started ignoring that path forward and took a step off of it. Leonel's face was placid as he spoke. Despite the weight of his words, it didn't seem to carry to his expression in the slightest. It was as though he had entirely dissociated, observing himself, or what he had thought to be himself, through a lens as a third party. He didn't even trust himself anymore. In his mind, where there had once been two constants, there was just one, and that one was Ina. Funny enough, Ina's worries weren't unwarranted. Not long ago, Leonel had thought about what these urges meant, this tug he had always felt. What did it represent exactly? But then he remembered that he had not just one tug, but two of them. He wondered if he should stop associating himself with Ina as well. Was his love for her real? Or was that something that had been programmed into him? And his personality, was that casual indifference he always felt in so many things truly himself? Or was it just useful for this simulation if he were to act in this way? Maybe he just happened to have an ability index that also made him more aware of it than others. However, in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. If he gave up on Ina as well, what good was living anymore? He couldn't trust his own likes and dislikes. He couldn't follow his dreams because it was all meaningless. If he also didn't have Ina, why did he even have to bother anymore? His previous confidence in being able to enter the real world and rub elbows with them had vanished in a puff of smoke. Hadn't he been able to enter zones just as easily as well? Didn't those people feel very real and very alive? What good was it for him to hold on to this as though it was truly some sort of saving grace? Ina listened in silence, gripping Leonel's hand hard. She didn't understand. She couldn't understand. The leaps in logic Leonel had taken to gain his current understanding of the world were only things an existence with millions of minds like himself could do. It was simply impossible for anyone else to succeed in such a thing. Although he had laid out so much, Ina still hadn't made the final conclusion.com. Doesn't the fact you can take a step off of it mean something? Ina said softly. Leonel's pupils trembled as he looked down toward Ina. I am very afraid, Leonel. I have heard many things about those with exceptionally high Dreamforce affinity, things that I don't want to believe. I'm very happy that you're saying so much. You rarely speak so much in a single breath, but it's also because of that I'm so worried. I want you to remember that Dreamforce is nothing but a vessel, a conduit. It's a projection of what a person could be, but it isn't a person. Just because you can use Dreamforce doesn't mean you can create life, it only means that you can grant the capacity for it. Ina didn't understand what was going on, but her best deduction was that Leonel's Dreamforce affinity had grown so deep that he was beginning to see past the layers of what it meant to be human, and as a result, he was questioning many things. While she didn't understand fully, when it came to comprehension, and especially comprehension of her own body, Ina was far beyond anyone else. As a result, how could she not fully understand the role that Dreamforce played in her own body? Of course, her deductions were entirely wrong. This wasn't what was causing Leonel's breakdown at all, but even so, hearing these words, Leonel felt like he had been hit by a speeding truck. Fuse with me, Ina said lightly. We haven't done it in a while. Ina reached out and Leonel subconsciously deployed his dream world. Chapter 245. Idiot, Chapter 245. Idiot 2045. Idiot Leonel felt as though a bomb had just gone off in his mind. When his vision cleared, he felt like he was standing within Ina's body, experiencing what she was experiencing, feeling what she was feeling. It had indeed been a long time since they had done this. Since then, Leonel had improved greatly. Not only had his Dreamforce force manipulation stepped to an all-new stage, but he had also gained the ability to disassociate his soul from his body, granting him a great deal of strength in this aspect. As a result, when he touched his own dream world with Ina's mind, the connection was far deeper than it had ever been before. If before Ina had only been able to share a small portion, now it felt like she could share 110% of the aspects of her ability index. Now, Leonel could truly feel what she felt, that instinct toward her body, and since they were connected, his own as well. He realized that Ina had even unknowingly already entered Tier 9 of the 6th dimension, and she was on pace to cross into the 7th dimension long before himself. However, he suddenly came to a stop. That was because he could sense that Ina's soul was under a great deal of strain. He immediately pulled back and sealed away most of his mind's strength. Just now, he had been far too rash. He had continued thinking at his normal speed, and because he was using Ina as a proxy to take on the benefits of her ability index, all of the stamina drain was on her to withstand. If he had continued for a few more seconds, she might have collapsed and even fallen into a coma. This time, he only allowed a single one of his minds forward, leaving all the other ones to focus on his body. But in reality, he had seen all he needed to see. He felt a shuddering change within him as his comprehension of Dreamforce grew even deeper. His mistake was in assuming that Dreamforce was just like other forces. Take Water Force, for example. Not only did it make up the various bodies of water in the world, but the shifts and changes within. The ocean, as an example, wasn't just one type of water force, but rather an amalgamation of all the water forces in various quantities, almost like neutral force, which was a fusion of all forces in existence. Leonel had always viewed Dreamforce in this way. An amalgamation of all kinds of Dreamforce, and depending on the type of person you were, one kind of Dreamforce would be more pronounced than another. However, he was entirely wrong. There weren't different kinds of Dreamforces, there was only one kind, the purest kind, the only kind in existence and the kind everyone shared. This was what separated Dreamforce from other kinds of forces. In fact, it could be said that the other forces that made up the human body were more likely to impact your personality than Dreamforce itself. Dreamforce was purely a vessel that allowed consciousness to exist, while Soulforce was what held the tainted colors of your personality. Leonel had always believed that Dreamforce was a derivative of Soulforce, or more accurately, a purified version of it. But it was more accurate to think of Soulforce like an impure Dreamforce. It was a subtle difference in order, and yet it made all the difference in his mind. Suddenly, crack, Leonel's body trembled and his gaze became vacant. Ina, who was allowing Leonel to explore and confirm the things she said, suddenly felt her expression change. She looked toward Leonel, shuddering at his dull gaze. Leonel's aura seemed to have entirely changed. At that moment, the universe resounded with a harrowing crack. It was a sound that every soul in existence heard, no matter where they were, no matter where they hid, no matter who they were. However, it seemed impossible to tell where this crack had come from. Ina felt her shoulders trembling as she looked into Leonel's eyes. She suddenly felt both an endlessly far away and endlessly close feeling. She wanted to take a step back and yet jump into his arms at the same time. It was an absolutely suffocating feeling, so all she could do was stand in place. Leonel? Leonel? The dull gaze in Leonel's eyes seemed to snap into focus. He looked around and then down at Ina, and then seemed to be stunned for a moment. His gaze suddenly became incomparably gentle, so gentle that Ina felt that she might melt. But to her surprise, tears began to stream down Leonel's face at the same time. It was a moment that was difficult to describe. The aura exuding from Leonel was incomparably majestic, incomparably lofty, and yet the look in his eyes could put a newborn at ease, while his tears could make the same newborn burst into their own. Leonel suddenly looked away, his tears vanishing under a mysterious sort of power that Ina couldn't even begin to understand. I see. It seems that even this one has been a failure. I guess there are just some things that you can't change. Leonel closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his dignified aura had reached his eyes. The air around him trembled and seemed about to collapse at any moment, but although Ina wasn't sure if it was an illusion or not, it felt that it was also quickly becoming weaker. Ina. Yes, Ina answered almost too hurriedly. She was nervous for reasons she didn't know why. For some reason, it felt like she was meeting Leonel for the first time all over again. I'm an idiot that doesn't deserve you. No matter what state I'm in a month from now, promise to never leave my side, okay? Ina's lips parted, but she didn't know how to respond. In the end, she simply nodded, her face holding on to a strong determination. Leonel didn't meet Ina's eyes again, almost as though he couldn't bear to, or maybe he was too embarrassed to. This version of himself was truly far too weak, whether in fist or in mind. All the calculations in the world, and it's still not enough. But at that moment, Leonel smiled. It was a handsome, unrestrained smile, the kind that came from the bottom of his heart. Even I cannot play with lives so casually. Leonel laughed. He laughed so heartily, a laugh filled with relief. It was completely contradictory, especially since he said he had just failed, and yet he was so happy. He had never been happier in his life. Take care of this idiot, Leonel said finally. One day, I won't disappoint you. Ina could only be confused as the suffocating aura suddenly vanished and Leonel collapsed. She hurriedly rushed forward to catch him, but even in this state, the smile on his face hadn't vanished. Chapter 2046, Are You? Chapter 2046, Are You? 2046, Are You? Ina didn't have the words to describe what she was thinking about or how she was feeling. Any other person would have probably thought that their boyfriend had entirely lost his mind. He spoke about himself practically in the third person just now, as though the him she was looking at wasn't him at all. But also, just now, Leonel's mind had been connected with her own. And yet, despite that connection, he had never felt farther away from her than he had in that moment. It was as though she was a small waterspout and he was a vast, endless ocean. Although she was feeding into him, she was hardly helping or changing anything at all, and what he had to offer was far too vast for him to be able to share anything without risking her destruction. Ina trembled. Something similar had happened before, although not exactly in this way. Maybe, in fact, it had happened 2 times before. Once when Leonel suddenly cleared more than 70 floors of the Void Tower when he should have had no capability of doing so, and second when his father had appeared suddenly in the Rapac's nest and undid some kind of seal. But how were those 2 things related at all? This sort of unfathomable feeling, Ina hadn't sensed it when she met Leonel's father. In her opinion, Leonel's father wasn't even half as strong as the Leonel who just spoke with her, and maybe even that wasn't anywhere near exaggerated enough. So how could Velasco be the one who had sealed Leonel? It had seemed as though, back then, that he had done something for Leonel's own good, but the Leonel that she had seen just now was beyond the capability of anyone to seal. And setting that matter aside, why did it sound like he had come from a far-off land? Why did it feel like he had experienced so much, hurt so much? But what she was most interested in knowing was, why was it that he was so happy about his failure? It felt like she was looking through a mirror. On one side, there was the Leonel who was still looking for his answers, and on the other side, it seemed that there was another Leonel who had finally gained his answer. Both were the same man, maybe weak in their own ways, strong in others, but still pursuing after the same matter. Ina couldn't fathom just how much hardship this elder Leonel had to go through to finally find the answer, but she had never heard Leonel laugh so heartily and happily, as though he was finally free, finally resolute in his path. Ina held Leonel up, her palm gently resting on his cheek, her mind unreadable. Although there was worry between her brows, there was still a light smile on her lips. She felt that even this older Leonel was an idiot too. How could she ever leave him? Leonel's gaze suddenly snapped open minutes later. He sat up so quickly that his head almost smashed into Ina's, but he managed to weave out of the way just in time. His breathing was slightly labored, and he looked around in confusion. He distinctly remembered the last time he had felt a similar feeling, but there was something odd. The situation wasn't exactly the same. He couldn't remember anything that had happened in the Void Tower, but this time he felt like he could vaguely recall something. Leonel looked down at his hands, his pupils constricting. His dream force was nothing like he remembered it. A 10-fold increase wasn't enough to describe it. Although his force manipulation remained the same, his ethereal glabella had become like its own innate node. so large that it had basically replaced the entirety of his frontal lobe, and it even looked as though it was eager to replace his entire brain. If his Dreamforce output was 1 unit before, it was over 1,000 now. It had gone from a drop of water to an overflowing bucket, but he couldn't quite understand why. It didn't feel like his affinity had changed much, it was still outstanding. Or maybe it had grown to a point where he couldn't even differentiate any longer. The most obvious change was that his number of split minds had gone from a factor of millions to billions. In fact, it was even approaching 10 digits rather than just 9. Leonel realized all of this looking at his hands because right now he wasn't observing his hands at all, rather it felt like he was looking at the individual cells that made it up. It was akin to the difference between observing a planet through a telescope and then zooming in to see the peaks and valleys, not to mention the populations that called it home. He was having a hard time wrapping his head around this matter, and he couldn't help but think back to what had happened in the Rapax nest. Back then, his Dreamforce affinity had gotten a huge boost. This time, his Dreamforce quantity had gotten its own huge boost. If he had had this much Dreamforce when he was creating his army of stingrays, rather than an entire 3 days to outfit them, even a quarter of a day might be over-exaggerating the time he would need, and that was only taking into account little Tolly's own limitations. The gap was simply as vast as an ocean. When this was simultaneously matched with the improvement of his Dreamforce before this odd change, then the gap was overwhelming. In fact, Leonel wondered if this change was triggered by the improvement to his force manipulation or not, but it seemed unlikely. This hadn't happened with his Scarlet Star Force when he had improved it, so why now? How do you feel? Are you okay? Ina's question suddenly snapped Leonel out of his thoughts. When he looked toward her this time, he couldn't help but feel she was even more beautiful now than he remembered. Chapter 2047, Mini Vacation. Chapter 2047, Mini Vacation. Ho 2047, Mini Vacation. Leonel suddenly kissed Ina, catching her off guard. She hadn't been prepared for this sudden change, as she was still worried about Leonel and if he was doing okay, so she was far too stunned even to fight back. Eventually, she regained her bearings and bit at Leonel's lips. Ow, ow. What are you doing to your husband? Leonel pouted. There are people watching. Behave yourself, Ina chided. Even so, she couldn't help but lick her lips. The taste of Leonel's blood was truly great. If it wasn't because she felt that it was too weird to ask, she would take a taste more often. Leonel, though, had noticed the subtle, seductive action. He didn't know why, but watching Ina lick at his blood like that made a firelight within him. It was as though some repressed fantasies about being with a vampire empress were all resurfacing at once. What are you looking at? Ina asked to hide her embarrassment. Lick your lips again, slower this time. I really want to imprint it into my memories. Take another bite out of my lip if you have to. Ina was stunned speechless before she hit Leonel on the chest. Be serious. I am deadly serious. Come, take another bite. I'm ignoring you, Ina stood in a huff, dropping Leonel to the ground, but when she turned back, her lips couldn't help but bloom into a bright smile. If Leonel was willing to joke around like this, he was at least feeling better for now. She felt 2 arms wrap around her waist, a soft cheek pressing against her own. This time, she didn't fight back, her palm reaching up to touch Leonel's face. Look at you, still as smooth as a baby's butt. Leonel was aghast. How could you poke at your husband's insecurities like this? Ina laughed, allowing Leonel a nice view of her bouncing chest over her shoulder. He couldn't help but shake his head. If only those perverts didn't set up cameras everywhere. What were those old perverts thinking? If the Morales ancestors knew what Leonel was thinking, they too would have probably been stunned speechless. How was this their fault? It was just the way things had always been done. The two continued to joke around without a care in the world, forgetting the time for a moment and just enjoying one another's company. Finally, Ina asked the question that had been on her mind all the while. Are you really okay? You know you can talk to me, right? Leonel smiled. Maybe. At the very least, it's not enough for me to stress over it like I have before. Questions about life and its meaning, they're things everyone has, right? Why should I be the one to gain answers before anyone else? After seeing Ina's Dreamforce, Leonel understood that it wasn't something that could just breathe life into things. One couldn't create life with it, and one wouldn't be able to manipulate the personality of another with it either. Of course, that didn't mean that there wouldn't be other ways of doing so. For example, giving someone certain affinities or tainting their soul force with certain aspects, both were viable options. So that didn't mean that Leonel's worries were entirely unfounded. But what it did mean was that there was a path to true freedom. It existed, and it existed within every single person equally. That sort of realization was beautiful enough in its own right. As for what was beyond, it was still exactly that, beyond him. If everyone had the same Dreamforce acting as the foundation of their life, though, then Leonel was right back to square one. How could one possibly differentiate the value of a life? In fact, now that he thought about it, if it was so easy to just create people, what was the point of this simulation? If the point was to have predictive models of the future and use it to avoid catastrophes, that was still acceptable. It made sense for this simulation to exist. But if the creators of this simulation were looking for existences that could help them out of their plight, then that went a long way to addressing Leonel's worries. As for why, one only had to ask themselves a simple question. If it was so easy to create life, why bother creating such weak life forms? If they needed help, why not directly create the most powerful existences they could? Or if they were worried about rebellion, why not just directly create the most powerful existences that could be safely controlled? The answer was obvious. It wasn't that easy to create life. Maybe he was still being manipulated, but keeping the chains on him wasn't so easy, and as long as there was a chance, he was certain that he'd be able to break free. Leonel rose to his feet. He was sure that this dimensional verse, along with the others, had been created for the latter reason. If it was for the purpose of simulating the future, there would have been no point in allowing a connection to exist between the universes. But those connections very much existed, the tribulation likely only being just one of them. "Where are you going?" Ina asked. "You mean, where are we going?" Leonel corrected with a grin. Ina smiled. "Okay, I'll bite. Where are we going?" "To end these air wars, of course. This piece of shit competition actually gave me a midlife crisis 3 decades early. I can't stand for it." Ina sputtered with laughter. "Don't be reckless. We still need to plan things. If James wasn't out there being a lazy ass, it'll all be okay. Talking behind my back when you've just been smooching on my sister-in-law while all of us did free labor? Let's revolt, everyone. This king is too much of a bastard." Leonel grinned, hearing James's voice. How could he not have noticed him already? The others had been worried after not receiving Leonel's orders for so long, especially after they had already gathered so many materials without seeing a peep from him, so they had come here. Who would have thought that he was taking a little vacation in an underwater resort? James threw something over and Leonel caught it. After a look, Leonel's grin widened. It was precisely what they needed to conquer the final sea. Chapter 2048, Small Knot. Chapter 2048, Small Knot 2048. Small Knot. Leonel tossed the glass orbs in his hand. "Let's go. It's about time we stop preparing." "Now's the time to end then. I'm quite tired of this game." The gaze of James and the others flashed, however, they simply nodded. Since Leonel had said so, that was how it would be. The first thing Leonel did was finish setting up a network of outposts. Since outposts of different cities couldn't be connected, the best way to deal with this was to spawn separate outposts of differing cities near one another. Like this, it would be relatively easier to shift from one city to the next. Then, Leonel commanded the Oryx and the Skies family to make their way to the fourth and final sea. At the same time, he sent a message to the Cloud Race. It was about time he made a move with them. He had wanted to save the Cloud Race for the perfect moment. They had played their role well enough. There were most definitely spies from the other continent present by now, and thanks to them, pressure that would have been on Leonel was greatly weakened. Now, it was time to make true use of them. When Leonel entered the fourth sea, his internal sight trembled. The range he had once had was just 10 kilometers, while he could barely deploy his dream world for about 100 or so meters. But now, there was easily a 100-fold increase. The suppression of this world couldn't bind him as well as it could in the past. He could easily see 1,000 kilometers in every direction. Although this wasn't enough to cover the entire moon, it was definitely enough to cover over 50% of this sea. Novsikange 24. Sikange 24 stacks 24. Thanks to this, Leonel was immediately able to see that this sea was already occupied by someone else, and they were just a small measure away from forming an air-grade territory and claiming it for themselves. Resemblance with the Quarius family. But Leonel had already dealt with the Quarius family, so that could only mean that this was related with Vega, and thus Adawarth. Leonel's gaze narrowed. Did he want to clash with First Nova right this moment, or did he want to wait instead? Despite his words, he knew that he couldn't just casually bulldoze through the air wars right this moment. At the same time, victory was important for more reasons than just Ina's happiness. He still couldn't allow Third Nova to get his way. If Third Nova was truly connected to the Three-Finger Cult, then that also meant that he was connected to whatever schemes that cult was drawing up. Leonel had already deduced that the demonness and king had to come from the real world, so the stakes of this matter were still the same. When he had thought that he was being controlled every step of the way, he couldn't be bothered to care about this and didn't even want to continue to participate. But now that he was participating, he most definitely had to crush Third Nova's chances. However, after a moment, Leonel's gaze flashed with a decisive light. Now wasn't the time for taking a step back, it was about time that he went all out. "Let me," Ina suddenly said. Leonel looked over toward Ina. He remembered that Ina had a small relationship with Vega. In the past, Vega had wanted to choose Ina as her successor to the faction after she was promoted to the Void Senate. Back then, Vega had even been willing to use Leonel's health as a bargaining chip. This had occurred just after Leonel had cleared past the 70th floor and returned unconscious and heavily injured. It also happened to be around this time that Fourth Nova tried to sign Ina to a slave contract. If one were comparing pettiness, Ina was probably even more petty and ruthless than even Leonel. It seemed that after all this time, Ina hadn't forgotten about this matter, which was actually quite amusing to Leonel. That was because Vega hadn't even forced her hand, she was just negotiating from a strong position. But to Ina, she didn't take anything related to Leonel's life lightly. Before Leonel could even say anything, Ina had already taken out her battle axe. In truth, not many had seen Ina battle with her full strength. This was because although she was a beauty, she wasn't a queen beauty, and Leonel had gotten far more attention than her, so when they split, most chose to focus on him instead. However, after her feat of concocting a life-grade force pill, it could be said that very few paid more attention to anyone else. Leonel smiled. His demeanor seemed far more relaxed than it had in the past. Aina could tell that Leonel had somehow become even more like himself. That same casual laziness was there and prominent once again. Now, though, Aina felt like she understood where it was coming from. Not long ago, she had spoken to what seemed to be a future version of Leonel. Just like everyone else, she was also aware of the fact that the future could affect the past, and if Leonel's future self was as powerful as he seemed to be, how could his current self not be completely and entirely bored of everything he came across? There was no challenge that could speed up his heart, no obstacle that he would feel was too great. In that case, as his future wife, if she was meant to keep her promise to stay by his side, then her one and only goal was to stay powerful enough that she could do just that. Vega was a reminder of a time where she had been too weak to do exactly that, and she very much didn't like it. Although she had no hatred for Vega, this small dislike was enough for her to draw her blade. It was her time to untie this small knot in her heart. Second Tactor 24-9, Fluttering Chapter 24-9, Fluttering Second Tax T24-9, Fluttering. The seas rumbled as the light of dusk grew lower and lower. First Nova had split his forces into two, trusting Vega to command the seas while he charged forth on land. As a result, they had done quite well. Although Third Nova believed that he was in the best position, relying on Oranek to take over the seas for him, his plans had been crushed by Leonel. Due to this, First Nova suddenly found himself to be in the best position. Vega was, obviously, under quite a lot of pressure from her family. She had actually suddenly decided to abandon her responsibilities and join a man of the Morales family. It might have been fine under normal circumstances, since Adawarth was, indeed, outstanding. However, given the weight of these matters and the political weight behind them, her choice was truly much harder than it seemed on the surface. Her actions were akin to willingly standing on the side of a man who might very well soon take over a family that had the spears of the whole human domain pointed at it. This was a choice that took a great deal of courage. She might never be able to return to her family again. There was no doubt that in order for her to do this, her love for First Nova was not shallow, and the amount of effort she had put into making certain that he would succeed was not a small amount. Not only had she formed a gold-grade special ocean territory, but she was just a step away from being prepared to challenge the air grade. However, just when she felt that she was about half a day or so away from her preparations being complete, her gaze flickered as she was alerted to a large movement on her territory map. When she checked, her brows furrowed. There was an army of about 1 million moving toward her direction. 1 million would have been a large number during the first few days of the air wars, but 1 million now was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Just the number of individuals she had scouting out her territory and clear dungeons and the like exceeded this number. Even so, Vega wasn't a fool. Anyone who could make it to this point wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. There was no longer any fodder remaining in the air wars. They had all been wiped out in the first few days. Now, all that remained was the cream of the crop. Vega combed, and the first thing she did was alert Adawarth. Then, she gave out a series of commands. Leonel nodded toward Aina and allowed her to take the helm. Since she wanted to act, he didn't mind. Maybe before all of these things happened, he would have insisted on taking the most efficient route properly. He had been in a serious state since the start of these air wars, and he was meticulous about every detail. But right this moment, he felt more relaxed than anything else. It was difficult for him to take anything too seriously right now. It was as though the entire world was in the palm of his hand. Even if something didn't go absolutely perfectly, he could just slide the misplaced levers back into place, adjusting for victory regardless of the circumstances. When they finally crossed into the territory, Leonel's gaze flickered. Harsh winds kicked up, and they began to come across large numbers of whirlpools. The closer they got, the more numerous and dangerous these whirlpools began. The stingrays, whose numbers were no more than a drop in the bucket given the size of the ocean, had no choice but to split up to continue avoiding these whirlpools. Leonel realized immediately that this had to be something related to a special ocean territory, and this one used natural disasters of the water. If it was anything like the Lotus territory, then they would also have to be prepared for the possibility of one-time, large-scale attacks that could be levied in exchange for a large number of points. The good news was that most of his army was made up of oceanic creatures, but that didn't mean that they were immune from these disasters. If their formations were forced to become too small, then their armors would become less useful. Interesting, at that moment, Leonel finally spotted the city in the distance. It was in the gold grade as he had expected. However, other than this, it was quite unique. It floated upon a thick gray cloud that rumbled from time to time. This cloud was at least 10 or so meters above the surface of the ocean, and beneath it was an enormous whirlpool that rotated like the blades of a saw. Just looking at it, Leonel's gaze couldn't help but flicker. He knew immediately that the stingrays couldn't even get close to the city, at least not through the water. The defenses of this city were quite exceptional. If the balance is proper, since this territory has so many powerful areas of effect abilities, the odds that it has other powerful upgrades is minimal. It's a lot like the Water Lotus territory in this regard. At that moment, a beauty with fluttering blue hair appeared on the city walls. Although there were many others as well, it was simply too difficult to ignore her. When she looked down and saw Leonel and the others, her gaze couldn't help but flicker. Of all those she had expected, Leonel and Ina were definitely among the last. Soon, her expression returned to normal and she waved a hand. At that moment, several ballista units on the wall took aim. Leonel's army was already greatly spread out. Due to the whirlpools, the largest group gathered in any one location was only a few hundred in number. At the same time, there was much room to maneuver. While on the one hand, this made it more difficult for a scattershot to cause a lot of damage. On the other, it made it easier to target more powerful threats. However, Leonel didn't do anything as he fell into silence. At that instant, a vortex of volatile, swirling energy appeared to his side. As for Aya, who had just been in that exact location, she had completely disappeared. When she appeared again, she had already appeared above the city, her speed so fast it might as well have been teleportation. She raised her axe into the skies, her hair fluttering wildly as she swung down. Chapter 2050, Raging River. Chapter 2050, Raging River 2050. Raging River. Ina's axe left a bloody trail in the skies. It felt as though it couldn't be stopped, carrying a momentum behind it that seemed to encompass the auras of a myriad of weapons. Leonel had long since known that Ina had chosen her own path. While Leonel had first begun with calligraphy, before moving on to music, then painting, before finally having some accomplishment in translating his spear skill into force arts, Ina took a different approach entirely. Whenever she felt that she had come across a bottleneck in the improvement of her battle axe, she switched to a new weapon, gaining mastery over it before switching back and applying what she had learned. Every time she completed such a cycle, her skill would enter an entirely new tier, touching upon levels those her age shouldn't have any business touching. Leonel himself could touch upon the fourth layered state when he finished his spear dance. Of course, this was for his sixth-dimensional spear force. Ina, likewise, used sixth-dimensional battle axe force, and just that swing along was very clearly in at least the second-layered state. Watching the woman he loved display such skills so casually, Leonel's gaze couldn't help but glow. He didn't often think about how others viewed Ina. So long as they didn't dare to say such things before him, and he wasn't aware of their thoughts, he didn't care, quite frankly. All that mattered to him were Ina's feelings and his own. However, he was still human. Seeing Ina shine like this couldn't help but put a smile on his face. I wonder. Lionel's lips began to move as Ina swung her axe down. He didn't seem to be saying anything, but if others paid exceptionally close attention, it would be possible to see Ina's ears subtly twitching from time to time. Due to the time constraints, Leonel hadn't found a moment to tell Ina about force manipulation. Everything she had accomplished until this moment was done on her own merits. In truth, Leonel hesitated to tell many people about this. That was because he understood that sometimes overthinking things could come as a detriment instead of help. There were many instincts beasts and children would have that adults would lose, and that because while awareness was a virtue, it was also a hindrance in many ways. Being aware of force manipulation might help some, but it could very well hinder most. However, Leonel had a great deal of faith in Ina. Until now, she had already been forging ahead on her own, so what about now? Leonel spoke quickly, and Ina was more than strong enough in mind to catch it all. Her eyes seemed to become dazed for a moment before they sharpened considerably, her aura flourishing. A delicate roar came from her lips that quickly morphed into something far more majestic, a war cry that echoed across the skies that shook the walls of the city below her. Bang! Ina's battle axe landed upon a shield of water that Vega had manifested. The latter had reacted quickly, her expression changing when she sensed the strength that was behind Ina's blow. But rather than taking a step back, she moved forward. Their clash echoed throughout the surroundings, the immediate sections of the wall crumbling and quaking as the other members of the Quarius family found themselves flying out in all directions. Vega's gaze narrowed. Her defenses were probably her greatest strength, but right now her water shield was threatening to collapse beneath the blow of a sixth-dimensional existence? Just what was going on here exactly? Her blue dress fluttered as she took a step back. Her fingers tapped at the air and the water shield's form shifted, inverting and forming a large net that shot toward Ina. Ina's battle axe suddenly became akin to a venomous snake in her hands, losing its form and curving out while its twin blades twinkled beneath the pulsing streaks of lightning in the dark clouds that accumulated above. The net of water shattered, becoming countless droplets of sparkling blue water. It didn't carry a natural hue at all, instead infused with a large amount of force that increased the humidity to the point that, although not a single drop had fallen onto Ina, it still felt like she was enveloped from all sides. A sticky layer of something uncomfortable bore down upon her, and Ina seemed to understand what it was instantly. Vega wasn't just controlling the water droplets that were clearly visible to her naked eye, she was also controlling the invisible water vapor. This stickiness wasn't just humidity, it was a warning sign. Ina's gaze flickered and her stance shifted. With a twist of her wrist, the seemingly flexible battle axe in her small palms became as rigid as an ancient tree piercing the skies. Its polearm crashed into the crumbling wall beneath them, sending out a rumbling echo that spread out in all directions. It sounded like Ina had suddenly hit a resonating bronze bell at that moment. Instantly, the droplets of water shattered and the humidity scattered before it could coat Ina any longer. She took a step forward as Vega's gaze narrowed, swinging her battle axe in a wide arc that bore down with a menacing momentum. Her movement flowed like water, her body moving instinctually to shatter all the traps Vega had set up before they could even become fully formed plots. It really felt like she wasn't thinking at all. Her mind was her body, and her body was her mind. They moved and functioned as one without the slightest delay or lag. Vega's expression became serious. She realized that this was no longer a matter she could just casually brush off. If she wanted to win, she would have to treat Ina like a real opponent. Defeat Ina, gather the momentum to her side, and crush the army that lay in wait. Vega's aura suddenly changed. From a governess, her demeanor became valiant. Her blue hair lifted into the air, becoming like a raging river. Chapter 2051. Limit 2051. Limit. Vega stepped forward to meet Ina's strike, but she met some resistance in the air. Her expression changed slightly, but her movements didn't become any slower. In fact, they sped up considerably, her body tensing and her force raging through his nodal pathways like the tides of the ocean. Leonel watched with narrowed eyes. Whenever he experienced Ina's battle style, he couldn't help but be in awe. That sudden slam of her battle axe on the ground just now seemed simple, but it was incomparably complex. That domain-like attack, or it could even be more accurately stated to be a defensive ward of sorts, had hints that reminded Leonel a lot of how he and Ina would resonate their forces as one, using concepts that Leonel had learned from his grandfather's way of the spear. However, Ina had used a reverse concept. She purposely failed in an attempt to resonate with the force in her surroundings, and as a result, repulsed them away. This attempt acted like a dome-like barrier, expelling her enemy's own domain attack. While this seemed simple, it was extremely complex, especially since Leonel was certain that Ina had simply done it on a whim, following her instincts without the slightest thought. Force wasn't a naturally benign substance in most cases. They were designed to fuse into one or pass by each other without a care. Only when controlled by the intention of a person could this natural instinct of theirs be mediated. If things weren't like this, how could ocean waters contain wind force that allowed Leonel to breathe? How could any ecosystem exist at all, for that matter, without collapsing in on itself? With how subtly Vega was using her force just now, if Ina had chosen any other method of attack, it wouldn't have worked to help her, but rather help Vega instead. Leonel couldn't help but grin. Bang! The two met, one palm and one battle axe. Whipping winds sliced into the crumbling wall and the devastated surroundings. Even the whirlpools below no longer seemed to be a great deal at all, feeling like kids' toys in the face of the destruction of the clash. Quickly, they separated before shooting forward again and separating once more. Every time they met, the walls crumbled to another degree, collapsing piece by piece. It didn't seem to be a gold-grade wall at all, and rather felt like clay putty. Vega's body was like water. Every clash caused a ripple to echo through her, dispersing into splashes of water. It really felt as though every time Ina attacked her, the sound of a boulder crashing into the surface of a calm lake would come to mind. Ina's own style was entirely unpredictable. Sometimes her battle axe would be as soft as silk, other times it would be rigid and powerful, sometimes it bent like a bow, and other times it would be as swift as a sword. And yet, each one of these styles smoothly transitioned into one another, sliding back and forth and becoming like one insurmountable mountain. Vega was beginning to feel suffocated. Every time she used a move to catch Ina off guard, the latter would adjust. The next time such a move appeared, she would seem to react even before Vega would, almost as though she could predict what Vega would do before she even knew herself. Ina's skin glowed, her golden irises gaining a red ring that pulsed with a stronger and stronger light until it suddenly solidified. Bang! An explosive phantom appeared behind Ina, causing Leonel's eyes to narrow. She swung her battle axe, its power increasing explosively. Third layered, Vega took a strong step back, her feet nearly slipping beneath the crumbling stone. She slipped to the side, regaining her bearings and redirecting Ina's power. However, her gaze couldn't help but congeal. What was this? A lineage factor. Was this the lineage factor of the Brazinger family? She. Suddenly, Ina swung again. Fourth layered, bang. Vega was sent flying, her lips parting as a jet of blood came from her lips. She soared like a streaking bullet, crashing down below and leveling several buildings as her bones crackled and popped. Ina still felt as though a power was surging within her, its strength reaching towering heights. After Leonel had spoken, she understood the purpose of this manifestation. Much like Emperor's Edict or other such techniques, this manifestation was a technique meant to be paired with the Brazinger family's lineage factor. As for its function, Ina hadn't been certain before, as it was an extension of her body rather than truly being a part of it, but now she understood. It worked akin to a cross between an innate node and a universal cycle. It took her weapon force comprehension and forcefully raised her control over it. In an instant, Ina had gone from being able to wield her battle axe force at a second layered state level to the fourth layered state level, And quite frankly, she didn't feel like this was her limit. Her force bubbled and her strength soared, and then soared again. Leonel couldn't help but cough lightly, wondering if she had told this little T-Rex in beautiful skin about this. How was he going to keep her in line in the future? He was already whipped. He stood no chance now. Aina raised her battle axe, the manifestation to her back solidifying to the point it became entirely corporeal. It looked as though she had brought a second version of herself into existence, beautiful, untouchable, valiant. And then, this unmoving manifestation suddenly shuddered and moved. It grabbed at the air, forming its own battle axe. This battle axe resonated with the one in Aina's hand, and complex force arts began to appear one after another. Leonel's pupils constricted. "Aina!" he suddenly roared out, and Aina's heart skipped a beat. Without a word, she retrieved her battle axe and lightly took a step back. In a flash, she appeared by Leonel's side, her visage only slightly flushed as though she hadn't just had a battle that shattered half the landscape of a gold-grade city. Chapter 2052, Kill. Chapter 2052, Kill. 2052, Kill. Leonel might be in a different state now, but he was still mindful of the future. Nothing bad was about to happen to Aina just now, but he didn't feel it was necessary to show all of these matters just yet. Using it on this one territory when victory was already in hand was unnecessary. Since Vega was First Nova's woman, he had no intention of killing her. However, she wasn't an heir, so she didn't have a badge to crush and send her out. It would be up to First Nova to do that. Even so, Leonel didn't have any intention of using her as a hostage either. So as things stood now, the only thing he wanted was control over the city's core. For that sort of purpose, this much was already enough. The Corius family members, upon realizing Vega had lost the battle, and so miserably at that, couldn't stand idly by any longer. There weren't many of them, and truthfully most of them were actually just Ataworth's subordinates, faithful followers he had gathered over the years. As First Nova, there was no doubt that he had had the most time of them all to succeed in this matter, and his subordinates were most definitely not incompetent. They had understood what Vega wanted to do. Defeating an enemy in a one-on-one battle before the start of a large-scale war was an excellent way to claim the morale for your side. However, things hadn't gone as planned. Even so, they were all veterans of the battlefield, and each one of them understood that they still ultimately had the upper hand. They were the defending party, and their numbers were far greater. In addition, if Leonel and the others were too slow, they would end up pincered from multiple sides. Not only had they already contacted Ataworth, but their members who were focused on scouting out the region and clearing dungeons and the like could come back any time. However, maybe none of them actually expected what happened next. But Nicey HD, a service's point Furzin. Leonel raised a hand, and the Skies family moved forward, their valiant armors glistening even under the rolling clouds above. At first, not many had thought much of the storm clouds above. They had a storm-related city, and this was quite normal. There was nothing much to think about. But none of them realized just how odd it was until just now. It felt as though every time the Skies family raised their feet and connected with the waters beneath them, the skies would rumble again. The cadence of an army's march matched with the thunderous rage of nature, filling their enemies with an unexpected trepidation, one they had no idea how to account for. Suddenly, shrackle! An arc of lightning descended from the skies and crashed into the city below. At first, it was just one, but then there was a second, and then a third, then a fourth. It looked as though it was harming nothing at all until the first person was struck. A cry of agony echoed before they fell into a pile of crumpled flesh. Fire! Fire! Now! Vega barely pulled herself out from the rubble. She could only be described to be in a sorry state. Her dress was torn in countless places. One of her arms hung limply by her side, entirely unable to move, while blood flowed from her lips like a waterfall, coating her chin and dripping down into the cleavage of what remained of her clothing. She didn't have time to fathom how she, a genius of the Void Palace and leader of a legacy faction, could possibly lose to an Aina who had lost a 20-year advantage. All she could think about was trying to preserve Ataworth's hard work to the best of her abilities. She had betrayed even her own family for the sake of being here. There was no way that she could allow things to end so easily. Unfortunately, because of the battle she had just had with Aina, many of the ballista units that were directly facing the Skies family had fallen into the city, over the edge of the walls and into the water, or had just been directly destroyed. As a result, many that were facing off to the side had to overextend themselves, awkwardly changing their aimed direction and shooting from a much longer distance. Suddenly, phantoms began to appear in the army one after another. Giants constructed of lightning rose from the water, formed of the force from the warriors that worked together beneath its protection. These giants of lightning struck out with their palms, smashing the projectiles into ashes while ignoring the ones that never stood a chance. Leonel waved another hand, and the Oryx stepped forward, the ocean rumbling beneath them. In fact, they shook the ocean waves so much that even the whirlpools were beginning to show signs of collapsing, unable to maintain their proper state. Suddenly, the third eyes of the Oryx all split open one after another. The shadows of several crimson eyes began to appear in the skies. Staring at the sight, Vega felt a shudder. There was something oddly sinister about them, as though they were peering into the depths of her soul, and yet there was absolutely nothing that she could do about it. During their hyper-evolution, the Oryx hadn't seemed to undergo many changes, but this was because most of their evolution had been concentrated into their eyes. The third eye of the Oryx was oddly robust, carrying none of the usual fragility of what one would expect from an eye. And what had always been interesting to Leonel was the fact that their evolution had been concentrated into their eyes. The third eye of the Oryx was oddly robust, carrying none of the usual fragility of what one would expect from an eye. And what had always been interesting to Leonel was the fact that their third eye was located right on the forehead, taking up space in the location their ethereal glabella should have been. So, when he created the set of armor they would use in the month he had before the Air Wars began, he took advantage of that. Leonel's lip curled as the illusory eyes in the sky pulsed, glowing a fiendish bright red. Kill, Erdial notes. I'll be updating this novel this month. Enjoy the mass release. Chapter 2053, Absolute. Chapter 2053, Absolute. The flashing eyes pulsed one final time before solidifying. The moment they did, an eruption of violent force surged out like a raging tide. At first they weren't very controlled, splashing out like a spray of water from a hose, but very quickly, the Oryx seemed to get a grip on their bearings, reining in the trembling blast of force and concentrating it into countless red lasers that covered the skies. The force was devastating. It crushed everything in its path, disintegrating it. Many died without even time to scream out for help, and the so-called walls of gold grade were crushed like paper, collapsing without any sort of resistance. Seeing this scene, Leonel couldn't help but think about the first time he had come across an Oryx. Back then, the Oryx in question had had an ability index almost exactly like this, but that man had just been one of many. And since it was an ability index, it couldn't just be casually passed down from Oryx to Oryx. Ability indexes weren't hereditary from Leonel's understanding of things. However, what was so crucial about this memory was what it told Leonel about the Oryx race. The eye was an incredibly fragile thing. As crazy as it was for Leonel to have formed a node in his brainstem so long ago, forming one in your eyes was seen as equally crazy, if not even more so. Nodes had to be connected to one another, so running a nodal pathway from your eye to other parts of your body only gave you, really, two choices. The first was to go through your face, and the second was to go through your brain. The first might not seem so bad until you realized that there were only two choices for succeeding in this path as well. The first was to disrupt the normal flow of your bone structure, or most accurately, your skull, and the second was to use the thin skin on your face. Both weren't very good options. Urie. Running a nodal pathway through your bones would ruin its structural integrity and create a weak point in your body. And as for running a nodal pathway through the skin and muscle of your face would limit how thick you could make it, unless you were alright with a large, vein-like snake running across your face, or you were alright with limiting your future potential. The second option of running it through your brain, but this was even more dangerous than forming a node in your brainstem. There were even more moving parts, and increasing the size of your nodal pathway in the future would come with a new set of challenges every time. To top all of this off, there wasn't usually much of a necessity or benefit to forming nodes in your eyes to begin with. Those who had eye-related lineage factors could use their strength naturally without doing this. That was because the existence of one's ethereal glabella alone already created all the networks you would need in your mind. And those that didn't have such abilities would just be wasting their time for what was effectively just vision that was a little bit sharper than normal. This, however, was where the anatomy of the Oryx became so absolutely shocking. Their third eye wasn't just in place of their ethereal glabella. Leonel was actually quite certain that it was their ethereal glabella. The implications of this matter were shocking because it went beyond just hoping for an ability index related to eyes was birthed within them. Instead, it was possible to take advantage of this such that they could create their own abilities off the back of it. This wasn't just a quirk of their anatomy, it was effectively a lineage factor. What else was a lineage factor if not a biological quirk that could be passed down through the generations? The problem was that the Oryx faced a similar problem to Leonel after he had evolved beyond the level of the snowy star owl, and that was that they were too far in their infancy to have the techniques they needed to make use of their abilities. So, Leonel created it for them. Rather than wasting time creating techniques, refining them, and improving them, Leonel took the crudest ability such an eye would have and amplified it to the greatest degree. What was the ethereal glabella if not a hub for the affinities of its owner? It was through the ethereal glabella that one gained access to their ability index. It could be said that it was the hub that made a person, and it also happened to be the location within which one could gain access to their soul. The spiritual were born only as ethereal glabellas, and it was around said ethereal glabella that they constructed their own bodies. As a result of this, it could be said that almost from birth, they had already entered the fourth dimension, and not only that, they were intimately familiar with both their affinities and how their bodies worked alongside it. This was part of why the spirituals were so absolutely powerful, and Leonel even believed that given enough time, it might actually be possible for the Oryx to replicate something similar given the access they had to their ethereal glabellas. It could be said that, better than any force art, better than any treasure, what the ethereal glabella was best at was accumulating force and expelling it. When one gained such unprecedented access to one's ethereal glabella right from the purest possible source, the effect could only be said to be absolute. Feeling the power coursing through them, for the first time, the Oryx became keenly aware of just the kind of strength and power they had. There were many sayings about the eyes being the window to the soul, none of them being literal. But in the case of the Oryx, it just might very well be. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 2054, Shame. Chapter 2054, Shame. Leonel landed from the skies above. In the surroundings, the battle continued to rage on, but it was very clear who had won and who had lost. Maybe if Vega had holed up and chosen to fight with her army instead of going head-to-head with Aina, things may have ended differently, or at the very least, it would have been much more difficult. But in the end, she had made a true mistake in underestimating her. The result of their battle was something that completely shocked the whole of the human domain. To have not just the skill of a life-grade force pillcrafter, but to also have such strength at the mere 6th dimension, this was enough of a fear for Aina to skyrocket to the very pinnacle of the Queen Beauty leaderboards. Not just a small number of individuals had thought Aina to be someone Leonel had picked because of her beauty. In truth, it was even difficult to associate her with the Brazinger family purely because her eyes were not red and her hair was not crimson. This sort of thing had also caused many rumors to spread about the real backstory behind her existence. While the Brazinger family had gained a secret, almost cult-like following, appearing from nowhere and displaying such great strength because Aina didn't share their patented look, it made it very easy to dismiss her, until this moment. It was like this that many began to replay the events of the start of the Air Wars in their minds, recalling the valiance and elegance that both Leonel and Aina had walked in with. The connotation of that moment flipped again and again in their thoughts. Every time Leonel accomplished a shocking feat, or Aina flipped their understanding of the world on its head, it felt like that memory was further ingrained into the psyches. It was recast and remodeled, etched deeper and deeper until it became a memory that they couldn't forget. But what was especially shocking about this was that Leonel and Aina weren't only gaining the label of shocking geniuses, but also that of underdogs. What once was the perception that the two were overly arrogant and knew too little about the wider geniuses of the human domain became a shocking story of a couple fighting with one another against all odds. This story only became more and more of the public's truth as Leonel's trump cards turned the tide again and again and again. And now, with one of the main pillars of First Nova's power crippled, the reality that Leonel just might win this was settling in. Vega looked as though she had lost her soul. Sitting on her knees, looking around with a blank expression, she almost couldn't believe what had happened. She hardly had the strength to sit up, and yet as though she was torturing herself, she looked through every broken brick and fallen building. She had so much experience commanding a large number of people, so much experience in battle, so much knowledge to give and strength to use, and yet it felt like she had been slowly suffocated to death, like a frog in slowly boiling water. She vaguely understood that this feeling came from Aina's combat, and then Leonel's subsequent command over the situation, but understanding this didn't make her feel any better. If anything, she felt wholly inferior. Aina's combat strength was unlike anything she had ever seen before. Facing her had felt like she was facing off against herself. She knew everything that was going to happen ahead of time, before she could even breathe properly. Aina had breathed for her, and yet Vega was absolutely certain that Aina didn't have a sensory type ability. Then there was Leonel. After the stingrays had been forced to spread out due to the numerous whirlpools, she had believed that the battle would be easy. Picking apart smaller groups of enemies was far easier, and her marksmen could truly make their skill known. But how could she have expected that the storm characteristics of her territory would become more beneficial to Leonel than it was to her? The strikes of lightning had been completely devastating. And then to make matters worse, his command over the Oryx and the deployment of their eye abilities was truly seamless. While her own ballista units were struggling to fire from a longer range, Leonel crippled their visibility with sparks of lightning, and then directed the crimson laser beams like they were his own spear strikes. He didn't seem to be trying very hard, but he always managed to find the most crucial location in the battlefield, crushing an upswell before it could even begin to form. At the same time, the spread-out stingrays became a nightmare for the troops that were attempting to return at their fastest possible speed. Somehow, the greatest advantage of their city had also become the greatest detriment. Just like the stingrays, the large groups of returning reinforcements were forced to separate so as to avoid the whirlpools themselves. Unlike Leonel's territories, Vega hadn't invested in outposts, or more accurately, hadn't invested in teleporting outposts. She had thought that it was an unnecessary waste of points, only to find out in the end that such a thing could have saved her. In the end, Leonel had simply moved too fast. In the end, it was precisely because his numbers were so few that he was able to approach Vega's territory with such speed, beginning their attack before even the first wave had succeeded in returning. And now, her city lay in shambles. She had let Adawarth down, and the guilt was eating her up on the inside. Your fime. Boom. In the skies above, the clouds split and a figure suddenly appeared high in the skies. With him, there were 3 other individuals, but it was very clear that there were no others. Vega looked up with a blank expression, only barely showing some light when she recognized First Nova. But after that, she looked away, unwilling to meet his eye. The shame felt now was only greater. Chapter 2055, Golden Armor. Chapter 2055. Golden Armor Adaworth fell down from the skies with great speed before he suddenly came to a stop about 10 meters above the ground. He quickly scanned the region, his expression solemn. It was only when he laid eyes on Vega that he sighed a slight breath of relief. He had no way of knowing who it was that had been attacking, mostly because even Vega hadn't known until the sudden moment that Leonel appeared, so he had come expecting the very worst. At first, Vega had just informed him of the problem, and he felt that she might be able to handle it on her own. He had a great amount of faith in her since he was allowing her to do such an important task. But after he received a second message, he rushed over with his greatest speed, even using a high-level reward to appear as quickly as possible. It was only now he knew that it was actually 7th Nova that had caused all of this. But this made him feel better since he trusted that Leonel wouldn't harm Vega's life. This littlest cousin of his seemed to be quite unruly, but Adaworth knew well that Leonel's heart had always been in the right place. Even so, after he saw Vega's state of injury, Adaworth's heart couldn't help but tremble. He rushed over, landing by Vega and checking to see if she was truly all right. He didn't even look toward Leonel, his mind entirely occupied with other thoughts. Vega pushed Adaworth's hands away, unwilling to be in his care as she struggled to stand up on her own. But not long afterward, she fell toward him and Adaworth had no choice but to catch her, the gloominess in his eyes only growing. Adaworth passed Vega to one of the members of the Quarius family, his heart crumbling as he heard Vega mumble that she was sorry again and again. All the while, Leonel didn't say or do anything. He didn't feel that it was necessary to do so. The situation was quite clear. Adaworth's army was clearly lagging behind, so if he was here with 4, his goal was to stall for as much time as possible. In truth, he had a decent chance. The Stingrays were ocean-bound and the city was floating above water. It wasn't exactly easy for them to affect the current battlefield, though they would obviously have something to say if and when Adaworth's men arrived. At the same time, Adaworth himself was clearly a powerhouse. If 5th Nova had been so powerful, just more powerful was 1st Nova, who had not only years on him, but was quite well known for his combat prowess to begin with. There was a reason Adaworth had been able to uphold the stalwart polearm party turned faction, despite only being at the 6th dimension back then. And now, he was well into the 7th dimension, and might very well be the one with the highest tier of all the participants of these air wars. Adaworth slowly stood before Leonel, the two of them standing about 3 to 4 meters apart. Then, he slowly sighed. In truth, he had been among the number that believed that Leonel would be eliminated by now. Although he had the spear domain ring, not everyone used spears, and at the same time, he wasn't quite familiar with the abilities of the segmented cube. As far as he understood, it was just an auxiliary item, and he was fairly correct about that. Due to this, he had never really cared much if Leonel kept the 2 heirlooms, not to mention the fact as a 6th-dimensional existence, he felt that Leonel deserved at least a small handicap as far as that went. But now, Miyashi of Yashi 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 of Yashi, Adaworth took a breath. He felt that it was inappropriate to speak at the moment, so though he had something he wanted to say, he held back. His body trembled and a bronze crown suddenly appeared across his forehead. His aura surged as his bronze halo descended down the length of his body. When it bounced back up, a radiant golden armor took shape, one so blinding that Leonel couldn't help but think of his uncle. Uncle Montez wore a similar armor, but the difference was that he wore his all the time. That said, the fact that Adaworth dared to make his armor out of this material spoke volumes. The core of this armor was known as the Morales ore. This was an ore capable of swallowing other ores in exchange for one thing: weight. The more it swallowed, the heavier it became. The heavier it became, the more difficult it was to wield. When it reached a certain point, the armor would form its own continuous gravitational field, pulling and pushing on your body continuously. This armor had once been used purely as a tool for training, until one madman decided to make it his main divine armor, and that madman was Leonel's grandfather. Velasco was far too arrogant to follow the path of another, and Leonel hadn't even learned that this was an option until he had read through the research papers of the Void Library. It was obvious that Velasco hadn't wanted his son to follow others either. Montez was different, though, clearly not minding one bit about following the path of his own father. And surprisingly, it seemed that Adaworth had taken the same path as the two of them. Almost instantly, a radiant aura spread out in all directions, weighing down upon Leonel and making him feel as though thick walls were pressing down on his skin from all sides. It was a truly suffocating aura. Leonel's gaze narrowed as he took out his black rod spear, pointing it forward and down toward the ground. His momentum was very calm and unassuming compared to Adaworth as his bronze aura took shape, forming his second-tier divine armor. Even so, he didn't back off in the slightest, his expression the picture of calm as it was swallowed up by his mask. The two knew how important this battle was. No words needed to be exchanged. Bang, bang. The locations they had just stood upon were suddenly replaced by 2 craters instead, the 2 of them having vanished. Chapter 2056, Spheres of Destruction. Chapter 2056, Spheres of Destruction. It felt as though an atomic bomb had exploded in the skies. The cacophony burnt eardrums, and the wall pressure of wind nearly levels the city, almost knocking the gold-grade territory out of the air. The city's cloud structure, the fluffy grayness that held it up in the skies, sank considerably, bouncing against the enormous whirlpool that formed its foundation and sending a surge of war into the skies. The resonating booms were felt bone deep, the catastrophic aftermath making the surrounding ocean for over a kilometer sink by tens of meters before a rush of water surged to replace it. This resulted in rocketing waves, devastating currents, violent twirls, and towering tsunamis. Just this singular clash, happening for only the briefest of moments, made those in the immediate surroundings feel as though the entire world was being upturned. And yet, it was just the first clash. Even after it was levied, the two novas didn't appear in their sights again. The only sign that they were still clashing was the second resounding boom, then the third, then the fourth. Violent and nigh-invisible spheres of destruction began to appear across the skies. Every time they occurred, the devastation would appear first before the sound wave followed quickly after. The buildings that remained intact didn't do so for long. Their windows shattered into countless pieces. Their foundations cracked and shattered. They began to lean to one side of another, almost falling until the true wave of devastation hit them, burning them to ash or crushing them into flat land. Adaworth's body drew streaks of gold in the sky, while Leonel's drew lines of violet. Their movements were incomparably fast, their after-images hardly taking shape before they moved again. After a moment, it felt as though there were dozens of the pair in the sky, each clashing with one another and then retreating to clash once more. First Nova's fists carried the weight of a world behind them, while Leonel's spear was deathly. For the former, every clash felt as though his body was being shaken by Mother Nature herself. The ruckus of a Category 5 hurricane or an earthquake rated at a 10 on the Richter scale, forming their own microcosm within his body. For Leonel, his expression was unreadable, entirely unfazed. The 10 stars to his back fueled his body with an unmatched glory and light. There was no doubt that without his main weapon by his side, First Nova's strength had tanked considerably, but the light in his eyes was no less fierce. His golden armor shone with a radiant glow, the lines of ambrosia he was drawing across the skies, as though the casual swipes of a god's finger, grew thicker and more robust. As they did so, the pressure he placed on Leonel only became greater as his strikes became heavier and heavier. Adaworth's fist met the polearm of Leonel's spear, his knee driving upward in an attempt to catch Leonel's chin. However, Leonel reacted even faster, his own knee driving upward. A familiar resonating boom filled the skies as a sphere of air pressure echoed in all directions. The ground below looked as though a crater had formed while the dense clouds above dispersed into a wide circle once again. The two separated quickly and clashed once more. However, before his fist could land this time, Adaworth's pupils constricted and he suddenly spun around, punching out with all his might. He didn't seem to notice Leonel's fist coming toward his back at all as he continued to punch out at empty air. Leonel's own gaze sharpened as he suddenly formed a clone of emulation spatial force. The two swapped places instantly, and the region that Adaworth was punching toward was replaced by a clone of Leonel who stepped out from seemingly nowhere. Adaworth felt that his back was now vulnerable once again, but rather than turning around once more, his gaze flashed. The skies flashing as a bolt of lightning as thick as a giant's waist descended toward the real Leonel toward his back. Leonel's pupils constricted. Ability indexes couldn't be inherited, but Adaworth actually had one so similar to his father's. With a roar, Leonel's aura flourished as his Lotus Domain took shape. In the past, his Lotus Domain was mostly invisible to the naked eye, but this time a spinning, illusory lotus flower appeared above his head, swallowing the bolt of lightning whole as Adaworth's fist blasted his clone to smithereens. The lightning force was absorbed by Leonel's lotus as his fist continued forward as though nothing had happened. First Nova was caught off guard, but it was already too late to change things. The lightning force became a wild vibrational force, coursing through Leonel's body like rumbling thunder. Papa papa. As though countless firecrackers were going off, Leonel's fist landed on Adaworth's back, the echo of his fist causing 10 destructive spheres of air pressure to form all at once, destroying the ground below and the skies above 10 times over. Adaworth spit out a mouthful of blood, his body shooting out like a cannon through the skies. This streak of gold was less elegant in comparison to the others, but it was no less speedy. Boom! He crashed into the ground below, being buried so deep that he ran through the length of the city, crashing through its foundation, through the cloud that kept it in the sky, and into the ocean waters below. Leonel's figure flickered, and his 2 Void Star Force stars radiant a powerful dark bluish-black glow. Looking upon it made one feel as though they were staring into a black sun, the gorgeous bits of discoloration feeling like the painting of a demon overlord. The raging waters, unable to calm down from their battle, surged around Leonel, responding to his beck and call as Adaworth shot out from the waters, rushing toward Leonel like a speed bullet. Leonel's roar echoed once again as the snaking dark waters that responded to his call formed countless flood dragons. Chapter 2057, Surge, Chapter 2057. Surge. Leonel's roar seemed to become the roar of the dark flood dragons. Their scales solidified and their foreheads began to protrude with horns as though they might become true dragons at any moment. At that moment, standing amidst the falling water droplets and the snaking flood dragons, Leonel looked as though he was a god of the sea, his gaze shining a brighter and brighter violet as his aura continued to rise like a tsunami's tide. He brandished his spear toward the oncoming Adowarths, and he suddenly took a step forward. The flood dragons responded to his call. Like an ancient dance of a discipline long lost, Leonel's spear thrust forward. The movement was simple and yet elegant, silent and yet deadly. He hardly moved at all, and it all looked effortless, but it felt like the world had resonated with his very being, heeding the call of his spear force and wrapping around it. He was small in comparison to the ocean, barely considered a single drop in a body that extended for thousands of kilometers. But the moment he moved, the waters around him raged, and those outside his scope suddenly became deathly quiet. The first thrust caused the flood dragons to surge forward, ramming into Adowarth and sending him flying backward with another mouthful of blood. The second thrust caused them to spiral around one another, their bodies dancing and swimming through the skies, powerful but intentional, enraged and yet controlled. The third thrust fused them into a single existence. Their horn finally manifested, piercing the skies above. Their bodies snaked around the city 3 times, and yet still had length for more. But more importantly than all of that, their gaze suddenly gained life. It truly felt like a dragon had come into being, carrying all the magnificence of the legends. The savageness of a beast, the greed of a demon, the majesty of an emperor, a truly untouchable existence whether now or into forever. Leonel had always had a fascination with dragons, ever since he had learned that his mother's emperor's might construct had been that of a dragon. The first time he had used the concept of a flood dragon was in his fight for the Violet token on planet Luxnix against Michael, but it had been entirely impossible for him to touch upon the true majesty of a dragon, at least not the kind his mother had succeeded in, so he had only ever been able to form flood dragons until now. His third thrust landed. The ocean split, an abyssal hole spanning hundreds of meters to the left and right, along with countless dozens of kilometers downward, formed. The power behind it was so devastating that the walls didn't collapse around it immediately. In fact, for the longest time, it seemed as though it would be entirely impossible to succeed in such a thing. Leonel had perfectly fused the Luxnix family force arts, his spear arts, and his universal force into one, and it hadn't even felt difficult. His comprehension over water force, his force manipulation, made him feel like a god that could accomplish anything. He stood in the skies with an arrogant sort of silence. Behind him, his 10 stars sat, each one a different color, but each one just as powerful in momentum. A truly powerful scene. It was said that a picture was worth 1,000 words, but so was a single decisive memory. Maybe this current Leonel was one those who were currently watching would never forget. A Leonel who had grabbed onto their hearts and refused to let go, but also a Leonel they didn't want to let go of in the first place. However, to this Leonel's surprise, Adowarth still rushed out from the abyss he had been left at, soaring out from the vortex of force and past the roaring dragon before appearing before Leonel in the skies with a haggard appearance. His armor was cracked in several places, his blood was leaking out and mixing with once radiant gold, and his breathing was heavy enough to hear even against the commotion of the clashing waves and thunderous booms. He breathed deeply, his gaze locked onto Leonel before him. His eyes were surprisingly calm. He didn't have the despair of someone who felt their dreams of a lifetime slipping away, nor was there any sort of overt confidence either. It was simply the gaze of a man who knew how to take one step at a time, who didn't care how long the road was or how difficult it would be to travel. All he had in mind was how to raise his foot and firmly place it down one more time. Adowarth finally seemed to catch his breath after a few seconds, the rumbling in the skies matching with the arcs of lightning that colored his gaze. Having calmed himself, he reached out a palm, a streak of lightning descending from the skies above and hitting him squarely. That said, he didn't make any attempt to dodge or avoid the situation, standing perfectly still. When the scene cleared enough for others to see, it was clear that Adowarth was still standing tall. But now, there was a blade in his hand. It was a truly crude blade. The edge was sharp as it continued to crackle about under the influence of the lightning it had been formed by, while it was also much too large. At the same time, it didn't have a hilt and seemed to be entirely blade. It wasn't exactly a sword, and it didn't seem like a saber either. It felt a lot more like a piece of scrap metal, even though it wasn't nearly as defined in shape. Then, there was, of course, the worst part. Adowarth only knew how to use the spear. He wasn't like Second Nova, who had great skill in sabers. In addition, even if he formed a different weapon than the spear, if he used it with the intention and skill of a spearman, it would shatter before Leonel just the same. But having succeeded in forming this blade, Adowarth's gaze only became even more calm, frightening so. Then, the golden aura around him began to solidify, flowing into the enormous blade in his palm. Under the gazes of those watching, Adowarth's piece of scrap metal began to shrink under an untold pressure. Chapter 2058. The Insurmountable Gap, Chapter 2058. The Insurmountable Gap. It all happened exceptionally quickly. With how far apart they were, even if Leonel had wanted to stop it, he couldn't. Using his spatial force to close the distance might have been possible, but the sudden volatile use of force made it incredibly dangerous to do so. Then, by the time Awaken started, if he stepped in to stop the process midway, the both of them would end up dying. Leonel realized what Awaken was doing immediately. He was using the powerful gravitational force of his armor, concentrating it into a single area, and then using that force to concentrate his lightning into a mighty, unstoppable blade. That was akin to infusing all the strength of his divine armor into his weapon, and though he would lose his domain as a result, the trade-off was more than worth it. The divine armor was faulty to begin with. It was a training equipment that turned most of its pressure onto its user. Although the pressure turned onto the user would increase their individual strength by making their hits and body both harder and much heavier, there were great trade-offs to that as well, such as lower speed, less maneuverability, not to mention a much weaker stamina overall. Against most opponents, this was enough. But against Leonel, who had an exceptionally powerful body capable of withstanding his heavy hits, not to mention the fact that Leonel's speed was also able to overwhelm his own as a result of his light force and spatial force, Awaken, who was very much used to crushing those of his generation, found himself at a great disadvantage. The only choice now was to greatly increase his attack power. Usually, this could be done with his spear. This wasn't the first time he had used this technique. Although he had never needed to use it against an enemy before, he had practiced it more times than he could count. The trouble was that he had always concentrated his gravitational force onto his spear, but just now, in desperate straits, he wondered if he could use it on other things. Now, for the first time, he brought out this ability. Whether he lost or won, there was no doubt that in the next few weeks his strength would grow explosively in a short time, but he didn't care about any of that. All he wanted was this victory. The blood of the Morales rushed through his veins, his gaze reddening as his heartbeat began to accelerate once more. But this time, it wasn't due to fatigue, and it was instead due to excitement. This sort of battle, it would be his. A wild grin spread across Awaken's face, and his usually demure and restrained personality became wild and unrestrained. He howled into the skies, raging streaks of lightning descending like pythons from the skies. They connected the clouds and ocean waters below, making the formations that had been formed by the Sky's family look like nothing more than a joke now. Awaken's figure flickered and vanished as Leonel's gaze narrowed. Suddenly, all the snaking streaks of lightning that were descending from the skies all pointed toward Leonel, rushing toward him. Leonel only just barely registered this as he perceived Awaken's blade had appeared right before his face. Leonel suddenly grinned as he met Awaken's maddened gaze. Indeed, this was a taste of his own medicine. The difference was he had used the untamed seas while Awaken had used the unruly skies. Since it was all so similar, though, Leonel really wanted to see who was better. With a roar, the two clashed once again, but this time it felt as though the apocalypse had descended. Members of the Quarius family and Leonel's subordinates were forced to retreat into the distance. All they could see were snaking dragons. On one side, there were the roaring masses of lightning behemoths, while on the other, there was the unbreakable legion of infuriated water emperors. Lightning and water clashed. From afar, it seemed as though the skies and the ocean had suddenly become infuriated with one another, each throwing everything they had. A brotherly spat of fury, a clash of Zeus and Poseidon. This time, every time Leonel clashed with Awaken, it felt like his own world was collapsing. He had no skill with the blade, and purposely used no skill so as not to let his expertise with the spear leak out. He swung with wild abandon, his howls and unbridled laughter filling the skies as he attacked again and again. He came from all angles, and because the blade was so heavy, it took Leonel too long to recover to counter before the next, resulting in a scene where he could only match Awaken's pace. Even so, Leonel's gaze continued to glow a fiercer and fiercer light. Your con. Violet fog of star fusion, King's might, continued to rush out from the joints of his armor, his spear blocked and parried, looking for an opening. Everything about his demeanor aside from his devilish grin seemed perfectly and entirely calm, and then his gaze suddenly flashed. A blazing heat suddenly appeared, and the entire situation flipped. The roaring dragons suddenly gained a flickering red-gold flame in their eyes. Their bodies bubbled, and the gaps of their scales began to glow with a savage blood-red light. Before the lightning snakes could react, they were entirely shattered. Leonel took a step back, sweeping his leg out of the way of Awaken's next wild blow, his expression the picture of absolute calm. As his feet glided backward, an elegant arc was drawn as the dragon solidified into the foundation of an entirely new creature, radiating with a violet-black glow that caused the world to fall into silence. Leonel's figure seemed to vanish even though he hadn't moved an inch. It was like the only thing the entire world could focus on was his spear, fluttering through the skies as though it had a mind of its own. The violet-black dragon followed the cadence of his movements, its snout and horns becoming the tip of its own spear. As Leonel moved, a force art began to grow beneath his feet, and as the dragon moved, its snaking body formed its own. Adaworth found that he couldn't even touch the hem of Leonel's clothing when this dance begun, and by the time it ended, his pupils could only tremble. Beneath Leonel's feet was his own formed force art. Above his head was the formed force art of the violet-black dragon. When he completed the final thrust, the world came to a pause. Adaworth stood in silence, unable to move. It was like he had been bound by the spear dance, entranced into a dream world he couldn't pull himself out of. It was both illusory and real, both right before his eyes and yet entirely untouchable. The skies above ceased to rumble, and the oceans below became as calm as a lake in the middle of a new moon's night. Adaworth looked down, and he didn't find even a single wound on his body, and yet the ocean below painted an entirely different picture. It was split into two halves entirely, both so clear and calm that it looked like two mirrors facing one another. The split started right behind Adaworth's body, went through the city, and continued indefinitely into the distance. Even with their eyesights, the end of it was impossible to spot. Adaworth shook his head lightly. Crack! His badge, hidden within his armor, shattered, and his body began to fade away. All that power, and yet somehow not a single hair on his head was harmed. Leonel didn't display that strike because he had to. He displayed it so that the world would be aware of the gap between the two of them. The insurmountable gap. Chapter 2059, Determination. Chapter 2059, Determination. Leonel stood in the air, the tip of his spear as straight and unmoving as a mountain. It pointed downward, and he seemed to be completely open to strikes from all sides. And yet, those who looked upon him felt a shiver in their souls. This simply wasn't a man who could be attacked easily, regardless of what his current state seemed to be. Many felt that even if Leonel seemed to be on his last breath, he simply wasn't someone that could be provoked. When Adaworth appeared on the Morales flagship, he unleashed a sigh. He didn't know what to say for a long time, and it was only after he felt an arm wrap around his shoulders that he seemed to snap out of it, turning to see Second Nova standing by his side, and to his surprise, Fifth Nova standing on the other. Fifth Nova never did things like this, but seeing that all three of them were standing here, looking forward toward Leonel, he seemed to feel that they had all experienced the same thing. "He's an arrogant bastard, huh?" Second Nova mumbled. First Nova looked toward Second Nova with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could sense a hint of bitterness that wasn't normal of this brother of his. He and Second Nova knew each other quite well, or it was more accurate to say that they had once been exceptionally close. Sometime within the last 3 decades, a few years even before Leonel had entered the Void Palace, they had begun to grow apart. Nyanja. Of course, First Nova could tell that there was some secret that Second Nova was hiding from him, but if the latter didn't want to tell him, it was hard to force him to. For the longest time, First Nova had assumed that this was just Second Nova's way of telling him that he planned to go all out with him during the Air Wars. But seeing Second Nova now, Adaworth doubted his previous assumption. In fact, he felt that these last few years for Orin had been more complicated than he knew. However, regardless of all of this, he was far more shocked by Orin's words themselves. He didn't really feel like Leonel was all that arrogant. "Is he?" Adaworth asked lightly. Second Nova laughed as though Adaworth had just told the greatest joke he had ever heard. Even Kira, who had spent the most time with Second Nova recently, was stunned. She hadn't seen him laugh like this in a very, very long time. Maybe not since they were children. Maybe in the beginning he wasn't, but don't you get the feeling from him that he's like someone who started off very serious and then got too bored to keep up the Fats raid? Just look at him. He's standing all cool and composed right now, but 5, 3, 2, 1... As though on some sort of cue, Leonel put away his spear and swooped down from the skies, a grin on his face as he swept up Ina. She could only roll her eyes. This guy had really stopped taking things seriously again. Second Nova began to laugh once more. "I bet you that he's smiled more today than he has any other day since the Air Wars began. It's really when you think about it. Uncle Velasco and Littlest Nova are like two sides of the same coin. Both are supremely arrogant. It's just that one is secluded while the other has a great number of friends. One of them is always focused on their work and can't take a break, while the other is impossibly lazy because everything is beneath his notice. Just looking at them, I can't help but laugh. Both of them look down on the world in their own way and don't put any of us in their eyes." The more Orin spoke, the uglier Adaworth's expression became. "Look at you," Orin laughed even harder. "You were always like this. You really don't like to lose, huh? I'm fine with losing." Orin's laughter cut him off. "You don't need to lie to me. I know you." Adaworth's expression became awkward, but watching him laugh like this, he slowly began to smile. It really had been a long time since he had seen Orin laugh. It was as though a burden on his chest had been taken over by someone else. It felt as though he could put his whole faith in someone else now. In truth, Orin had long since surpassed Adaworth in strength, but he had still suffered so greatly. There was no reason he should have been so confident in Leonel, and yet he was. The way he saw it, he had already done his very best. Orin had always been a carefree person. It was these burdens that had turned him into a completely different being. However, he was also the type of person to put his all into something and live with the result. Regardless of what happened from here on out, he knew that he had given his everything, so he would live with it. Plus, there was always the hope that Leonel would actually be able to win. Although he felt that it was slim even with the strength he had shown, Oren hoped that Leonel was still holding back something that could turn the tides when the time came. At that moment, Adawarth's subordinates began to come out one after another. Suddenly remembering something, Adawarth's expression sharpened as he surged forward, landing by Vega's side as she appeared and taking her hand. She was in a poor state, but he held her up, ready to escort her to the Morales family. He knew better than anyone how much she had sacrificed to be with him, but given that he had failed, it was always possible that the Corius family might try to target them again. His aura changed, and he looked ahead with determination in his eyes. Chapter 2060, Tension. Chapter 2060, Tension. The tension in the air was high. The situation of Adawarth and Leonel's battle was truly explosive, but after the shock that Ina had given them all, it was hard for them to build up such shock once again. Instead, it felt like they were quickly growing numb. The only ones who seemed to have an exceptionally fierce reaction were individuals who had the most invested in Leonel's losses. The likes of Cross-Elder Avon and Cynthia felt as though their hearts were being crushed every time Leonel did something that was out of their expectations. The last few hours had truly been an odd one to witness. The odd change in Leonel's demeanor made many feel as though he was finally succumbing to the pressure. With the largest challenges still looming over the horizon, there were many who would have crumbled beneath such a situation, so it didn't seem unbelievable for Leonel to have entered such a situation. But then Ina appeared and spun the situation around once again, and Leonel somehow came out even stronger than he had before, his dream force progressing once again and his strength taking another major leap since the last time they had seen him. In just a bit over a week since the Air Wars had begun, they had witnessed Leonel progress from Tier 7 to Tier 8 and then to Tier 9. Then, as though he wasn't satisfied with just this alone, his control over his forces increased by leaps and bounds. It felt like every time he brought out another force technique, it would come from the top of his head, as though his forces were such an inseparable part of his body that commanding them was nothing different from second nature. Adawarth was a genius that had been spoken about for a long time. There was no shortage of individuals that he would be on the same level as the sword deity and the bow deity if it wasn't for the fact he had to divert so much of his attention toward politics, and if he wasn't one of 7. The sword deity and bow deity were the only heirs of their families, while this was a title that Adawarth shared with the other 6 Novas, and would continue to until the conclusion of the Air Wars. So to see him defeated by his youngest cousin made them feel as though they were dreaming. After all, Adawarth was much older than Amory and Nazag, so his strength had had more time to develop. But the end result was still oh so clear for all of them to see. Now, this fallen First Nova stood in the face of the Corius family, and none of the Morales ancestors seemed to have any intention of interfering. The rules of the Morales family were quite harsh most times. Maybe if First Nova had managed to claim heirship for himself, he could still command the lower-level Morales family members to act on his behalf and thus ease the situation. But as a loser, he had no right to do such a thing. The Morales family had always been aware of their precarious situation in the human domain. It wasn't just them, but families on their level like the Oman family and the Swayard family were also keenly aware of the politics surrounding their existence. These sorts of politics were even more important when it came to matters of marriage. Even in the case that First Nova had become the heir, the ancestors still wouldn't have interfered in this matter. That was because their action could be seen as a forced assimilation of sorts. Vega was an incredibly important genius to the Corius family. She was easily the strongest genius of this generation that they had. Although she had lost to Ina, by now, many had begun to believe that it was only a matter of course. Ina was a life-grade force pillcrafter, who knew how she had modified her own body until now, who knew how strong she truly was. Just because she had lost to Ina didn't mean that the Corius family felt that Vega was any less valuable. They hadn't been able to act before because Vega's appearance by First Nova's side had been far too shocking. Plus, there was probably some hope in their hearts that First Nova would end up as the final victor. There wasn't as united a front against the Morales as it seemed. For many powerful but middle-of-the-pack families, this matter was less meaningful to them. The Suiyard and Oman families, not to mention the Void Palace, Shield Cross Stars and Spiritual Religion, or even the Constellation Bow Alliance, probably cared a great deal, but that was only because they stood at the same level as the Morales family. If the Morales family suddenly broke free of their stalemate and surged ahead, it would be they who suffered the most loss, or the greatest feeling of loss. But to these smaller families, not ultimately but at least relatively so, the winner of this battle of behemoths was less important to them. In fact, to the Corius family, First Nova's victory might have given them a reason to side with the Morales and gain the most advantages. Xiaonie. Not only would First Nova's victory mean that Leonel had lost and that the greatest reason for the opposition to the Morales would have vanished, but it would have also given them a direct line to one of the most powerful families of the human domain. It wasn't like women of the Corius family had never married men of the Morales. But whether it was situation or status, Adawarth would have been the greatest opportunity they ever received to advance further, something greatly difficult when you were already a family of their caliber and level. Every step forward as a family already near the pinnacle of the 7th dimension was incomparably difficult. But now all of that was worthless, and the more days passed, the more and more it seemed that Leonel might truly come out as the victor. If that happened, the Corius family would have no choice but to draw a strong line between themselves and the Morales, or else they might end up caught in the crossfire. So, the moment Vega appeared, the ancestor of the Corius family stepped forward, her wrinkles deepening as she frowned at the closeness of the two. Chapter 2061 appeared. Chapter 2061 appeared. Ataworth's frown deepened. Ancestor Corius had only taken a single step forward, and she hadn't even seemed to release her aura, but the pressure on him was considerable. His grip tightened slightly on Vega's hand. For the longest time, their relationship was entirely a secret, but that was mostly because Vega didn't want to outright accept his advances. She was focused on other things and didn't want to be distracted. She had always been a very serious woman, far more enamored with her own legacy and the history she would leave behind that even most men would be. Plus, due to the usual unspoken rules of the Air Wars, members of the Constellation families wouldn't participate regardless, so there was no need to talk about such things. But that was when everything changed. The Morales family was suddenly being pressured from all sides, and this silly girl, not wanting him to misunderstand her intentions, actually decisively abandoned her family all so that he wouldn't think that she had chosen her family over him. Ironically, if not for the pressure of outsiders, it might have taken several more decades for their relationship to reach this level. But now, it seemed that because of these very pressures, she might be ripped from him in the next moment. Vega weakly leaned onto Ataworth's shoulder, her breathing shallow. Breathing now felt like an incomparably difficult task, her breath coming in sharp whispers from time to time that sounded as though she was pulling air through her teeth just to minimize the hurt in her chest. She slowly breathed in his scent, knowing very well that it would be the last time for a very long while. Not once did she consider the fact that it would be the last time indefinitely. If she was taken away today, then she would simply wait until she was powerful enough such that one in her family could command her any longer. She may very well be old and wrinkled by that point, but she hoped that Ataworth would still accept her. In truth, the reason that she had kept First Nova at bay for so long wasn't just due to her ambition. The women of the Corius family had always fallen in love quite hard, and once that barrier was broken, it was difficult to bottle it up once again. It was said that the origin of the Corius family's lineage factor was quite unique. Originally, at its lowest evolution, the strength of the Corius family was only in their ability to be containers. They could store far more water in their bodies than normal people, allowing them to have access to a large story of water force whenever they wanted. It was a simple ability, one that couldn't be any more normal. It was simply known as the Cupbearer lineage factor. However, the meaning of this name would change greatly when they appointed their history's first matriarch. It was said that in the hands of this matriarch, the meaning of Cupbearer changed forever, and their lineage factor became a vessel of both water force and love. Of course, this was nothing more than a metaphor. In reality, what happened was that they gained the strength to pour their emotions into their cups. Akin to Leonel's king's might, they were able to greatly strengthen their forces by using their wills to influence their water force. After that day, the strength of the Corius family soared by leaps and bounds, and eventually, they reached the status they held today. The more emotions they experienced, the more life experience they gained, the stronger the water force in their cup began. Eventually, it would reach a point where it overflowed. On this day, they would become an ancestor-level character, and the water force they could control would become the strongest in the human domain. However, because their emotions were stored in their cups like this, they felt and experienced emotions harder and more forcefully than almost any other population of people. Being afraid of the outcome of this, Vega had put up walls against Ataworth. Although it sounded like she would only become stronger the stronger her emotions became, there were many instances of Corius family women dying due to their bodies being unable to handle the outflow of their cups. If they loved too hard too early, the only path left for them was death. At this moment, though, knowing that she would have to separate from Ataworth for so long, Vega felt like she was truly dying on the inside. Her water force was already stronger than most due to her talent. If it was also matched with the emotions she had been burying and refusing to face, she might die even quicker than others. "I'm sorry, Ada, I'm sorry," Ataworth, who was beading with sweat as he faced off against the stare of Ancestor Corius, suddenly forgot about it all to comfort Vega. "Vega, stop apologizing to me. It should be me protecting you, and I've failed. I swear that there will come a day when no one will be able to take you from me. I promise, I promise." Vega suddenly smiled weakly, her eyes still closed. "Stupid Ada, I didn't mean that. I mean that I'm sorry I never gave you my body. I'm sorry that we never shared a bed, that I've never tasted your seed. I feel so regretful right now, so regretful that I wasn't able to experience such a thing with my love while I was still young." Ataworth froze, his face suddenly turning beet red. Sensing the rise in his body heat, Vega's giggle turned more charming. Others might think of Ataworth like this dauntless leader, but she knew the true him. This first Nova that everyone respected so much was truly too easily embarrassed. The frown of the ancestor deepened. The human domain was still a place that was quite harsh on the requirements for a woman's chastity. Vega saying these things before so many people was akin to outright ruining her opportunity to marry anyone else at the level of Ataworth in the future, except for Ataworth himself. But how could the Corius family ever allow that? She realized that she had been too soft-hearted. She needed to take Vega away now before she said anything more. Ancestor Quarius reached forward, sending a powerful surge of water force. Sensing this chain, all the heat in Adawarth's body turned frigid. Gritting his teeth, Adawarth's aura pushed against the pressure as he retrieved his spear, his golden armor manifesting once more. Ancestor Quarius shook her head. She, along with everyone else, knew that it was a useless resistance. However, just before her water force reached Adawarth, another powerful pressure descended, shattering her water force and causing her expression to change. Menia, is Aster. There's no reason to separate such a young and budding couple, right? This sweet and soothing voice was entirely unfamiliar to many. The heads of many ancestors looked up, unable to find the location of this voice until they suddenly flickered into being under a swirl of green force. A woman with beauty that seemed to light up the starry skies appeared, her golden hair flowing and her piercing emerald eyes stirring their souls. But it was the man with the fawning expression behind her that left them entirely without words. Velasco and Leonel Morales had appeared. Chapter 2006-2, 80 years. Chapter 2006-2, 80 years. A sudden silence fell. Velasco hadn't appeared personally for any major event in too long, and even when he did, it was only a clone of his. But the ancestors here were all too certain that this was the real Velasco, whether it was the aura, the casual dominance, and that sort of unapproachable smile that felt far more manufactured than real. Each part was as real as it got. This very Velasco they could hardly take their eyes off of stood behind a woman as though he was content to let her lead. It was truly a woman with beauty beyond words, but it was also a beauty they knew far too little about. From their understanding, Velasco had always been a playboy. The number of women that had been ruined by him were far too many to count. He simply wasn't the type of man who would fall head over heels the moment he saw a beauty, and while Eleanor was objectively a woman of great looks, it wasn't to the point where there were no others who could be said to be in the same league as her. The human domain had trillions upon trillions of people. Among them, there were hundreds of women with beauty that could take one's breath away. It was the reason the Queen Beauty rankings had been made in the first place. So the question was, why her? It was a question that had been in the back of their minds for the longest time, but no matter how they looked at it, the gap between Velasco and Eleanor was enormous. Was it truly just a matter of Velasco taking a fancy to the type of person she was? Maybe that would be an acceptable answer if there wasn't so much understanding of Velasco's personality amidst the masses. He was a man who cared for little other than himself. Even when his father died and he went on a rampage, many had painted such a foul image of Velasco in their mind that rumors that he had been more pissed off by someone close to him being so weak than the actual death of Leonel's grandfather. Of course, this matter was only exaggerated, but it went to show the kind of public perception many had of Velasco. He was a genius crafter who had created all sorts of blueprints that could change the very fate of the human domain, or at least the Morales family on the smallest scale, but he had never shared them. He was the greatest talent in the history of the Morales and could have led them to new heights. But he disdained being a leader of people so much that he refused to even participate in the air wars. Yersesia. His relationship with his own brother was strained precisely because he never gave their father his due respect. He shunned the way of the spear that Ishmael had painstakingly created. He didn't care to use the spear domain ring. He seemed to constantly be going out of his way to take a different path from everyone else, all so that he could prove that he didn't need anyone else to be number one. This was the level of arrogance this man had, an arrogance that wasn't swayed by beauty in the slightest. Even when Cynthia Oman waited for him silently in a wedding dress, prepared to spend the rest of her life with him, he hadn't said a word and simply never appeared. He had let the woman that was the apple in everyone's eye, the number one woman in the eyes of too many to count, sit in her own self-pity for decades without a single word. But now, this very same man stood behind an unknown figure with a fawning expression, so sweet that it could make a single man puke and a single woman twist her face with unhappiness. He was truly whipped to the greatest of degrees, and it didn't seem to compute to many, until just now. The green force around Eleanor slowly faded as she stood in the skies, her green robes fluttering. Looking into her eyes, one could feel the echo of a dragon in their souls. She was such a petite woman, and yet her presence seemed so impossibly large. Those of the Void Palace that were vaguely familiar with this woman couldn't quite understand this change. Eleanor had spent decades in the Void Palace, so why was it that she wasn't more famous than this? Why was her light so shrouded until this moment? What these individuals didn't understand is that of those decades Eleanor had spent in the Void Palace. The vast majority of them were spent with more than 99% of her talent sealed. With Earth having yet to complete its metamorphosis and her world spirit still in a deep slumber, she was incredibly limited. The only thing she had to lean upon was her own intelligence and the Luxnix family's lineage factor, a talent that was only of the sixth dimension. It could be said that the fact she made it to the status of a sector-ranked disciple while so suppressed was an incredibly shocking fact. This suppression had lasted up until just 2 or 3 years before Leonel himself entered the Void Palace. But after the metamorphosis descended and Earth officially entered the fourth dimension, those shackles began to loosen. Not only did she finally gain access to her Emperor's Might lineage factor, but the remaining shackles on her affinities, not to mention her world spirit, were all released. She returned from the Cataclysm Zone just over 10 or so years ago, being among the middle of the pack. But just like this, in barely 10 years, she went from barely in the 7th dimension to an ancestor-level character. When those below began to do the math in their head, they froze. Right now, Alienor, wasn't she just barely over 80 years old? An ancestor-level character who wasn't even 100 years old? Didn't that mean that if she had wanted to, no one could stop her from participating in these air wars? Chapter 2063, Morsel. Chapter 2063, Morsel. The human domain was shaken once more. When they heard about Alienor kicking shield-crossed stars out of Earth's territory, they had assumed that this was just a wife relying on her husband's prestige. This wasn't something they would look down on her for. After all, if Alienor couldn't rely on Velasco's prestige, then who could? However, this event wasn't enough for many to change their opinions of her. In addition to this, not many knew of the losses shield-crossed stars had been forced to suffer at the hands of Leonel. After all, shield-crossed stars would do their best to keep this a secret, and without them in the territory, how could information be so easily passed out to others? Now, however, many had a completely different outlook on things. It wasn't that many hadn't considered the idea that Velasco had been the reason for Alienor's sudden rise, but if it was so easy to bring people up to the 8th dimension, wouldn't there be millions more ancestors? Whether it was conventional path or god path existence, the number of ancestors was far too few. So few, in fact, that even these powerful families usually only had just one or two. It was only existences on the level of the Morales or Suillard families that would have dozens to their name, but even then it couldn't be counted in the hundreds. This didn't even mention the fact that Alienor had very clearly used the god path. Although it was extremely difficult to reach the 8th dimension with the conventional path, it was still far more difficult with the god path. In addition, when you used the latter path, expecting to simply gain help from others was foolhardy. The god path relied only on self-comprehension, and though resources could still be valuable, they would only be supplemental and not fundamental. All of this only meant one thing: Alienor had managed to reach this stage on her own. She was practically a member of the younger generation, and by the crudest and most direct definition, that was exactly what she was. And yet, she had already stepped out and onto such a stage. Yushie, at that moment, without any boasting or even arrogance, Alienor had instantly skyrocketed in the placement of the hearts of many, so much so that many couldn't help but look over toward Cynthia as though to gauge her inner thoughts. Cynthia was looking toward the duo in the skies just the same as everyone else. She didn't turn away as though to pretend she was indifferent, nor did she seem too eager to look at them either. She expertly fit in, doing the same as others without even the slightest hint of deviation. Those that silently observed her couldn't help but praise in their hearts. There weren't many people who could do such a thing. It could be said that her mental fortitude was on a level all to its own. There was one person, though, who couldn't seem to react like everyone else, and that was Ancestor Corius herself. She took a step back, her face slightly paling. Alienor hadn't actually attacked her directly, but the sudden vanishing of her force left her feeling extremely uncomfortable. It felt as though a phantom limb of sorts had suddenly been ripped from her, leaving behind a phantom pain. Quickly regaining her bearings, Ancestor Corius looked up with a hint of wariness in her eyes. This is a matter of the Corius family. Is the Morales family insistent on stepping into this matter? This old woman was actually quite smart. She took the best approach immediately. By tying Alienor's actions with that of the Morales family and not allowing her to be an independent party, she would definitely have to rethink her will to take action once again. Adaworth, who had been ready to go all out just now, was taken off guard by the change. He didn't know who Alienor was immediately, but he definitely knew Velasco, so he put two and two together. Seeing the situation turning bad, he grit his teeth. I am willing to separate from the Morales family entirely. Auntie, I really can't win this battle, but I can't ask you to take on such a risk easily. Is it possible to send the two of us away from here? I will handle the rest. Alienor, who had been about to respond, looked down toward Adaworth with a sweet smile. There's no need to worry about this matter. I've been greatly unsatisfied with the matters of the human domain for a very long time already. So what if I piss some people off? Despite her smile, the words that came from Alienor were actually quite crude, but many had no idea that this was just the tip of the iceberg and were entirely taken off guard when she spoke again. Looking back toward the old woman, she sneered. And so what if they are? What are you going to do about it exactly? Ancestor Corius's eyes opened wide. She had barely gotten her words out when Alienor struck out with a palm. Ancestor Corius was squarely hit in the chest, her seemingly frail body spinning out of control and being sent tumbling back. She tore a hole through the hull of the Corius family's flagship, causing it to rumble and begin to slowly fall out of the skies. Alienor's gaze turned murderous as she stood tall and proud in the skies. The next person that suggests I, or the territory of Earth, is a pawn of the Morales won't just be blasted away by a palm of mine. I will directly kill them no matter who they are. You've all been quite comfortable. making assumptions, jumping to conclusions, painting up fanciful tales you can use as an excuse to try and con your way into gaining the benefits you want while simultaneously upholding the moral high ground. I'm here to tell you all today that Earth isn't a pawn on your board, nor is it a morsel of meat you can eat whenever you please. Earth has its own powerhouses, and it knows how to bite back. Chapter 2064. Chapter 2064. The first Alienor's words left them absolutely stunned. Indeed, she wasn't lying. Alienor's temper was quite fiery, and her patience had always been extremely limited. She didn't even have much patience for her own husband. The only person in this world that could make her slow down was her own son, and no one else. Up until this point, she hadn't been able to say anything because she had been too far away, but she had long been dissatisfied with how the human domain was trying to coddle Earth as though it was a child that couldn't take a single step without their input. They did even have any idea how powerful her father was? Did they have any idea how much more powerful than even that he was within the limits of Earth's territory? More importantly, did they look down on her that much? Apparently, she had been far too low-key. As powerful as she was here and now, she was easily tens of times more powerful within Earth's territory as well, not only because of her Emperor's might, but because of her world spirit being allowed to unleash its truest and fullest strength. Just with the existence of the two of them, they were on par with any of the Constellation families. They weren't some meat primed and ready on the chopping board. But she realized that she had indeed been too silent on the matter. Another reason she had boldly kicked Shield-Cross stars out of their territory, other than because she was enraged about their treatment of her son, was to make a point. But clearly, her point hadn't been made well enough, so she decided to make it again. This time, she would be even clearer. Ch2001. In truth, though, Alienor had probably just saved that woman's life, because she had already sensed Velasco shifting to her back. Velasco wasn't a fan of anyone refuting himself, let alone refuting his wife. The moment anyone tried to disrespect him, he would have already retaliated. He didn't like explaining himself. His fist was the best explanation most could hope for. They could ask the spirits on the other side if they had any idea about why they had died. The silence was palpable. Alienor looked back toward Adawarth and smiled. No need to worry, just go back to the Morales flagship. I doubt there will be anyone of the Corius family waiting to cause trouble for you. First Nova blinked in surprise, but then nodded solemnly. At the moment, he was in shock. No one had ever heard of a youth having two ancestor parents. Maybe it had happened, but by the time that was true, the child would have probably reached the pinnacle of the seventh dimension already and have been old and wizened. But Leonel suddenly had not just one parent, but two in that realm, and he hadn't even entered the seventh dimension yet. At this point, it all felt like a joke. Were they really going to use these air wars to kill Leonel? It was easy to explain away Velasco's personality while he wasn't here. After all, he was well known to be quite cruel, and so long as his son was killed by a member of the same generation, it was unlikely that he would lash out in anger. But with the man actually here, those that had been so confident were instantly hesitant. They remembered Velasco cutting off Rosen's arm back then, strutting into the Void Palace despite his ban, and exacting justice for his son without a word. Would he do that again? Technically, Rosen had been far above his son's level, but it wasn't like Rosen had acted directly. He had just facilitated the event that put Leonel in danger. Wasn't that what they were doing right this moment? And now, there was Alienor. She was clearly far more powerful than any of them had imagined. Although Ancestor Quarius wasn't exactly a powerhouse amongst ancestors, she was still an ancestor. There were too few who could defeat her so easily. And, clearly, Alienor was the far more protective type. Even if Alienor didn't have the strength personally, considering how much Velasco doted on her, didn't that mean that she could make him act even when he normally wouldn't? Suddenly, many felt that this matter wasn't well thought out enough. It was easy to believe that they were equipped to deal with Velasco when he wasn't present, but it seemed that they had taken the presence of his clone to be the cap of his true strength. It was only now that he was before them that they truly felt the vastness of his aura. Those below the 8th dimension couldn't sense it at all, but the current Velasco was akin to a bottomless ocean. His aura was larger than that of even the solar system they stood within, as though so long as they were within this countless light-year span, he could kill them with a thought. However, what no one expected was that at that moment, the silent Cynthia who didn't seem intent on interfering suddenly did. So that's it? Because you say so, it is? The words were light and unhurried. They didn't seem like they should have had a strong impact, but they were resoundingly true. If the Morales and Earth were really in cahoots, why would Earth be the one to confirm it? In fact, they would probably say exactly what Alienor was saying right now. Her words truly didn't prove much of anything. I seem to remember quite well that, in all his arrogance, Velasco forewent force pill crafting because he didn't believe that he needed another discipline to be able to change the fates of people. I heard that the Morales family's 6th door appeared not long ago, and now you've appeared. It would seem that he had succeeded. Cynthia's voice continued unhurried, her casual words revealing secrets that the Morales had held tightly for countless generations. In one breath, she warned the Morales that she knew more than they thought, and on the other, she had shrouded Alienor's shine and given all the credit to Velasco. One would expect Eleanor to refute, to deny, however. Her gaze only shifted over to Cynthia for the first time quite calmly. Her green force suddenly appeared once more as her aura began to rise, growing to the point that even breathing seemed impossible. You'll be the first. She had already said it quite clearly. Whoever claimed Earth to be a pawn would die. Eleanor suddenly vanished. When she appeared again, she already stood before Cynthia, her golden hair fluttering wildly. Bang! No one saw how she attacked. Cynthia was sent flying into the distance, disappearing amongst the stars. Chapter 2065, Emerald. Chapter 2065. Emerald. Eleanor walked forward with light steps. One would have never thought that she had stepped onto the Oman family's flagship. The Oman were among the most powerful families of the human domain. In terms of influence, they might very well be number one, and yet none of that seemed to matter in the slightest. The green force around Eleanor suddenly solidified. A snaking dragon with jade horns opened its jaws and roared, the shuddering echo ripping the flagship to pieces as she continued to walk forward. A shocking realization seemed to have entered all of their hearts at once. Did she destroy the ship so that she didn't have to change the direction of her steps? This understanding caused their hearts to quake. It was the sort of indifferent and casual power that existed on a plane all to its own. Bang! A streak came over from the distance. As far back as Cynthia was thrown, she seemed to have recovered just as quickly, returning with a countless number of rings hovering around her. Each exuded the power of a life-grade treasure, reflecting a silvery hue that sparkled like the stars in the distance. The rings rippled, a sharp echo of what felt like blade force, and yet was simultaneously entirely different forming. The coldness on Cynthia's expression was all-pervading, the indifference vanishing in the place of a smoldering hatred. Without a word, Cynthia's palms struck forward. Space cracked and her rings rushed forward, each carrying the sharpness of an ancient tempered blade. Eleanor's indifference, though, remained just the same. Her palms struck out a moment later, meeting in the surging force in a surprisingly silent clash. With her other hand, she pressed out her forefinger several times, forming dozens of gorgeous greenish rainbow bubbles in what felt like an instant. These bubbles floated slowly, but they somehow intercepted the quickly moving rings surging toward her without much effort at all. The rings were suddenly enveloped, the seemingly fragile bubbles hardly quivering in the face of their sharpness and might. They came to a halt, unable to move forward at all, but what happened next was even more shocking than that. They began to corrode one after another, and in the blink of an eye, they fell into a pile of rust and ashes. Only then did the bubble finally pop, releasing their contents into the endless void. Eleanor continued to walk forward unhurriedly, her emerald dragon wrapped around her, its menacing roar echoing against and again. The pressure it exuded only continued to increase until Eleanor suddenly struck out with another palm. The emerald dragon shot toward the stunned Cynthia. She hurried to defend, blocking her front with the ring she had remaining. She just couldn't believe that her self-created weapons had had such a horrible and sudden ending. They were all forged with 8th-dimensional materials and were forged to the standard of the life grade. In addition, they had a symbiotic characteristic that came with them being in a set. As such, they could work independently and also share power between one of them. Destroying one of them should have been as difficult as destroying the whole set. But somehow, the moment they entered Eleanor's bubble, their connection to the outside world had entirely vanished, and yet Cynthia hadn't sensed any sort of powerful spatial force coming from Eleanor at all. But it was already too late to try and figure out what would happen. Bang! Cynthia shot back like a rocket once again. This time, blood flew from her lips as the rings she used to defend cracked beneath the pressure. Looking into the eyes of the roaring emerald dragon looming over her, she felt her heart shake, her coldness cracking to reveal a hint of doubt and even fear. Those eyes, they didn't look fake in the slightest. It was as though the real creature was looming over her. Cynthia coughed out another mouthful of blood, drenching her once pristine robes. Seeing this scene, many who had thought that she would be able to hold out on her own were both shocked and growing hesitant. The ancestors of the Oman family, who had finally finished saving those that remained within the flagship, were quick to check on the situation. But just as they wanted to help, a cold shiver spiked down their spines. Velasco hadn't said anything, he hadn't even looked at them, and yet it was as though the voice of the universe had whispered a warning into their ears, putting a stranglehold on their thoughts. He was truly a madman. If they stepped out of line, he really wouldn't care to wipe them all off the face of existence. Eleanor continued to walk forward, her steps light and unhurried. She reached out a hand, and the dragon in the distance rushed back toward her, shrinking until it formed an elegant 11-inch emerald wand with a dragon wrapped around it. She tapped at the air, and a rush of wind force formed. She tapped again, and a searing heat threatened to burn a layer of their skin off. She tapped again, and the skies rumbled with lightning force, and she tapped again, causing a rippling wave of water force to rise. Countless complex force arts formed in the starry skies, forming into groups of 4 green, red, golden, and blue. They shuddered, fusing into one and beginning to rotate. Cynthia, who had finally stopped flying in the distance, slowly turned to face this sight. It felt as though the stars had all been replaced by these formations, as though the only light left in the universe was the very woman before her and the wand in her hand. Eleanor's delicate wrist flickered, drawing an arc through the skies as she pressed down. The rotating force arts came to a trembling stop and the world fell silent for just a split moment before what could only be described as an Armageddon was unleashed. Spiraling bolts of fire wrapped in wind, lightning, and water surged forward. Cynthia was swallowed from all sides. The last image those around saw was the helplessness in her eyes before she was buried beneath the cacophonic rumble. Chapter 2066. Hushed. Chapter 2066. Hushed. A hushed silence fell. It was hard to accept. Had such a genius fallen, just like that? Cynthia Oman had been part of their lives for all too long. Even weak sixth-dimensional families had heard of her name before. The ancestors of the Oman family looked as though they had lost their souls. She was supposed to be the future of their family. She was the most talented force crafter and force pill crafter in their history. But not only that, her combat prowess was exceptional. She simply had no weaknesses. It was difficult to accept. Their eyes couldn't help but go red, and yet none of them dared to move all the same. The Morales ancestors didn't know what to say about this matter either. They hadn't thought that this family of three would all be madmen. Velasco had already painted his own legend, and then Leonel seemed to have begun to draw his. Then there was Eleanor, who was a complete unknown until this moment. Eleanor turned back with an unmoved expression on her face. In her opinion, she had simply followed through on what she had said would happen. As for the matters of Cynthia and her husband, she had never really thought about them. Velasco had never said anything about it, so she didn't feel the need to care. In the end, was there a need to think about someone who had already lost to her? Others might have tried to make it out to be some sort of rivalry between them. They might have even said that she didn't stand a chance against the likes of Cynthia, but she had never taken this very seriously. If it wasn't for Cynthia ignoring her words, she wouldn't have even cared to look at this woman, let alone attack to kill her. She had simply been beneath her notice. There was a point in Eleanor's life where she hadn't believed that she would ever get married because she found all the men around her to be simply too insignificant. Of course, this wasn't part of the story she had told Leonel about how she had met his father. It could be said that she was exceedingly arrogant. Emperor Fox was so fond of her character that he had already chosen her to succeed him as opposed to her elder brother. Others might not be aware of her character, but they would be now. She was a woman who said what she meant and did as she said. Her patience was limited, her fuse was short, and she didn't have time for those that would disrespect her. The reason she was so enraged by others believing Earth to be a pawn was because it made it sound as though she, Leonel Morales, was a woman who could simply be wooed by a man who wanted her for nothing more than her womb. It assumed that she was a chess piece, one that existed for the sole reason of giving birth to Leonel so that the Morales might have a legitimate reason for taking over Earth under the eyes of the human domain. It wasn't the accusations themselves, but rather the underlying meaning that completely and totally infuriated her. Did she look like a woman who could be so easily controlled? Did her womb exist to be used for any purpose but her own? How dare they? The more Eleanor thought about it, the more enraged she seemed to become. All of you, scram out of my sight. She looked toward the elders of the Oman family that remained. If you insist on staying, don't blame me for continuing my slaughter. The expressions of the Oman family elders all became ugly. Eleanor might have defeated Cynthia, but there was still an ample gap between Cynthia and the rest of them. Even if she had won that battle, she shouldn't speak with them so casually. Eleanor's gaze flashed with a dangerous light when it seemed that they were dissatisfied. The force around her seemed to go out of control, and elements of all kinds seemed to warp and form around her. Volcanic fire form, raging water force, thunderous lightning, whipping wind force, rumbling earth force, an endless number of types of elemental forces took shape in the surrounding, each one as powerful as the last, and not one losing out to the other. It was as though there wasn't a force she couldn't control, and to some extent that was very much true. Mirzainia, Isia. In this world, there wasn't an elemental force in existence that Eleanor could not use. Her affinity for each and every one couldn't even be scaled properly, and when she was enraged, the world reacted. Emperor's Edict. A violent swirl of dream force surged out in all directions, forming a bubble that expanded for thousands of kilometers. I said, scram. The Oman ancestors felt a shuddering force collapse around them, and under the eyes of all those present, they suddenly vanished. They were entirely unable to resist. Eleanor felt slightly better now, as though she didn't just want to slap Cynthia's face into the afterlife, but to also disrespect her family after she was already gone as well. Only now did her indifference fade into another smile. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before her, but it was only Velasco. He brought out a handkerchief and began to pat away non-existent sweat from Eleanor's brow. Eleanor couldn't help but roll her eyes. What was this man always doing? Even so, the smile in her eyes was quite clear. Don't overexert yourself for such people. Can't you just let me handle such things? Eleanor pursed her lips. You never do things right. If it was up to you, my son would still be a fugitive. Velasco grinned. Let that brat suffer a bit. What did you say about my son? Nothing. It must have been the wind, dear. Do you want a shoulder massage? You look a little tense. Velasco shifted to Eleanor's back and began to diligently massage her. He truly looked like a dutiful worker bee. Eleanor's gaze shifted and landed on Cross-Elder Avon. Speaking of her son being a fugitive, she suddenly remembered who was responsible for that. Chapter 2067. Heavy. Chapter 2067. Heavy. Cross-Elder Avon's mustache bristled under his hot breath. This situation wasn't one he liked in the slightest. He had already been suppressed by Leonel's words earlier, but watching his mother and father now, he felt like dealing with this kid was getting further and further away from him. Seeing that his mother suddenly looked toward him, his brows couldn't help but furrow. He didn't take this woman's strength seriously. He stood atop the human domain in terms of strength, a status he shared with very, very few others. WZA. Although she had sent those elders of the Oman family away, that matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. For one, it was a technique they hadn't been experienced with or ready to deal with. Plus, there was the factor of Velasco's gaze. They hadn't even dared to fight back. But he wasn't so easy to deal with, nor did he feel like he had to give Velasco so much face. The Oman family wasn't very well known for their combat strength, but all Shield Cross Stars did was fight. He had walked through countless bloody battles and corpses to make it to his current stage of life. He wasn't the kind of existence that others could casually hope to deal with a few glances and a beautiful face. So, he stared back, his temper threatening to spiral out of control more and more with every passing moment. He didn't look like he had a single care in the world left. Even if the subordinates he had brought with him died, he simply couldn't be bothered to care. But to his surprise, after giving him what looked to be a gaze of warning, Eleanor looked away without another word. She fluttered in the starry skies, seemingly about to land on the Morales flagship. Hey, how could my wife sit on such a dingy vessel? Velasco snorted. The lips of the Morales ancestors twitched. Dingy? This flagship was on the same level as Shield Cross Star's best flagships. In fact, it was actually a level better. They were a force-crafting family after all. There was no one in the human domain that could match up to their flagships. This sort of vessel could wipe out a solar system with a single casual fart. What part of it was dingy? Velasco waved a hand, and an enormous boat appeared. It was sleek and silver, and truly built like a vessel more deserving of the ocean's waves than the starry skies. But even so, it was gorgeous and pleasing to the eyes. However, when it touched down, the hearts of the Morales ancestors shuddered. That was because they felt the surrounding space ripple as though it was truly touching the surface of the water. They had never seen such a thing in their lives. Just the implications were enough to leave them in stunned silence. The transition was absolutely seamless, and the distortions calmed a moment later. However, the image of space rippling couldn't leave their minds. It was clear that this vessel was surfing on air. It was surfing on the bounds of reality itself. But it didn't make any sense. Ripping through space should have been a forceful thing. Even if you had a spatial force affinity, a high one at that, it would take a large amount of it to cross through space. And to just soak in it like this, it would take a continuous output of a steady stream of energy. But they couldn't feel any of that. It was like this boat was simply in tune with the fabric of reality, being able to touch upon it whenever it wanted and gathering power from it. This was no different than the strength of a god, but Velasco had casually taken such a thing out for no other reason than to please his wife. Many had only heard legends of Velasco. They felt that the importance of elders who had lived far longer than him placed on him was far too much. They thought that some legends were exaggerated, that the real thing couldn't possibly match up to the fanciful stories. But for those who understood even a little bit about force crafting, they came to realize that maybe these stories weren't exaggerated enough. Just this boat alone was enough for Velasco to claim to be unmatched in force crafting. There was simply no one that was his equal. Velasco and Eleanor took a calm seat in the silver boat, looking forward toward the glass cube below. However, after a few seconds, Velasco leaned his back and closed his eyes. His glasses darkened and shaded his eyes from lights before the sound of a gentle snore began to echo through the now silent starry skies. Eleanor shook her head, but she didn't disturb her husband. Compared to Velasco, though, the gaze she looked toward the glass cube with was full of fervor and love. It was clear to everyone without guessing who she was observing. Who else could deserve such a gaze from a mother if not her own child? The atmosphere seemed to calm down, but the last moments of Cynthia, the disrespect of the Oman family, and the destruction of the Corius family's flagship seemed to continuously replay in their minds. While everything seemed to have come to an end, the brewing undercurrents only seemed to be getting more and more volatile. The surface was calm, but anyone diving deep would find themselves pinned down, unable to resurface. The implications of the appearance of Eleanor and Velasco were extraordinarily heavy. Leonel looked up into the skies, not quite knowing what was happening, but feeling an odd feeling in his heart. The battle of eighth-dimensional existences would definitely ripple down here, although it would be greatly muted. Most wouldn't be able to sense it, but he definitely had. After a moment, he smiled, then his smile turned into a grin. He looked back down, swiftly claiming the city. Then, he triggered the final air grade upgrade challenge. It was about time he claimed this final C for Chapter 2068. Best option? Chapter 2068 best option? This air grade upgrade was probably the easiest of them all. The defenses of this city were far more useful than even the Water Lotus territory. The whirlpools forward the waves of oceanic beasts to split before they could reach the city and funneled them into concentrated lines that the stingrays were more than equipped to handle. At the same time, the stormy skies above made it so that the attacks of the Skies family were even more devastating, amplifying them to a new degree. First Nova could only shake his head as he watched this. He had been so cautiously preparing for his first air-grade upgrade despite the fact he had tens of times the number of people in comparison to Leonel under his command. And yet, Leonel, with just barely over 1,000,000 subordinates, much of which were untamed beasts, was actually crushing such a challenge right before his eyes. He realized, though, that even if another person had this exact same setup, it would have been impossible for them to accomplish what Leonel had. Even setting aside the life-grade armors all of those stingrays were wearing, just the seamless commanding of them was on another level entirely. It was clear that Leonel wasn't just an excellent force crafter, but he was a commander the likes of which First Nova had simply never seen before. Soon, the battle came to an end, and Leonel gave everyone a rest. This might very well be the last opportunity they received to have such a thing. But as this was happening, in the various circles of the Nightside supercontinent, there was an uproar. The first reason for this was because First Nova had suddenly disappeared. Not just him, but the whole of his subordinates as well. There were only two explanations for this. Either it was a ploy on his part, or the more likely explanation, he had lost to someone and he was forced to use his badge to vanish, resulting in all of his subordinates being teleported out as well. This was an almost unacceptable reality for many. It had happened too quickly, and far too silently. Was it an assassin? Did they have to be cautious against such a person? What was happening exactly? But this shock was only compounded by the matter that happened not long afterward. With the claiming of the fourth and final sea, Leonel had suddenly become the owner of the entire ocean. But this was only a small matter, mostly because no one was even aware that this had happened, at least not any still in the air wars. What was more important was that the last of the territories within the ocean had been unceremoniously booted out. Leonel had crushed the dreams of anyone who had planned to expand into the ocean. All of the work they had put in, and all the effort they had diverted from their main territories, was all laid to waste. For Ornik, because there was still a sea that remained unclaimed, his territory was pushed out to an unclaimed sea. But now that Leonel owned all four seas, the territories that remained and the ones that had been previously pushed away were destroyed entirely, leaving them in waste. With these two pieces of news descending one after another, it was hard to know exactly how to react. None of them could seem to understand what had happened, and the wariness they had toward their neighbors grew. How could they conclude that a single person had already claimed all four seas for themselves? Instead, they believed that four different territories had succeeded in forming air-grade territories before them. This conclusion was asinine to many of them, but they believed that the simplest answer was already the truest answer. The idea that one person could accomplish all of this on their own was most definitely not the simplest answer. The hoops one would have to jump through to accept such a thing were far too numerous. Ironically, because of this conclusion, despite a juicy piece of meat like Atawarth's territories being on the chopping block right before them all, no one dared to move rashly, and there happened to be a person who knew that exactly this would happen. Leonel's grasp of human nature was quite excellent, and thanks to the Umbra family members, his comprehension of the goings-on of the Nightside supercontinent were deeper than most would know. As such, not only did he act upon this moment of caution by everyone else, he capitalized on it. Bot yu xie. Before the Nightside powers could react, Leonel had taken over Atawarth's territory silently and seamlessly, using all of the points he had just gathered from his last two air-grade upgrades to outfit the large region with a complex network of outposts. Once this was complete, Leonel calmed and took his time. Now, it didn't matter when they realized that the ownership of this land had been changed. In fact, if they took too long, it might very well be too late. Leonel stood in silence near the coastline. This was Atawarth's main city, and it was located on the waterline just like Leonel's original territory had been. Out in the sea, several rain beasts floated in silence. Because they had sent these rain beasts in using a loophole, just like the Leo family of before with their seventh-dimensional beasts, they were left behind even after their badges were cracked. As such, ever since the end of that battle, Leonel had had access to them. The trouble was that directing them wasn't as easy as it was the stingrays. The stingrays were a reward, and as such, they were designed to follow his orders. However, these rain beasts were independent creatures. Although they were docile, their intelligence was low. They were only able to understand the direction Richard had given them, so it wasn't convenient to use them. As a result, until now, they had just been lingering around, unused. Leonel stood in silence, staring at them. What his best option here? Chapter 2006-9, 50%. Chapter 2006-9, 50%. Leonel stood in silence. There were only two options before him. The first was to abandon these creations entirely, or find an easy and quick method to make use of them. The reality was that he didn't have much time. Very soon, others would realize that he had taken over Atawarth's territories, and in addition to this, they would very soon begin to probe him and likely attack him. By Leonel's estimation, he probably only had half a day at best to figure something out, probably even less than that if he was honest. If he couldn't do something proper, then it would probably be best if he didn't do anything at all. Having a variable on the battlefield that he couldn't properly control would be more of a detriment than anything else. The first option he thought of was to just use an exceptionally crude method. He could make these beasts carry a large amount of water toward the territories of the other heirs and then directly flood them. The method was the easiest, and Leonel wouldn't have to do much of any preparation. However, it was an extremely weak method as well. Botsini, as offer 1, for 1, he was facing off against 7th-dimensional existences, not mortals. If he used this method on a 3rd-dimensional world, the devastation was obvious. People would die both from the water and the collapsing buildings. He probably wouldn't have to lift even a single finger. But setting aside the buildings would even be so vulnerable here, even if they were buried into kilometers of water and couldn't breathe for hours, or were crushed by millions of kilograms of weight, would that really kill a 7th-dimensional genius? The unfortunate answer was probably not. If Leonel could guarantee it would shatter their city walls at least, it would be useful. But he wasn't sure of even that. Gold-grade cities were exceptionally sturdy at this point, and many would have built up extra defenses by not in preparation for the air-grade upgrade challenge. This did even mention the other issue of actually transporting these rain beasts. They moved exceptionally slowly, and they were huge targets from a distance. They would need escort and protection, and hiding them would be impossible. If he targeted others, it still might work since they didn't know what the rain beasts were and they might take precautions that were inappropriate. But this would never work against Exavnik, who knew exactly what they were, and more likely than not, they wouldn't work against the ignorant either. This problem of speed and transport would likely be a problem no matter what options he chose. The rain beasts simply took too long to absorb water, and they were languid, low IEQ beasts without much intelligence. Everything about them was annoying to deal with. It was a bit better on the ocean's waters where they held a great advantage. But now that they were on land, unless Leonel wanted to take the roundabout, the longest way through the ocean, those advantages were entirely useless. And even if he was willing to do that, not all of his enemies would be able to be sniped down from the coast. Leonel flipped a palm and a small rain beast appeared. This was the same rain beast that he had extracted all the water from previously. After a moment, he enveloped it in his dream world and began to scan every corner of its body. Soon, a diagram of it appeared before him, formed of emulation spatial force. He began to spin it apart in his mind, dissecting it and separating it into pieces. Aina, Leonel said lightly. Aina didn't take long to appear. When it came to matters like this, Aina was definitely the far better of the two. She had a natural inclination toward understanding what she should and shouldn't put in her body, and that gave her an intimate understanding of both force herbs and force-wielding creatures. What do you think? Leonel asked. Is it possible to force it to take on water at a great speed? If that's possible, we could shrink them for easy transport, and then pump them with water suddenly when we're in enemy territory. It wouldn't be the most efficient thing, but it might be the best option we have. Aina blinked. Their bodies are weird. Logically, if they can grow from the size of a palm to kilometers in length, then their elasticity has to be great. But from what I can see, their elasticity is actually on a gradient. The more water they absorb, the more of those special proteins that they produce, increasing the elasticity of their bodies and allowing them to expand in size. It's probably less accurate to say that they have an ability to absorb water, and more accurate to say that water is the only thing they can absorb that's able to both trigger their protein synthesis and is likewise benign enough that it doesn't poison them in the process. So you mean to say that it could theoretically absorb anything? Aina nodded. That would be its lineage factor, its ability to expand. It's not much unlike Noah's ability index, but the difference is that Noah can control his own synthesis, and he also has the ability to change the structure of his body to make it sturdier and more powerful. These aren't things that this rain beast is capable of doing. It could be said that they have a greatly simplified version of Noah's ability index, but their capacity for expansion is much larger and requires much less energy at the same time, although it takes a great period of time for them to reach that state. Leonel fell into his thoughts. This was very fascinating. And what about this rain beast right now? I only just extracted all the water from its body maybe a day or so ago. How long does it take for the extra elasticity it's gained to disappear? Aina's eyes lit up with understanding as though she had just pieced something together. So that's why, yes, it's able to retain some of its elasticity even now, but it's probably lost about 50% of its original capability already. If you wait another day, it will take an extremely long time for it to build it back up again. Leonel's gaze sharpened. Chapter 2070, Appearance. Chapter 2070, Appearance. It seemed that there was a chance that this would work, but it wasn't perfect either. There were still many issues to fix. For example, how would he transfer such a large amount of water? How would he feed it into the rain beasts? It wasn't like his enemies would give him as much time as he wanted. The methods had to be seamless and extremely quick. But if it couldn't accomplish that, then it was all useless, and once again, he might as well give up these beasts entirely. He had a solution for the water problem. Thanks to Kira, he still had an ocean's drop vial that could hold an ocean's worth of liquid within. It had once held the blood of a void beast, but now it was empty after it was entirely swallowed up by Little Blackstar. It was a simple matter to use it. Suddenly, Leonel's gaze flashed. That was right, he had once used that vial to transfer golden-scaled koi fish around. It was the perfect solution for this. In fact, at the moment, it was filled to the brim with cleansing waters. Considering the current segmented cube, accumulating such a large amount of cleansing waters was child's play. Obviously, the segmented cube itself could be used for such transfer, but Leonel didn't want to use it for a very good reason. Even the Morales weren't aware of the limits of this treasure. It was clear that his father and grandfather had never disclosed these matters. For one, Leonel felt that there was a reason for this. The more he learned about the segmented cube, the more he understood it was no normal treasure. Even the spear domain ring was far inferior to it in his opinion. Just the amount of cleansing waters it could produce alone was worthy of being the sole ability of a world-changing treasure, but the fact that it was just one of its many abilities was shocking. He felt it was best to hide as much of what it could do from the masses. Until now, he only revealed that it could help him mass-produce simple crafts and it contained pods that could help people recover quickly. These weren't quite enough to shock people entirely just yet. Use a vi. The fact he could use the vial instead was a huge positive. But now, Leonel was thinking of something else. If the rain beasts consumed a large amount of cleansing waters instead of regular water, how would it change their anatomy? What about their abilities? Leonel's gaze narrowed. Cleansing waters as an attack method, he was used to cleansing waters by now, but he had remembered a time that soaking in cleansing waters of the sixth dimension had been exceptionally painful as it forcefully expelled the impurities in his body. He wondered, as he thought, Leonel moved. Taking out the familiar crystalline vial, he began to toss the rain beasts in one after another. After he solidified his hypotheses, he consulted Ina for a moment and they came up with a plan that they felt might work. After that, Leonel vanished into the segmented cube to finish up some experiments. He stepped out again just an hour later, prepared to move forward. There were no preparations left to make. He was once again at a point where his taking time for accumulation would instead make him fall behind instead. It was time to press forward and take the final leap of fate he would have to. But compared to the last time he made this choice, he had a confident smirk hanging from his lips. It didn't seem nearly as difficult this time around. However, what Leonel didn't expect was that just as he was about to set out, with everyone prepared and well-rested, he would instead have to snap his head in a particular direction. Standing on his city walls, there was an unexpected character. He had very clearly used a treasure to appear so suddenly and soundlessly, so much so that his eyes flickered with surprise when he realized that Leonel had already noticed his arrival. It was clear that this person had expected to wait at least several seconds, but he had actually been discovered immediately. In fact, if he was correct, Leonel's head was already moving before he had even fully manifested. This person couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He looked around silently for a moment. He actually felt slightly uncomfortable taking his eyes off of Leonel at this moment, but he moved as though this discomfort wasn't in his heart at all. With a calm gaze, he scanned over the city, but the more he looked, the more it couldn't help but narrow. Nothing he was seeing seemed to make much sense. Leonel had only about 20,000 subordinates? Were the rest elsewhere? Or was it that he had been caught with his pants down? It couldn't be that this was really all he had, right? But then again, now that he thought about it, this was already the final territory of Atawarth's that he had come to check, and this was the only one with anyone in it. Something was off about this. Finally, after several seconds, this man finally looked back toward Leonel with calm eyes, only to find that the latter had an amused light hidden within. He didn't seem to take his appearance very seriously at all. It was a confident glance, almost as though he could see through him with absolute ease. Leonel stood very calmly despite who this individual was. He hadn't expected for the meeting to be so sudden and unexpected, but it also wasn't enough to shock him to the point of being unable to react. At the same time, he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking immediately either, calmly allowing the other observer the state of the city as though he couldn't be bothered to care what he did or didn't find out. This man was none other than the only Nova Leonel had yet to meet face to face. Third Nova, Leonel Morales. Chapter 2071, Mistake. Chapter 2071, Mistake. The two final Novas looked toward one another calmly, one's expression unreadable and the other's smiling. Exavnik was quite handsome and tall. He had slightly paler skin than most Morales, but not to the extent of Second Nova. He still carried that familiar bronzed hue. It just wasn't as forceful as the bit of coloration had its edge taken off. His eyes were a gentle brown color and his hair was slightly stiff, though well styled. His robes were meticulously cared for, and he seemed to prefer darker colors. This was a man who dared to negotiate with an expert like Rosen Swayard, a leader of the Senate, while he was merely in the sixth dimension. There were clearly no faults to pick in his temperament nor his boldness. Littlest Nova, Exavnik greeted with a smile, his unreadable expression suddenly becoming amiable. Leonel smiled back. Despite the fact he was looking up at Exavnik from the ground while the latter was on the city walls, one didn't feel that this was the case at all. It rather felt as though they were both on even ground, looking into each other's eyes. The height difference, the distance between them, and even the fact they stood on opposing sides didn't seem to create any sort of division between them. Third Nova. Exavnik chuckled slightly. I had thought that First Nova would be my greatest challenge. If there was a dark horse, I would have definitely picked Fifth Nova. But I didn't expect that it would truly be you. If you hadn't lost 20 years of advantage to us, we really wouldn't stand a chance, Where would the fun in that be? Leonel didn't refute politely. His words all but confirmed that he felt that this was the case as well. But Exavnik didn't feel that this was inappropriate. Over-bloated humility was just as bad in his opinion as underserved arrogance. Your temperament is to my liking. How do you feel about working together? There's only the two of us left and the enemies remaining aren't easy to deal with. There's still the Oman family, the Swiard family, and the spirituals religion. Plus, there are still some other stragglers. In order to avoid any issues, I've had a feeling that they'll team up to deal a blow to our Morales family before deciding a winner amongst us. We can't allow that, right? Zavnik expected Leonel to be surprised, or at least take some time to consider, but this wasn't the answer he received at all. Instead, my old man would probably kill me if I used an alliance to win in the final stretch, Leonel said with a laugh. His temper is a weird one. I have a feeling he's watching right now. Well, considering his personality, he's probably pretending to take a nap, but he'll never let me live this down. Velasco, who didn't seem to have been paying much, mumbled beneath his breath. At least he knows not to embarrass me. He felt his wife's glare come from the side, but he pretended as though he hadn't seen it, turning his glasses into an even darker shade as he reclined further. However, Leonel's next words made Velasco almost fall out from his seat. A pity, Exavnik said with a sigh, his gaze flashing with a peculiar light. Leonel laughed. But what I love most to do is piss that old man off. Count me in. The human domain was rendered speechless. Velasco was a character that most of them didn't even dare to look in the eye. Many even believed he was ruthless enough to not bat an eye if his son died. In their opinions, he was probably an extremely strict father that wouldn't allow his son to joke around with, let alone embarrass him like this. But Leonel actually, Eleanor began to giggle, laughing a beautiful laugh that made the hearts of those who heard it flutter. Others might fear Velasco, but in Leonel's opinion, his dad was just a bastard who loved to think himself a comedian and a prankster. If he could get back at this old man, he'd take every opportunity. Velasco coughed, fixing his chair and stabilizing himself. This brat, he was going to ruin all the prestige he had taken decades to build up. What the hell was this? Seeing Velasco trying to maintain his composure, Eleanor's laughter only grew. Exavnik, too, was surprised. A hint of doubt couldn't help but grow in his heart. Clearly, he felt the same about Velasco as everyone else. How could he know that the only suffering Leonel had had at Velasco's hands were prank voicemails? Is that so? That's good, excellent. Exavnik's face lit up. How would you like to cooperate? Leonel asked with a smile. There were all too many methods. Leonel himself had already thought of many, but he didn't state them out. He seemed to want to know more about Exavnik's thought processes. Neither of them knew one another very well, so this sort of simple probe was only a given. About this, are these all the subordinates you have, little Nova? Leonel shook his head, causing Zavnik to relax slightly. But it was clear he wasn't relaxing due to the fact Leonel would be of more help with more subordinates. Rather, he relaxed because the fact Leonel admitted this so readily meant that there was a hint of trust here. I have an army of another 1,000,000 or so, but they're beasts that can only be used in the waters. They're stingrays. In addition to this, I have about 200 or so land beasts, the strongest of which have the strength of tier 6, and the weakest of which is at tier 3. But since their strengths have been forcefully raised to this stage, their actual power is limited. Other than this, I have a secret powerful force of about a few hundred. They're all members of the Cloud race and have exceptional combat prowess. Leonel laid out all his cards as though he didn't have a care in the world. No one seemed to know his thoughts. Even Second Nova, who knew Third Nova's true colors, couldn't help but pale. Had he made a mistake by not telling Leonel the truth? Chapter 272, Great Opportunity. Chapter 272, Great Opportunity. Exavnik's heart jumped. When he heard mention of the Cloud race, the odd light in his eyes couldn't be hidden in the slightest. If he had any doubt, it was hard to retain it now. The existence of the Cloud race was too easy to hide. Leonel could have easily hidden them amidst his people without a word, and Zavnik would never know. The appearance of the Cloud race wasn't a small matter, although there were, of course, weaker and stronger members of every race. Usually, the strength of other races was far more consistent than that of humans. Having the Cloud race on one side was like having a guaranteed floor of strength on your side. The weakest humans were absolutely no match for the weakest of Cloud race members. This was a well-known fact. But the true hidden danger here was whether or not Leonel had managed to get his hands on any powerful members. The likelihood in Exavnik's opinion was very low. However, he had some information on hand that made him not place the probability at 0%, and that was the information he had on Leonel's very first interaction with the Cloud race. He had been able to easily point them out when others hadn't been able to. That was definitely an eyebrow-raising matter. Considering Leonel had dominion over Earth, Zavnik didn't believe that there were no Cloud race members targeting the only 8th-dimensional potential world in the human domain. In that case, it might even be true that Leonel had gained the ability to see through Cloud race members by first observing Cloud race members that had been exposed on Earth itself. In that case, the odds that Leonel might have an extremely powerful member of the Cloud race on his side wasn't 0%, nor was it too low. It might even be as high as 30% or even 40%. The more Exavnik thought about it, the more serious he became, but Leonel's smile was just the same. He looked naïve and innocent, but could a naïve and innocent individual control the Cloud race under his charge? Could they become the greatest example of a dark horse in Air Wars history? Could they be the one to defeat the enemy that Third Nova thought he would have to struggle the most against? In Exavnik's opinion, Sixth Nova had been too young. Fifth Nova was a wild card and a potential pitfall, but if he took caution, things would be fine. Fourth Nova was a playboy who had taken far too long to take things seriously, and even then he had only begun to take things seriously because he had accidentally gotten his longtime fling pregnant, leading to a whole host of pressure, especially because they were both still within the Void Palace when it happened. As for Second Nova, he had never taken him seriously because although he was clever, he was too used to being a lone wolf. He didn't know how to rely on others, and even when it came to his wide information network, he micromanaged everything he could. One of the most important characteristics of a leader was knowing when to release the reins, and Second Nova thought he could do everything on his own. Urena. Knowing all of this, Gavnik had slotted First Nova in as his greatest enemy. He both had great combat prowess and was extremely intelligent, not to mention extremely charismatic as a leader. But somehow, before he even got the chance to lift a finger, this supposed top-tier enemy of his had been eliminated by someone else, and he wasn't even sure how it had happened. Now Seventh Nova, the one that he had given the least regard to, was smiling an unreadable expression toward him, leaving him without the words to respond. After a long while, Exavnik slowly nodded. Little Nova, you've truly been too honest. It feels a little burdensome. Leonel's smile didn't fade. If I am too on guard against you, how can we work together properly? We don't have much time. How about you tell me what you have in mind? Right. Little Nova's numbers are smaller than expected, so I assume that you've used your mind to achieve the standards you have today. I wouldn't be surprised if you have many ideas far better than my own. I'll tell you my plans, and you tell me how you feel about them. How about it? No problem, Leonel nodded. Exavnik smiled. As I see things, our greatest threat is the Oman family. They have been focused on crafting for several weeks now, and it's hard to tell what their plans are because as more time passes, they spend less and less time clashing with others. At the same time, the biggest wildcard is likely to be the spiritual faith. Even with all of this being the case, I don't believe that attacking either one of them directly is a smart idea. I believe it's best that we act to take out the Sweyard family first. You and Ameri have quite the history. After seeing you, I think this plan will work far better with you than it would have with First Nova. If you challenge him to a one-on-one battle, I don't believe that he wouldn't accept, if for no other reason than to regain his lost pride. I have a treasure here that I've gained from an air-grade dungeon. It's able to release a force-eating poison. If it's released at an opportune moment, then whether it's his sword force or other forces, Ameri will find them all to be useless. He will either be forced to use his badge to escape or die. Leonel raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Why haven't you used this yourself just yet? Well, for one, aside from what I've said about it likely working best with you, I only have one such treasure, and I've had to be cautious with it. In addition, while you're doing this, there'll be a great opportunity. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 273, Ruthless. Chapter 273, Ruthless, Oh, an opportunity? You may or may not know, but the spiritual religion and the Sweyard have attached themselves together, much like us. The difference being that it's a marriage alliance between the current heir of the spiritual's religion and the sword deity. They made a show of fighting one another, resulting in many lowering their guards. The original assumption was that they would be a check and balance on one another. But the moment they became allies, this check and balance vanished, leading to their combined territory not only be the largest with the most plentiful resources, but they also have a very defendable land with no so-called natural predators. Leonel's brows raised, and he nodded, gesturing for Exavnik to continue. While you're challenging the Sweyard, it'll be more convenient for me to target the spiritual's religion directly. This is the best way to separate the two and not allow them to take advantage of fusing their abilities into one, which will be too troublesome for any one of us to handle. Setting aside the sword deity's combat prowess, the heir of the spiritual's religion is exceptionally powerful as well. You may or may not know this, but she is the current #1 in our generation's Queen Beauty rankings. This isn't just because she's an exceptional beauty, but it is also because of her exceptional combat prowess. Of course, the greatest issue with all of this is that no one knows the true limit of her strength. The spiritual's religion do not often associate themselves with conflict, and because they're so powerful, no one comes to find trouble with them either. In addition, their heirs or heiresses have never entered the Void Palace. It could be said that the fact she made her way onto the rankings at all, let alone #1, just goes to show you her extraordinary strength. Leonel raised an eyebrow. #1 on the Queen Beauty rankings? Who decided that nonsense? I see. So I'll attack the Sweyard half of the territory, while you deal with the spirituals half. Even if you don't succeed, we'll at least be able to deal with Ameri and stop him from receiving reinforcements from the spiritual's religion. This makes sense. It was a simple plan, but often these were the best. With a limited number of moving parts, it would be exceptionally easy to execute, and it would be a simple matter to get in and get out. So you've agreed? Exavnik asked with a smile. Of course, no problem at all. Just give me the time. I was planning on moving out right this moment anyway. I'm ready to go. Zavnik's gaze lit up. Excellent. I will attack exactly 3 hours from now. That is when you can issue your challenge. Noted. Leonel watched with a smile as Exavnik flickered and vanished. Soon, there was nothing but the light breeze of the salted ocean brushing against his ears. The smell in the air was quite strong, but Leonel felt that it was quite good. He looked to the side to find that Aina had appeared by his side. Their conversation wasn't hidden in the slightest, which was actually quite odd for such a complicated affair. Usually, in order to hide such matters from the ears of spies just in case, such things would happen behind closed doors. But both Leonel and Exavnik had sealed the deal on such a thing out in the open. Is it all right to do this? Aina asked. She had found out a lot about what was happening during her mini-vacation with Leonel. While they had been in their own little world, it didn't mean that they hadn't discussed any business whatsoever, so she was fully aware of Leonel's speculations about Third Nova. Toward her question, though, Leonel laughed. All right, well, I guess that would be up to him. It doesn't really matter either way. While Edershi Yushi Yushi and the burst of Abusio Aishis, and Aina's gaze flickered, and then she pinched Leonel's waist, an action to which he pretended to be quite hurt by, yelping and running away without the hint of the seriousness a leader should have. Aina could only roll her eyes. Clearly, this man didn't want to explain things. Exavnik appeared in his territory once again, a pensive expression on his face. With a step, he entered his city's core, his contemplation growing deeper and deeper as he slowly sat on his throne. As though on cue, a man strode in with heavy steps. This man was clad in deep green armor, so deep in fact that it almost appeared to be black beneath dimmer lights. His hair was an ocean of black, as were his eyes. He looked quite average, but there was something about his demeanor and the depths of his eyes that felt off. Isimson, Exavnik suddenly said without looking up from his thoughts. Yes, the green-armored man replied with a booming voice. Kill these people. Exavnik waved a hand, and a list unfurled. Upon it, there was a large list of individuals, thousands of them in fact. Exavnik seemed to have manifested them from the air. Do it appropriately. Form up a troop consisting of them, march them off toward the ocean under the pretext of dungeon hunting, and make sure none of them ever resurface. What Isimzon's gaze flickered. He didn't quite understand why Exavnik was asking for this. That was because if these people could be called to form a troop and then march off on Exavnik's orders, weren't their identities obvious? Exavnik was actually executing his own subordinates without the slightest hesitation. Seemingly sensing that Isimson hadn't moved to act on his words immediately, Exavnik looked up. His expression was unreadable, but Isemson couldn't help but shudder, his shoulders visibly trembling. Right away, Lord. Exavnik didn't say a word as Isemson vanished, his fingers tapping on the armrest of his throne. Suddenly, his shadow seemed to shift beneath his feet, but he didn't seem to react to it even as it took the shape of a willowy woman. How ruthless, she said with a giggle. It has to be done. There may very well be Cloud Race members right under our noses, Savnik replied indifferently. Chapter 2074, confident. Chapter 2074, confident. The willowy shadow paused. It was clear that this was the very last thing that she had expected to hear. What would the Cloud Race be doing here? And worst yet, why would they be interfering in their plans? She suddenly thought of the worst possibility, and she couldn't help but tremble a bit. I don't think that the situation is that bad, Exavnik said. These Cloud Race members come from the Prince of Earth. The shadow jumped again, before she seemed to piece together the same things that Exavnik had slowly come to understand while he listened to Leonel's words. But what baffled the shadow was why Exavnik would know this. It couldn't be. He just directly told me. That littlest cousin of mine is not simple. He knows well that him informing me that he has Cloud Race members under his charge doesn't lessen my worries. In fact, it increases them. Look at him. He didn't even have to lift a finger, and yet I've directly executed 10,000 of my men for him. He has such a charming smile and glistening eyes, and yet his heart is no less cruel than anyone I've ever met. The shadow paused for a moment before giggling. Keep talking like that, and I'll start getting jealous. Don't tell me you'll fall for your own cousin when you have me. Exavnik seemed to be very used to this shadow and her antics, but at the same time he wasn't in the mood to play around. His thoughts were running 1,000,000 miles a minute. Even as he spoke, he was trying to figure out what to do from here. Sensing this as well, the shadow's voice changed, and she became more serious. Tell me exactly what happened. Exavnik almost carelessly explained things in the most direct way possible. His contact with Leonel was brief to begin with, so there wasn't much to explain. I see, indeed, this littlest Nova isn't a simple character. Not only did he tell you so much, he didn't even ask you to reciprocate. It's as though he couldn't be bothered to care. Or, he knows everything he needs to know already, Zavnik said lightly. The shadow fell silent. Indeed, if Cloud Race members had already infiltrated, what could there be that Leonel didn't know? In fact, it would be an exaggeration to say that Leonel might know even more than Zavnik himself did. How could a leader know every little thing his subordinates did? There might very well be some who were dissatisfied with his orders, some holding grudges from the death of their loved ones, and these would all be things that Leonel would have access to that others wouldn't dare to tell him for the sake of retribution. But CAG. Just by being honest, Leonel had actually painted Exavnik into a corner he didn't know how to advance from and couldn't retreat from. Is there a chance he's lying just to mess with you? Unlikely. Given his displays in the past and the precarious situation of Earth, the odds that he really has Cloud Race members are quite high. The real question is how powerful they are. Then how do you plan on moving forward? This isn't something that we can allow to go freely. If we're too lax, victory will slip from us. What do you suggest? The shadow laughed a seductive laugh. If it was up to me, we would take the most direct approach. As I see it, he's managed to reach this stage likely using his mind over his brawn. There are potentially powerful Cloud Race members protecting him, but if you take an elite squadron with you, I don't believe you would lose. In addition, you did well giving him that air-grade reward. He'll never be ready for the poison now, and he might even foolishly try to use it on you, leaving him in a precarious position. Zavnik thought for a moment, then shook his head. The eyes of Leonel weren't those of someone who was simple to handle. He wouldn't be handled with brute force directly, at least not without revealing his true face, but he wouldn't do that unless it was the final hope he had. The shadow laughed, unbothered. You never listen to me anyway, but you always ask. This is just you trying to make me feel like I'm more than just a bed buddy, huh? I'm wise to your games. Exavnik didn't move for an entire hour, nor did he respond to the shadow's attempts at seducing him. Then, when there were just 2 hours left to his and Leonel's meeting, his gaze suddenly glowed with a fiercely bright light. Oh, my hubby has a plan? Tell me, tell me. I'm certain of Leonel's final trump card, the Pious family. No one would ever guess that a Constellation family would divert their resources at the final moment, and especially not to the one young man so many of them want to kill. It seems that Leonel's charm is even greater than that of Adawarth's. The Pious family's position was a bit unique. They had a portion of Sixth Nova's old territory, and it had to be remembered that Sixth Nova was once sandwiched between the Oman and Spirituals religion. If Exavnik attacked the Spirituals religion normally, and then tried to retreat back to his territory after all was said and done, who would be waiting for him right as he was in his most vulnerable position? The worst part was that after passing through the Pious, there would still be the Oman lingering, and with just a bit of prodding from Leonel, they might jump to capitalize on the situation well. Of course, this wasn't what Exavnik had spent an entire hour figuring out. I know what we'll do, he said lightly, standing to his feet. As though on cue, Yisemson came rushing in from the outside. Prepare the troops, Yisemson. We are moving out now. Zavnik strode forward, his gait confident. Erdule notes, oh man, this guy is clueless, lol. Chapter 275, I'm sorry. Chapter 275, I'm sorry. Leonel sat atop of a lion beast from the Leo family. Their size wasn't all that substantial, especially not compared to what he had seen in the Cataclysm Zone, but it was still more than substantial enough for 3 or even 4 people to be seated upon it, and definitely large enough for him to be able to take Aina with him so that he wouldn't be bored on the journey. Aina could only be speechless. The Leonel of the last few months, and this Leonel, were far too different. She couldn't even count the number of times Leonel had smiled in the last few months because it had basically never happened. Now he was in the mood to tease her all the time. It made it all the more embarrassing that she knew that his parents were likely watching, and probably even her father. The projections went all across the human domain, so even if they weren't physically present, it would only take a little effort to watch. Knowing this, she felt a bit embarrassed about what had happened before. She had actually kissed him in front of so many people, and now he wouldn't leave her alone. Aina suddenly pinched Leonel's thigh fiercely, causing him to yelp. This time, Leonel didn't have to fake it. This woman truly had a strong enough grip. This time, it was Leonel's turn to be speechless. What had he done this time? He couldn't even tease his wife? Where was the humanity? In the end, he could only pout. Be obedient. Be serious. Look at them. How can you leave people like this? Often, the various soldiers were doing their best to hold back their laughter. Did they look down on the current Leonel? Of course not. The Skies family only knew the smiling Leonel to begin with. He had crushed their family's patriarch while hardly lifting a finger. As for the Oryx, they knew Leonel from before he even had the conviction to become king in the first place. All that Leonel knew how to do was goof around. After so many tense weeks, watching this scene made a weight on their chests lower. Because Leonel was always so perfect, everyone around him had the pressure to be perfect as well. Since Leonel never made mistakes, they couldn't make mistakes. Since even their leader was always working so hard, how could they be the ones to slack off? Leonel had never been cruel, and his demands had never been excessive, but that only made the burden the rest of them carried even heavier. No one wanted to be the one who disappointed Leonel. Even though they still had such feelings now, for some reason it didn't feel as burdensome. The relaxed Leonel gave off the illusion that everything would be fine. Even if they made 1 or 2 mistakes here and there, he would be there to cover for them. Even while marching into enemy territory like this, he was still in the mood to have fun. The respect they had for Aina was no less deep. While others had only just learned of Aina's skills, that was only because they had only just begun paying attention. All of them had already been beneficiaries of Aina's skill, and they were quite aware of battle plans that Leonel had in place that no one in the outside world was yet privy to, so they were all well aware of how much of it was contingent on Aina. So, seeing her reprimand Leonel like this, they felt like laughing in their hearts. Neither of them was inferior to the other. This was how things should be. The Oryx had grown used to following the Oryx King, and the Skies family had obviously grown used to their own form of governance. But after just a few months with Leonel, they couldn't help but think that it would be so bad to follow such a king and queen. Smiles bloomed on their faces as they watched Leonel apologize like a wronged child. The ground rumbled, an army moving forward like a swiftly shifting tide. They were akin to a sea of dark green, crushing the greenery in their path as though they couldn't be bothered to march around it. In the territory of the pious family, they had on solemn expressions. They knew that this moment would be coming soon, but they hadn't expected that the sea of people would be this great. They had already known that Exavnik had the largest armies, but it was only now that they were seeing it themselves that they knew how truly exaggerated it was. Exavnik's army, or at the very least the one marching toward them, was easily numbering at 100 million. This sort of monstrous number was enough to build its own air-grade upgrade challenge, but now it was coming toward their city. If they had the strength to challenge the air grade, they would have done it already. Within the core of the city, Simona's brows furrowed. This wasn't a part of the plan. According to her original thoughts, the fact they had survived to this point likely meant that they would make it to the end point. Given their special characteristics and ability to use poison, not to mention their numbers, anyone targeting them would be sure to suffer greatly. No one in the endgame would be willing to take them on until the very final moment, or so she had thought. But now, Zavnik's armies were rushing toward her, and clearly willing to go all out. Simona sighed and came to an understanding. Exavnik definitely wanted to attack the Swiard and Spiritual Religion Alliance, but was afraid of their taking advantage of the situation. So, he wanted to take them out first regardless of the cost. At the very least, even if things went poorly, he still had a lane of retreat back to his own territory. Simona's expression became a bit bitter. They had made it so far just to make a mistake at this step. I'm sorry, Leonel. Looks like things won't work out. Indeed, it seemed that Exavnik's conjecture had been correct. Chapter 276 returned. Chapter 276 returned. Simona took a breath and stood to her feet. She had indeed promised to side with Leonel. Very few would understand why she would do such a thing, or more importantly, why it was that her family seemed to be all right with it. Simona was the most talented junior born to the pious family in an extremely long time. But what many didn't know was that her status in her paternal clan was even more important. This was an extremely odd matter, and also one that very few knew about. That was because it was far too unconventional, and her Godlin family, her father's family, was far too reclusive. They tended toward nature, so aside from worshipping their god and raising their beasts, they didn't interfere with any matters, much less the politics of the human world. If not to avoid the spotlight being placed on them, Simona would have never been sent to the Void Palace in the first place. This might sound odd. After all, if you wanted to avoid detection, why do the opposite of that by sending such a genius to be placed upon the Queen Beauty rankings? However, it was precisely because of this clever maneuvering of public opinion that the Godlin family was able to keep themselves separate from worldly affairs by not allowing others to talk to them. The fact that the matriarch of the pious family had married the nameless man of an unknown family would have been shocking news enough. However, if the child between them was also under the rules and regulations of his nameless family as well, this would go from a cute love story where the underdog gained victory to something many speculated about. The weight of marriage alliances was quite heavy. This was seen by the fact that even the likes of a Mary and the Spiritual Religion heiress could be married off for the sake of their families. The idea of Simona's mother marrying a man without a hint of reputation was entirely unheard of. It had to be known that as someone that could become the matriarch of a constellation family, Matriarch Pius was no normal woman. She too had once been on the Queen Beauty rankings, and outside of Cynthia, there was rarely anyone else of her generation that could match up to her. Due to all of this, after Simona was born, in order to avoid the speculation of the public, her outward face was that of a genius of the pious family, with her father's family being of secondary concern. In fact, even her last name wasn't Godlin, but rather Pious. It painted the image that Simona's mother had managed to pick her love, but in order to compromise with her family, her daughter's future, along with any other children she might have, were under the control of the Pious family. But the reality was very far from this. In fact, it might be more accurate to say that the Pious family was quite subordinate to the Godlin family, and her parents had not a single ounce of strain between the two of them. When she visited the Godlin family, she was even referred to as Mistress Godlin. There was definitely no fear on the Godlin family's part about offending the Pious family. It all went back to Simona's little purple puppy. Yes. As a member of the Godlin and Pious family, she was actually born with 2 lineage factors, not 1. This was exceptionally rare, as one understood. The Morales family had billions of novas in this generation, but only 7 had been born with 2 lineage factors. The Swiard family was likewise in this situation, but there were only 4 in their current generation, and one of them was a Mary. However, this wasn't the important part. What was important wasn't Simona's raw talent, but rather what kind of talent it was. The Godlin's lineage factor was known as the natural beast lineage factor. When a woman gave birth to a seed of the Godlin family, she would actually give birth to 2 things. The first was their child, and the second was known as the natural beast core, an existence that looked very much like an egg. Setting aside the oddity of a human woman birthing an egg, this egg could be considered to be the most important existence to the life of a Godlin family child. That was because one's talent was split between themselves and this creature was also the outlet through which all of the Godlin's family's strength was produced. One could see through the talent of a child easily by testing this egg. However, for Simona, this hadn't even been necessary. That was because the instant she and her beast companion were born, the phenomena that was triggered was the likes of which the Godlin family had never seen. And if the Godlin family had been aware, the only phenomena that could have possibly matched up was Leonel's own and the birth of his Scarlet Star Force innate node. That was the level Simona was at. Unfortunately, the more talented you were as a Godlin family member, the more time it took for your beast companion to grow. And, while your beast companion had yet to mature, not only could you not use the Godlin's family's strength, but your improvement speed was only a fraction of what it could be, because more than 90% would be diverted to your companion. The moment she was born, Simona was already slated to be the next leader of the Godlin family. In fact, she matched up with the prophecy of their ancient teachings. With her appearance, the Godlin family would finally be allowed to come out of seclusion, establishing their might and saving the human domain from their calamity. However, due to the schemes of Zavnik and Rosen, Simona had been separated from her beast companion during the teleportation to the Rapak's nest. This had cut off all her potential and crumbled the hope of the Godlin family, until Leonel suddenly returned it. Chapter 2077, Small World. Chapter 2077, Small World. When Simona lost her puppy, it was akin to her losing almost 90% of her talent and cutting off the future hope of the Godlin family. No matter how great their conviction, how could a population of people be willing to stay in seclusion forever? At the same time, how could Simona be willing to never reach her full potential? There was simply no replacement for her beast companion. It had quite literally been born with her. It was like an extension of her limb. This is why she had shed tears when Leonel returned it. After 20 years of despair, hearing the praises of people while knowing that she could be so much better, she finally saw the light of hope that she had prayed for so long. What she was even more thankful for was Leonel's restraint. That puppy wasn't just a benign little creature, it was also an endless bundle of energy. It had carried over 90% of her energy until this moment. Every time she took one step forward, it would take almost 10. On top of this, it was the purest form of absorbable force as well. There was a reason that the Godlin family had been forced into seclusion long ago. A story that had been wiped from the annals of human domain history. Their beast companions were just extensions of their lineage factors and were more valuable than even pure force crystals. Their beast companions could quite literally be used as resource wells. To put this matter into proper perspective, the immature beast companion of back then, the very one Simona had lost, could be used to produce dozens of conventional Path 7th dimensional existences. It could even be used at a crucial point to push one to the 8th dimension of the conventional path, something that was extraordinarily rare. She didn't believe that Leonel could sense this, but she also wasn't surprised. Leonel was a man who had turned down the Shadow Sovereign lineage factor because he could stand to kill an unborn Rapax. Many would see such Rapax as nothing more than enemies of another race, unable to humanize them in any way because they simply looked too foreign, but not him. Simona didn't know Leonel very intimately, but she knew enough about him to be willing to follow him wholeheartedly. It was just a shame that at the final moment she wasn't able to be as useful as she had initially hoped to be. Grr. A little puppy growled by Simona's feet, causing her furrowed brows to unwrinkle into the hint of a smile. By now, the little puppy had finally begun to show some signs of growth and was about 20% larger than Leonel remembered. Although she had lost 20 years because she was so much more powerful now, Simona could help the little one to grow a lot faster. Before, it had taken over 20 years for it to reach the stage of being able to walk around on its own. But now, after only just a year or so of having returned to her size, it had grown by 20%. At this pace, it would reach maturity in just another decade or so. Given the fact the more talented she was, the more time it would take, this speed was actually exceptional. Originally, her companion wouldn't have reached maturity until she became an ancestor-level character, and even then, it wasn't entirely certain. It seemed that being forced to find a path without this little guy for so long had definitely helped her in many ways. Come on, little guy. Although we aren't allowed to display too much of our strength, I don't believe that we can't make a dent in this army. The little puppy barked with a menacing glare in its eyes, but Simona only laughed more heartily. The little guy didn't sound very menacing at all. Those who knew Simona would truly be shocked right now. How could they have ever seen this ice beauty laugh like this? Simona turned and strolled forward. The more she walked, the more her laughing expression faded. By the time she walked out from the hall, her expression was icy, her purple hair dancing in the wind. Young miss. A powerful voice came from the side. A young man standing atop a black line with flickering black flames for a mane appeared. The beast seemed to be both illusory and corporeal. Despite the fact the rumbling of the ground had already reached this point and the buildings were quaking, whether it was the beast or the young man, both were entirely indifferent. With the current state of things, we will lose, the young man said indifferently. They were limited in the strength they were allowed to display. In this regard, they were a lot like the Umbra family. So, the moment they saw the state of this, they knew there was nothing they could do. The question was whether or not Simona wanted them to continue to fight to put up a facade or to retreat right this moment. "We will fight," Simona said lightly. The young man didn't show any dissatisfaction or pleasure, he only nodded once. "Yes, young miss." The rumbling came to a stop just half a kilometer from the gates of the Pious family territory. Seated in the middle of the army, Zavnik watched on with silence as Isamson took a step forward. "We will give you all a choice out of respect for the Pious family. Heiress Simona may choose to crush her badge now, and we will make no attempts to stop her. If you refuse, we will attack with full force." Isamson had hardly finished when the thunderous roar of countless beasts echoed. Simona's gaze flickered as another army came into view from the distance. Seated in the middle of his army, Zavnik's gaze couldn't help but narrow. It couldn't be? At that moment, Leonel rode over from the distance with his arm still wrapped around Ina's waist. He didn't seem to be taking this very seriously at all. "Ah, third Nova?" Leonel said with surprise. "I didn't expect that you and I would actually have the same idea. What a small world." Chapter 278, or Chapter 278, or The Army Was Small. Compared to Exavnik's numbers in the upwards of 9 figures, the barely few 100,000 that Leonel had come with was truly too pitiful, especially when among that number, most were just wild beasts and only about 20 Yorziran or so were actual humanoids. It didn't make sense to take this matter so seriously, and yet Exavnik's pause was long and his thoughts came slow. He seemed to lag, not knowing exactly what to make of this immediately. When Leonel said that he had had the same idea, could it be that he wanted to deal with the Pious family before he went forward to attack the Swiard and Spiritual Religion Alliance? Technically, Leonel was just as vulnerable from the back as Exavnik was given the relative positions of everything. So could it be that his deduction was wrong? IECA she ye. IECA she ye she ye. ICA, in addition. ICA she ye she a she ye. ICA, in addition. Ixenik had, indeed, suddenly come up with many allies that others couldn't have expected. He had the largest numbers precisely because of this. So, Leonel believing that he might have the Pious family in his back pocket wasn't an impossible leap to make. As for Exavnik himself, the reason he had concluded that Leonel must have the Pious family by his side was because of those matters that happened over a year ago. Back then, Leonel hadn't done much to hide the fact that he returned Simona's beast companion. In addition, Simona had very publicly stated that her paternal family would be willing to help Leonel out. Back then, it was still a taboo for the Constellation families to take part in the Air Wars, so it wasn't a matter that many thought about, especially since the Godlin family was relatively unknown. However, given his unique standing, Zavnik was able to put together many oddities about the Godlin family that made him pay a little bit more attention to them. Unfortunately for him, there wasn't anything that he could find in the end that was worth paying any more attention to, so he had forgotten about this matter, until he thought through the methods by which Leonel could have used to deal with him. But now seeing Leonel here, he really had no idea whether he was here to help or attack him. This sort of confusion left Exavnik feeling as though he had just short-circuited. It was too difficult to draw a conclusion, and right now, depending on how he reacted, he could make things either easier or more difficult on Leonel, and yet, at the same time, no matter what path he took, no step was perfect for him. On the one hand, there was potentially offending an ally who was more than willing to work with him ahead of a timeline that he was comfortable with. On the other hand, there was Leonel and the Pious family teaming up with one another to deal with him, and he had actually delivered himself on a silver platter. Looking at Leonel's smiling face, he actually couldn't tell which one it was, and it was actually beginning to agitate him. He had always had everything in the palm of his hands. He was easily forgotten as the third Nova. It could even be called middle child syndrome if he wanted to be dramatic about it, but this had also allowed him to fly under the radar while setting up everything exactly like he wanted it. He had even played with the governing structure of the Void Palace as a mere sixth-dimensional existence, but right now he actually didn't know what to do. Leonel's expression gave nothing away, and the few seconds that were ticking by truly felt like an eternity. The more he tried to find an answer, the further it slipped away from him. It felt like everyone was observing him, waiting to see how he would react. Zavnik's confusion was just the same as everyone else. This was the largest conflict currently taking place in the Air Wars, so the number paying attention to this location was over 90%. But they couldn't make heads or tails of it either. Suddenly, Exavnik began to laugh. He shook his head. "Indeed, it's a funny matter," Exavnik responded to Leonel's words finally. "As they say, great minds think alike. But I'm beginning to feel that your mind and mine aren't exactly the same at all. It seems that we've been quite on guard against one another, so what will you do, Leonel?" Leonel grinned. "Well, that depends. If I help you out, will you kill me like you did your subordinates once you're finished with me?" Zavnik's smile didn't fade, but the downcast over his gaze only grew. "I'm not sure what you mean, littlest Nova." "You don't?" You really might not, but that's because I forgot to explain something during our first meeting. What you might not know is that the reason no one else can build territories in the ocean is because all 4 seas have already been claimed." Zavnik's pupils constricted, but his expression wasn't too surprising. After all, he knew this already. Everyone was dealing with the very same situation, and they were all wary of one another, wondering which 4 powers had actually managed such a thing. The problem was that there weren't many powers remaining. There were barely over 4 in number to begin with. So who could have done it? The simplest answer is usually the right one, Leonel said with a chuckle. But even when you have that saying in mind, the importance of context is also important. There are only 6 powers remaining. Myself, yourself, the Oman family, the Pious family, the Suiyard family, and the Spirituals religion. However, 2 of those powers are in an alliance, and so there's only 5 powers remaining, technically. And you yourself are certain that you don't own a C, so that means what exactly? Exavnik suddenly shuddered. It was either all 4 powers remaining aside from himself had claimed a C, or, Leonel grinned, they were all claimed by a single person. You tell me which is the simplest answer. Chapter 2079, refute. Chapter 2079, refute. Exavnik felt as though his mind was collapsing. Looking at Leonel's charming smile, his heart was threatening to beat out of his chest. It was, indeed, the simplest answer. It was just one that he wasn't willing to accept. He had the largest number of people, and he had even been the closest to claiming a C aside from Leonel before Orinik and the others had been booted out by Leonel's success. What made more sense? That everyone but the one with the largest number of followers had managed to succeed in such a difficult endeavor, or that just one person with a perfect system had managed to do the impossible and claim the entire ocean for him? When it was laid out like this, the answer was all too obvious, and it wasn't even one that Exavnik could refute. It was then that the realization hit him like a ton of bricks. How had they managed to make it to this point in the conversation? Wasn't it because Leonel was accusing him of killing his subordinates? Of course he had done so, but how could Leonel have any proof of that? .1ia. But then he remembered, he had sent Yasemson to the ocean. Back then, it had just been the obvious choice. The continent had already been cleared of its resources by the rapaciousness of the heirs. The only resources that remained were within the ocean. If he wanted to send a team out on a pretense, the only location he could use was the ocean. But the entire ocean was Leonel's territory. Everything that happened within it, every person who stepped foot within its borders, especially if it was a number as large as within the thousands, would be known by him. Exavnik wanted to speak, but Leonel had already flipped a palm, throwing an orb into the air. At that moment, the images began to speed by one after another. Basically, no one had paid attention to Zavnik sending out his subordinates on a mission to clear dungeons. The fascination with dungeons had long since waned, and the public was far more excited about the coming alliance war between the Morales and the Suiyard. Zavnik knew this and had taken advantage of the situation. Although he had spoken Isamsan's orders aloud, the reality was that only Isamsan himself and the shadow beneath his feet had heard it. He had long since come up with a system to hide his actions perfectly, but it seemed that none of this mattered at the moment. He couldn't even stop Leonel. He could only watch as the actions of Isamsan were broadcasted. The slaughter of his subordinates was right before everyone, and no small number of individuals felt their hearts grow cold. Others might not know, but those within Exavnik's army knew all too well. Isamsan was Zavnik's right-hand man. Many of the orders they received came from him directly. Even those that weren't familiar with Exavnik's chain of command had watched enough battles to know this. And those that were a little too foolish to pick up on this earlier had quite literally just seen Yasemsan step forward to give Simona an ultimatum. It was like every step Exavnik took just chained him down further, suffocating him until the point his vision could only go black. He was certain that Leonel had even waited to appear until after Isamson had spoken, just so that the connection could be made even easier. He didn't even pause the video, he didn't speed it up, he forced them all to watch as Isamsen trapped and killed over 10 WZen of Exavnik's subordinates, one after another without pause. Maybe the most eerie part was that Leonel's smile never faded even a single time. His arm remained wrapped around Ina's waist, enjoying her supple skin as though he was still on vacation rather right in the middle of a battlefield. Suddenly, the video came to an end and silence fell. "Oh, it's over," Leonel said lightly, putting the orb away. Exavnik sat in silence. His expression had long since become placid, but a brewing rage was within his heart despite not showing up in the slightest. "You put on a nice show for us all," Zavnik said softly. Leonel smiled. "I try my best. When you told me that you had so many Cloud Race members on your side, I didn't believe you, but you're quite bold to be willing to kill thousands of them. They would have been very helpful toward your cause." Leonel's smile didn't fade, although he very much understood what Exavnik was trying to say. Clearly he wanted to pretend as though this was all a ruse. Either that, or he wanted everyone to believe that everyone he had ordered Wiseman to kill had been a member of the Cloud Race. Me? Controlling the Cloud Race? Where? Leonel blinked innocently. "Your imagination is pretty wild, Third Nova." Exavnik clenched his jaw so hard that his teeth almost cracked, a vein surging up his throat and another pulsing across his forehead. Slowly, he calmed down. Of course, everyone watching in the human domain knew that Leonel had Cloud Race members, but Exavnik's people didn't know that. In addition, those watching knew that Leonel only had a few hundred Cloud Race members. Where would he get over 10 Zerozound from? His greatest weakness was his small numbers. Leonel was simply too brilliant. Convincing people only required the simplest explanations. Everyone outside knew he had Cloud Race members and could draw the conclusion that he had too few of them. But if he tried to explain this to Exavnik's subordinates, it would take too many words and many wouldn't believe him over Exavnik. So, he chose the simplest approach, making Zavnik's explanation look as ridiculous as possible. There was simply nothing Zavnik could say to refute. Like this, he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone in the human domain now knew exactly how vicious Exavnik was, while his subordinates did as well. Would they be able to continue fighting for him? Chapter 2080. Flatten. Chapter 2080. Flatten. If Leonel's greatest weakness was his small numbers, then Exavnik's greatest weakness was that he simply had too many subordinates. There were too many factions, too many families, too many powers. Each one had their own thoughts, and though they had come together, this was under the assumption that Exavnik was their best choice and the best leader they had. If they were suddenly given reason to not agree with this, then what would they do? Leonel had obviously thought of the possibility that these subordinates were procured for Zavnik by the Three-Finger Cult or the Demon Race, but would they all be? How could such a top-tier secret be kept by so many people? Leonel believed that it was likely the only people who were aware of this information amongst Zavnik's subordinates were those in the highest echelons. The likelihood that those so high up in their families would be participating in this air war was next to zero. It had to be remembered that the age limit was 100 years old. It would be very rare for someone of that status to be trusted with such information. Even if Leonel took a step back and believed that such people were within these walls and participating in this matter, how many of this 100 million number would there be? Maybe 1 for every million? Less than that? Would they even be able to control the situation if a rebellion occurred? Of those that had died, there were brothers, there were sisters, there were parents, there were friends. Leonel really wanted to see what Exavnik would do now. He probably hadn't even informed them just yet that so many had recently died. While death was an inevitable part of the air wars, this sort of death wasn't the kind that those below would be able to accept. It only made the situation worse that heirs usually had a way out, while subordinates could only accept their fate, dying when they came across something they couldn't defeat. As expected, Leonel's words had hardly fallen when the discomfort within Exavnik's army began to spread. Leonel had hardly done anything. He had simply spoken a few words, and Zavnik fell headfirst into his trap, thinking himself to be bold and clever. Even now, he continued to smile, not in a single hurry to attack at all. Soon, the disorder in the army continued, reaching a pinnacle, and certain sections began to peel off, looking toward Zavnik with unfriendly gazes. Despite the animosity they felt, they didn't dare to attack Zavnik directly. They were just members of small families. How could they lay hands on a Morales heir? At the same time, Exavnik's survival was their only way out of this place without losing their lives. If they had had an easy method of snatching his badge, they would have done it. On the city walls, Simona's gaze flickered. She looked down toward Leonel with an unreadable expression. Her deepest interaction with Leonel had been in Rapak's nest. He defeated Amory with 3 arrows, defeated those variant invalids with ease, and had even carved out a path for them to escape utilizing nothing but the materials around him. He had always been unfathomable to her, but this was the first time she was truly seeing it. The Leonel she had met back then was trying to be someone he wasn't, pulling himself toward being more serious and professional. He seemed to have completed his transformation in their most recent interaction. But now, he somehow felt far more natural, far more like himself, as though a burden he had been carrying had suddenly vanished. If she knew what Leonel had gone through recently, she would have truly been rendered speechless. How could learning of such a thing relieve his burdens, especially given how he had reacted to the news initially? Exavnik watched as his subordinates backed away from him. He didn't say even a single word. He didn't try to plead for them to stop. In fact, he hadn't even looked at them directly just yet, his eyes entirely focused on Leonel from start to finish. He had, indeed, had a great plan. He was going to swiftly crush the pious family and then retreat under the pretext of having been ambushed. Of course, Leonel would know that this was nonsense, because he was allied with the pious family to begin with, but he wasn't important. It was instead the remaining enemies. While Leonel was distracting the Swihard family and he was retreating, the Oman family might try to take advantage of the situation. Like this, Leonel would likely be assaulted by the Swihard alliance, and he would be able to catch the Oman family suddenly off guard and deal them a decisive blow. Like this, he would have played all of his enemies in his palm and he would come out on top. But now, it all seemed so silly and worthless. Exavnik finally calmed down and chuckled. He hadn't been this enraged maybe ever. He had truly been played by this littlest cousin of his. Soon, much of Zavnik's army had peeled away. When they made it into the distance without Zavnik reacting, they began to move faster, forming a large and larger gap. Soon, many were even over a kilometer away. But even then, Exavnik didn't do anything. However, not everyone left. In fact, over 10 million remained. Even so, a loss over almost 90% without a single battle was a truly shocking matter. Leonel's smile deepened. To him, this was just a little game. In the overall scheme, those 90 million Exavnik had just lost were nothing more than cannon fodder. These 10 million remaining, each one with stone faces and gazes that didn't seem to perceive anything around them at all, these 10 million were the true danger. "You've really succeeded in pissing me off, littlest Nova," Exavnik said lightly, his smile returning. "Let's decide which of us will be the final Morales right here and now." Oh, that's unfortunate, Leonel pouted. I thought we were really hitting it off. What happened to our alliance? Aina and Simona bit their lips, seemingly trying to hold back their laughter. This Leonel was truly too good at pissing people off. Isamson slowly unsheathed a saber, his expression as dark as night. Izavnik didn't answer Leonel directly, instead waving a hand and pointing. Flat in the city. Chapter 28.1. Bulldoze. Chapter 28.1. Bulldoze. Leonel's smile didn't fade as he finally released Ina's waist. He slipped off the back of the lion beast and his figure flickered. With a speed that was difficult to spot, he appeared atop the walls. He wore a calm expression as the 10 million troops below rumbled into motion. His actions didn't seem to make much sense. Down below, his own army, which was only a fraction of the size, was in a precarious situation, and there very clearly wasn't any time to open the city gates without also risking the entry of Zobnik's army as well. It looked as though Leonel's people would be crushed first, before Simona's people followed soon afterward. This was clear to everyone, except for Leonel himself, apparently. Just then, the lion beasts roared, leaping forward. Their numbers were large, numbered upward of 200,000. However, compared to a sea of 10 million, it really seemed as though it would be worth much. Until, suddenly, collars around their neck began to glow one after another. Their manes flourished and grew a striking shade of gold until that light suddenly peeled away, forming a circular disc of golden light. This circular disc moved before the heads of the charging lion beasts, snapping into place as they connected with one another one by one. Suddenly, the charging sea of lion beasts formed a golden shield that spanned hundreds of meters, blocking the path forward for the army of 10 million rushing for them. Leonel hadn't used the lion beasts until now, but that wasn't because he had forgotten about them. They were simply not very useful in the ocean waters. Although it wasn't like they were helpless in the water, the trade-off wasn't worth it, especially if that meant that he had to reveal another trump card. This time, though, was a perfect situation for them. The collars they were wearing currently were mass-produced crafts created under the efforts of the segmented cube. It was one size fits all, and each one was of the life grade. Their only purpose was to convert the large well of the seventh dimensional force these pitiful beasts were in control over into a formation of powerful defenses. Back when Leonel had formed the armors for the stingrays, he had thought of using this method, but he had decided against it in the end because he wanted something more powerful, and that would require taking into account the unique measurements of each individual stingray. Now, however, he just needed a crude measure, of course. The definition of crude to Leonel's eyes and the eyes of others was vastly different, especially when, bang, the front line of Zabnik's warriors rammed into the illusory golden shield walls. They hadn't hesitated for even a moment, already imagining the scene of the shields collapsing. Even if they had been against the sturdy shields of shield-crossed stars, they would only have been a little hesitant, let alone now. However, to their astonishment, the first line was repelled. They soared backward, but not very far, only because there simply wasn't anywhere to go but toward the second line. Then the third, the army's charge collapsed, the spearheads crumbling beneath the pressure. Leonel didn't say a word as the lion beasts shifted their stances, digging in their heels and setting a hard line of defenses. He only gave Simona an almost careless gaze, and she snapped out of her stupor. "Archers!" Simona roared. At that moment, several bird beasts soared into the skies, their archers priming their bows and releasing in waves. Leonel took a glance up into the skies, a light smile on his face. This golden family definitely fascinated him. He had put quite some effort into raising little Blackstar, and it could be said that they had some tacit understanding, but it couldn't compare to the skills of this golden family at all. Whether their beasts had more potential or strength than Blackstar was one matter, but just their coordination alone was a beautiful thing. They flew in perfect formation, raining down an assault of arrows. Pak, pak, the sound of flesh being pierced echoed throughout the battlefield, but the expected cries of agony, pain, and fear didn't follow. There were some roars, but they were all defiant, while the mass majority seemed to remain silent even in the face of death. Leonel retrieved his gaze from the top of the city walls, an amused glint in his eyes. These main soldiers of Zabnik were, indeed, excellent. "Bulldoze," Leonel said lightly. Just at that moment, it seemed that the lion beasts were wavering and their shields were about to collapse. But then they rose up from their position, roaring as they rushed forward again. Their line of shields pulsed with a light that repelled enemies. "Hold," Leonel commanded again. The lion beasts once again came to a stop after pushing the battle line just 10 or so meters, their shields flickering in and out as though they might collapse at any moment. "Bulldoze," Leonel commanded once more. They rose, rushing forward and pushing back the combat line another 10 meters. Exavnik's cold gaze watched this scene. He seemed to have a small idea now of how Leonel had accomplished so much. It seemed that the best crafter among the Nova heirs wasn't Fifth Nova after all. However, it still wasn't enough. "Wildman's Archer Belize," Exavnik commanded. At that moment, the 10 million strong army that was being quickly whittled down suddenly retreated. They ignored their fallen comrades and didn't make any attempt to save those that had fallen beneath their charge. They raised their polearms, some with pikes, others with halberds, and some with spears. Their armors trembled and their faces were covered by helmets, even the seams within being subtly covered. It was to the point that even their eyes couldn't be seen any longer, not even through a small slit. Each one had become like a tank, their steps causing the ground to rumble and quake. Leonel's lips suddenly curled into a grin. Chapter 282, Blood. Chapter 282, Blood. Leonel seemed to see the next step before it even happened. A dense gas was released across the battlefield. The wind billowed and spread it wildly, but even so, the density was so great that it continued to sink, moving forward like a grotesque algae throughout the battlefield. The moment the gas touched the shields, they began to sizzle. The force upon them was being suffocated. Every attempt at recovering was crushed and the shields began to crack, and very soon, some of the gas began to roll up and over the shields, descending down toward the dogs below. There was no doubt. This was chemical warfare, and chemical warfare on such a large scale at that. Even in the dimensional verse, the matters of chemical and biological warfare were very much looked down upon. It could cause far too much devastation. If it wasn't for the fact that the Pius family had such a deep and rich history, they may very well have been taken out by other families for nothing other than what their affinities were. This was an interesting matter, actually, because it may very well have been tied to how the Pius family became acquainted with the Godland family in the first place. This aside, the fact that Exavnik had chosen to do such a thing meant that there most definitely wasn't any coming back. He had fallen deep within Leonel's schemes already, and though he hadn't lost his head to rage, he knew that there was little he could do to reclaim his prestige currently. What mattered most was for him to secure his victory. Everything after that mattered very little. One after another, the lion beasts began to grow ill and shaken. Their brownish furs turned gray and then a sickly green before their bodies began to expand as grotesque tumors started to form. Then, bang, the first lion beast exploded. Thick globules of coagulated blood spread out in all directions. At the same time, a second of the shield wall collapsed and flickered, causing an even larger surge of greenery to pass through. Indeed, although Ina had a method of curing this poison, it was still a matter of time and resources. When would she have the time to concoct 200 such force pills, especially when Leonel had already put so much on her plate? At the same time, due to the Leo family, these beasts had had their potential squeezed out entirely. They probably wouldn't live for even another year or two, as their lifespan had been dwindled in exchange for power. As such, in Leonel's eyes, even if Ina had had the time, it probably wouldn't have been worth it to extend the resources needed toward them anyway. Exavnik's sneer deepened. However, when he saw Leonel's smiling expression hadn't vanished in the slightest, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. A paranoia had taken deep root into his heart. Without even noticing, he didn't feel as though he could trust even his own judgment anymore. Everything he did, he had to double-check how Leonel was reacting to know if he had done good or not, and this sort of situation was the worst kind of leader to be in, especially when he was right to be worried. Boom! It happened too suddenly. The beam of reddish-golden light swept out from the gap, blowing a massive hole through the dense fog and colliding with a long line of soldiers. They didn't even have the time to react before they were blown to pieces, and before those that had survived could even register what had happened. A second explosion took place, and then a third. Each time it happened, tens of wars would fall, and the pace of the explosions only seemed to be increasing. Exavnik's eyes widened as he suddenly realized what had happened. Just now, it wasn't that the shield had shattered, it had disappeared. What Exavnik hadn't known was that Leonel had never expected for these lion beasts to survive a very long time. In fact, he hadn't expected much from them at all, except their death. Leonel took quite some inspiration from Ina. Back before she gained the Blood Sovereign tablet, Ina's method of using her talent was to absorb blood force to increase her strength. Life force was the energy, while the blood force was the carrier. Throughout a person's life, in order to sustain their breath, blood force would use a small amount of life force at a time. Ina was able to ignore that limiter, ripping a person's entire life's worth of blood force out for immediate use. One could imagine what years of energy expended all at once could do for a person's strength, even if it was just 1 or 2 years. Leonel had set a function in the collars those lion beasts wore to trigger upon their death. Once the poison was sensed, all of their remaining blood force would fuse with the large amount of neutral force that had formed their shields in the first place. Once they came together, they would explode out in a beam. The process was so fast and devastating that even the poison fog that could easily corrode force didn't react fast enough to stop it. Now, every single time one of those beasts fell, it was as though they were taking down dozens within them. Zavnik was watching his army fall in real time, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He could accept the loss of the other 90 million, but this 10 million were his core, the foundation of his strength. It had taken a great deal of effort to raise them up. Retreat. Exavnik roared. Haydn Ashtur. He couldn't stop himself anymore. He leapt up with such ferocity that the wooden carriage beneath him exploded into countless pieces. He pulled out a spear and shot into the skies, rushing toward Leonel like a madman. He had to stop this. He couldn't continue to be played like this. He wanted blood. Chapter 28.3. Much more interesting. Chapter 28.3. Much more interesting. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Leonel raised up his hands. Why all of this animosity? Suddenly, Leonel's hands shifted, and he pointed his 2 forefingers up to the sky as he shook his head. He looked as though he was reprimanding Zavnik for being too reckless. What was this? He was still the leader? How was it helpful for him to get so hot-headed? Are you humble? Exavnik only now seemed to realize that there was a storm brewing in the skies. The gloominess of the earlier atmosphere made it easy to ignore. Plus, it hadn't mattered to him much if it rained or not. What difference did it make? But once again, seeing Leonel's smiling expression, he began to rethink his whole life. He double-thought and triple-thought through things, his self-doubt creeping up from all corners. He roared into the skies, his frustration reaching a breaking point as he thrust his spear forward. He seemed to cleave the skies in two, a truly devastating attack that almost threatened to disperse the coming storm above. He didn't seem to care about anything anymore. If he couldn't guess what Leonel would do next, he would just crush it with brute strength. What good were schemes in the face of absolute strength? Unfortunately, in his rage, he seemed to have forgotten that Leonel had the spear domain ring, and, even if he hadn't, what good was a spear in the face of a true spear sovereign? The powerful attack that caused the sky and earth below to split suddenly dissipated when he entered the range of Leonel's absolute domain. It no longer even had to touch him, collapsing tens of meters away. Leonel clicked his tongue. I tried to warn you. You! Bang! Tens of streaks of lightning descended from the skies all at once, bombarding into Exavnik before he could even realize what was happening. He had been so enraged, so infuriated, that he had completely lost himself. His vision had blurred, his only focal point being Leonel himself. But this sort of suffocating reality was exactly what caused him to be a charred mess on the ground. Exavnik lay in a pit, looking into the skies in a daze. The attack he had taken just now had been responsible for wiping out several air-grade upgrade challenge armies. Except while those had targeted many, he was the only target for this one. It could be said that the fact he was still alive at all was truly a surprise for Leonel, but it wasn't as though this surprise would appear on his face. Yurkingian. To the current Exavnik, Leonel was practically omnipotent. Even to the current Leonel, this was also true. Ever since he had awakened from that odd dream, he felt as though the entire world was nothing more than a joke. He didn't even have to put much effort into crushing his so-called enemies. It only took a few words, and Exavnik had become clay putty in his hands. The army below found themselves in a state of chaos. Their commander's life and death were unknown to them, and they were now being crushed by wave after wave of what could only be described as suicide bombings. It was truly unlike anything they had ever experienced before. Under Exavnik's rule, they couldn't remember ever losing. Even against the best geniuses of the human domain, they had always had the utmost confidence. They couldn't believe they were losing to a youth they had hardly given any regard to in the past. The worst part was that he hadn't even lifted a finger. From start to finish, he had only said some words and then pointed to the sky, and now they were actually in this sort of situation. Suffocating, it was a word that came up again and again, but it was the complete reality. The members of Exavnik's army, or rather those that had once been a part of it, had retreated far into the distance. Many had escaped outright, looking for places to hide. Although they had left Exavnik, they too had an innate trust in his abilities, and as such, many of them had been so certain that he would still win that their only thoughts were of looking for places to hide so that they wouldn't run into him again before the air wars ended. Only a small percentage remained, either confident in their escape abilities or believing that Exavnik couldn't possibly get them all, especially not without destroying his reputation further. But even these people had still believed he would win, until now. They almost couldn't believe the gap. Were they really sure that they were of the same generation? Were they certain that this wasn't an old monster taking over the skin of a youth? Was this really the littlest Nova? The human domain didn't know how to respond to this situation. They had seen Leonel create miracle after miracle, but it had never been this easy. They didn't know what had happened to Leonel, or maybe that break he took was really exactly what he needed, but they felt that even the current him put the past him to shame. Leonel took a step and leapt down from the city walls, his expression calm as he came beside the pit that Exavnik was in and then dove within, picking up Third Nova by his neck and holding him up. The current Exavnik was still in a daze, not quite knowing where he was, or maybe he did know and simply didn't want to acknowledge it. I guess it's best if things end this way. Go on your way, Leonel said with a light smile. His hand moved toward Exavnik's chest to shatter his badge, but at the same time his gaze flashed with a deep purple light. Clearly, he planned to use the same method he had on Anya's sister to keep Exavnik under his control. He could wrap up these air wars quickly and then take his time to interrogate Exavnik. Even if Exavnik was in full health, Leonel wouldn't fear doing this. But he had still so diligently taken his time to completely crush and eviscerate Exavnik's psyche, all so that this moment couldn't have been any easier. Even as he began the process, Exavnik remained in a daze, unable to react, and Leonel knew that he had won. But at that moment, just when his seal was about to implant itself, Exavnik's shadow moved. Leonel's pupils constricted as he flashed away, his body vanishing and a clone appearing in its place. He watched his clone be severed into two, and as Exavnik's body was swallowed whole by the shadow and swept away. He didn't react to this matter very much, looking down at his wrist. He grabbed out with his other hand, catching his severed hand before it could fall to the ground. Leonel chuckled despite having lost a hand. Well, this is much more interesting. That shadow had been so well hidden that even his senses hadn't picked it up. But as well concealed as it was, its speed was even more impressive. His reaction speed was practically second to none, at least within this generation, and he didn't believe that anyone could get by Ancestor Hito's rules. But he had actually still lost a hand. Interesting indeed. Chapter 2084, Not Bad. Chapter 2084, Not Bad. A large surge of light force took shape, and instant recovery was cast once more. Leonel attached his hands to his wrist, and they seemed to seamlessly fuse in an instant, without even the slightest effort. He was in perfect condition just a few moments later. He thought back to that shadow, and couldn't help but have several thoughts about the matter. Was that a Shadow Sovereign ability? It wasn't impossible, though it felt slightly different. This was especially so. The Three-Finger Cult seemed to have a fascination with Shadow Sovereigns to begin with. They definitely had the highest concentration of such experts in the whole of the human domain. Leonel shook his head and looked toward Aina. Aina took a gaze at the still-flowing cloud of poison and shook her head. It's way too much. Leonel laughed. That was a good thing. It was better to have too much than to have too little. This made things much easier, and the amount of effort Aina would need to put in was much less. It was just unfortunate they had traded in the lives of so many lion beasts for this result. The Skies family and Oryx family only had worshipful gazes. They hadn't known all of Leonel's plans, but seeing everything go so smoothly made them feel that it didn't matter much. They hadn't even been forced to put their lives on the end. All of them had been there when Leonel had spoken to Exavnik, and many of them had even been skeptical about what it was that Leonel was trying to accomplish by handing over so much information. But seeing that even such a thing had worked out for them perfectly in the end, there was simply nothing that they could muster aside from deep admiration at this point. It felt like they were witnessing the rise of an emperor, but he already had all the intelligence, bearing, and even experience that he should have only gained in the future. Leonel finally looked toward Simona and the others. He hadn't originally come to the Morales with the belief that the Pious family would be on his side. As he had said back then, he didn't know much about the Godlin family to begin with. However, the more he learned, the more intrigued he was. If there could be one such hidden family, why couldn't there be more? He even wondered if this Godlin family was similar to the Brazingers and the other three of the four great families. He still had a lot of questions in his mind about the purpose of this world and that of the people trying to interfere with it. For example, were the Brazingers and Three-Finger Cult on the same side? If they weren't, then how was it that the creators of this world had allowed their enemies into an important thing? Or was it that the figures behind the Three-Finger Cult and the four great families were all just different factions of the same power, so they all had equal access but different thoughts on how things should proceed? Or maybe it was that the nature of such a simulation in the first place necessitated that it be vulnerable to the influence of outsiders. He truly did have too many questions and not enough answers. He even had half a mind to start interrogating Anya's sister, but he honestly very much doubted that she would have many answers. For some reason, although Harmony was apparently the elder sister, Anya felt far more unfathomable to Leonel. The fact that they were twins made even less sense to him. There was definitely something important related to this matter, but he also had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before he met that woman again. This time, it was less likely that they would still be so friendly. Even though he had all of these questions, Leonel didn't make any effort to ask Simona about them. As far as he was concerned, she likely didn't know as much as he hoped, and if he began to ask even roundabout questions, it opened him up to potentially being exposed by others. Simona was just as cold as he remembered her, although her gaze carried a hint of something different when she looked at him. It seemed to be a surprise and a tinge of respect. Simona had probably, rightfully, looked down on most of her generation. She was seen as on par with them despite having the vast majority of her talent sealed, so she never really took any of them seriously. When she lost that battle against Aina, she had very much wanted her revenge, but she hadn't expected things to turn out this way in the end. Those deserters are pretty useful, Leonel suddenly said. Can you send some people to round them up? It'll make things much more convenient later on. Simona blinked before she nodded slowly. She looked toward the young man with the flaming black lion beast to her side, and he understood, immediately taking action to give out orders. It will be difficult to use them in battle. Most of them only participated to be under Exavnik to begin with. Those that have already given up that dream only really fall into two camps. The first, and likely the largest majority, are simply done with the air wars and want nothing else but to wait for things to die out until they are transported out. The second group is likely the minority, and they might have realized that with so few of us remaining, they might still have a chance to become their own heirs. It has to be remembered that most of them entered as heirs on their own, so they don't need to wait for Exavnik to escape. Of those that remain, they probably just want to maintain some of their face, or see if they have a chance at becoming the ultimate winner. Leonel chuckled when he heard Simona's analysis. That's not bad analysis indeed. You're missing something, though. Chapter 28.5. Obvious. Chapter 28.5. Obvious. Simona frowned when she heard Leonel's words. If it had been someone else who said this, she might have directly attacked. She didn't like the tone, and she liked the fact there was no explanation afterward even less. The current Leonel was far more condescending than he was charming, but it was difficult to refute that he deserved this sort of arrogance. Then again, Simona felt that she was thinking too much. In reality, the issue wasn't with Leonel's tone, but rather that he so seamlessly began to talk to her like a subordinate, something that left her uncomfortable. She had, indeed, agreed to help Leonel in order to return a favor, but she hadn't subordinated herself to him. These two things couldn't be equated. Leonel had just spoken like she was any of his other followers. He hadn't been disrespectful, but the implication had irritated her. Simona took a breath and shook her head. Indeed, in this situation, she was meant to be a subordinate even if she didn't like it. She wasn't here to fight for her own heirship, but rather that of Leonel's. She had followed all of his plans up until here, and it could be said that without his guidance, she would have been taken out like the other Constellation families already. The Godland family was unable to exhibit their full strength here, so left to her own devices, she would have had to flee already. This was probably what happened due to the odd nature of their partnership. She knew too little about Leonel and was only here to repay a heavy favor. In addition, her pious family cared less about outward prestige, or else her mother would have never married her father to begin with, so she was in a unique position to return this favor. Shaking her head, Simona waved a hand to the young man who had already returned, causing his brows to unfurrow. I was in the wrong to begin with. I questioned his methods when he's clearly already come to a decision. He was already respectful enough, Simona said lightly. The young man didn't say anything to this. Since Simona had spoken, he accepted it. Even if he had felt that she was wrong, he wouldn't have voiced it. That didn't sound very smooth, Ina suddenly said when Leonel returned to her side. This not explaining things habit of yours will get you into trouble. Leonel smiled. It's not too big of a deal. Whether she's on board or not doesn't make much of a difference to me. Leonel could have asked the Oryx or the Skies, or better yet, Ina and the others to round up the 90 million that had escaped, but he hadn't. Instead, he had gone out of his way to ask Simona to do it, and that was to draw a clear line. That look that Simona had given to the young man with the black flaming lion was all Leonel needed to see. If he was going to command people, he needed them to be perfectly in sync with him. Those that thought they could do things better were only a liability and nothing more. This was also why during the battle, he had only asked for a minor amount of help from Simona, enough that it wouldn't be too obvious that he was making a statement, but also little enough that it would be obvious to them that he hadn't come on bended knee for their assistance. The peculiarity of their relationship lent itself to this sort of outcome. Leonel was very good at reading the intentions and emotions of others, so it wasn't something that escaped his grasp in the slightest. The hard truth was that from an outside observer's perspective, Leonel had done very little to end up with a lot. No matter how important the little puppy was to Simona, he hadn't even known that when he came across it, and the puppy could have easily been found by anyone else. Of course, there were other matters about that event that made Simona endlessly grateful, like the fact he hadn't sacrificed the puppy at the altar of his speedy progression and increase in strength. But humans were also interesting creatures. It was all too easy for gratitude to turn to complacency, and complacency to turn into disdain. If you did too much for someone, they could very easily take your kindness to just be a matter of fact, and regardless of how helpful Leonel had been to restoring her future potential, it was a fact that it was still something that anyone could have done. Human nature could easily ignore the deeds of the extraordinary if it happened too often, let alone when the deed wasn't very extraordinary at all. But at the same time, Leonel's grasp of human nature was extremely profound. He had targeted the problem before it even truly became one. Now, whether Simona would remember that and take it into consideration moving forward, he didn't know. That much would be up to her. But like he said, he didn't really care much either way. If she didn't know what was best for her, or if her Godland or pious family wanted to stand up for her, then in his eyes, the result wouldn't be very much different. It would only mean one extra buried enemy, nothing more, nothing less. So then, what do you actually want to do with them then? Ina looked at Leonel. Clearly, she had no intention of letting him skirt off like Simona had. If not, she had a few strong waist pinches in store. Leonel grinned when he saw the dangerous look in her eye. Well, just think about it. Everyone on this continent knows about Exavnik, and almost none of them know that he's been defeated, at least for the time being. Did you see how uniform and monocolored their army was? Nice and organized, if you asked me. Very cool uniforms as well, top class. Third Nova did well. Leonel's grin became wider. Ina's gaze flickered. Although Leonel hadn't answered, the implications were all too obvious. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 2086, Wanted. Chapter 2086, Wanted as expected. Most of those who remained of Zavnik's subordinates were not fans of what Leonel was trying to do, and that was especially so for those of them that had survived the explosion of lion beasts. However, even for this latter group, it was only a matter of allowing James, Elthor, and the others to have some fun of their own. The moment they took action, the weakened remaining members found themselves crushed. Out of curiosity, Leonel took one of their armors, but after a glance he shook his head. He guessed that it was decent, at the gold grade that is, but it wasn't anything worthy of turning his head. If anything, it was just a waste of materials, albeit impressive that Exavnik managed to gather so much materials to waste in the first place. Had Exavnik known Leonel's thoughts at this moment, he might have been angered to the point of aggravating all of his injuries, but these were just Leonel's true sentiments. The current him felt that even his most recent crafts weren't up to par, let alone the crafts of others. This aside, it didn't particularly matter to Leonel that these armors weren't very good. What was most important was that they were easily recognizable. That was right. Leonel planned to use the illusion of Zavnik to deal with those that remained. After he finished, it would be about time to have the final battle between himself and Emery. The first he had lost, the second he had won, and this third one would conclude the saga. Although his expression didn't seem to show much, he could still remember that day all too clearly. Leonel's gaze flickered with something unrecognizable, his lip curling. Suddenly, he moved, vanishing. When he appeared again, his palm descended upon Isemson's head with such force that the latter's knees crashed to the ground, leaving 2 deep pits. Isemson couldn't even resist. He grit his teeth hard, but there was simply no fighting against it. Although he was outwardly enraged, his heart itself was palpitating. He had never thought that Leonel's individual strength was actually so great. From beginning to end, it had felt like he had relied on nothing more than his mind. It was to the point that Isemson hadn't even reacted to Leonel's movement, not believing that the latter would dare to react. This sudden change didn't catch just him off guard, but the others who had been round up as well, not to mention the members of the pious and godless family that were observing from the city walls. Their expressions all changed. Urisi. One moment, Leonel was smiling, and in the next he had released an explosive energy they were certain over 90% of them couldn't hope to counter, and that was despite him not having stepped foot into the 7th dimension yet. "Don't glare at me," Leonel said with a smile. He bent down, resting the hamstrings on his heels as he looked the kneeling Isemson into the eye. With a flash, a strong violet force descended, and Isemson felt as though his mind had been imprinted. "You probably don't need me to explain to what that is, right? Your only use to me is to command the rest of these people," Leonel spoke and then looked up. "As for the rest of you all, you will listen to him. Of course, if you're obedient and attack as I tell you, those of you that survive I won't touch. In fact, once I become the heir of the Morales family, I'll use my power to make sure that Exavnik can't target your families on the back end." The upper echelons watching this scene were probably grinding their teeth. To them, Exavnik was their leader and they understood the backstory behind all these matters. Unfortunately, these youths had no idea and ate Leonel's words up. Of course, they also believed that Leonel had no idea what was going on. If they knew that he was well aware, their teeth might very well shatter from grinding so much. The fact he knew made this matter all the more sinister. Hearing Leonel's words, the rounded-up subordinates slowly nodded. Those of them that had had hopes of becoming the new winners realized how foolish their thoughts had been. They had been crushed with just a little effort on Simona's part. How could they have lasted until the end? Leonel himself hadn't even made a move. In their eyes, Leonel was of course the greatest threat. The Pius family didn't compare to the Morales family, and it was Leonel who had crushed Exavnik's army with just a few words and schemes. So, the fact that it was Simona and not Leonel that crushed them made them give up all of their dreams before they could even manifest. As for those that had just wanted to last until the end and survive, Leonel's words about protecting their families were the greatest lure. Once again, just with a few seemingly minor and unimportant decisions, Leonel had dealt with the situation perfectly, gripping onto the weaknesses of both groups with just a single action. "Good," Leonel said with a light smile. "Your task is simple. The only thing you'll do is attack the spiritual's religion, just like you planned to do originally." The expressions of many changed. Without the backing of Zavnik, and considering the fact most of their best elite troops had been crushed, this was practically suicide. However, in the end, they could only grit their teeth. They truly didn't have much of a choice. Leonel nodded to himself. In truth, they were thinking too much. It was precisely because Exavnik wasn't present and the elite troops were nowhere to be seen that they would survive. What would one think if an easily recognizable army suddenly appeared without their centerpieces? Wouldn't they be wary? Wouldn't they be hesitant? Wouldn't they be on a constant lookout for where Exavnik might appear? And that was exactly what Leonel wanted. Chapter 2087, Whetstone. Chapter 2087, Whetstone. The Sweyard family had been very silent in this span of time. It could even be said that they were quite silent throughout the Air Wars. Ameri hadn't seemed to be very interested in expanding his territory, and he hadn't even made much headway toward the ocean. In fact, his territory was actually quite a distance from the coast, despite the fact that he did indeed control all the land between this place and it. From the beginning, the only large-scale clash that the Sweyard family had had was actually against their only ally. It was quite ironic, actually, but other than this, Ameri had truly not done much. It was as though he was waiting for someone he knew would definitely come. This stance by the Sweyard family was truly baffling. That was because they were considered to be the de facto leaders of the sword families of the human domain, and unlike the Morales family that never really cared to gather up all the spearmasters, the Sweyard family actually had subordinated many of them. As such, if Ameri had wanted, he could have been a lot like Exavnik, gathering up many heirs under his banner and using it to sweep through the competition. But he hadn't. Why would he waste his time with such a thing? He wasn't like the trash of the Morales family. The Sweyard family had their own version of the Air Wars, but it didn't have the bounds of a competition. It didn't have a start date or end date, nor were there rules against killing. The only rule was that no one beneath the 7th dimension could be targeted. Only then would they become part of the boundless competition. However, before even entering the 7th dimension, in fact even before entering the 6th, all of Ameri's brothers had already submitted to him. He had been the decided leader of the Sweyard family ever since he was 12 years old. He didn't have competition in his generation, nor did he take anyone seriously. Even his so-called fiancée, a half-spiritual, was no match for him. If it wasn't for the face of his family, he wouldn't have cared to come in the first place. In reality, he really only had two goals for this trip. The first was to conveniently deal with that guy they insisted on calling the Bow deity. As far as he was concerned, that guy was far too annoying. Placing another on his level was a bit ridiculous. The second was even simpler, and that was to defeat whoever was last to remain and came to challenge him for ultimate victory. Nothing more, nothing less. He didn't really give a damn about anything else. And finally, it seemed that that day had come. Ameri slowly opened his eyes. Up in the skies, a young man stood with a smile on his face, but just this simple smile made Ameri's pupils constrict. That was because it was too casual, too relaxed. It felt like Leonel wasn't even here for him, but was rather here to conveniently deal with him since he was obstructing his path. Of course, Ameri remembered that he had suffered defeat at Leonel's hands, but he never took that matter to heart. As his grandfather had said, there was no room for excuses, so he would willingly allow Leonel that victory. But that didn't mean that he had to take the man himself seriously. Nushia. Back then, Leonel had used a treasure bow to increase his bow force usage. In truth, Ameri could have disregarded that usually as well, if it wasn't for the fact most of his strength was sealed away while suppressing the tribulation. Knowing this, it was only natural that he didn't take Leonel seriously. In fact, he hadn't even thought that Leonel would be among the last standing. Ameri slowly stood to his feet. He stood within the top floor of a tower. While the others did, this floor in particular didn't have glass windows, opening them up to the weather. The window billowed as he took a step forward, appearing in the skies as well. He didn't seem intent on drawing his blade. Looking at Leonel's calm smile despite how close he was, Ameri's expression remained placid. Even against a seventh-dimensional existence, at this distance, it would only take a thought for Ameri to kill them. Suddenly, Psi 8 eyeing. The howl of a sword echoed and the violence of a sharpening blade split the skies. A rotating cyclone of sword force formed in an instant. It was so fast that its manifestation wasn't seen. However, ROARA, the spiraling manifestation of spear force, formed just as fast, rotating around Leonel's body and clashing with Ameri's cyclone. Two young men stood in the skies, their force grinding against one another. It looked as though two mighty golden hurricanes had formed in the skies, creating two eyes of the storm that shredded everything in their path apart. The entire city was thrown into disorder. Members of the Sina family and the other lower-level sword families, along with members of the Swiard family, had already been alerted to Leonel's arrival long ago. But before they could react, he had already made it to Ameri, making them realize that this was definitely no simple opponent. Seeing this, their gazes were painted with horror as they all retreated at their fastest speed, dodging out of the way of flying shards of glass, collapsing buildings, and most important, residual blades of spear and sword force. Suddenly, it all came to a stop. Ameri's robes fluttered as Leonel's linen shirt threatened to fly from his body, clinging against his torso with such force under the harsh winds that every peak and crevice of his chiseled physique could be seen. Ameri was silent. Of all the things he had thought would happen, he would have never guessed that Leonel's spear force would actually be on the same level as his sword force. No, technically he was a level below. He had already formed 7th-dimensional sword force, but he could actually only be equal to Leonel's 6th-dimensional spear force. Without a word, Ameri slowly pulled out two swords, his gaze tranquil. Those days he spent in the tribulation were some of the best days of his life. He had simply never met anyone on his level before. He had faced a bottleneck in his sword force for too long. It was about time a whetstone came to him. Erdial notes? I remember when Ameri was actually sort of an interesting character, but in the end he truly just manifested into a typical young master. A shame. Chapter 288 Confident. Chapter 288 Confident. Leonel smiled, his demeanor relaxed. You seem to be quite confident. Ameri looked into Leonel's eyes. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. He seemed to have the same level of indifference no matter the situation. Back when he was defeated in Leonel's hands, he had the same casual expression. After a brief instant of suppressing his lineage factor from activating, he reacted quite normally. In truth, his reaction was quite muted. It had to be remembered that his goal from the very beginning was the egg. Unlike Leonel, he had every intention of taking on the Shadow Sovereign lineage for himself. Such a thing would have given him 3 lineage factors, placing him beyond almost anyone who had ever existed. Not only that, but all 3 of his lineage factors would be exceptionally powerful. But that had been snatched from him. The fact that he had decisively left and managed to rein in his temper, even to the point that he didn't even bother to target Leonel personally after that event, although there were definitely opportunities to do so, went a lot toward showing Leonel exactly the kind of person this man was. However, it was also precisely this sort of attitude that Leonel wanted to knock down a peg. Not targeting him afterward was a sign of clear disregard. He simply hadn't cared enough about Leonel to do so, and even now he seemed to think that it would be a simple matter to take a step forward. In Ameri's mind, it was only right that Leonel had grown to this point. Leonel had been under a lot of pressure, forced to grow faster, otherwise he might very well lose his life. As for him, he had never been under such pressure in his life. Every challenge he had come across, he had always shattered with just a single swing of his sword. He hadn't faced any sort of adversity, and yet he had grown to this point. The truth was that he very much hoped that Leonel was as powerful as he seemed. Maybe in this lifetime he could finally have a real challenge. He had had a taste of that during his tribulation. He had come across all sorts of powerful existences that pushed him to his limits, and his growth then was far beyond anything he had ever experienced in the human domain. However, it had already been a small while since then. It was about time he had a second. Leonel didn't seem to expect Amory to respond, nor did he care to listen to his response. Instead, he looked down toward the ring on Amory's finger. That ring, I have someone who would be far better suited for it. I'll be taking it off your hands today. Leonel said these words without the slightest hint of emotion in his tone. His smile had entirely vanished, nothing but the vacant depths of his eyes staring forward as though an endless abyss was hidden within. He returned to Mary the words that he had said all that time ago. That day he had nearly lost his hand, and if not for Anastasia's awakening, his path of crafting may have been cut off forever, or at the very least, crippled. Leonel didn't take very many things seriously, but what he absolutely abhorred was disrespect. Respect and persistence. These were the two things that he had built his life upon. And whenever he didn't receive the sort of reciprocation he believed that he deserved, the only thing he felt was a bubbling up of fury. His body flashed with a blinding bronze aura, his divine armor clicking into place. The violent and raging aura of a pillar that seemed to connect the earth below and the skies above manifested, his 10 stars flooding his body with power. He took a step forward and the air beneath him cracked and shattered. It looked as though space itself was collapsing, a sight that shook those below to their core, especially as the ground immediately beneath his feet rippled. A hole with edges as smooth as a mirror took shape, almost as though someone had stamped a god's pillar down and then quickly removed it. Amory's fingers trembled, and a sword light suddenly appeared before Leonel. With a slash, Leonel shattered it, his body flickering and vanishing and appearing before Amory in an instant. The wind wrapped around his descending black rod, forming a howling barrier that echoed through the city. Amory, wrists flexed, his movement smooth and unhurried, but despite his seemingly slow movement, his sword seemed to reach the perfect location at just the right time. Bang! Billowing steam-like forces surged in all directions, a violent black sword force from Amory and a radiant violet and blue spear force from Leonel. It felt as though the two were dividing the world between the two of them, painting reality in their own colors and leaving an indelible mark behind for the countless generations to follow. They separated and suddenly rushed forward once more. Leonel's spear spun and moved in elegant arcs no less beautiful than Amory's swinging swords. It was hard to believe that such a gorgeous sight could come from a spear at all. The Leonel of today and the one Amory had met couldn't even be said to be on the same level. That Leonel only knew how to simplify and use the crudest and most direct actions. This Leonel seemed to see the entire board, carrying both the systematic and rigid rules of the game, while also having the flair of ingenious, brilliant movement that could only come from a deep well of creativity. Every time they clashed, another large swath of the city collapsed, flattened beneath their might. But neither one of them seemed to be going all out. Dranjian. Their gazes seemed to clash more than even their weapons. They tracked one another through the air, the sounds and reverberating impacts of their weapons unable to obstruct their meeting eyes in the slightest. Chapter 28-9. 2. Chapter 28-9. Amory's style suddenly changed. He shifted to the side, drawing a circular arc with one sword and piercing straight forward with the other. His hands moved independently of one another, a beautiful display of duality. It looked as though he was drawing a bow and arrow across the air. Bang! The arrow cut through the skies, appearing before Leonel's throat in an instant. However, with just a flicker of Leonel's eyes, the arrow vanished into thin air. He didn't even bother to block or slow his attack, slashing down toward Amory's exposed shoulder. Amory's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected this to happen in the slightest and was a bit late to react. Even so, his speed was exceptional. Rather than moving his feet, it was his attack speed that was on full display instead. The sword that had been drawing the body of a bow through the air continued its elegant arc, slipping the side of Leonel's spear body and parrying it off to the side. Uzo. At the same time, he shifted his stance forward, closing the advantage of range Leonel's weapon gave him to continue thrusting his piercing sword forward. His two arms seemed to work on their own and together at once, forming an airtight defense that could react and shift on its own. He didn't seem to have to think before he reacted at all, his body in a seamless sort of higher state. Leonel shifted his own stance, the Void Star Force Star, to his back, pulsing once before a force art seemed to be completed in an instant. Amory felt as though his thrust had slowed considerably and yet sped up at the same time. It was an eerie feeling that made it difficult to tell which way was up and which was down, but by the time he had begun to unravel the mysteries, Leonel's parried spear had spun in his hands, recovering and sweeping back with a momentum that made the air crackle and pop. Bang! Amory blocked with his second sword with a deft precision, his first thrust sword barely stopping before Leonel's chest as he ran out of momentum. He didn't quite have enough strength to fight back, his body being sent flying to the side and losing a bit of the initiative. Leonel thrust several times in the skies. the tip of his spear vanishing and suddenly fusing several strikes into one as they appeared before Amory just as the latter had lost his balance. Even in this situation, Amory's calm hadn't changed in the slightest. His absolute sword domain rumbled to life, but just when it seemed that he would use it to defend, its purpose changed entirely. Amory struck out with his sword several times and his absolute sword domain vanished, forming 3 cyclones that appeared around Leonel all at once. Leonel's gaze narrowed. He took a step and vanished through space, dodging out of the way of the approaching cyclones, but Amory had already recovered, using the spine of his sword to block his attack. The level of skill and confidence in oneself it took to do such a thing was entirely off the charts. However, despite the fact both seemed to be doing impossible things, they didn't blink even a single time. It seemed to come naturally to the two of them, their cold indifference weighing heavily on the hearts of the spectators as they vanished once again. It felt like every single one of their clashes were just as deadly, each one carrying a close shave with death that both of them had to dance with. And yet, despite this, they were entirely unmoved. By the dozenth exchange, Leonel was absolutely certain that Amory too had an analytical ability index. In fact, it might very well be one with an exceptionally high Dream Force affinity as well, because he was entirely unmoved by Leonel's clones. Amory seemed to have decided that this was the case for Leonel as well, and as though they had both come to some sort of tacit understanding, their gazes lost their placidness and became incomparably vicious in an instant. In that moment, when the flip switched, they seemed to have become entirely different people. Their howls filled the air, and a violent sort of momentum started to come from their bodies, an aura that could only be described as demonic. Amory's pale skin began to redden, and the billowing blue vital star force coming from Leonel became a blinding sheen of crimson. Bang! The air around them exploded. Amory's swords crossed, and Leonel grabbed his spear with both hands so forcefully that the polearm almost creaked and warped. It was a violent clash, even more so than the past ones. If the others flattened the land, this one devastated it. Their forces were entirely wild and out of control, expanding in all directions without a thought for stamina or those around them. Leonel grinned wildly, a crimson force billowing from him, forming a sparkling nebulae in the skies. It felt as though he had become the center of his own universe. At the same time, Amory's eyes had become entirely red, such a deep shade in fact that it looked more magenta than it did red. His long hair whipped about wildly with such fierceness that it almost looked as though they wanted to fly away on their own. Veins popped up across their bodies, Amory's exposed and Leonel's hidden beneath his divine armor. Their momentum rose like a tide, and suddenly, 2 gems on the back of Amory's hands began to glow with their own light. One was such a deep jet black that if not for the surge of crimson, it would have been impossible to spot in the first place. The other could only be described as bloody. Its light was incredibly heavy and almost liquid, dripping down his hands and fingers. Even in his current state, Leonel recognized them immediately. Innate nodes, not just 1, but 2. Chapter 2090. Born Chapter 2090, born innate nodes were incredibly rare, so much so that it was practically well accepted that only the spirituals race could produce them. Even when humans formed them, they were usually exceptionally low-level innate nodes. Someone like Leonel, who not only had one, but one of exceptionally high quality like the Scarlet Star Force innate node, was entirely unheard of. Even so, even Leonel didn't have 2 innate nodes. Although he technically had 3 right now, one of them was regrown, the second was taken back from the one who had stolen it from him in the first place, and the final one was snatched from one of his enemies. The fact that Amory had not just 1 but 2 himself, and in such a perfect location for himself at that, was something that maybe only the highest echelon members of the Swayard family had been aware of, and that was because Amory had simply never needed to use them against those of his generation. At that moment, the winds howled. Spiraling cyclones of force formed around Amory's swords, one wrapped in a deep, abyssal black light, and the other looking as though it had been coated in blood. The black force, there was no doubt in Leonel's mind, was definitely dark force. This wasn't a low-level innate node at all. Dark and light force were considered to be above most elemental forces and only below forces like Dream and Star Force. The fact that Leonel had had a light force affinity had already been a shocking matter to the people of Earth back when the metamorphosis had just descended, and that was the location with the greatest concentration of talent in the entire human domain. If he had been exposed to have a light force innate node, the reactions wouldn't have been so muted, but then there was that odd liquid red force. It looked almost like blood at first gaze, and Leonel had truly thought it to be a blood force innate node. However, the longer he observed it for, the more he felt that this was probably not the case. Zion S. There was something different about this force. It seemed to carry a hint of water force, another hint of earth force, and a final hint of life force. That was when it hit Leonel. He had only vaguely heard about this force, and that was only after he had gone through the entirety of the Void Library. If not for this, he might not even recognize this force, much like he hadn't recognized Breaking Force back then. This was Gaia Force. This odd fusion of water, earth, and life force was precisely Gaia Force. Its abilities were extremely enigmatic. Not only could it be extremely heavy, but it could borrow power from the earth and that of large bodies of water. This borrowed power would become the strength of the user, an almost infinite well of strength. Leonel was absolutely certain that it had more abilities likely related to why Amory had actually dared to use the imagery of a bow and arrow to attack him earlier. This wasn't for certain, but what was absolutely certain was the fact that this Gaia force was most definitely a high-level force, a force on the same level as Scarlet Star Force without a doubt. It seemed that this was likely the reason the spiritual's religion had agreed to marry their demigoddess to him. Is that so? Leonel said lightly, his grin becoming wilder. 2 innate nodes, I have that too. Boom. Leonel's aura exploded forth like a collapsing star. His innate nodes began to glow with such force that they shimmered through his divine armor. But just when it seemed that his Scarlet Star Force would burn through, something changed. His armor trembled, its crevices beginning to glow with a crimson light. Just when the crimson light was about to take over entirely, a silver gold light flowed to meet it. 2 vein patterns, one red gold and the other silver gold, met and intertwined in a beautiful sort of dance. His Tier 1 armor was made of materials too weak to enter this state, but who had said that he had shown everything his Tier 2 armor could do? Amory and Leonel stood off across from one another, their auras reaching their peak. At that moment, on the outside, sitting as the observers, the Swiard family stood to their feet. They had all felt that this matter would only end in one way, but they had never expected that even before the battle could ramp up, Amory had brought out one of his greatest trump cards so casually. He hadn't been pushed into a corner, his stamina wasn't running out, he hadn't even been injured yet, and yet he had chosen to make this move. There was only one explanation for why. He felt that Leonel was an equal opponent, and an opponent that he should go all out against before he lost the chance to. When they reached this conclusion, they felt that it was too difficult to accept. That was because there was only one person who was on such a level, and that was precisely the #1 queen beauty of this generation, the spiritual religion heiress. How could there be a second? Even with all of this said, Leonel and Amory seemed to have forgotten about the world all around them. As the skies collapsed and the ground crumbled, they stood in silence for just a moment before they clashed. Their speeds were so fast that their after images seemed to still be standing in the air, having not moved at all. In fact, their after images had yet to even fade by the time they returned to their same exact locations, blood trickling from both of their lips. Horns began to slowly grow from Amory's forehead as 3 tails extended from Leonel's back, growing so large that their swinging motion stirred the clouds in the sky. A silence fell. Bang! The aftershock of their exchange finally exploded forth, leveling the entire city to the ground. The human domain watched with rapt attention. Just how many trump cards did these 2 youths have? But most importantly, the spear deity seemed to have been born in that moment. Chapter 291, Impenetrable by Wind. Chapter 291, Impenetrable by Wind. Leonel's spear was surrounded by a spiraling red gold and silver gold light. It wrapped around it tightly, dancing as though they had minds of their own. His arm and his spear seemed to have become one. By extension, his armor and his spear seemed to have likewise fused into one. The phantom of a roaring panda barely took shape, his 3 long foxtails continuing to stir the clouds in the skies. Across from him, Amory seemed to have grown a size, towering to over 7 feet. His horns were menacing, and the depths of his crimson eyes looked as though one was staring into the depth of an erupting volcano. His swords trembled slightly under the tightness of his grip, one dripping with a viscous force that looked no different from streaks of thick blood, and the other emitting plumes of endless dark force so dense that the shape of its body was impossible to spot perfectly. The skies trembled around the both of them, the muted hums of their weapons causing mountains to quake and the air to split around them, unwilling to get close for fear of being severed to their very roots. Bang! Leonel moved with an impossible-to-track speed, the billowing steam of force surging from the valves of his divine armor, becoming a pair of fiery wings that blotted out the skies. Amory didn't seem to move an inch, or rather, his legs didn't. His arms instead became blurs, meeting the dance of Leonel's spear without a hint of calm. His aura became savage, his blades wanting for blood and his gaze piercing like streaks of red lightning. His dark force sword was ethereal and difficult to track. It seemed to slip in and out of the shadows, a sinister dance of subtlety and shrewdness making it almost impossible to track. His Gaia Force sword was akin to crashing waves. It was heavy and relentless, carrying the weight of the earth and the persistence of trickling water. It was all held together by a surging life force, endless and unfathomable. Yurishi. Leonel's own spear didn't seem to have a direct style at all, but its flexibility and smoothness was undeniable. Sometimes it was speedy, others time forceful, yet other times crafty and still yet direct. His skill alone made spearmasters blush with shame. They couldn't fathom such a use having grasped such a skill in a weapon they had dedicated centuries to. The 2 didn't seem to be moving at all. If it wasn't for the blur of their arms and the destruction of the world around him, it would be impossible to tell that they were battling at all. At the same time, it was as though each were wielding dozens of blades. Amory's swords appeared from all sorts of angles, hundreds of blade tips and edges separating through space, attacking Leonel from all sides. As for Leonel's spear, even when he seemed to strike out just a single time, it was dispersed through both space and time, layering atop one another and making it seem as though he had endless pairs of arms and countless spears. The echoing sounds of their clashes rumbled and layered atop of one another, the bounds of the air war planet threatening to collapse entirely. In the end, this wasn't a true eighth-dimensional world, although Elder Hito had simulated the pressure. It was ultimately just a world of the seventh dimension, and whether it was Leonel or Amory, both of them were true sovereigns. Streaks of golden sword and spear force blotted out the rumbling of the clouds. As darkness fell, it felt as though the brightness of the sun was still present among them all. Leonel's Scarlet Star Force constantly fought to erode Amory's Gaia Force. At the same time, Amory's Gaia Force was like an anchor, sinking into Leonel's endless streams of fire and stripping them of their strength. At the same time, Leonel's Emulation Spatial Force forced Amory's Dark Force to continuously manifest itself. Under its strength, it was as though it wasn't allowed to be formless and shapeless, grasped by the power of Leonel's control over space. Whether it chose to hide in the shadows or manifested within reality, it would be found nonetheless. Only the ancestors seemed to realize that the battle of this pair of sword and spear sovereigns were occurring both in reality and within the void. The amount of foresight and skill it was taking for the both of them to display this kind of strength wasn't something that should have appeared in the younger generation. Amory's wrist twisted, his dark force sword suddenly losing all form. It wasn't just the force, but rather the blade itself that had vanished. In that moment, it became clear that Amory's sword was actually of the life grade. Leonel's spear missed it, unprepared for this sudden change, and his shoulder was pierced. Despite the sudden change, Leonel didn't seem to react in the slightest. His Scarlet Star Force circulated and crushed the dark force that was threatening to enter his body. At the same time, his spear, which had missed its target, didn't pause or stop for even a moment, shredding a path into Amory's shoulder instantly as well. The two drew blood at the same time, retreating a step before exploding forth with an even greater power. At that moment, just as suddenly as the last change, the darkening skies turned entirely black. A surge of universal force descended, basking Amory in an endless light that couldn't be seen by most in the slightest. Day and night were overturned, then reverted once again. It seemed that whichever sword Amory chose to attack with would decide even the state of the world itself. His power jumped explosively, and several cuts were torn into Leonel's armor. Leonel's gaze remained fiery and fierce, his spear changing to a more defensive stance. His spear blade became like a net, impenetrable by the wind, untouchable by the light, as vast as the skies and sturdy as the earth. His spear force trembled, streams covering him from all sides. Chapter 2009-2, done. Chapter 2009-2, done. Clang, 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 clang. The rumble of Leonel's poem seemed to resonate with the world, dimming the depth of Amory's night and the brightness of his day. His defenses became airtight, his spearmanship taking another leap forward. The raging battle intent in his eyes seemed to become as calm as a chilly lake, but it was precisely this controlled battle intent that made one's heart grow cold. He took a step to the side, parrying Amory's assault. One spear to connect the earth and skies. Leonel's voice rumbled again, and his spear tip met the perfect crossing of Amory's two blades, thrusting through the two of them at precisely the same time and disrupting the flow of his attack. A streak of spearlight shot through the vast darkness above, becoming a dividing sign between Amory's natural light realm and the rest of the world. Amory's swords flew to the side, and he was forced to take a step back, the strength of Leonel's spearmanship throwing him off balance. But even so, his gaze only gained a fiercer depth to them. His natural light realm changed once again. If before Leonel's one spear to connect the earth and skies had been the dividing line, at this moment, Amory himself was the dividing line. It was as though he became the center of the world, his dark force sword holding the night and the Gaia force holding the day. The fierceness of the glow of his innate nodes continued to grow, each becoming the center of their own world, that Intellia Farmataries. Amory's horns sparked, sharp, howling sword chi spiraling around each one of them. His Gaia Force sword rose, and the world seemed to fall into silence. The echo of Leonel's poetic words dimmed and faded entirely, the strength of his spear dimming considerably at that moment. To Leonel's astonishment, Amory hadn't actually learned the complete Universal Force. Universal Force was difficult enough to learn normally, but to learn the true version, like Leonel had, and apply Universal Force to all aspects of his ability was even more difficult. Leonel didn't believe for a second that Amory didn't have the strength to learn true Universal Force, or more accurately, the talent. But Amory had made the conscious choice to only learn Universal Force for his sword force. At first, Leonel didn't understand why this was, but now he had. Amory dedicated his life to the sword in a way that Leonel had never done for the spear, or even the bow, and his Universal Force reflected exactly that. Boom. Amory's sword streak carried the profundities of the day. The Gaia Force swallowed up everything in its path, swallowing up more Universal Force than Leonel had ever seen in a single instance. He was taking advantage of the strength of his devoted focus toward the sword to manipulate the Universal Force in a fashion that Leonel had simply never seen before. He traded versatility for complete mastery, and now, this singular strike felt as though it couldn't be blocked. In fact, even as he swung this strike, Leonel felt that Amory was making small changes to his stance even as he moved. He was improving in real time. Leonel suddenly grinned. Facing this tide of sword force that couldn't seem to be blocked, the savageness of his expression only grew, and the pulsing crimson light within the depth of his pale violet irises only grew fiercer and fiercer. The black spear in Leonel's hand trembled, and Leonel's absolute spear domain suddenly roared to life. However, the moment this cyclone of golden spear force appeared, it began to be corrupted by a deep black fog. It grew deeper and deeper until the point it had swallowed the entire cyclone, and an enormous sphere of dark force enveloped Leonel and Amory before anyone could react. The strength of Amory's strike fell by half instantly. Leonel roared, piercing out with his spear. He seemed to draw a line through the darkness, but as quickly as he split it into two, was just as quick as it swallowed itself back up, suturing up its own wound. Leonel seemed to have been attacking himself, but Amory's pupils constricted. He felt the dark force innate node within his hand tremble. At that moment, Amory had a shocking thought. Shadow Sovereign. The strength of Amory's dark force sword plunged, and the balance of his natural light realm was thrown off entirely. The strength of universal force comprehension came from the concept of cycles, and cycles found their strength in repetition, balance, and consistency. With one of the cycles being thrown off, the balance plummeted considerably. How could the dark force maintain its proper strength beneath the might of a Shadow Sovereign? With this spear in hand and its domain deployed, the strength of Leonel's dark force skyrocketed while Amory's became all but useless, shadowless. Leonel spoke lightly and without much effort, but his words rumbled through the darkness, echoing into infinity and multiplying over themselves. It sounded as though not just one Leonel had spoken, but a countless number of them. It layered atop his comprehension, resonating and increasing the strength of his spear. At the same time, his gaze glowed with a blinding violet radiance. He had activated Emperor's Edict, fusing its capabilities with his shadow world and increasing its strength to control the world. After speaking such a word, his spear seemed to be both nowhere and everywhere at once. Amory didn't know how to begin to defend because there didn't seem to be anything to defend against. PCHU. The world fell into silence. Even in the darkness, the capabilities of Ancestor Hido were unmatched in this regard. Everyone could see the scene exceptionally clearly. Amory's head had been pierced through. Leonel stood proudly in the skies, his spear blade having split Amory's forehead in two. Their gazes met, and the raging battle intent hadn't faded even in the slightest. Many held their breaths. Even at this moment, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Leonel had truly done it? Chapter 293, 33. Chapter 293, 33, 33. Those words that Leonel had spoken seemed to echo in their minds again. It had been too long since he had killed anyone of note, so they had forgotten. But at this moment, they were reminded once again. As many as he came across is as many as he would kill. He had spoken those words boldly and beneath the disdain of many. But weeks later, the crowd seemed to have grown stunned to the point of being numbed. He had really done it, even when Amory, the treasure of the Suyard family, stood before him. He hadn't hesitated to strike to kill for even a single moment. At this moment, the weight of what Leonel's actions really meant were slowly sinking in. However, it was right then that the situation suddenly changed. Amory, who should have been on the final legs of life, suddenly reached up and grabbed Leonel's spear. Leonel's gaze narrowed, but he only watched as Amory pulled himself from the tip of his spear, pulling back until the last of the blade was out and blood fell down his face. It was an eerie sight. One that made it look as though countless rivers of blood were dripping down the peaks and crevices of the sword deity. Leonel felt an unprecedented sense of danger that didn't allow him to move. It wasn't that he couldn't move, but he didn't want to move recklessly, feeling that he had been locked onto by something. A single incorrect movement at the wrong time could take his life. When he had learned that Amory was the fiancé of a half-spiritual race woman, he had decided to use this opportunity to attack the latter's forehead. He thought of the possibility that Amory might have also learned a method to separate his soul from his body, allowing him to survive worse wounds than most could imagine. If that was the case, then Amory's most vulnerable point should definitely be his ethereal glabella, so Leonel had struck to shatter it. The wound that was left behind was incomparably smooth, and it looked like it had caused minimal damage, but that was only because of Leonel's exquisite control. The reality was that the entire inside of Amory's skull should be nothing but mush at this moment. Amory shouldn't even be able to think, let alone glare at him with battle intent and even move. Leonel's gaze was sharp as he took a glance into Amory's forehead through the small slit that he had created, but as he had expected, there was no ethereal glabella. Even though he had expected this after Amory's unexpected survival, seeing it still left him in some shock. Amory's Gaia force surged, and he trembled just once before a large amount of life force from the ground below and water force in the air began to fuel him, quickly healing the wounds on his forehead until it was completely smooth. Even so, it did nothing to change the blood that had already streaked down his face. With his horns and his demonic presence, it truly made him seem to be a devil incarnate. Amory took a breath and exhaled. Indeed, only in a battle of life and death can a person break through. This must be how you improve so quickly. After these air wars are finished, I will leave the human domain. I would be 10 times more powerful than I am now if I didn't have the protection of the Suiyard family. The hand that Ameri had used to grab Leonel's spear trembled once again, and his sword surged into it, slapping into his palm with a satisfying echo. With a tremble, his aura changed entirely. The dark and light skies above vanished, as though the atmosphere had been ripped away, for as far as the eye could see, only a vastness of twinkling light could be seen. It felt as though one was standing in an observatory, standing in the middle of a dome of starry lights that grasped the soul. Stars streaked across this canopy, howling with an intent of the sword. From time to time, these streaking stars would flash again, each time exhibiting another facet of a sword's beauty. It felt vast and endless. Leonel was certain. Ameri's universal force had broken through, leaving behind the natural light realm to enter the cosmos realm. It was well known that the universal forces were the only method through which those of lower dimensions could battle those above them. Of course, the likes of Leonel and Ina had proven this to be untrue, as overwhelming talent and comprehension of force manipulation could do the same. The Four Seasons realm allowed those of the fourth dimension to battle those of the fifth. The natural light realm allowed those of the sixth dimension to battle those of the seventh, and the cosmos realm allowed those of the seventh dimension to battle those of the eighth. Suddenly, the gap between Leonel and Ameri had become insurmountable. It was as exaggerated as the difference of night and day that had just been displayed. Even so, Leonel suddenly chuckled. His unmoving body suddenly relaxed. So was that what it was? Interesting. See you! Shoo! Leonel swiped his spear across the air twice in quick succession, leaving behind a howling and sharp wind. With a flicker, his armor shone and the silver gold lights took a more prominent role. At that moment, just a single clone was formed, splitting off from Leonel's body. Ameri's gaze suddenly narrowed. He actually couldn't tell, even after a second glance, which was the clone and which of them was real. What made it even more difficult to accept was the fact that the clone, or at least the one that wasn't holding a spear currently, flipped his palm to reveal a bow he recognized all too well. The White Lion Bow. The body of the clone trembled, a heart-shuddering aura taking shape as he vanished, appearing high in the skies and pulling back his bowstring. That's fine. Since one of me isn't enough, two will be. Leonel's stance shifted, his back leg gliding back in an elegant arc. The forces of the world fell into silence. I'll give you some advice, Leonel said lightly. You have exactly 333 exchanges to kill me. Leonel's clone's bowstring reached a full moon. Ameri's heart skipped a beat, a shocking pressure suddenly descending and causing his gaze to narrow. He couldn't believe that this sort of pressure was coming from Leonel. Could it be that even until this point, Leonel was still holding back? He found it difficult to believe. The forces around Leonel began to shimmer with a soft light, small and delicate lines of wavy fog emitting from his body. The arc that his back foot had drawn took form, shaping the first line in a mysterious force art. At the same time, the same thing occurred to his clone high in the skies. A second piece of advice, Leonel grinned. You had better kill the both of us within that time frame. Leonel's spear shuddered, and he suddenly moved. All the world could seem to focus on was the fluttering blade of his spear. Chapter 294. Bleeding. Chapter 294. Bleeding. Leonel's aura flourished, the accumulation of force in the surroundings surging toward him in violent tides. It felt as though the entire world was in the palm of his hands, forces of all kinds being stripped of their character and uniqueness to fuel the strength of his spear force. Ameri's gaze narrowed once. 300 attacks? Wasn't that just child's play? He took a step forward, his sword light descending before it seemed that he had moved at all. It felt like his sword had a mind of its own, almost as though it wasn't just an extension of his arm, but its own living, breathing existence. The rippling of the stars above reacted to Ameri's movements, descending toward Leonel with a menacing light. Leonel's gaze turned sharp, an unprecedented seriousness taking hold of him. At that moment, his gaze lost its fierceness entirely, being replaced by a gaze that seemed to see through the world. It was indifferent to its very depths and vast by its very nature. Looking into his eyes, it felt less like one was gazing upon a youth, and more like they were observing a being that was larger than life, an existence that was larger than even the world he claimed to exist within. His spear moved to meet Ameri's attacks. It seemed to lose its splendor, returning to an absolute simplicity. It felt like the turning pages of a book, a casual sip of water, even as rudimentary as a careless breath of air. It was the kind of movement that carried an endless ease, and yet the fundamental importance was beyond imagining, as though it was part of a bigger picture that couldn't be pinned down with any immediacy. Leonel took a step back, and then another. A line of blood appeared across his shoulder, then by his cheek. In the next instant, blood sprayed from his neck in a fierce rain, but the cold indifference in his eyes was just as placid as it had been from the very beginning. There was no doubt that the gap between himself and Ameri had suddenly exploded. It was so enormous, in fact, that retreating was all that he could seem to do. Whether it was himself or the clone in the skies, they moved as one, taking steps back at the same moment. Leonel's stance shifted, and his spear pierced forward. He seemed to have sensed a change in Ameri's thought process before even the man in question had decided upon it. He disrupted the attack entirely, but in return his collarbone was pierced through. A flare of Scarlet Star Force suddenly shot out from the blade wound, rushing after Ameri's Dark Force blade. Ameri hadn't been prepared for such an unconventional attack, but he reacted as quickly as one might expect. The stars in the skies shifted, and his Dark Force blade solidified once again. His wrist turned, and he twisted through the surging flames. He could feel the overwhelming power of destruction bearing down on him, but his Gaia Force reacted soon after, stopping the destruction with large amounts of life force before it could interfere with his body. At this moment, the weakness of having chosen to focus on Sword Universal Force alone was showing. While his sword techniques were exceptionally powerful, and he had even broken through to the Cosmos realm so quickly after entering the 7th dimension, this advancement was only useful in his sword techniques. However, this was still more than he felt Leonel should be able to handle. Ameri shrugged off the attack, his movements becoming fluid once again, or, more accurately, they had never lost their fluidity. At this moment, the battle between Leonel and Ameri had begun to cause far less destruction than it had in the past. Whereas before the grounds collapsed and the clouds above were stirred, the current moment it was as though the entire world had had a dampener placed upon it. Sounds weren't as loud, clashes weren't as resounding, even the crossing of their weapons made it seem as though they were a pair of third-dimensional existents attacking one another fiercely instead of the geniuses they truly were. But as time passed, the devastation of such a battle became more and more apparent. Clouds of blood continuously erupted from Leonel's body, his lips leaking and his limbs threatening to hang limply by his side. Ameri seemed to become more accustomed to his new strength with every swing of the blade. He was all too aware of the complex force art forming beneath the feet of both himself and Leonel, and the count of the number of spear strikes, while continuously increasing in his mind, still didn't make him panic in the slightest. The confidence he had in his swords was unlike anything else. Even if Leonel managed to last 3-3-3 exchanges, so what? He would sever this attack with his blade just like he had everything else. Leonel's stance suddenly shifted. His stiff and direct movements gained a sudden grace to them. His spear swept through the air, leaving an alluring draw of sparking, silvery fog. The incomplete force art beneath him pulsed and then pulsed again. His attacks became fiercer, but the number of lines of blood appearing across his body increased. The cracks in his armor began to accumulate, and it threatened to lose its function entirely. However, at that moment, one of Leonel's tails trembled. His lotus domain took shape, and the world suddenly became a blinding ball of golden light. For as far as the eye could see, not a single drop of dark force could be sensed. One of Ameri's swords lost their most powerful reliance. His dark force seemed to be stripped from him, only capable of circulating within his body, but completely unable to make an appearance into the real world. The only oddity in the world were two force arts of shimmering violet light, shadowless. Leonel's deep voice echoed once again. Chapter 295, 33-2. Chapter 295, 33-2. Ameri's pupils constricted. This attack was one that he hadn't been able to sense the first time, but almost as soon as his heart skipped a beat, he regained his composure. His sword seemed to improve once again. Clang, he struck out without even looking, his blade parrying Leonel's strike. Leonel's spear faltered, and his force art flickered, threatening to collapse. The greatest weakness of his spear dance technique was that every stroke had to be perfect. If he made even a single mistake, he would need to start again from the beginning. This was only the second time he had used such a technique, and it was even in a completely different situation than the first time, but Ameri had actually reacted to it even quicker than he had the first time. Not only had he reacted faster, but he had not just blocked, but even parried it. A sword blade entered Leonel's chest, just barely missing his heart but still tearing a hole right through his lungs. Before the sword force could explode, Leonel's cold, indifferent gaze flickered with a slight violet light. He activated Emperor's Edict, fusing it with his mother's bubble world technique. He had long since realized that these two techniques had the very same foundation. He contained Ameri's sword strike, and in an odd occurrence, the blade separated into two pieces, almost as though the front of Leonel's body had become a portal to his back, but leaving his body itself entirely unscathed. The explosion of Ameri's sword force occurred to Leonel's back, a strong spatial force warping its location. Leonel's spear recovered quickly, his eyes flickering with a calculative light as he adjusted and made up for the mistake. His body spun out of the way, his spear arching backward, sweeping down and then up once again, forming a gorgeous semicircle of golden spear force that ascended right toward Ameri's head. Leonel's spear tip and Ameri's sword tip met perfectly. Leonel was forced into a strong retreat, but his spear seemed to use the momentum of Ameri's retaliation to draw another elegant arc through the air. Ameri's gaze narrowed. He could feel the pressure of Leonel's spear strikes increasing. It had already been over 200 exchanges, and though Leonel was in a sorry state, Ameri could feel that the accumulating power in his spear was only increasing. Leonel himself felt that his understanding of Ameri was quickly deepening. The two had both stopped using their ability indexes at once, and they had once again both started using them again at the same time. He was certain. Ameri's ability index was very much similar to Ina's, however it wasn't related to self-healing or blood sovereignty. Instead, he seemed capable of improving extremely quickly. It hadn't been obvious before because he had been at the bottleneck of the natural light realm, But the moment he crossed into the cosmos realm and gained so much room to improve, it was as though he was riding with jet fuel in his sword. Every time Leonel's spear dance improved, so too did Amery's, and in what was an absolutely shocking realization, it felt that Amory was improving even faster than his spear dance could. Even so, a realization was just a realization. The clash of their spear and sword didn't move Leonel in the slightest. In fact, his heartbeat became calmer. The lines that his spear drew across the air became firmer and less impacted by Amory's swords. His steps became lighter, his hands moving faster, and the weight of his strikes heavier. Bang, 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 bang! Suddenly, the space between the two erupted. The silence of their clashes seemed to have boiled over. The planet rumbled, pits of carnage forming everywhere they went, but this time they were so deep that bubbling pools of magma rushed over their edges, snaking across the crevices of the ground and burning everything in their path. The fierce glow of Leonel's gaze seemed to have reached its fever pitch. Blood leaked from every inch of his body. It seemed that there wasn't a single location on him that didn't contain an injury, but every ounce of force in his body seemed to have been focused on just this singular pursuit. The twisting of Leonel's feet, the sway of his spear, the trembling tip of his blade, it seemed to fuse with the image of a dance that the spectators had seen all those weeks ago. At that moment, the backdrop of Leonel's 10 stars seemed to become a cosmos of their own. They separated, taking up points of Leonel's quickly forming force art as though they were anchors. Lines of force surged out of them. Dream Force, Scarlet Star Force, Void Force, Vital Star Force. Within the shimmering ball of gold, they were the only other sources of light. Standing in the middle of it all, one force art below and the other above, rotating like the complex inner workings of an ancient clock, Leonel's wrist stiffened as he took a single step forward. With this step, the world around his soul rippled. It felt like the very fabric of the world itself was moving like the disturbed surface of a lake. The sudden rush of danger hit Amory like a moving truck. The accumulation of Leonel's power had been so slow and incremental until this moment when it exploded forth like a geyser from the heart of Mother Earth. His hair fluttered in the winds. At that moment, wrapped in colors of royal blue, gold, vibrant violet, deep blacks, and hues of silver, Leonel looked to be no different from a guardian deity, unmatched and untouchable. That danger that the eighth-dimensional ancestors had felt before assaulted their senses once again. 332, Leonel said lightly. The violet glow in his eyes had grown to the point that the whites of his eyes couldn't be seen any longer. As though 2 orbs of amethyst had replaced his eyes, he looked down upon the world, unmatched and untouchable. Then he pierced forward. Chapter 2096, Lost. Chapter 296. Lost? Amory's expression became dignified, his heart turning as cold as steel. He took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. He couldn't see anything in this world of gold, but he didn't need to. His cosmos had become his eyes, his sword, his heart. There was nothing that they couldn't be guided to. In this state of tranquility, Amory seemed to break through once again. His sword swayed to his sides, pointing at the ground at an angle. His chest was entirely open to attack, but his breath was unhurried. Suddenly, when Leonel's spear strike was upon him, his eyes flashed open, a blinding light of radiance coming from them. Meeting Leonel's amethyst, pearly-like eyes, one of his became a dense black pearl and the other a magenta one. He looked toward the world with this sword of dichotomy, a silence of the ages falling. And then there was a howl. His sword seemed to come to life, his sword domain ring shaking fiercely. He drew 2 circles with his swords and then suddenly pierced forward. The entire human domain held their breaths. It was only just a few fractions of a second. These fractions felt like an eternity. They seemed to feel the weight of this battle. It wasn't just about choosing a winner, it was about choosing the future leader of the human domain. None of the other youths they had seen could compare to these two in terms of talent and future potential. No matter how good one's crafting was, strength reigned supreme. Leonel and Amory shot backward, their speeds faster than anything they had displayed until this point, and it was precisely because of the power of their strikes. They both spit out a mouthful of blood, but compared to Amory, Leonel's state had already been absolutely terrible. He couldn't afford such an injury at this moment. He had already been hanging on by a thread to begin with. Leonel landed on the ground heavily for the first time in the battle, but he pierced his spear into the ground, drawing a deep trench through the ground until he came to a stop. He heaved for breath, blood hacking up from time to time. That was indeed the strongest strike he was capable of in this state. That was a spear strike that touched upon the 4th layer, although it was in the 6th dimension. That wasn't something that most in the human domain could fathom. Yorciation. He was certain. If an ancestor wasn't prepared for this strike, he could definitely severely injure them with this strike. For context, for most even Tier 9 7th dimensional existences, even if a Tier 1 ancestor stood still and allowed you to attack them for days on end, you would be lucky to leave even a single mark on their skin. The higher one's dimension, the larger the gaps. But Leonel hadn't expected for Amory to actually touch upon the 3rd layer of 7th dimensional sword force in that final moment. That man was truly a genius. Even in such a perilous situation, he was able to make such progress. Leonel coughed up another mouthful of blood, shaking his head. Ameri's Gaia force was truly powerful. His Scarlet Star force was having a hard time dealing with it properly. It couldn't be helped. Ameri had had his innate node for over 30 years. Leonel had only had his in his possession for less than 4 years total, and even then it was mutated and didn't allow him to take proper control of it. He was ironically making faster progress with his emulation spatial force now only because it was actually normal. He slowly stood to his feet, suppressing Ameri's Gaia force and not allowing it to rampage about. In the distance, about 100 meters away, a meaningless distance to them, Leonel could see Amory standing to his feet. Ameri had a trickle of blood falling down his lips, and his face was pale, but other than that, he seemed to be perfectly fine. The human domain seemed to collectively release a sigh. Indeed, it seemed that it was quite obvious who had come out on top this time. Ameri might have been slightly injured and a little weak, but other than being tired, there wasn't much else wrong with him. The winner was clear. The Suillard family exhaled a breath of air they hadn't known they had been holding. They had never expected for a sixth-dimensional existence to push Ameri to this point. They couldn't help but shudder. That was right. Leonel wasn't in the seventh dimension yet. Ameri took deep breaths and eventually regulated his breathing. His Gaia force trembled and large amounts of life force seemed to connect directly to him. Ironically, now that he was on land, the effect of his Gaia force was even more prominent and powerful. His recovery speed was at least 10 times what it had been in the air, and the paleness of his face was quickly recovering. It seems that my ring will be staying with me today, Ameri said lightly. If you don't want to die, I would suggest breaking your badge now. Though, if you cower in this way, it's like you won't ever be my opponent again. There were only two kinds of people that he spared words on, people he felt deserved it, and people that he truly looked down upon. Ironically, Leonel had been on both sides of his opinion. In the Dimensional Cleanse trial zone, he had spoken harsh words toward Leonel because he had truly felt that he was too pathetic, and now he was speaking to Leonel like he would an equal. As for sparing Leonel, he never really considered it. That was because he felt that although Leonel was still in the sixth dimension, so long as he continued to improve, he would never be able to catch up even if he let him leave. Plus, if someone was spared like this, the genius they had once been would be gone. There was no use in saving a crippled genius who no longer held any sort of self-belief. However, who would have expected for Leonel to chuckle at that moment? Ameri wasn't very surprised. If Leonel cowered at this moment, he wouldn't have been a person he acknowledged in the first place. But what did surprise him were Leonel's actual words. I think you're forgetting something, Leonel said lightly. Ameri recalled instantly. He wasn't a fool. He had been paying attention to the second Leonel all this time, but somewhere around the 200th attack, it had lost its aura entirely. Wait, wasn't that the moment that Leonel had suddenly deployed that odd world of gold? Ameri's pupils constricted and the world was enveloped by a galaxy-warping aura descended. Leonel smiled. Despite being bloodied and beaten, he was incomparably relaxed. He shook his spear, and that aura that had vanished seemed to double. You see, I can send out that spear strike twice. As for the arrow that's about to descend, well, let's just say it's easily 10 times more powerful than both. How could it not be? Although Leonel's spear dance was more flexible and allowed him to use it in battle while maintaining his movement, what it couldn't do was accumulate it all into a single strike. Leonel suddenly stepped forward and pierced out a second spear strike. Ameri's hair stood on end. He had yet to accumulate enough himself to parry. Although he was recovering quickly, it wasn't quickly enough. He couldn't even deal with this second spear strike. How would he handle the arrow that was coming? He had actually lost. Chapter 297, I was wondering. Chapter 297, I was wondering. The arrow streaked across the skies as though it could split reality in two. Despite the fact an attack, devastating in its own right, was coming from Leonel's spear didn't seem to change anything at all, because all one could seem to focus on was that spiraling arrow. The world was divided into four, the split prongs of the arrow rotating and leaving complete wave-like patterns across the ground and within the clouds above. Everything in its path was shredded apart, and when it had only made it halfway to its destination, Leonel's spear suddenly met Amory's swords. That pair of life-grade swords shuddered, their bodies losing a great amount of shine as their owner was sent flying backward, digging a deep trench into the ground that embedded him like an etching upon a stone wall. Amory couldn't move. His body was shaking involuntarily, his hands barely strong enough to hold onto his swords. He looked up into the skies, only having time to complete that action alone before Leonel's arrow appeared before him, shooting through his chest and releasing an explosion that echoed throughout the land. The sound was so loud that nothing else could be heard. It was difficult to tell even when it had stopped, the sharp whistling sound of deafness and damaged hearing being all that most could listen to. Even when they covered their ears, trying to escape from the destruction, it followed them, filling their minds with sensory information they would never be able to forget. Leonel breathed out, his chest heaving. He looked into the skies, his eyes closing. Despite his injuries, he stood tall. The loud noises didn't seem to bother him in the slightest, and the rumbling ground beneath his feet couldn't stop him from standing tall and unbothered. As the sounds died down, a smile curled his lips. Nothing could seem to bother him at the moment. He was truly a man who held grudges. He had already defeated Amory once before, but he was still irritated by that matter in the Dimensional Cleanse Zone. Ushie. Austrian moment he wondered, if he claimed Amory's soul now, would he be able to use the latter to comprehend the later stages of dimensional cleanse and finally break into the seventh dimension? It was hard to tell. That was because dimensional cleanse had an odd sort of protection over it. Even those that had learned the parts beyond the third dimension couldn't share it with others. Only Leonel could because he had fully comprehended and reverse-engineered the method. He had succeeded in doing so for the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensional layers, but he had yet to even lay eyes on the seventh dimensional method, so it was hard to tell where to go from here. Theoretically, he could deduce that on his own since he had the foundation, but without personal experience of what it was like to be in the seventh dimension, or deep understanding of where he would need to proceed to enter the eighth and ninth dimension beyond, such a deduction would be nigh impossible. More accurately, he could do it, but what he deduced wouldn't necessarily be the correct next step. It could still deviate in all sorts of ways, and it would be too hard to tell if he was correct or not. His father might be able to give him some clues, but Leonel would rather roll over dead than ask that old man questions face to face. He could imagine the scorn already. Forget it, it's easier to just find another token to enter the dimensional cleanse trial zone. If others could hear Leonel's thoughts, they would definitely roll their eyes. Were these a pair of father and son, or mortal enemies? It was impossible to tell. Leonel slowly opened his eyes, and he looked down to see that Amory was still stuck, embedded into the side of a deep trench his own body had dug out. There was a small hole in his chest, barely 2 inches across, but that was what made Leonel's attack so devastating. It had caused such destruction in the real world, but at the point of contact, it was actually so perfectly controlled. It was hard to imagine that an existence of the sixth dimension could possibly display such might. Amory might look like he had only suffered a small wound, but setting aside where the attack had landed, even if it had only hit his arm, the entirety of his inner organs were shredded to pieces. Whether it was heart, lungs, nervous system, everything. Leonel's strike was so skillful that all of the residual energy that might have laid waste to the world around them, had he allowed it to rampage, was concentrated to the point that the one that had suffered the most was Amory himself. It was a shocking endeavor, and yet Amory actually still seemed to be alive. Seeing this, Leonel chuckled, walking forward. This sort of vitality was something that he had only seen out of demons. Back when he fought the Cobra demon, he had ripped a hole right through its torso and even caused a large amount of damage to its inner organs, and yet it had continued to battle him and even pushed him to the very edge. Although Amory looked like a demon, it wasn't that simple to tie the two. Rather, Leonel instead believed that it was a combination of Amory's Gaia Force innate node and his separated soul that led to this matter. But that left a question. If Amory's ethereal glabella wasn't in his head, and it wasn't in his chest, then where was it exactly? Leonel took a seat at the edge of the trench Amory's body had formed. At the moment, Amory's gaze was vacant, but his body was actually quickly recovering. His vitality was actually far stronger than even Leonel's own, but Leonel's smile didn't fade. I was wondering why it was that you all allowed me to attack him just like that, but it seemed that you were quite confident in his ability to survive, huh? Chapter 2098. Interesting Chapter 2098. Interesting, Leonel didn't seem to be talking to anyone. Whether it was the other members of the Swihard family, their subordinate families, or even Leonel's own subordinates, they had all evacuated from the region long ago. The entire city that had once been here had been destroyed under the might of their battle. There truly didn't seem to be anyone to talk to. To most of the human domain that were observing the situation, Amory was already dead. That vacant look in his eye, that sort of wound, there was simply no surviving it. Many couldn't help but think that maybe a few of Leonel's screws had been knocked loose during the battle, but to the astonishment of those present, Leonel continued to speak despite not receiving an answer. There really is no need to hide anymore. Look at how weak and vulnerable I am. Aren't I on the chopping block for your viewing pleasure? Isn't it best if you took action right here and now? You can't want to lose this opportunity, no? Leonel grinned. His feet swung as though he was seated on a swing. He looked happy despite his injuries, and he didn't seem to take his defeat of Amory with any hint of pride at all, almost as though it was only natural that this would happen. But suddenly, his demeanor changed entirely as he looked toward a certain direction, his gaze as fiery as a blaze of light. His eyes seemed to emit a great amount of strength as a plume of fire descended upon a certain region. These flames danced with hidden great runes, complex and ancient. They were entirely different than the flames Leonel had used on Amory, but it was hard to tell if it was because he had been holding back or if there was another reason. In reality, Gaia Force was something Leonel felt had been an even greater antithesis to his Scarlet Star Force than even Void Star Force would have been in the hands of someone powerful. In many works of fiction or amusing tales, Water Force would be the perfect counter to Fire Force, but the truth was that this was a matter of relativity. There were numerous types of Water Force that wouldn't even be able to approach Leonel without being burnt to ash. What mattered wasn't the element, but also its quality and quantity. Beyond that, Water Force wasn't the only thing good at suppressing Fire Force, because there was Earth Force as well. Earth Force was sturdy and great defensively. It was resistant against being destroyed and hard to light on fire. Gaia Force carried both the sturdiness and resilience of Earth and also had the suppressive effects of powerful water on his Scarlet Star Force. Then, to top it all off, it had a strong life force associated with it. the strongest counter there was against the powers of destruction and a destruction sovereign. Against Ameri, the improvements to his Scarlet Star Force couldn't be displayed properly. While it would have been foolish to use Void Star Force actively, since whether it was Water or Dark Force, Ameri was his superior. Now that he wasn't facing Ameri who countered him so perfectly, the strength of his Scarlet Star Force flourished in its truest light. However, before it could descend on its target location, a shadow shifted out of the way, quickly forming. Very quickly, a beautiful young lady took shape, but even then they were difficult to see properly. Their face was obscured, and the only thing that could be vaguely understood was the fiery nature of her body, too fiery even for casual eyes to see. Her figure could only be described as perfect. Although her skin was a little gray, something that could be seen even through the haze, it didn't make her look sickly at all, and instead showed a hint of a unique character to it. Her hips were wide, rounding to form a pair of long, luscious legs. They made way for a butt so round and plump that it could be seen both from the sides of her waist and through the gap in her thighs. Her chest carried just as much volume, threatening to burst against the pressure of its own skin as though even it couldn't accommodate it all. And yet, despite the fiery nature of this woman's figure, she chose maybe the most dangerous kind of clothing to cover it with. Her chest was bound by nothing more than a nipple pasties, a black, metallic, circular object that was connected to nothing other than her breasts. Although there were chains of black around her shoulders and collarbone, they seemed to be there for nothing more than decoration because they hardly covered anything, leaving very little to the imagination. Yuri C. Or bottom half was hardly any better. The thong she wore was entirely strapless. The part of it that covered her front was shaped like a black metallic leaf, while the back of it was entirely swallowed by those two round cheeks. This sort of clothing was definitely something that should appear in one's private bedroom and not out for so many to see, even if it was somewhat obstructed by a haze, but this woman clearly didn't care in the slightest. Interesting, Leonel thought. She has the same ability index as Arthur, but for Dark Force instead. Rare, very rare. Arthur is the only one I've seen with an ability index that allows their entire body to turn into an element, and she's the second. Leonel was unmoved by the sight before him. She might as well have been a piece of meat on a butcher's table. Instead, when he spoke, he didn't seem to be satisfied with this alone. Instead, his eyes shifted and landed on another location. This time, the existence that was hidden moved even before Leonel's fire manifested. This time, the individual was quite clear to the eye. A Shadow Sovereign? Leonel smiled. This individual was none other than Exavnik, Third Nova. Leonel wasn't very surprised by this in the slightest, even when he felt that Exavnik had fully recovered. Chapter 2099, Plop. Chapter 2099, Plop. Exavnik had already regained his calm. When he looked at Leonel, his emotions were unreadable. In truth, he hadn't expected for Leonel to actually win such a battle. Ameri was arrogant, but he had the right to be. He was the reason why, despite the fact that the Morales had so many heirs in this generation, no one had spoken of the Suillard family's decline. He alone, with his sword, was enough to uphold the skies for them. He was an existence seen to be on the same level as Velasco. He was only over 25 years old, but he had already reached Tier 2 of the 7th dimension, and very soon he would enter Tier 3. He was an existence the likes of which very few could match up to already, and that was proven by him comprehending the cosmos realm. It had to be remembered that not everyone returned at the same time. Depending on their distance from Leonel when the formation had been activated, one could either return sooner or later during that 20-year span, and most had returned around 10 to 12 years ago. Ameri, however, had only returned about 5 or so years ago. It went to show one just the kind of talent he had to reach such a state so quickly. After he returned from the tribulation, it was as though he had become an entirely different man. But it had all been useless before Leonel. Ameri was born and raised seriously by the Suillard family from the moment he picked up a sword. Leonel had only returned to the Morales family a month ago. Ameri had been training since he was a toddler. Leonel only began when he was 17 years old, and even then he had no sort of guidance aside from a silver disc and the memories of the experts in the Spear Domain Ring, experts that Ameri had access to on his own side. On top of that already 17-year advantage, Ameri gained 5 more years of advantage thanks to the Cataclysm Zone. The gap between them was obvious, and it was a shocking thing to accept. But what stunned Exavnik even more was maybe the implication of Leonel's words. What had he meant by those words? They didn't save Ameri because they knew he could survive? By him saying that, didn't that mean? Exavnik's gaze turned serious. What? Not going to admit it? Leonel laughed. He had expected this. In order for Leonel to know the relationship between Zavnik and Ameri, it would mean that he understood things he very much shouldn't have, like Exavnik's goals, who he was working for, what underbelly lay in the Morales family, and when it might spring up upon them. But all of that was impossible. Leonel wasn't Second Nova, and even Second Nova couldn't claim to know so much. Leonel's laughter made Zavnik uneasy, and all the progress he had made to take the shadow of Leonel out from his heart and soul seemed to be crumbling before his eyes. When Leonel finished his next words, the viciousness that flashed in Zavnik's gaze couldn't be ignored. "Are you shocked? You shouldn't be," Leonel smiled. "You see, I'm very good at using small details to comprehend the bigger picture. Unfortunately, this partner of yours has very loose lips. You know, the first time I met him, it was just about 3 years ago. Well, it was 3 years ago to me. To all of you, it was probably closer to 30 years than it is to 3 by a wide margin. This guy was very arrogant back then. Poor little me was just in tier 1 of the 5th dimension, but he had already broken through into the 6th. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to avoid him because we were both seeking the complete layers of dimensional cleanse, and I had no choice but to battle it out with me. But I was defeated, quite soundly, but this guy actually tried to take my spear domain ring. And do you know what he said back then? Leonel turned from Amory and looked to meet Zavnik's eyes. Zavnik felt as though his world was collapsing. He couldn't breathe properly. It felt like a hand was gripped around his throat. He said he knew someone would be far better suited to the spear domain ring than me. Can you believe that? What an arrogant bastard, right? He doesn't even use the spear, and look at how antisocial he is. Even his family had to arrange a marriage for him just so that he could have a wife. Where would he find someone he would give the spear domain ring to? Let alone someone that he trusted and respected enough to do so. Zavnik's hands were trembling. It wasn't about the revelation. The revelation itself was almost meaningless, aside from the implication that Leonel knew everything. But what was setting Zavnik's heart ablaze was the fact that Leonel had figured so much out based on a single casual sentence spoken years ago to him in the spur of the moment. There was practically no one who could do such a thing. Such a memory was the kind most would only remember after they found out the truth, and only then would they backtrack and realize the clues had been there all along. But Leonel's mind seemed to be on an entirely different level. Those clues that were meaningless crumbs to most people's minds became a masterful tale in his own, weaving a story that was 99% close to the truth without much effort at all. And now facing the weight of those words, Zavnik felt like he couldn't breathe. Leonel couldn't even be bothered to explain things to his own family, but he had spent so much care laying things out for Zavnik. It was clear that this was the scene he wanted to see. He could practically watch the reflection of Zavnik's world collapsing through his gaze. Leonel found it very amusing. Somehow, he felt that this was even more satisfying than punching the face of someone he hated. Seeing that things were going wrong again, and remembering what had happened last time, Zavnik had lost his reason, the scantily clad woman suddenly spoke. She was very disappointed in Zavnik. The Zavnik she knew was a king amongst men, and he had always taken his steps so calmly and assuredly, until he met Leonel. This Leonel had to die. Only that way could their anchor in the Morales family be solid. So, she said the most sinister thing she could think of. You speak a lot for someone who won't be living for much longer. Amory will not die and will recover quite quickly, and you don't have the strength to land the finishing blow, especially not with us here. Whether it's myself or Zavnik, we are both stronger than Amory, and very soon Amory's fiancée will come, and she's no weaker than him. What chance do you stand? The pause in his words seemed to give the scantily clad woman a sense of satisfaction, until, plop. A head suddenly descended from the skies, landing and rolling until it hit paused by her feet. Bang! A Valkyrie descended from the skies, her black wings blotting out the skies as she landed by Leonel's side heavily. The scantily clad woman's eyes opened wide. She looked down at the head at her feet, a head too gorgeous to put into words, and yet it had no body attached to it. She recognized this head immediately. The heiress of the spiritual's religion. The shriek of a banshee echoed through the battlefield, the violently whirling tornado of black feathers around Ina seemingly wanting more blood. Chapter 2100. Unwilling. Chapter 2100. Unwilling Ina's aura blazed like the spark of an awakening star. Although she didn't say anything, her presence alone seemed to warp the world around them, the arcs of black lightning that sparked between her horns and the black feathers that zipped by, causing even the eyes of those that only gazed upon them to sting. Her black wings came out from the back of her hips, but their majestic bearing was no less. Each spread out for at least 2 meters, carefully arcing through the air with the grace of a phoenix. Just a single one of their flaps made the Shadow Woman and Zavnik feel as though they might be thrown off their feet, their bodies flexing just to maintain their positions. The eyes of the scantily clad woman froze over. She couldn't take her eyes off of Ina, her heart palpitating at the aura she was sensing. What she felt the proper conclusion was happened to be something that she was entirely unwilling to accept. She had all the information she needed about these matters. It was simply impossible for Ina to be what she thought. Ina was a Brazinger, she was born on Earth, her mother was a mortal woman, and her father, though an unknown wildcard, was ultimately just a cast out of the Brazinger family. It didn't make any sense for her to have this kind of aura, but then it all suddenly clicked. Blood sovereign, she said lightly. It was true. Back then, when their cohort was sent to the Rapax nest, the true goal wasn't Leonel or dealing with him, nor was it for Amory to receive the egg of the future ruler of the Rapax. No, from the very beginning, the goal had been Ina. Leonel had been infuriated back then when the variant Invalids appeared and simply directly killed them in his tirade, so it had been impossible to confirm this. The only one outside of the individuals related to the Three-Finger Cult who knew this with absolute certainty was Leonel's father. But just the same way Leonel hardly explained things to others, neither did his father explain things to him. Although Leonel had partially deduced this matter, There was still a limit to what he could do even with his intelligence when information was so limited, especially when there were so many other answers that likewise made sense. It also didn't help that the answer simply didn't seem all that important. Ever since they reunited, Aina had always been by his side or within range of a region he could act in. It didn't matter to him if the Three-Finger Cult were targeting her, because whoever came would simply have to face his wrath. In addition to that, since that moment, the Three-Finger Cult seemed to have forgotten about Aina, having not chosen to make any other moves. It was hard to tell how valuable they saw Aina to be, or if they were aware that kidnapping her wouldn't suddenly make her come over to their side. The truth of this matter, though, was something that the Shadow Woman was well aware of. It wasn't that the Three-Finger Cult had forgotten about Aina, it was rather that someone had been born within their ranks that was far easier to make use of and just as valuable to them as a blood sovereign. Plus, after their first failure, the deployment of the Cataclysm Zone had caused them to believe Aina was dead and dealt with, until she suddenly appeared once more years later. That was right. The Cataclysm Zone had been a scheme by the Three-Finger Cult to deal with the greatest threats of the human domain in one fell swoop. Not only would some of the most powerful experts be lost in a far-off land, but the future generations would have all been crushed in a single action. Leonel had thought that this matter could have only been done by them, but he still didn't have an answer for why. What did they gain out of it? If the Three-Finger Cult knew that the Cataclysm Zone was the real world, wouldn't they know that sending them all there wouldn't accomplish anything? Even if they never managed to come back, wouldn't they just be able to live out normal lives in the real world? Of course, that was a matter of relativity. Everyone stuck in that zone would want to come back to something familiar, especially since they weren't aware of what the Dream Project was or what it represented. That meant that the more important question to ask wasn't this, but rather what in his simulation world was so valuable that the Three-Finger Cult would choose to continuously target it. Something wasn't quite adding up. Leonel didn't believe that the Three-Finger Cult would be able to access that world and yet be unaware of the simulation. In fact, he had already deduced that their three leaders had to have been from the Cataclysm Zone to begin with, so they most definitely knew. So why? He didn't have an answer, and his confusion wasn't something that this Shadow Woman would clear up, at least not willingly, and that was assuming that a lower-level character like her would even be aware of this matter to begin with. Instead, it was the Shadow Woman who was glancing at Aina with an enlightened expression, finally fusing the rumors she had heard with the woman before her. Your. She sent a glance toward Zovnik and spoke. She's the Blood Sovereign. Zovnik's pupils constricted before his gaze became somewhat malevolent. He seemed fully prepared to erupt with his greatest strength now, however. Leonel was still sitting, unmoving. His ease despite the situation made him feel suffocated. That smile, whenever he saw that smile, he knew that bad things would happen. Get up! Zovnik pointed toward Leonel, almost as though trying to command him to do something that made him feel more at ease. However, Leonel only chuckled.